Chapter 1. Recently, Su Huicheng's business has been quite slow. A group of young and beautiful newcomers came to the club, pulling many customers away. She and a few sisters didn't even have the chance to pick up leftover clients. Su Huicheng waited for 2 hours, but the madam hadn't called her number. Some sisters had already left the club to find clients on their own. She checked the time, sighed, and started packing her bag to go home. The temperature had been very low these days, and Su Huicheng only changed in her work outfit once she entered the club outside. She had to wrap herself from head to toe. One sister had once hinted to Su Huicheng that if there was no business inside the club, then going out on the street might provide better opportunities, so she should always keep her best attire ready. Su Huicheng had tried it before, but unfortunately, she barely made it 50 meters before she was shivering from the cold and had to give up. In the changing room, she bundled herself up tightly and looked at the reflection in the mirror, resembling a dumpling, and couldn't help but smile wryly. She admired those sisters who could still flaunt their bare thighs and short skirts in the cold while maintaining a seductive posture. No wonder she couldn't make any money. Su Huicheng picked up her bag and was about to leave when Kong Xian walked in. Seeing Su Huicheng's outfit, Kong Xian smiled and said, "Are you going home again?" Su Huicheng nodded without speaking. She wasn't very good at small talk. Kong Xian, whether intentionally or not, said, "The madam said you haven't brought her any commission in nearly half a month." Su Huicheng nodded again and said softly, "I will go find some business." Kong Xian was a favorite of the madam, and Su Huicheng hoped she could help speak on her behalf. Kong Xian cleared her throat and responded with a hum. Before entering her own little room, Su Huicheng exited the main changing room, keeping her head down as she hurried towards the back door. As soon as she stepped outside, she shivered from the cold. The madam actually sent Kong Xian to deliver the message, which likely meant she was unhappy. But in this weather, could she really find clients on the street? She could pay the overnight fees to the madam herself, but she needed to lure in a willing client for the drinks. Not far from the club, there was a small road known for being a gathering place for street workers. Su Huicheng decided to try her luck there. As she walked, her toes went numb from the cold, and her pace slowed. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her from behind. "Chen Shuqin, why aren't you answering your phone?" Su Huicheng was pulled backward by the force, her body stiff from the cold, so she didn't react in time and ended up falling into a warm embrace. It was so warm that she didn't want to leave. Then, the hood of her down jacket was pulled back. A cold wind blew, and her hair was blown into her face. She tilted her head back and looked into the person's eyes through the gaps in her hair. At first, those eyes were warm, but in an instant, they turned cold. He steadied her and politely explained, "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. You two are wearing the same clothes." She nodded, brushed her hair aside, pulled her hood back up, tightened her scarf, and continued walking towards her destination. Su Huicheng stood in the cold wind for half an hour, trying to muster a smile to greet potential clients. But her frozen cheeks wouldn't cooperate. She attempted to take off her hat and unzip her jacket to appear less frumpy. But in the end, she chose to remain frumpy. This place was an unspoken service area, and most of the men lingering at the corner had needs. Su Huicheng could only pray that once the other sisters had clients, hers would come next. But in this bitter cold, hardly any clients showed up today. A few women nearby complained about the weather and society. Hearing this made Su Huicheng feel a wave of bitterness. Her monthly period was approaching, and if she didn't find clients to spend at the club in the next few days, she would be in trouble. She glanced around at the women gathered there. She couldn't compare to them. She thought it might be better to keep her distance. Maybe she could encounter a less picky client. She walked back the way she came, approaching single men to try and engage them. None were successful, and instead, one man cursed her out. She remained unfazed. After all, she was just a woman in this line of work. He wasn't wrong. Su Huicheng leaned against the streetlight, gazing at the dim night sky. She surely couldn't expect to go to heaven in the future, but she wanted to go to heaven. Suddenly, she lost the desire to take clients and felt a deep sense of despair. She wanted to go home. She pulled her hat down further, almost blocking her line of sight, and kept her head down as she walked towards her apartment building. This apartment building consisted of duplex units, ranging from 1 to 3 rooms, with about 30% of the tenants in professions like hers. In fact, quite a few were from the same club. That club was relatively large, with fixed service staff. Su Huicheng, however, fell into the semi-fixed category. She used the club space to take clients, And as long as she met the monthly spending quota, she could go out to find clients on her own. At first glance, it seemed that semi-fixed personnel had more opportunities. In reality, the external clients were often very cheap sometimes. The earnings from 10 jobs wouldn't even match the tip from a wealthy client at the club. Su Huicheng opened the door, closed it, and then sat down on a low bed in the living room. This duplex was a one-bedroom, one-living room layout, with the first floor being the living room and the second floor being a bedroom. To facilitate her business, Su Huicheng had also placed a bed in the living room. Over time, the second floor became her little sanctuary. After staring blankly for a while, she slowly got up to turn on the heating. She had been gaining weight recently, so she didn't dare eat much and often went to bed hungry at night. This afternoon, she had eaten some pastries and had been hungry ever since. Now, she really couldn't hold out any longer. After she warmed up, she went to the kitchen to boil a bowl of noodles. She had neither looks nor figure and didn't know how much longer she could last in this line of work. Su Huicheng had been searching for several days but still hadn't brought any clients into the club. She paid the protection fee to the madam, trembling with fear. The madam snorted coldly, "You haven't brought any clients here to spend. There hasn't been a single drink sale that I haven't reported this to Brother Wu yet, but if he asks, you'll be in trouble." Mentioning Brother Wu made Su Huicheng's heart tremble. She panicked. "Madam, please don't. I will definitely find something tonight." The madam looked at Su Huicheng's outfit, clearly displeased. "Then don't dress so heavily, wrapped up like this. What man would want to look at that? You said you'd find clients tonight. Don't go back on your word." Su Huicheng quickly nodded and then went out to find clients. Just as she got a short distance from the club, the madam called her back to take a client. Su Huicheng rushed back, only to find out that Kong Xin had encountered a perverted client and had passed out in the booth. Seeing Kong Xin being carried out, Su Huicheng couldn't help but shiver. Kong Xion's cheeks were swollen, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, and her neck was covered with marks. Her clothes were tattered and barely covered her body. Spending too long in such places, one would inevitably encounter perverts. The madam used to filter out those strange clients for Kong Xian, who was a big name at the club. Today, the ones in that booth were either rich or noble. Although she felt some sympathy for Kong Xian, she couldn't afford to provoke any of them. Thankfully, after Kong Xian fainted, those clients sent her out. Otherwise, if they continued to torment her, she might have lost her life. Once Kong Xian was taken to the medical room, the madam said, "Shancha, the other party said they want someone more voluptuous, and you're the only one left for now." Su Huicheng smiled bitterly inside. It wasn't that the other party wanted someone voluptuous, it was just that the madam wanted to push her out. Ever since she started gaining weight, she hadn't worn fitted clothes and only exposed her shortcomings. So today, she was also wearing a slightly loose short skirt. Seeing her outfit, the madam couldn't be bothered to comment anymore. She finally said, "Peony and Jasmine are here. Make sure to serve those young masters well. Even if you get beaten up, I can't help you." Su Huicheng forced a smile. If Kong Xian couldn't handle those clients, she really had no confidence. As the door to the booth opened, a wave of noise rushed out, and the inside was filled with smoke and dim lights. Su Huicheng stood at the door, showcasing a professional. Smiled at a man glanced over at her and sneered. "One left, and another one comes." He had one arm around a woman and his legs draped across another woman's lap. From Su Huicheng's angle, she could only see the man's rough shape. He was quite tall. "Come here, little girl." The man beckoned her with a flirtatious and rude gesture. She moved over, swaying her hips. Upon seeing her face, the man scoffed, "Sending this kind over. Do you really want to get killed?" Su Huicheng's smile remained unchanged. As she got closer, she noticed the two girls beside the man had bruises on their faces. Her heart trembled. The girl closest to her, Jasmine, had a pitifully sorrowful look in her eyes, but still helped the man massage his legs. "Come on, play around with brother." The man stood up, rotating his wrist. "First punch is 10,000, second punch is 20,000, and so on. Let's see how much you can earn tonight." Su Huicheng was taken aback. Seeing her standing still, he commanded, "Get your face over here." Before she could react, his fist swung out. She was sent flying 2 meters away. Her cheek throbbed with pain, and even moving her lips hurt so much that tears almost fell. "Damn it." The man was displeased. "Stop crying. Give brother a smile." Su Huicheng's whole face was stiff. She couldn't smile at all. In the past, when she was disobedient and refused clients, Brother Wu would hit her, but that force was nowhere near the cruelty of this pervert. The man stepped on her shoulder, grabbed her chin, and seeing her pained expression, he scratched her injury with his finger, laughing maliciously. With a face like this, you can't even earn 10,000. Then he slapped her on the other side of her face. Su Huicheng tasted blood in her mouth. She bit her lip tightly, enduring the fiery pain. Does it hurt? The man leaned in close to her ear, his fingers winding around her neck. Su Huicheng shut her eyes, silent. The man was clearly getting interested, squeezing her tightly. Does it hurt? Huh? This man is a madman. None of the onlookers in the room stepped up to stop him. Su Huicheng felt like she might just die like this. Chapter 2. At the moment Su Huicheng was about to suffocate, the man released his grip. She gasped for air, coughing violently. He squatted down, looking at her battered face, laughing heartily. Fun. Huh. Su Huicheng couldn't describe what she felt now. Her cough pulled at the pain on her cheeks, her throat burned uncomfortably, and her whole body was in pain. She curled up, lying on the ground, shivering. The man stood up and turned to the shadowy corner, asking with a laugh, "Zhong Ding, how long did this girl last?" 1.5 minutes, came a mocking voice. The man whistled, "A little better than the last one. Maybe your strength is lacking." Zhong Ding scrutinized the curves of the person on the ground. This silhouette somewhat resembled Chun Shuqin. "You're talking nonsense," the man retorted. "I was going all out. Losers must pay up, brother." Zhong Ding withdrew his gaze, looking lazy. "It's a tie, there's no win or lose." The man raised an eyebrow. "How about I squeeze her a little longer?" "Do as you please, just don't actually kill her," Zhong Ding said, no longer paying attention to the poor figure lying with her back to him, lifting his glass to pour into the mouth of the woman beside him. Su Huicheng heard their conversation, but said nothing. Even if she pleaded for mercy, they wouldn't change their minds. Her dignity and her life felt insignificant in front of them. She had long become numb. Though there was a carpet on the floor, it was still cold, and coupled with her unbearable pain, she internally prayed that these rich young masters wouldn't be too enthusiastic. The man flipped her body over, his palm resting on her neck, a mocking smile on his face. "Little girl, you better hold on this time if you last a minute. There's a big reward." Su Huicheng felt she couldn't hold on much longer. Her consciousness was slowly fading. She didn't even know why her worthless life had dragged on until now. That's right. She wanted to accumulate virtue. She wanted to go to heaven. In this world, the more worthless a life is, the tougher it is. This was Su Huicheng's first thought when she regained consciousness. She also ended up in the infirmary. Her facial injuries had been treated, and ointment was applied to her neck. In the adjacent bed, Kong Xian lay staring at the ceiling. Hearing Su Huicheng's soft cough, Kong Xian blinked. "Shansha, why did you enter this line of work?" Her voice was originally low, and now was even more hoarse due to the choking. Su Huicheng also stared at the ceiling and opened her mouth. "When I was young." Before she could finish her 3 words, she started coughing again. Kong Xian seemed to empathize with the pain, saying, "Forget it, let's talk about it later." Su Huicheng pulled the blanket up. Her throat was burning painfully, and it was indeed not suitable for talking. The two remained silent for a while until the madam entered. She first inquired about Kong Zin's condition, then walked to Su Huicheng's bedside. "You should rest well during this time. Don't worry about this month's drink expenses. Those young masters' bills will be shared among you." Su Huicheng felt a sense of relief. The madam sighed and continued, "I'll help you keep it for Brother Wu." Su Huicheng felt even more grateful. At least she could get through this month. After resting for a day in the infirmary, she returned to her small duplex. During her recovery, she hardly stepped outside. Once her period ended, Su Huicheng went to the hospital for a checkup. Those in her line of work were especially cautious about gynecological health. She came for a checkup every month. At first, she felt embarrassed, so she changed hospitals every other month. Later, she became too lazy to run around and settled on one hospital. Su Huicheng's mindset was very contradictory. Many times, she felt that her life wasn't worth much, yet she treasured her own life. To put it bluntly, she was very afraid of death. When Su Huicheng's injuries had mostly healed, the madam called her to urge her to return to work. She glanced at the calendar. A new month had begun. That meant she had to worry about the drink expenses again. Su Huicheng wore a thick down jacket, not daring to enter through the front door, sneaking in through the back door. After changing into her work attire, she emerged at the bar. If she could complete her tasks at the beginning of the month, the days ahead would be much easier. So, she had to put in some effort. Su Huicheng found a man in his 30s. She socialized with him for half an hour, calculating his bill. She saw he didn't seem too wealthy, so she didn't want to overcharge him too much. When the man went to pay, his face turned beet red. She could only pretend not to see. The two walked side by side toward the club's entrance. He was still complaining about how expensive the drinks were, trying to haggle with Su Huicheng. Su Huicheng shook her head. Her prices were higher than those of outside call girls, but she had to share the commission with the madam. So in reality, she earned very little. The man pushed her angrily. Bitch, is that drink money not money? You dare to ask for a 4-digit price for someone like you. She stumbled back a few steps and bumped into a warm chest. She almost instantly turned around. She recognized those eyes that had flickered warm and cold in front of her last month. He smiled at her kindly, but she felt embarrassed. The rude words of the previous man were surely heard by this warm man. After the man had calmed down, his mood for hiring a prostitute was gone. I'm going home to accompany my wife. Who cares about a whore like you? The surrounding crowd heard this and turned to Su Huicheng, their gazes filled with disdain, curiosity, and schadenfreude. Su Huicheng tightened her coat and turned to walk toward the bar. She was already in this line of work. She had lost all her face long ago. The bartender noticed she had returned and asked curiously. She smiled. The price wasn't agreed upon. The bartender shrugged. Su Huicheng scanned the vibrant hall before her gaze settled on the warm man. He sat alone on the sofa, a bottle of wine and a glass by his side. Several women dressed provocatively swayed past him, but he paid them no mind. One woman sat next to him, leaning close and speaking sweetly, her face adorned with a charming smile. He replied with a few words, and her expression changed abruptly before she left. Perhaps he looked down on women in that profession, Su Huicheng thought to herself. She stared at the bottle of wine on his table for a moment, and suddenly, an idea struck her. Summoning all her courage, she walked over to him. The warm man seemed to recognize her and nodded gently in acknowledgement. Su Huicheng sat down on the edge of the sofa, hesitant to speak. He didn't ask why she was sitting there and continued sipping his wine. She pointed at his bottle and politely asked, "Are you going to order more wine?" The music was loud, but he heard her clearly and nodded. Su Huicheng bit her lip, weighing her words, and asked, "If you order more wine, could you please give my number to the waiter?" She knew this was a bit underhanded, but since he was already going to buy that expensive wine, it would be a good deal if it could work out. He turned to look at her intently. She felt a bit guilty under his gaze. "If it's inconvenient, then forget it," she said, standing up, ready to leave. But he stopped her with a single question. "What's your number?" She sat back down, looking at him gratefully. 47. Dead chess. That number is easy to remember. Indeed, it's easy to remember. Su Huicheng smiled. Shyly, her life had indeed been one of dead chess. She noticed that although the warm man was dressed simply, his features were handsome, and he had an elegant demeanor, suggesting he was not an ordinary person. She didn't dare to approach him easily and sat quietly beside him. After a while, she moved a bit closer, sitting one space away. When he turned to look at her, she hurriedly explained, "If I sit too far away, they'll suspect me." He didn't seem to care much, his eyes returning to the stage, though his focus appeared to be somewhere unknown. The warm man ordered 2 more bottles of wine. When the waiter arrived, he was surprised to see Su Huicheng, unable to believe she could attract such a handsome customer. Su Huicheng put on her best disguise, looking at the warm man with eyes so soft they could almost drip water. This gaze brought him back to reality. Once the waiter left, he asked, "Are you in a special profession?" Her expression froze for a moment before she smiled. Yes, that he looked her over slightly. "What's the price for an overnight?" Su Huicheng stared at him in surprise. "Actually, I broke up today." He leaned in closer. "What's the price?" She leaned back slightly and replied softly, 1,000. "Deal." His eyes crinkled with a smile. Su Huicheng wasn't exceptionally beautiful. There were many women in the club more stunning than her. She had never attended to someone as handsome as him, so she felt quite reserved. She followed him out of the club. After walking for a while, he stopped and turned to ask, "Where are we going? To a hotel or my place?" Su Huicheng's scarf covered her mouth, making her words a bit unclear. "Then let's go to your place. Save some money." He stood still, waiting for her to lead the way. She found his last 2 words amusing. The wine he had just ordered could cover several nights in a presidential suite. Su Huicheng took him home and asked, do you want to take a shower first?" "Sure." He looked around her small apartment, noting the few pieces of furniture, which were relatively tidy. She retrieved a brand new toiletry set and handed it to him, softly saying, "I took a shower this afternoon if you mind. I can wash again, I don't mind." He glanced at the second floor. then turned and entered the bathroom. Su Huicheng prepared the toiletries, placing them by the low bed, and sat on a chair waiting for him. Since she didn't have male pajamas, he came out wrapped in a towel. Seeing him, she began to unbutton her clothes and, in a professional tone, said, "Poison Dragon, Ice Fire, Red String, I could do the whole set." That he chuckled in surprise. Chapter 03. Su Huicheng threw her sweater and thermal underwear onto the sofa and glanced at the man. "Shall we begin?" His gaze roamed over her figure, making her feel self-conscious. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, while she lacked the curves of a pronounced bust and hips. After sizing her up, his eyes returned to her face. "Not removing your makeup?" She nodded slightly, indicating that she usually didn't. It was just a business relationship, and there wouldn't be any intimate contact with her face, so she preferred to go to work with her bold makeup on. He didn't insist, saying, "I don't need the full service." Su Huicheng breathed a sigh of relief. She had said that, but she had never actually tried the full service. In the past, she found it too disgusting and had directly informed her clients that she did not provide such services. However, in the past few months, due to a slow business, she was afraid of Wu Ge getting angry, so she had to use it as a gimmick. But the clients all said they weren't interested in that. So, she had never had practical experience. The man noticed her mood and said with a smile, "If you don't want to do it, then don't say it out loud." Su Huicheng forced a smile, customer first. He looked towards the second floor, which was covered with curtains. "Where are you going?" Following his gaze, she quickly shook her head, pointing to the low bed beside her. "We can do it here." He seemed more curious about the small room upstairs. "Isn't it customer first? It's a mess up there. I haven't cleaned it." "That's okay. Wild places are more liberating." Even as he said this, his smile remained warm. Su Huicheng was at a loss. She had encountered dissatisfied customers before regarding the low bed, but no one had ever suggested going upstairs. After all, she had tidied up the living room quite well, and most clients preferred to finish things there. She could only emphasize, "It's really messy up there." I said it's okay. He was already heading towards the stairs. She immediately stepped forward to block him, her tone slightly urgent. "Sir, I only work on this bed." He looked down at her hand, holding his, wondering what secrets were hidden there. "That's my private space." Su Huicheng tightened her grip on his arm, trying to be assertive, but recalling how he had helped her with the bar tab tonight, her confidence weakened. He quietly observed her for a moment before using his other hand to pry her hand away. "All right, I won't go up." She felt relieved and returned to the main topic. "Then let's get started." He paused and shook his head. "I'm not interested anymore." Su Huicheng was stunned. He smiled, hiding his sadness. "I thought I could forget my girlfriend this way, but when the moment came, it just didn't work." She understood and picked up her thermal underwear to put it on. She felt a bit comforted, thinking he must be a man who values integrity. And he did not disappoint her. Su Huicheng got dressed again and noticed he remained still, puzzled. "Sir?" He sighed. "My clothes are dirty." "I don't have any men's clothes." He combed his hair and said, "How about this? Can I stay here for one night?" "Huh?" She was even more surprised. "I'll pay for the overnight fee." "Oh no, I'll give you 10 times that. I'll call the shop to have a set of clothes sent over tomorrow morning." Su Huicheng looked at his bare chest. Although the heating was on indoors, it was far from summer temperatures, and without any movement, he could easily catch a cold. She hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. "Thank you." He sincerely thanked her and then went to the bathroom to sort out his old clothes. "Well, you can rest here. I'm going upstairs." She was already dressed. He smiled and nodded. Su Huicheng went upstairs, locked the door, then went to the bathroom to remove her makeup and take a shower. When she lay down in her cotton pajamas, she quietly lifted the curtain to peek at the living room downstairs. The man had turned off the lights, and after she adjusted to the darkness, she vaguely saw his silhouette. She had previously taken on clients just for chatting, but they were all innocent college students. This man either looked down on her appearance or was truly loyal to his girlfriend. She preferred to believe the latter. The world she lived in was already too dark, and she longed for the purification of a fairy tale. Su Huicheng pulled the curtain back into place. "Good night, warm sir." That night, Su Huicheng slept soundly. The next day, her first action upon waking was to lift the curtain, only to find that the warm sir was no longer on that low bed. She poked her head out to look, and there was no trace of him in the living room. Her heart sank. She suddenly feared that he had other intentions. She hurriedly put on her clothes and went downstairs, and sure enough, no one was there, and his old clothes were also gone. After scanning the room, she noticed a stack of money on the coffee table. Approaching it, she saw a note underneath it that read, "Thank you for the hospitality. Also, a girl at home should always be cautious." His handwriting was strong and vigorous, quite unlike his demeanor. Su Huicheng gently picked up the note and held it to her chest. Her place had an alarm system. If she ever encountered a robber, just one press would summon help. Last night, she had purely trusted him. Thankfully, she hadn't misjudged him. It had been many years since anyone had cared for her. She had forgotten that she once had someone who loved and cared for her. It wasn't until a drop of water stained the note that she came back to her senses. She casually wiped her eyes, then crumpled the note in her hand and jogged upstairs. She had a small treasure box containing her precious items, and she decided to put this note inside as well. It was a gesture of kindness from a stranger, and she would cherish it. That day, Su Huicheng returned to work at the club, and her manager was all smiles, praising Su Huicheng for using her trump card and exceeding her task in just one night. "It was just luck," Su Huicheng replied modestly, relieved that she could enjoy a comfortable month again. Originally, once her manager finished praising her, there would be nothing more to discuss, but some people reported her, claiming that Su Huicheng had swooped in beside a customer when there was already a woman attending to him. Su Huicheng immediately refuted, saying that the woman had only said one sentence before leaving and had not helped with his tab at all. Her manager raised an eyebrow and asked, then whose service number was reported? Those people were suddenly speechless. All the bills only had one number, 47. Her manager quickly figured it out and sternly said, "When customers come, it's based on your abilities. What the customer's like, you still have to work hard to uncover. Don't bother me with this kind of thing in the future." After the scolding, everyone dispersed, and Kong Exin secretly gave Su Huicheng a thumbs up. Su Huicheng smiled and lowered her head. She and Kong Xian had never been particularly close, but after that strange incident, Kong Xian's attitude had softened. Thinking it over, it seemed that since meeting the warm sir, some good things had begun to happen. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. She had completed her task on the very first day of the month, something she had never experienced before. The warm sir had also left her 10,000 yuan, which was the money for 10 transactions. And Wu Gu and the others didn't know about this, so she could just charge her manager for one transaction. As Su Huicheng pondered this, she walked through the corridor. A man approached her, holding on to a glamorous woman. Su Huicheng looked up briefly, then froze. It was the pervert who had assaulted her that day. She quickly lowered her head. The man flirted with the woman, not noticing Su Huicheng. In fact, even if he had seen her, he wouldn't have recognized her. He had so many women coming and going that he couldn't remember them all. Su Huicheng brushed past him, feeling tense and fearful that this pervert might grab her again. After turning the corner, she glanced back at the man's figure, reminding herself to remember him and to avoid him in the future. Su Huicheng was assigned to a wealthy businessman's private room. The businessman was discussing business with a client, and she leaned beside him, smiling charmingly. The customer spoke stiff Mandarin, and it was hard to tell which Asian country he was from. Later, some words slipped out, and Su Huicheng realized they were likely Japanese. The Japanese man, lost in thought and surrounded by several women, had just finalized the contract amount with the wealthy businessman. He grabbed the nearest woman and started fondling her, then stuffed some money into her cleavage. The woman laughed brightly. The businessman took another look at the contract and nodded in satisfaction. He signaled to his subordinates to pack up, then hugged Su Huicheng and laughed heartily, thanking her and the other beautiful women. Su Huicheng smiled too, her glamorous makeup flickering in the light. If the businessman was generous, perhaps she wouldn't have to worry about not having clients this month. The Japanese man, impatient, asked the businessman if the room was ready after a few touches. The businessman nodded repeatedly and, with Su Huicheng, led the Japanese man upstairs. The waiting area was quite strange, as one elevator had been stuck for a long time, leaving only one functioning. The Japanese man grew anxious waiting and started cursing in Japanese. Su Huicheng glanced at his crotch. It was clearly bulging. The businessman exchanged glances with his subordinates, one of which held a look of disdain for the Japanese man. Su Huicheng continued to smile and lean against the businessman. After all, they were all clients. No one was more noble than the other. As more people gathered for the elevator, it still wouldn't open. The guests grew anxious and called for the waiter. The waiter flattered everyone with apologies and then guided them to another waiting area. Just as he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened. Inside, a man was pressing down on a woman. The man was kneeling, facing away from everyone, while the woman wrapped her arms around his waist, her thighs exposed. The crowd gasped. Su Huicheng recognized that silhouette, the pervert. Chapter 04. Su Huicheng felt that her profession was of a disreputable nature, so she tried to avoid public places whenever possible. However, many clients sought the thrill of being in the spotlight, like the pervert in front of her. Under the bright lights, he appeared completely at ease. The man casually adjusted the zipper of his pants, pushed the woman away, stood up, and then turned to leave the elevator. Sweat beads were still rolling down his forehead, and there was a lingering desire in his eyes. The woman awkwardly grabbed her clothes nearby to cover herself and hurried out as well. Su Huicheng subtly leaned towards the wealthy businessman, hoping he would take her away. However, upon seeing that man, the businessman began whispering with his subordinates. Su Huicheng couldn't hear clearly, but sensed that the pervert had much more power than this businessman. She dared not look towards the pervert and lowered her head, pretending to adjust her hair. The man walked away in another direction. She exhaled a breath. The Japanese man, having witnessed the scene, became more anxious and quickly entered the elevator that had just finished its transaction, waving for the businessman and his team to join him. The businessman waved his hand, smiling as he went over with his subordinates. Those who were waiting for the elevator also rushed in. Just as Su Huicheng was about to step into the elevator, she suddenly heard a sharp scream not far away. Instinctively, she looked in the direction of the sound and froze. That pervert was choking Kong Xian by the neck, laughing as he said something. Kong Xian's expression was twisted as she struggled to pry his hand away, her face turning red from the effort. A nearby staff member stood there, unsure of what to do, bowing repeatedly to the man. Su Huicheng could feel the terrifying sensation of all the oxygen being sucked away from her. But she couldn't help Kong Xian. This society was not one that thrived on compassion. Just like when Wu Ge beat her, she could see the pitying gazes of others but received no support because everyone felt powerless. Women like them, considered lowly, were as insignificant as grass. Su Huicheng had long since become numb to it. She finally entered the elevator, and then an overload alarm rang out. She quickly stepped back out and smiled at the businessman, saying, "I'll wait for the next one." The businessman nodded. Su Huicheng stood in the waiting area, but her attention was drawn back to Kong Xian. Kong Xian had gone silent. All that could be vaguely heard was the staff member pleading. Su Huicheng closed her eyes, but 3 seconds later, she opened them again to look down the corridor. Kong Xian had stopped struggling. Her hands hung limply, seemingly resigned to the man's treatment. The man probably found it unamusing, so he let go. Kong Xian slowly slid down the wall, finally collapsing on the ground, motionless. The man appeared satisfied, shoved his hands into his pockets, cast a disdainful glance at the staff member, and then turned to leave. Su Huicheng watched the man's back and, realizing what was happening, hurried over to help Kong Xian, checking for her breath with her index finger, then softly urged the standing staff member, "Quick, call a doctor." The man had not walked too far. Hearing some noise, he stopped and turned around. He couldn't immediately recall Su Huicheng, but after watching her struggle to support Kong Xian, he suddenly had a moment of realization. She was the one who had made him lose a significant amount of money last month in just a minute and a half. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Once connected, he smiled meaningfully. "Zhong Ding, I found a candidate and I'm betting with you." When Kong Xian woke up this time, she felt very low. Her mother had come to visit, but Kong Xian merely brushed her off. Her mother offered a few words of comfort before leaving, saying, "I went through this too." Kong Xian understood the reasoning, but she felt she couldn't reach her mother's level. Su Huicheng came to apologize immediately for her previous indifference. Kong Xian shook her head and said hoarsely, "If I were you, I would also stand by and watch. This is helplessness. Even if you want to step up, you have to weigh your own worth. You should stay away from that person in the future. We can't afford to provoke him." Su Huicheng could only advise this. They were both powerless, unable to compete with the wealthy. Kong Xian sighed and then fell silent. Su Huicheng didn't know how to change the subject, so she also remained quiet. They weren't really friends, at best. They shared a bond of mutual suffering. Moreover, she didn't know how to comfort her. After sitting for a while, Su Huicheng left. She still had to continue working. She was heavily penalized by management for delaying the wealthy businessman due to Kong Xian's incident. She had thought that she would quickly resolve this month's tasks. But now she had to start all over again. She sighed, wondering how someone like her could ever have good fortune. She had been too early to celebrate. The events that followed made Su Huicheng feel that fate was pushing her towards a dead end. That night, when she arrived at the club, her mother took her to meet a distinguished guest. The closer Su Huicheng walked to the private room, the more anxious she felt. "Mom, who is that client?" "You'll know when you see him," her mother replied without looking back. "He's a big shot, so make sure to serve him well." Su Huicheng clenched her fists and followed her into the room. The man inside smiled widely upon seeing her, confirming her fears. Her mother flattered him a few times before leaving. Su Huicheng adjusted her expression, trying to smile as best as she could. The man waved her over, saying, "Come sit here, big brother." She walked over slowly, her heart racing. She felt he wouldn't want her for just ordinary companionship. When she was only a meter away, he leaned forward and pulled her in, nearly causing her to bump into the sofa arm. After steadying herself, she sat down beside him. He lifted her chin, looked at her for no more than 3 seconds, then let go, asking, "How much for a night?" 3,000. For some reason, she suddenly raised the price. Once she said it, she realized how trivial this amount was to the man in front of her. "Sure enough," he laughed, "that's really cheap." She smiled back. "Spend 3 days with Big Brother, and I'll give you 200,000. He played with a strand of her hair, his attitude extremely condescending. The figure of 200,000 flashed through Su Huicheng's mind. 200,000, according to her current market rate. She would have to work for at least a year to earn that much. However, she recalled her previous encounters with this man and suspected that these 3 days would be extremely difficult. A year and 3 days, if she chose the former. It didn't mean she wouldn't encounter troublesome clients in that year. But 3 days, she could just grit her teeth and get through it. Her thoughts were in turmoil, but she also knew that she had no power to choose. The man was making a statement, not asking a question. Her smile faded slightly. "Thank you." The man took Su Huicheng out of the club, and her mother smiled brightly, complimenting, "Mr. Chiao, take your time." Su Huicheng was wearing her work dress, with only a down jacket over it, shivering from the cold, just hoping Mr. Chiao would get into the car quickly. Xiao Ling glanced at Su Huicheng's stiff smile, then looked at her bare thighs, deliberately standing at the door to chat on the phone. After finishing a meaningless call, he finally walked towards the car. Su Huicheng silently followed behind, walking slowly. Her legs felt almost frozen. Once in the car, she still couldn't feel her toes. Xiao Ling leaned back in the rear seat, instructing the driver to head to their destination. According to industry norms, Su Huicheng should have flirted with the client like a little bird, but her whole body was cold, and she feared that getting closer would freeze the man beside her. Xiao Ling took the initiative to pull her closer, grinning wickedly. "Big Brother is paying a high price. You better work hard." She looked up and smiled. "Of course, I'll provide you with a full service." Xiao Ling was about to say something else when a phone call interrupted him. He answered and asked, "What now?" The other end said something, and he cursed under his breath. "Didn't we agree on tomorrow? You changed the time at the last minute, and my buddy's night is ruined." He frowned, listening to the response, glanced at his watch, and replied, "It's 9:30 now. How about 11? After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ling instructed the driver to go to a certain place. Then he turned to Su Huicheng, smiling coldly. "Tomorrow I'll accompany my brother for the full service. But for now, I'm taking you to a place." Su Huicheng had a bad premonition, but didn't dare to show it too much. Xiao Ling continued, "Last time you let brother Zhong Ding win a car, he really likes you." She didn't know how else to respond besides smiling. She had heard Zhong Ding's name when she was beaten last time, but she hadn't seen his face. Anyone who associates with a pervert should also be a pervert. So she didn't expect Zhong Ding's liking to mean what people generally understand. The car finally stopped in front of Villa. After getting out of the car, Su Huicheng shivered again. She wanted to get into the room as soon as possible, but Xiao Ling led her to the outdoor courtyard. He still pretended to be kind. "We're having an outdoor party tonight." Su Huicheng's face turned pale. She suspected that this man was doing it on purpose. The surroundings were empty. And the cold at night was even more intense. Her clothes couldn't withstand it all. Half jokingly, she said, "Mr. Chiao, can you let me warm up first? I like to see women show their thighs." His hand grabbed her thigh. "If I don't like it anymore, then money will be deducted." She forced a laugh. Xiao Ling's voice became even deeper. "If I keep deducting, you'll end up with nothing." Despite her countless helplessness, Su Huicheng still had a smile. Don't mention 3 days. In such cold weather, she might not even survive a single night. The party was at a small square, brightly lit and extravagantly decorated. When the two arrived there, it was still early and only 3 or 4 people were present. Xiao Ling stepped forward to greet them, chatting happily and completely forgetting Su Huicheng's presence. Su Huicheng lowered her head, huddling and gritting her teeth to resist the cold. After a while, a man walked towards them, and Xiao Ling called out, "Zhong Ding." Su Huicheng, almost instinctively, looked up and froze completely. Chapter 05, Su Huicheng does not remember what her clients look like. But after a transaction, once payment is made, no one owes anyone anything. However, she still has an impression of that warm gentleman. At this moment, Su Huicheng seems to have forgotten the cold, standing straight and watching Zhong Ding walk over. But as he gets closer, she feels disappointed. This man is not the warm gentleman. He just looks similar. The warm gentleman radiates warmth like the morning sun, while Zhong Ding's demeanor is excessively arrogant. She furrows her brows. Zhong Ding glances at her, then looks away, smiling at Xiao Ling. "Is this the person you were looking for? Don't remember her?" Xiao Ling raises an eyebrow, wrapping an arm around Su Huicheng's shoulder. "This is Miss 1.5 minutes. Zhong Ding snorts lightly. "We'll see. I at least have to win back my car." Xiao Ling's tone does not seem particularly concerned about the car. Su Huicheng realizes these two are involved in a betting game, and her emotions become chaotic. Perhaps Xiao Ling's 3-day commitment to her is related to this kind of wealthy person's game, and the nature of the game should be malicious. As more men and women arrive at the gathering, Xiao Ling tosses Su Huicheng aside and gets cozy with other beautiful women. Although he brought Su Huicheng here, she's not his type. Su Huicheng finds a sheltered corner and stands there, occasionally rubbing her cold thighs with her palms. The other women are dressed warmly. Su Huicheng grows increasingly desperate over these 3 days. She even prays that Xiao Ling, surrounded by women, will forget about her. She stares blankly at a point in front of her, her mind racing. When she returns to reality, she blinks and sees Zhong Ding. He is leaning against a sofa chair, chatting on the phone, one hand hidden under the skirt of the woman beside him. Su Huicheng is familiar with the woman's expression. It is a feigned submissiveness. At first glance, Zhong Ding seems much more normal than Xiao Ling. At least his women do not appear battered. However, for some reason, Su Huicheng finds Zhong Ding even more terrifying than Xiao Ling. Zhong Ding seems to sense something and suddenly turns his gaze toward her. Su Huicheng shivers at the eye contact and can only lower her head to avoid it. She shrinks there, wishing to be ignored by everyone. Those men and women, some dressed elegantly, are engaged in activities that are just as trivial. Standing under the dim yellow light, from Zhong Ding's perspective, her face does not appear clear. He soon shifts his gaze away, his fingers still buried in the woman's private area. When he finishes his call, he pulls out his fingers, glistening with liquid. He wipes them on the woman's clothes while laughing. "Make sure to win me a good game later, and I'll treat you well in the future." The woman still smiles, but her eyes show resistance. He pinches her chin, staring at her with fascination. "Look at those beautiful eyes. True emotions are right there." The woman widens her eyes in panic. He presses his thumb against her eyelid, his smile growing increasingly sinister. "So beautiful. I really want to dig them out at such a beautiful moment." The woman, frightened, pushes him away. "Mr. Zhong, please." His expression softens, and his tone becomes almost indulgent. "What do you want from me? Should I dig out your left eye or your right eye?" "Mr. Zhong, please don't." She suppresses her fear and leans against his chest. "I will win for you. Such a good girl." Zhong Ding rubs her face and kisses her forehead. Only obedient girls get rewards. Xiao Ling catches sight of this scene and suddenly remembers the bet. He glances around and spots Su Huicheng shivering in the corner. She has been keeping her head down. He patiently looks at her from a distance. The people around follow Xiao Ling's gaze, and she becomes the center of attention. Su Huicheng feels something unusual and raises her head, stunned. When she realizes what's happening, she looks at Xiao Ling. He smiles and waves. She has to put on a smile and walks over to sit beside him. Xiao Ling pushes away the previous beauty and takes Su Huicheng's hand. Feeling the coldness of her palm, he wraps both of his hands around it. So cold? Su Huicheng is reluctant to leave the warmth of his hands at this moment. He leans closer to her ear and whispers, "The game will start soon. You have to win for me." She casually asks, "What game?" Xiao Ling glances at Zhong Ding. "You'll know when the time comes." Around 11 o'clock, a man standing by the pool claps his hands. "Let's get started." Then he pushes his female companion into the water. The pool is deep. The woman does not surface, but dives to the bottom. When she finally comes up, her face is completely purple, gasping for air. It takes less than 30 seconds. The man on the shore counting time is displeased. Su Huicheng realizes what game it is. But just because she can hold her breath well does not mean she can swim. She cannot swim at all. Her smile can no longer be maintained as she anxiously explains to Xiao Ling, "Mr. Xiao, I can't do it. I don't know how to swim." Xiao Ling squints his eyes. "Don't make excuses now." "No, Mr. Xiao, I really can't." "What are you arguing about?" Zhong Ding interjects. "Nothing." The girl is being disobedient. Zhong Ding appears to take delight in this. "Simple, just give me another car." Xiao Ling sneers at Zhong Ding, then turns to Su Huicheng. "Did you hear that? If you don't go down, I won't be able to talk." She shakes her head repeatedly, pleading, "I'm not lying. I really can't swim." Hearing this, Zhong Ding grabs her arm, smiling exceptionally kindly. "Want to learn how to swim? I can teach you." Su Huicheng stutters, "Thank you, but today." Zhong Ding still smiles, but it sends chills down her spine. I really can't stand being refused. He gently drags her to the edge of the pool. Smoothing down her clothes, "Don't be afraid. Swimming is the simplest thing." Su Huicheng does not have time to comprehend his words before he pushes her in. She is terrified, struggling wildly as waves of water flood into her mouth. The pool water is cold, numbing her nerves and slowing her reactions. As time passes, she gradually loses control of her body, her stiff feet aching, and then she sinks down in a twisted cramp. Through the water, she seems to see Zhong Ding smile. Su Huicheng has always tried to be a good person. She wants to accumulate virtue so that she can have a better life in her next reincarnation. Waves of water rush toward her, and her tears mingle with it. The entire square falls silent. Everyone watches the poor woman flounder and then sink. Zhong Ding turns to his original female companion and waves, saying casually, "Go down and see if she can be saved." The woman, already pale from the previous scene, remains frozen after hearing this. Zhong Ding smiles again. "I said go down." She jolts and quickly jumps into the water, desperately trying to swim up with Su Huicheng's body. But her strength is insufficient. She is also scared. If Su Huicheng dies like this, those rich kids might even blame her as the murderer. Zhong Ding gazes deeply into the pool, glancing at his watch, and smiles. It's been a minute. Then he raises his hand to signal a waiting servant to go down. Xiao Ling steps forward, watching the commotion in the pool, frowning. Is someone going to die? Zhong Ding lazily responds without looking at the pool. That depends on her fate. Su Huicheng, in a daze, sees a ray of sunlight. Moreover, her body feels warm. She thinks she has really reached heaven. She takes a deep breath and slowly opens her eyes. This is not heaven. She cannot tell if she feels disappointed or relieved. She finds herself lying on a large bed, with warm sunlight streaming in from outside. She does not take the time to appreciate the opulence of the room, but revels in the brightness of the sunlight. The original memories slowly returned, and she closed her eyes again. A wave of chaotic thoughts, combined with her physical exhaustion, soon led her to fall into a deep sleep once more. Afterward, she was awakened by noise. She vaguely heard someone speaking, then struggled to open her eyes, only to see the man she did not want to meet, Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling, however, appeared quite pleased, saying, "If you don't wake up soon, Zhong Ding will kick you out." Su Huicheng's throat was dry and uncomfortable as she spoke. "You had a high fever and slept for 2 days." She looked at him, waiting for his judgment. He still wore a friendly smile. "I'll pay you the 200,000. You who don't know how to swim stayed in the pool longer than anyone else. So, we won." Su Huicheng smiled. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. She had endured 3 days of suffering in just one night. Thanks to Xiaoling, Su Huicheng was able to rest one more day in this villa. She had no desire to wander around, only to sleep. Apart from the one time she woke up to see Xiaoling, she spent the rest of her time only seeing servants bringing medicine and food. She didn't ask the servants for details about the villa. After all, she was just a visitor. When Su Huicheng left the villa, she walked a long way before finally exiting the affluent area. Her phone had been ruined in that pool, and she couldn't contact anyone at the clubhouse. So she took a taxi home. The first thing she did upon returning home was to check online to see if the 200,000 from Xiaoling had arrived. Fortunately, although Xiaoling had violent tendencies, he kept his promises regarding money. Su Huicheng looked at the balance on her card and smiled wryly. This really was earned with her life. Chapter 06. The 200,000 cannot be solely taken by Su Huicheng. The club will take a commission from it. Su Huicheng has 2 bank accounts. She originally wanted to talk to Xiaoling and have him transfer the money to her personal account, thus avoiding the club's share. But in the end, she didn't muster the courage. She feared being exposed by Xiaoling. In her other account, any change in balance would be closely monitored by the club, so she couldn't hide this money. In the end, the club took 30%. Because of this income, Mommy unusually allowed Su Huicheng to take sick leave and even reminded her to rest well. Of course, that was all she said. She didn't want to know how Su Huicheng spent the next 3 days. When she saw Su Huicheng again, her eyes squinted with laughter. Camellia, truly excellent. A daily salary of 60,000, all thanks to Mommy's nurturing. Su Huicheng's smile was slightly exaggerated. Mommy laughed heartily, saying Mr. Xiao is quite pleased with you, and even mentioned wanting to play with you again next time. Su Huicheng's expression didn't change, but inside she hoped this pervert could forget her. After leaving Mommy's room, she ran into Kong Xian. Kong Xian still looked unwell, lacking her usual charming demeanor. They greeted each other, and Kong Xian asked Su Huicheng if she was hurt. Su Huicheng's heart surged. Apart from Kong Xian, everyone else here only saw that she had made a lot of money. She nodded and then shook her head, saying it was nothing. Kong Xian smiled lightly and was about to head to a private room when she suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, "Have you been to Zhongding?" Su Huicheng was momentarily taken aback, feeling that the name was familiar. Kong Xian explained it was over by Bonan Road. Su Huicheng Zembet. Zhongding, though a tacky name, is now a hot spot. It used to be a shopping mall in a decent location, but the business was poor with very few customers. 2 years ago, a rich second generation rented the top floor to display his collection, which attracted a crowd of like-minded people eager to show off their wealth. Gradually, it transformed into a luxurious venue, boosting the mall's consumption. The rich second generation sign was Zhongding. Later, he stopped showcasing and began renting out exhibition spaces, allowing various alternative collections to shine there. One day, a woman rented a stall there due to her family's financial issues to sell her in used bags and shoes. To everyone's surprise, this made Zhongding even more popular. Su Huicheng had never been there, but she heard from a few sisters that outdated brands were relatively cheap at Zhongding. Su Huicheng wasn't very enthusiastic about luxury brands. Firstly, her clientele was mostly common folks, and if she wore luxury, others might think her prices were too high. Secondly, she felt that in this line of work, whatever she wore would eventually be taken off. So, when she occasionally needed something, she would buy high-quality replicas from familiar little shops, as those who were not in the know could hardly tell the difference. She shook her head, saying, "I don't go there." Kong Xian assessed Su Huicheng's outfit, stepped a little closer, and whispered, "You've done well. Mommy will introduce you to more wealthy people in the future. Maybe you'll buy a few genuine ones for emergencies." Su Huicheng blurted out, "Those genuine ones are very expensive, right?" She was different from Kong Xian. Kong Xian was a popular figure, always serving wealthy clients, so she was relatively well off. Kong Xian was momentarily taken aback by the question. "If you're lucky, you might find them at half price. A few of us often go hunting for things." Su Huicheng smiled, saying she would check it out if she had the chance. She still couldn't bear to spend a large sum on luxury brands. Kong Xian didn't push further, said her goodbyes, and went about her business. Su Huicheng walked through the corridor and entered the bar area. She sat in a chair, scanning the venue. Seeing those lonely men, she felt no motivation. This month's task was already completed, and she suddenly thought it would be better to just rest from now on. Moreover, someone who had just recovered from a serious illness shouldn't be overworked. Once this thought arose, she truly felt lazy. She stood up and headed for the exit, just as a sister from the venue spotted her and cheerfully said, "I'm going to take a stroll outside. Good luck." That sister casually inquired about her whereabouts. Su Huicheng was not a regular here. With one less woman, there was one less competitor. Su Huicheng left the club, initially planning to go home to avoid the cold, but then remembered there were no groceries at home. So she took the bus to the supermarket. Before reaching the stop, she changed her mind, got off midway, and entered a food street. This food street is located near the back gate of a university, with various snacks lining the street from end to end. She ate at several stalls along the way before remembering she was still on a diet. Su Huicheng watched the students passing by, feeling a wave of envy. Thinking back to her own experiences at their age, she had already weathered so much. She sipped through her straw, walking towards the university gate. Sometimes she would stroll around there. It felt like walking in a campus, making her feel less tarnished. But returning to reality, she was still a fringe worker, sharing a bed with thousands. Even so, she enjoyed that brief moment of self-deception. When Su Huicheng reached the school gate, she spotted a man standing not far away under a streetlight, facing away from her. She wasn't good at recognizing faces, but she remembered that silhouette. Her heart raced, as if she had returned to the cold swimming pool, where he stood on the shore, coldly watching her struggle. Her first instinct was to flee, before she could act. The man's profile turned toward her. She froze. That night, she met Zhong Ding. She felt he resembled Mr. Warmth somewhat. Now, she also noticed their silhouettes were very similar. Mr. Warmth was glancing towards the school gate. For some reason, Su Huicheng automatically walked forward. When she got closer, she hesitated again. She had no relationship with him and couldn't muster the courage to greet him. She stood a few steps away, staring at his profile, lost in thought. Mr. Warmth didn't notice her presence. To be precise, his attention had been focused on the school gate. Su Huicheng actually didn't remember Zhong Ding's appearance well. All she could recall were his strange eyes. However, she remembered the contours of Mr. Warmth's face. In her life, only a handful of people had treated her kindly. So Mr. Warmth's concern that night left a deep impression on her heart. She recalled him saying last time that he had broken up, which made her think he might be waiting for his girlfriend. She had never been in love, and of course, she had no qualifications for it. She finally closed her eyes and turned to walk back into campus. Su Huicheng hurriedly walked around the school for more than half a circle before coming out. She didn't even know what she was worried about. As she approached the school gate, she started to jog, rushing out to look towards the streetlight. Mr. Warmth was still there. He stood there, his gaze meeting hers before quickly shifting away. She had spent about 30 minutes wandering inside. He had no idea how long he had waited before she arrived. She was aware of her identity, so she still didn't dare to approach him. Just as she was about to head home, she suddenly noticed a man next to him making a sneaky move. Her mind heated up, and she pointed over, shouting, "There's a thief!" The thief shot her an angry glare, quickly darting into the crowd, disappearing in an instant. Mr. Warmth glanced in the direction the thief had fled, then walked towards Su Huicheng, his expression kind and sincere. "Thank you." "You're welcome," she replied softly. "Sometimes, it's better for a girl to be cautious." She looked up at him in surprise. "Thank you." In fact, she panicked after shouting, fearing retaliation from the theft gang. But she didn't expect he would take the initiative to mention it. He looked at the streetlight again and asked, "Where do you live?" It turned out he didn't remember her. Su Huicheng tightened her grip on her bag and smiled. "I don't live near here." He smiled slightly, saying with the year-end approaching, "The security is quite chaotic. You should go home and rest early." She nodded you too goodbye. After saying that, she walked towards the bus stop. He looked at her back and suddenly realized something. He hurriedly walked up to her and blocked her path, then stared intently at her face. Su Huicheng was startled. "What's wrong?" His gaze swept across her face, and he relaxed his expression, saying, "Your back looks a lot like someone I know." She smiled. In fact, she wanted to say that his back also resembled a certain man. "Let me walk you," he said, glancing to the side and moving closer to her. "They're still there." Su Huicheng's heart tightened. She knew she had been reckless just now. Mr. Wen noticed her reaction and smiled again. "It's okay. I'll take you home. Su Huicheng didn't know how to respond. She just slowly followed him. Her gaze fell on his back, and at that moment, she felt that she might still be a little lucky sometimes. He didn't remember her. That was great. At least he didn't know that she was a worker in a special profession. He walked her back, but they talked very little. He said little, and so did she. After getting out of the taxi, Su Huicheng didn't want him to take her to the apartment building. However, he insisted on walking her to the entrance, then seemed to completely forget that he had ever entered this building. He looked up at the building, which was full of duplex apartments. The rent must not be cheap, right? Not bad, she replied, unsure if he was being considerate of her feelings or if he really had forgotten. Well, goodbye. He smiled and waved at her before getting back into the car. Su Huicheng stood downstairs, watching the car turn the corner and disappear from sight. She self-deprecatingly thought, such a good man could only be matched with a pure girl. Chapter 07. Su Huicheng wanted to take a break for a while, but her mom wouldn't let her. Her mom tried to expand Su Huicheng's services and suggested that she learn to dance. Su Huicheng was born without any dancing talent. Whenever she danced, her hands and feet were out of sync. She had previously watched her sister's seductive dances, finding them alluring, but she just couldn't do it. She didn't dare to disobey her mom, so she had to go along with it. After only 2 days of practice, her mom found a customer for her and asked her to dance for him. Su Huicheng felt completely unprepared. She changed into a halter dress and walked to the private room as if facing death. The customer was a middle-aged man with a round face and big ears. When he saw her, he squinted and smiled, causing his double chin to jiggle. She responded flirtatiously, "Hello, boss." "Start dancing," he urged, taking off his suit jacket. Su Huicheng stared at the pole in the room and took a few seconds before stepping forward. She closed her eyes, recalling her trainer's movements and expressions, and then mimicked them. Her movements were very stiff. The only thing that might have been somewhat decent was her expression, but the man was surprisingly enthusiastic, unbuckling his pants and starting to move himself. After a few moments, he shouted and finished. Su Huicheng was very surprised. At the same time, she realized that it wasn't because she danced well. It was just a coincidence that she encountered a quick shooter. After the man finished, he slumped on the sofa and waved for her to leave. She felt lucky once again. After she came out, her mom was clearly satisfied with Su Huicheng's performance. She patted Su Huicheng's hand and encouraged her, "You are truly talented." Su Huicheng thanked her mom for the guidance. She was still hesitating whether to tell her mom the truth. Before she could decide, her mom left for another matter. Then, Su Huicheng regretted it. Because of this incident, her mom had included Su Huicheng in the dance girl team. When there were no customers, her mom made her dance on the main stage. This was also a way to make money. For example, some sisters were very daring. After dancing around in the venue, their underwear was stuffed full of cash. Su Huicheng felt that with her dancing skills, if she could make money like that, it would truly be a miracle. Sure enough, after she danced around, she collected very little. After the sisters finished collecting their money, they all dispersed. When Su Huicheng returned to the dressing room to change, one of the sisters mocked her. "Shansha, you really have no talent for dancing. With those moves of yours, it's enough to turn anyone's stomach." Su Huicheng smiled awkwardly. It was the truth. The others were used to her silence, and after a few comments, they saw that she didn't argue back, so they found it boring and left in small groups. Su Huicheng changed back in her thick clothes and looked at the time. It was already past 9. She didn't know if her mom would find her any customers. She noticed that a few sisters had gone outside to stand on the street, so she didn't want to stay at the venue anymore. After waiting for a while, her mom hadn't called her number. She simply wrapped herself in a padded coat and walked out. Su Huicheng had been thinking about taking a walk at the food street these days. A few days ago, she had been dancing around, so she returned home very late. Tonight, she wanted to stroll there again. She had a vague sense of anticipation. When she realized her delusion, she was already on the bus. Su Huicheng arrived at the food street and walked slowly toward the school gate. Before she got there, she looked toward the streetlight. That man wasn't there. She felt a bit neurotic. He wasn't waiting there every day. With a wave of disappointment, she turned and entered the dessert shop at the street corner. The shop wasn't big, and most of the customers were students. Some pairs occupied a 4-person table. After searching for a long time and not finding an empty table, She sat with two girls at a shared table. She loved desserts, especially cold jelly. She remembered that the cold jelly she ate as a child was transparent. In this city, all the cold jelly was black, and the taste was different from her hometown. But she still liked it. She quietly scooped the fruit in her bowl. Listening to the conversation between the two girls next to her, she gathered that one of them was confiding in the other about her love life. Girl A said she had a crush on a boy, but her good friend liked him first, and she didn't know what to do. Although she wanted to suppress her feelings, every time she saw the boy chatting with her friend, she felt angry. Girl B shockingly suggested, just try out his skills first. Su Huicheng couldn't help but look up at the other girl's somewhat childish face. Girl B continued to pull Girl A along. Speaking in a tone of someone who had been there, let me tell you, that aspect is really important. If you meet someone skilled, it's very enjoyable. Stop it. There are people around, Girl A said, clearly shy, glancing at Su Huicheng. Su Huicheng continued to focus on her bowl, stirring the cold jelly. Although she worked in this industry, she had never enjoyed it. For her, it was a painful process that she had to endure. The so-called seductive voice was all pretend. In fact, she hadn't had a real client in almost a month and a half. If it could always be like this, how great would that be? Su Huicheng finished her bowl of fruit jelly and was about to get up when she suddenly saw that man right in front of her. Mr. Warm was sitting alone at a four-person table, intently reading the menu. His gentle features, under the warm yellow light, exuded a dreamy softness. She froze instantly. He raised his hand to call the waiter over, just as their eyes met. She blinked in surprise, hurriedly lowered her head, then quickly stood up and walked around his table to leave. She didn't understand why she was so nervous. She felt conflicted. She both hoped to see him and feared that he would remember her profession. After taking a few steps out of the shop, she looked back at the inside. It was better to just look at things that didn't belong to her from afar. Su Huicheng had been living on the edge for so many years, afraid to provoke others. She had no power and had always lived cautiously. That day when she scolded the thief could be considered a moment of inexplicable impulse for her. Therefore, when her bag was snatched, she didn't resist. She was afraid of truly being targeted by a thief. However, it was clear that she was being targeted. After the robbery, three men suddenly rushed out from the side. One of them grabbed her arm, shouting, "You whore, dare to steal a man behind my back." Su Huicheng's body didn't keep up with the sudden movement and was dragged away by him. Another man explained to passersby, "This woman, she deceived my friend out of a lot of money with her boyfriend." Passersby whispered among themselves, and no one stepped forward, but one onlooker raised their phone. When the other two companions noticed, they rushed forward to cover the phone, saying, "This is a family matter, don't film. It's a family matter." The man shouted seriously, "I'm confronting your lover today." After saying that, he pulled her toward a van parked at the corner. Su Huicheng understood their intentions and panicked. Struggling desperately, "I don't know you." The man raised a red book, confidently saying, "I have a marriage certificate here. Do you know or not?" The onlookers grew even more suspicious. Some who wanted to intervene hesitated. Su Huicheng lifted her leg to kick the man, but was pushed back and lost her balance, falling in the middle of the road. The man was about to pull her when suddenly, a force pushed him away. He staggered back a few steps. Then Su Huicheng found herself close to a warm embrace. She stared blankly at the chest in front of her. The man and his two companions surrounded them, looking fierce. "Hey, don't meddle in other people's business." Mr. Warm took out a tissue and handed it to Su Huicheng, saying, "Wipe your face." "Thank you," she said, trembling as she took it, suddenly feeling like crying. When she fell just now, her cheek had scraped against the ground, burning painfully, but she hadn't cried. However, after this man appeared, she couldn't help it a bit. The three were ignored, angrily saying, "You don't know the situation." Mr. Wenwan helped Su Huicheng to stand up, still looking gentle as he glanced at the men. "I've called the police. The station is close by." "Aren't you in a hurry?" One of the men said harshly, "I'm just teaching my wife a lesson. What business is it of yours?" Mr. Wenwan remained calm. "It seems you really aren't in a hurry." The three men felt emboldened because they were prepared, but they didn't dare to cause too much of a scene on the street, resorting only to intimidation. Mr. Wenwan protected Su Huicheng, carefully brushing the sand off her forehead, as if the others didn't exist. What the three didn't expect was that it wasn't a group from the nearby police station that arrived, but from the precinct. seeing them from a distance. The three men panicked and rushed to the van, starting it up and speeding away. A few police officers chased after the vehicle, leaving one officer to come over and ask Su Huicheng questions. She stammered, explaining that she didn't know those men. The officer asked a few more questions, and seeing her frightened expression, smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm a police officer." She felt even more uneasy. She was more afraid of the police. She was someone who had something to hide. Fortunately, the officer quickly rejoined his companions. It was then that Su Huicheng belatedly realized her bag was missing. She turned to Mr. Wen slowly and gently asked, "Could you lend me 20 yuan?" He looked her over, slightly frowning. "Where's your bag?" She shook her head. It was stolen. He helped her adjust her scarf and said, "I'll take you home." "Thank you." He was a good person, while she felt filthy. Su Huicheng walked alongside him, feeling that this was the warmest moment of the winter. She suddenly wanted to know his name, so without thinking much, she asked, "What is your name?" After asking, she regretted it. "My last name is Qiao." Mr. Wen didn't mind her abruptness, still gentle. "My first name is Yan." Chapter 08 Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. Su Huicheng silently repeated the name 3 times in her heart, then turned to introduce herself. "My name is Su Huicheng." He smiled and nodded. After that, she fell silent. After Xiao Yan stepped off the pedestrian street, he switched places with her and stood to her left. Su Huicheng was unaware of this and did not pay attention. It was only when Xiao Yan was brushed by a student's bicycle that she realized he was protecting her. She felt moved again. This man was too flawless. So she warned herself not to fantasize. As they walked near her apartment building, a woman staggered towards them. Su Huicheng glanced over and recognized her as a sister living on the same floor. This sister was over 35, struggling in business, and offered low prices. Every time Su Huicheng saw this sister, it felt like she was looking at her own future. When Su Huicheng was younger, she fantasized about switching careers if she ever lost her market value. However, the harsh reality made her realize that this was a luxury. The woman approached, reeking of alcohol, and her gaze lingered between Xiao Yan and Su Huicheng for a moment before she squinted her eyes, which were heavily made up and appeared dark. Su Huicheng felt panicked at that moment, fearing the woman would expose her profession. The woman stumbled closer, murmuring to Xiao Yan, "Handsome guy. 280 for the night. I'm very good at it." Xiao Yan steadied her and took a step back, saying, "You're drunk." The woman opened her eyes wide, laughing, "I'm not drunk. I'll give you a 30% discount." Su Huicheng felt helpless standing aside, lowering her head to avoid seeing his disdain. Xiao Yan took out his wallet, pulled out 300 yuan, and said, "No need for change. Just go home and rest well." The woman stared at the money, and at that moment, she actually felt she was truly drunk. He didn't say much more, tugged at Su Huicheng's clothes, and reassured her, "It's fine, she's just drunk." Su Huicheng nervously looked up and saw his expression still kind and gentle, which gave her a slight sense of relief. Just as she was about to say something, his question made her heart race again. He asked, "Why are you living in this place?" Su Huicheng realized that he had truly forgotten about staying over at her place. The woman quickly chimed in, "Because she is a prostitute." Su Huicheng's face turned pale in an instant, and she hurriedly ran towards the apartment lobby. She heard Xiao Yan's footsteps chasing after her, but she could not face him any longer. Her dreams were shattered before they even had a chance to form. When she reached the elevator hall, she just missed one. She stared at the elevator doors, pleading, "Don't come here." Xiao Yan stopped 2 meters away from her, gazing at her profile. Her makeup was slightly messy, and her eyeliner was thick and wide. To be honest, her face was not outstanding. At that moment, she pressed her lips tightly together, her hand trembling as she pressed the elevator button. He spoke softly to comfort her, "Don't be nervous." She lowered her head even more. "Su Huicheng." He stepped closer to her. His voice was rich like warm wine, making the way he called her sound pleasant. She felt an even stronger urge to escape. "I don't look down on you." Her body stiffened. "I'll take you upstairs." Su Huicheng seemed to lose her ability to think, her actions completely following his lead. It wasn't until Xiao Yan sat on the living room sofa that she slowly returned to reality. The low bed was glaringly obvious, with her dirty past lying on it. She felt despondent, as if waiting for the result of a judgment. Xiao Yin's gaze shifted to the low bed, then frowned. Recalling something. Have I been here before? Su Huicheng remained motionless. He stood up, walked to the low bed, touched the sheets, and continued asking, have I been here? I guess you have, she said with a bitter smile. His expression carried an apology. I'm really sorry. I tend to forget things after drinking. She shook her head. In fact, it was better if he had forgotten. Best if he forgot today as well. Both fell silent for a while. And Xiao Yin glanced at the clock on the wall. It's getting late. You should rest early. She numbly nodded. Before leaving, Xiao Yin stood at the entrance and turned back to say, Su Huicheng, don't put yourself so low. His smile was still sincere and gentle, as if she were a respectable person. Fortunately, he left right after speaking, or she would have cried in front of him. Su Huicheng washed herself in the bathroom, vigorously scrubbing her body. As she scrubbed, tears streamed down her face. There was pain, there was gratitude, and there was self-deprecation. She wanted to leave this place. She wanted to go to a sunny place. She used to only think about saving money, believing that once she had enough, she would be free. Ironically, she was not enthusiastic about making money. She always felt fatigued after completing her monthly tasks. Now, she was determined to take a risk. Su Huicheng took the initiative to find Kong Xin and asked if she was going to Zhalonggo this week. Kong Xin was a bit surprised. Why the sudden enlightenment? Su Huicheng casually found a reason. My imitation goods were recognized by a customer. Kong Xin laughed. Those people have sharp eyes. Yeah, I think I should buy a few real ones. There's a new exhibition in 2 days. Let's go take a look at noon? Su Huicheng nodded in agreement. She indeed needed to elevate her clientele's standards. That night, she still went to the venue to dance. Ever since that quick gunner incident, she hadn't had any solo dance missions. In the venue, she couldn't compete with those charming dancers, but compared to being booked for the night, dancing felt less exhausting. The batch of young beauties that had recently arrived still monopolized most of the clientele. A few sisters in the club complained about the unfair distribution by the madam, worrying about their monthly tasks, and then talked about how lucky Su Huicheng was this month. Su Huicheng remained indifferent. That was money she earned because of her resilience. There was nothing to be jealous of. Due to dancing, she spent less time with clients, often going home directly after dancing and no longer visiting the food street. While curled up at home watching TV, she wondered if she was slowly distancing herself from the title of prostitute, moving towards that of a dancer. However, a phone call in the middle of the night doused her with cold water. The call came to her landline. When she was awakened, buried in her warm blanket, she didn't want to get up at all. Upon returning to reality, she shook with shock. She knew who was calling, and she didn't want to answer, but she was too afraid to ignore it. She didn't even put on her clothes, quickly slipped on her slippers, and hurried downstairs. Just as she answered the phone, the man's chilling laughter came through. Shan Cha, I thought you would pretend not to be home. Brother Wu, I was just sleeping. She tried to maintain her composure, feeling a chill run down her spine. Zhu Jiwu continued to laugh, his voice sharp in the silent night. I heard you did well this month. It's good customers introduced by the madam. Oh, he changed his tone. Isn't he a violent man? Not bad. She stood in the dark living room, the light from the upstairs room casting her shadow on the wall. She looked at her shadow and found it increasingly distorted. Shan Cha, do well. Zhu Jiwu pretended to be gentle. I'll promote you to the top position in the future. Thank you, Brother Wu. She replied fluently, her eyes filled with dead silence. You should go to sleep. It's still daytime here. Good night, Brother Wu. After hanging up, she slowly came back to her senses, momentarily unable to stand, and collapsed onto the nearby sofa. She hugged her knees and shivered. Fortunately, he was not in the country. It wasn't until she stopped shaking that she went back upstairs, turned off the lights, and returned to bed. As she closed her eyes, her thought was that she must work hard to leave this place. Early the next morning, Su Huicheng began to think about what to wear to Zhalonggo. In such a place, she certainly wouldn't dare wear imitation goods. However, she didn't understand fashion. Her usual clothes were either inconspicuous or too flashy. She hurriedly went out and bought a fashion magazine at the newsstand on the street, looking for a matching outfit, planning to replicate it. First, she searched at home for similar styles and tried them on repeatedly. In the end, thanks to the magazine's suggestions, she managed to make a small breakthrough. At least, by the day they had agreed to meet, Kong Xion's eyes lit up. Shan Cha, You should dress up nicely in the future. You'll definitely stand out. Su Huicheng Gunfet. I don't have great taste. I remember you seem to really like wearing down jackets. Su Huicheng not that. Kong Xin smiled lightly. Warmth and fashion are not contradictory. They took a taxi, so their shared topics weren't suitable to discuss in front of the driver, and they could only talk about some irrelevant entertainment news. After arriving at the building, Kong Xin linked arms with Su Huicheng and whispered, "Shan Cha, the quality of the guests here is quite good." Su Huicheng sensed something was off and turned to look at Kong Xin in surprise. "Do your best." At that moment, Kong Xion's smile carried an indescribable sadness. Su Huicheng understood. The sisters weren't just here to look for discounted items. More importantly, they were looking for clients. Kong Xian quickly let go of Su Huicheng's hand. The two took the elevator straight to the top floor. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Huicheng felt naive for still holding onto the mindset of buying discounted items, as the ticket price for the exhibition was actually in the 4-digit range. She almost wanted to back out, but since she was the one who approached Kong Xian, she couldn't back down now. After entering, she saw dazzling lights and luxurious decorations. The so-called exhibition booths were on square, high platforms, with small pools below them reflecting a deep blue light. People were wandering in groups. Kong Xian was familiar with the place. After admiring a booth for a moment, she picked up a business card from the side. Su Huicheng lost interest. The closer she got to the lights, the more uncomfortable she felt. She made an excuse to go to the restroom to touch up her makeup and walked through the corridor. Next to the restroom, there was a smoking area. As she passed by, she smelled the pungent smoke and then heard a voice inside say, "Zhong Ding, are you really going to marry that woman?" Upon hearing that name, Su Huicheng suddenly tensed up and hurriedly walked ahead. Of course, Zhong Ding's tone was filled with obvious sarcasm. "Why not play with a woman that's offered to me?" He took a puff of smoke and, noticing a figure flash by the door, opened it and saw Su Huicheng rushing into the restroom. He laughed happily. This woman had entered the men's restroom. Chapter 09. The signs for men's and women's restrooms at the fence ditch. One side has a bright red background with a small blue graphic, while the other side is the opposite. Su Huicheng's first reaction was to notice the red background. And feeling anxious, she didn't carefully observe the differences in the images. After she hurriedly entered, she realized her mistake upon seeing the interior setup, and immediately felt embarrassed and wanted to back out. However, as soon as she turned around, she was blocked. Zhong Ding slowly stepped forward and stopped less than a meter away from her. Su Huicheng halted at the door, not daring to look up, fearing that he might recognize her. She politely said, "Excuse me, sir, can I get through?" Zhong Ding chuckled lightly, shaking the ashes from his cigarette. "No." His mocking tone reminded her of the fear she felt the night she almost drowned. She took a step back and turned sideways. "Then you go ahead." He put the cigarette back in his mouth, and seeing that Su Huicheng kept her head down, he moved closer and stared at the top of her head. Her head drooped lower and lower. The amusement in his eyes grew as he leaned down to look at her face. Su Huicheng, feeling anxious, noticed that the tiny bits of ash from his cigarette were now close to her hair, and she was startled, hurriedly turning her head away. He noticed her movement and adjusted the angle of the cigarette with his lips. Soon, a smell of burning wafted through the air as the cigarette got completely entangled in her hair. She could no longer remain calm. Pushing him away with all her might and rushing towards the nearby sink, turning on the faucet to wet her hair. As she grabbed at it, a burnt section was yanked out. The only relief was that her scalp wasn't burned. Zhong Ding gently exhaled the smoke, tossing the cigarette aside, watching her scrub her hair, and said, "Look up." Su Huicheng clenched her teeth, her shoulders trembling, struggling to suppress her emotions with great effort. She could tell that this man felt no guilt about her burnt hair. He repeated what he said earlier, and seeing she had no response, he stepped forward to grip her shoulders, pinching her chin to force her to look up. Her hair was wet and dripping. Her face was covered in water droplets, looking quite disheveled, but the anger in her eyes was glaringly obvious. Zhong Ding saw this and smirked. "Your hair looks like straw, and you're still worried?" She looked at his face and was momentarily stunned. The first time she saw him, she thought he resembled Xiao Yan a bit. At that time, she didn't have a deep impression of Xiao Yan's features, only recognizing the difference in their temperaments. By the time she encountered Xiao Yan again, She had completely forgotten Zhong Ding's appearance. Now that she looked closely, she found that the two men's looks were strikingly similar. However, she doubted her own perception because her memory of faces was very poor. Perhaps she was just mistaken. After the initial anger, Su Huicheng realized she was being unreasonable. She clenched her fists, telling herself to endure. Gradually, her expression became calmer. Zhong Ding examined her, feeling she looked somewhat familiar, and bluntly asked, "Have we met?" It seemed he had forgotten about pushing her into the water that night. She felt a bit relieved. "No, sir, I just went into the wrong restroom. Can you let me go?" He looked into her eyes. It was obvious she was afraid of him. Moments ago, he had simply wanted to avoid discussing his fiancée, and when he spotted her shadow, he came out. Seeing her enter the men's restroom sparked his sense of mischief, and she had been evasive from the start, making it all the more amusing to him. He smiled. "We have met." This was a declarative statement. Su Huicheng stiffly smiled. "Sir, can you let me go first?" "No." He reached out to touch the remaining half of her burnt hair, his tone softening. "It was my mistake earlier. I'm willing to compensate for your loss." Having experienced his kindness hiding malice, she hurriedly shook her head. "Thank you, sir. I'm in a hurry. Can I said. He whispered intimately, pausing, then looking at her as if in a pampering manner, continued, "No." Su Huicheng couldn't help but shiver at his words. She didn't understand what had provoked him again. Zhong Ding opened his palm, running his fingers through her hair, his eyes crinkling with amusement. "Well, it's my fault too. Let me make it up to you properly." The friendlier he became, the colder she felt. She suppressed her inner fear, afraid of provoking him, and opted for silence. He tapped her chin with his fingertips, touching her makeup, then withdrew his hand, rubbing it slightly, and said, "Come on, let us go out for a stroll. Whatever you fancy, I'll compensate you." If only one listened to his voice, it might have seemed genuine. Unfortunately, the mockery in his eyes was glaring. Su Huicheng's hair was uneven in length, damp and messy. A complete tangle. She guessed Zhong Ding probably wanted to see her make a fool of herself, so she didn't bother to tidy it. Her thoughts were that as long as he was satisfied and happy, he might let her go. Su Huicheng followed Zhong Ding out of the men's restroom, thinking he was heading back to the exhibition hall, but unexpectedly, at the corridor's corner, he turned the other way. Her heart sank. She had never been this way before and was unsure what lay ahead. She glanced at the nearest fork in the road, slowing her pace. A thought of fleeing flashing through her mind. Zhong Ding, smiling, seemed to be in a good mood. He walked a few steps, looked back at her, and lightly said, "If I find you missing after kindly offering to compensate you, then you'll have to compensate me for my loss." With that, he didn't look back. Su Huicheng remained silent, no longer trying to force a false smile. She gazed at his retreating figure, a sense of familiarity suddenly washing over her. However, the feeling only lasted a second before she found it ridiculous. This strange man was nothing like the warm gentleman. Not at all. Zhong Ding stopped at the door, slightly turned his head to glance at Su Huicheng, then twisted the doorknob and opened the door. Inside, Xiao Ling heard the noise and looked over, curling his lip. "You and Xingue even went to the smoking area. What a hassle." Chun Xingue smiled lightly beside him. He had retreated when he saw Zhong Ding entangle himself with the woman who had entered the wrong restroom. The curve of Zhong Ding's lips rose, satisfied with his gains. Xiao Ling raised an eyebrow, silently inquiring. Zhong Ding turned his gaze to the slowly moving Su Huicheng and murmured, "See, I'm getting the urge to do something bad again." Su Huicheng was a few steps away from him and didn't catch his words. She approached him, her emotions becoming increasingly complicated. She certainly wasn't foolish enough to believe he genuinely wanted to give her a gift as an apology. But now that she was here, she couldn't say no. This man could easily make things difficult for her. Zhong Ding strolled inside and sat down on the sofa. Su Huicheng stood outside for a moment, feeling anxious before finally stepping into the room. She felt uneasy, her head down, fists clenched, waiting for whatever was to come. Xiao Ling, seeing her for the first time, thought she looked quite disheveled, casting a sideways glance at Zhong Ding. "Is this your catch?" "Not bad," Zhong Ding said with a sinister smile. "She keeps saying she doesn't know me, but look at her trembling. It's as if I'm the devil. From what I hear, she seems like an understanding woman." Xiao Ling remarked, then scrutinized Su Huicheng closely. After a while, he recognized her his expression slightly surprised. Zhong Ding, you don't recognize her? Zhong Ding squinted, trying to recall, but couldn't he remember who she was. 1.5 minutes, Miss Xiaoling kindly reminded him, almost drowned in your pool. Zhong Ding finally had an impression, but he couldn't recall her appearance from that night. So, we have such a deep connection, he smiled more broadly. Leaning back in his chair, come here. Su Huicheng stood there, wooden, following his orders. Xiaoling looked at her messy hair, critiquing. How'd you get him looking like that? You look quite nice just now, didn't you? Zhong Ding pulled her to sit down, very amiable, even with a hint of indulgence. Su Huicheng smiled faintly, feeling bleak inside. She shouldn't have come today. Chen Xingui's gaze shifted between Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng. Just a moment ago, in the smoking area, Zhong Ding left halfway through their conversation, and Chen Xingui followed him out, only to see the two entangled at the men's restroom entrance. Chen Xingui understood Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding was simply bored and out of boredom. He sought ways to pass the time. This woman was just someone who happened to cross his path during his dull moments. That was all. However, Chen Xingui didn't know how Zhong Ding intended to play this out. Zhong Ding was gently caressing Su Huicheng's hair, warm and tender, saying he hadn't paid attention and accidentally burned her hair, planning to compensate her properly. Su Huicheng was too frightened to speak. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would provoke him again. When he affectionately held her hand, she was so scared that she almost pulled it back. Xiao Ling observed her expression. There was a smile on her face, but it also revealed a suppressed fear. He recalled her struggles in the pool and her cries during her high fever, feeling somewhat sympathetic. Zhong Ding, she at least let you in once. Don't make it too difficult for her. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ding raised his eyes, his gaze devoid of emotion, and said, I already said, whatever she wants, I will compensate her with. However, he paused, his tone growing colder. When I agreed earlier, I hadn't remembered that she was just a chicken. His expression displayed an inexplicable strangeness as he faced her, softly articulating, have you ever tried a group? Or, he pondered his wording for a moment, then smiled and added, being taken turns on? Chapter 10, Su Huicheng's smile faded. After years of selling herself, she had seen all kinds of promiscuous relationships between men and women. In the past, some customers in the private rooms would even swap service girls. Once in this line of work, there was no choice in clients. She felt fortunate that she was not a great beauty. Most men preferred looks, and since she was not outstanding in that regard, her clientele was rather limited. She had tried hosting a man with other sisters, which was easier. However, if she had to serve several men alone, she felt overwhelmed. Moreover, these men might have strange fetishes, and she was scared of them. She exchanged a glance with Zhong Ding for a second, then gave in and focused on the collar of his shirt. She didn't understand brands, but could tell that the fabric of the shirt was of excellent quality. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind, gold and jade on the outside, but rotten inside. Seeing her still silent, Zhong Ding reached out and flicked her cheek with his finger, lowering his voice to ask Xiao Ling, how about it? Shall we take turns? This sounded completely dismissive of the woman's will. If you have nothing to do, don't drag me into this. Xiao Ling's attitude was somewhat disdainful. This kind of mediocre woman had never been on his list of conquests. Zhong Ding glanced over at Chen Xingui. If we're not in a hurry, I'd be happy to. Chen Xingui smirked, but I have a meeting later. What a pity. Zhong Ding withdrew his hand, shaking off the foundation that had stuck to it, and smiled at Su Huicheng. Neither of my friends is interested in you. Su Huicheng pressed her lips together. In truth, she hoped they would disdain her. Zhong Ding then changed the topic with heavy sarcasm. These days, the girls are getting more resourceful, knowing how to lure clients. She froze, realizing he misunderstood her purpose for being there. But even if she explained she was there for discounted items, he probably wouldn't believe her. His words seemed to imply that her profession tarnished the place. She began pleading, Sir, I was wrong. I won't come here again. Please. Please me? What do you want from me? She mustered her courage, stood up, and bowed to him, urgently saying, Sir, please let me go. I was wrong. I won't come here anymore. Zhong Ding lounged comfortably on the sofa, watching her. She had pretended to be calm, acting resigned, but in the end, she begged for mercy. Don't make it sound so harsh. It's not like I'm holding you captive. He glanced meaningfully at Xiao Ling. Last time you won so handsomely, I was really envious. Su Huicheng was momentarily stunned and didn't know what to say. Xiao Ling, with years of tacit understanding, grasped the meaning behind Zhong Ding's words and commented, "Petty." Zhong Ding's gaze returned to Su Huicheng. "Let me win once in style, and I'll introduce you to a good business opportunity." She understood, but panicked even more. Who knew what kind of gambling game these rich kids would have next? In the first 2 rounds, she had ended up in a miserable state. She didn't think she had luck for a third time. Almost instinctively, she shook her head. Zhong Ding noticed and shrugged casually. "I didn't ask for your opinion." She recalled something he once said. He couldn't stand rejection. So, he truly hadn't given her a choice. Her nails dug into her palms to resist the emotional turmoil. After a while, she bitterly spoke, "If I can't win, then your business is toast." His demeanor suggested he held her life and death in his hands, forever. Su Huicheng's face turned even paler. She had no idea how she had offended him. She had clearly been avoiding him. Zhong Ding looked at her with a suspicious expression and smirked. He admitted that life had been a bit dull lately, too boring, so he wasn't picky about such lowly women. Moreover, she had participated in his 2 gambling games, so he was looking forward to a third. Interesting. Su Huicheng forgot how she walked out of that room. She only remembered agreeing to Zhong Ding's gambling request. Otherwise, she couldn't leave. After walking through a corridor, she could still feel the oppression from that room. Zhong Ding's aura had nearly suffocated her. She tried to find solace in the thought that at least she hadn't been assaulted or beaten today. Su Huicheng turned into the ladies' room, tidied her messy hair, and then went out to the hall. When Kong Xian saw Su Huicheng's hair, she was quite shocked. Su Huicheng downplayed it, saying she had accidentally messed it up. She didn't feel like staying there any longer and said goodbye to Kong Xian. Kong Xian felt a bit sorry for Su Huicheng's mindset, but didn't persuade her. After all, it was Su Huicheng's own matter. Su Huicheng took a taxi to a hair salon. She had been growing her long hair for several years, and the quality was good, not at all like the straw Zhong Ding described. Unfortunately, no matter how reluctant she felt, she had to cut it. Zhong Ding had intentionally exaggerated the extent of the damage. A large portion of her left side hair was cut short, with one strand barely reaching her ear. The hairstylist also felt sorry for her long hair, sighing frequently while cutting. Su Huicheng comforted him, saying it would grow back in 2 years. In the end, she changed to a shorter hairstyle, making her look a bit younger. As she walked out of the salon, a cold north wind blew past, making her shiver. Without the protection of her hair, she felt even more vulnerable to the cold. When will winter end? Su Huicheng had no idea when or where Zhong Ding's gambling game would be. She was on edge. 3 days later, there was still no news. She wondered if he had forgotten about it. That night, she continued to dance at the club. It was likely due to exercise and dieting that she had lost some weight. At least the spare flesh around her waist wasn't so obvious anymore. That night, while changing into her dancer outfit in the dressing room, she was suddenly called by the madam. Recently, the madam had been sending new, young beauties to clients, leaving the older ones free. Su Huicheng guessed that perhaps one of her regular clients had come. The madam personally came to fetch Su Huicheng, her laughter all a-flutter. Oh, Shanchai, I always had high hopes for you." Su Huicheng was a bit dazed. Given the madam's attitude, the client should be of high quality. However, based on her past experience, the wealthiest clients were usually small business owners, not someone who would make the madam so flattering. Then, she suddenly thought of Xiao Ling, and her mood became anxious again. When Su Huicheng entered the private room, she gasped, her hair standing on end. The client who called for her was not Xiao Ling. It was Zhong Ding. Since encountering him in the bar, she had remembered his appearance. A handsome face, but she found it strange and terrifying. The madam seemed somewhat nervous. "Mr. Zhong, our Shanchai is here to accompany you." Zhong Ding played with a lighter, opening and closing the lid repeatedly, looking at Su Huicheng with a half-smile. "Yes, it's Shanchai." The madam bowed and left, closing the door behind her. Su Huicheng stood frozen in place, struggling to control her trembling. Zhong Ding threw the lighter onto the table, leaned back on the sofa, and scrutinized her, then sniffed. "Change your hairstyle? No wonder it looks a bit different." She forced a smile. "Hello, Mr. Zhong. Come here, pour some drinks." She stepped forward and sat down beside him on the sofa, respectfully pouring him a drink. He watched her slightly trembling hand as she held the cup, raising an eyebrow. Little camellia, I don't like long faces. Su Huicheng steadied her nerves and smiled. Her gaze softening. Mr. Zhong, please enjoy. Yes, that's what makes you cute. He praised. Remember, you have to smile like this from now on. Her smile faltered for a moment, then she continued to smile. She didn't want to think too deeply about the true meaning of the future. She was scared. Zhong Ding picked up the wine glass, sniffed it, and with a wicked glint in his eye, said, Little camellia, do you remember you promised to let me win in style? She nodded, her demeanor submissive. Very good. He brought the wine glass to her lips, urging her to try the drink. Su Huicheng took a sip, but just as she swallowed, Zhong Ding held the glass and poured it directly into her mouth. Caught off guard, she coughed, gasping as the wine spilled from the corners of her mouth. He only withdrew his hand after filling the glass completely. As soon as the glass left her, she spat out the wine she had in her mouth and began to cough, tears and mucus streaming down her face, her throat burning painfully. Zhong Ding, however, paid no attention to her suffering. He poured himself another glass, took a sip, and said, I just said to keep smiling. And not even a minute later, you're being disobedient. Su Huicheng felt too miserable to even attempt to smile. The strong liquor burned her mouth, leaving her with a fiery sensation. Disobedient, I don't like it. He smiled again, feigning concern as he patted her back. But I burned your hair a few days ago, so I still owe you. We're even now. Su Huicheng couldn't help but smile bitterly to herself. No matter what he said, it was the same. Little camellia, did you have fun just now? He smiled brightly. I'll take you somewhere more fun later. She finally caught her breath. Seeing his expression gave her a bad premonition. What he found fun might be something built on the suffering of others. Just like what had just happened. Zhong Ding took out a tissue and handed it to Su Huicheng. You promised to win back, so don't break your promise again. She silently wiped her face. If you win, I'll reward you well. For some reason, when Su Huicheng heard this, she suddenly felt a chill all over. She was afraid she wouldn't survive the night. Chapter 11. Su Huicheng felt uncomfortable in her throat due to choking on alcohol, so she preferred to remain silent. Ever since she heard his rewards regarding the gambling match, her thoughts became a bit hazy. Xiao Ling had offered her 200,000 for 3 days, and she almost drowned in it. Zhong Ding didn't specify the exact details of the gambling match, but she felt that it shouldn't be better than the last time. She looked forward to a higher reward, but lacked the courage to bargain with Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding didn't stay in the private room for long. Half an hour later, he took Su Huicheng out. Mama greeted them with a big smile. Su Huicheng had some foresight today and wore thermal leggings underneath. Although she still felt cold, it was much better than that day with Xiao Ling. Zhong Ding drove himself over in the evening. He walked up to the car, glanced at Su Huicheng, then looked at the 2-seater sports car and ordered, Take a taxi yourself. The implication was very clear. He was dismissive of her. She stared at him in a daze, not surprised to catch a glimpse of his disdain. She lowered her head and replied softly, Okay. A few taxis were stationed in front of the club. She waved down one and pointed to Zhong Ding's direction, following the car in front. The driver looked incredulously at the direction she pointed. A Venador? Su Huicheng didn't understand the English term and added, the white sports car. Got it. The driver's tone hinted at a subtle excitement. The driver was in high spirits, but there was no way his old car could catch up to the sports car. Before long, they could no longer find Zhong Ding. The driver awkwardly said, Miss, can you give me an address? I'll take you there. Su Huicheng thought that since Zhong Ding had let her follow, he would slow down for this taxi. She didn't have his contact information and didn't know where the destination was. Did this situation mean she didn't need to go to him anymore? Upon thinking this, she felt a bit gleeful. However, she didn't dare to go home on her own. She saw the taxi reach the vicinity of the food street and asked the driver to head there. She had been here 10 days ago. After getting out of the car, her gaze crossed the bustling street, looking far towards the lamppost where Qiao Yan had stood. There were only passers-by, coming and going. Su Huicheng closed her eyes for a moment, recalling him standing there, warm and gentle. It was just that his appearance was very similar to Zhong Ding's. She really hoped to see Qiao Yan again. She wanted to verify whether her face blindness was severe or if they truly resembled each other. Standing at the intersection, she recalled the feeling of walking alongside Qiao Yan, which was very reassuring and warm. Thinking of him made her feel that life still had hope. The ringtone of her phone interrupted her beautiful fantasy. She took it out, saw it was a call from Mama, and her mood plummeted. Mama was frantic on the other end, asking, "Shan Cha, where are you?" Mr. Zhong called the club, asking for you. "I'm on the way." He drove too fast. "I couldn't keep up," Su Huicheng explained. "You need to go over right away." "Mr. Zhong said he's waiting for you at Ishi Road. Don't delay, hurry." "Okay. Shan Cha, make sure to take good care of Mr. Zhong. Don't neglect him. You can't afford to offend him." Mama's tone was serious and solemn. "Yes," Su Huicheng replied, feeling a bit bitter. After hanging up, she immediately hailed a taxi and headed straight to Ishi Road. Once in the car, the driver happened to make a U-turn, and she passed the entrance to the food street again. She looked back at the neon lights there. Perhaps she would never encounter Xiao Yin again in the future. After all, the chances of running into him in the vast sea of people were too low. When Su Huicheng arrived at Ishi Road, she immediately spotted Zhong Ding's eye-catching sports car. She got out of the taxi and slowly walked over. Zhong Ding saw her figure in the rearview mirror and just sat in the car watching. As she approached, she softly said, "Mr. Zhong, I'm here." He sneered. "I thought you were bold enough to run away." "I would tea." She didn't dare to speak loudly. "That's good." He switched back to a gentle tone. "Little Camellia, be obedient. You'll see the sun tomorrow." She nodded. "Wait for Xiao Ling's car to arrive, and you can go with him. We'll meet again at the final destination." She complied with his arrangement. It seemed they had another place to go, and Zhong Ding didn't want her in his car. Xiao Ling arrived quite quickly. He didn't have the habit of keeping his vehicle clean, so he picked up Su Huicheng. After they had walked a bit, he said, "What goes around comes around. Last time you were on my side, and today you're with Zhong Ding." In fact, she was just a pawn, deciding where to go based on their few words. Su Huicheng looked at the tail of Zhong Ding's car ahead, sincerely hoping that after tonight, they would let her go, and then she could work hard to save money and leave this disreputable profession. She envisioned a beautiful future, a smile appearing on her face. Xiao Ling casually glanced at her, remaining silent. He recalled what Chen Xingwei had said. That woman's back resembles Chen Shuqin. Xiao Ling didn't pay much attention at first, but after Chen Xingwei's reminder, he thought back and realized it was indeed a bit similar, especially when they both had long flowing hair. Xiao Ling thought Zhong Ding had chosen Su Huicheng because of Chen Shuqin. However, Chen Xingwei said, "Trust me, Zhong Ding is just bored and wants to play." What Xiao Ling worried about was that Zhong Ding might lose control while playing. Zhong Ding mentioned that the final destination was on a mountain in the suburbs. Su Huicheng saw several sports cars parked at the halfway point. She observed the surrounding environment. The mountain road was winding and serpentine. From here, there was only about 100 meters of flat ground before it turned out of sight. After parking, Zhong Ding waved for Su Huicheng to come over. Each time she approached him, she had to suppress her fear for a moment to disguise it. Nearly drowning had left her with a shadow. She walked slowly. "Little Camellia, are you cold?" When she was a meter away from him, he took her hand, and his words sounded like soft whispers between lovers. She shook her head. "Not cold, thank you." The wind on the mountain was strong, and it was actually quite cold. But she wouldn't answer truthfully because he wasn't kind. "That's good. Be obedient for me." He brushed her disheveled hair. "Short hair suits you better." Su Huicheng shivered. She was very reluctant to part with her long hair, so at this moment, she felt a surge of indignation. This man was too shameless. Zhong Ding didn't pretend to be tender for long. He then explained the rules of this gambling match. The rules were quite simple. The man would drive towards the woman, and it was a competition to see who could get the shortest distance between the car and his woman. Of course, the woman couldn't move. "Mr. Zhong." Su Huicheng looked at the mountain road, unable to control her trembling. "You will hit the brakes, right?" He laughed, of course, but her fear increased. His words held too little credibility. He gently caressed her face. "Little Camellia, we are partners now. We trust each other." Su Huicheng shook her head, pleading, "Mr. Zhong, please let me go." Whether he would consider her life was uncertain. Zhong Ding looked at her pitiful appearance, still smiling. "Do you have a choice?" She was taken aback. "If we cooperate well, tomorrow will be another bright day." He leaned down close to her ear. "If you make me lose face, I can't guarantee your future will be bright." She murmured, I'm going to die. Zhong Ding Ding's eyes flashed with darkness as he gently held her. How could you die? We just need to be at the closest distance. Su Huicheng bit her lower lip, holding back her tears. In his embrace, she felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar. He patted her back, similar to a comforting gesture. Little Camellia, you performed so well the last 2 times. You must be the same today. Inside, she was resisting, but her actions were hesitant. If you offend Zhong Ding, don't say that he won't let it go. Even his mother and Wu Ge won't easily spare her. She felt a wave of sadness. What to do? Zhong Ding lowered his gaze to scrutinize her expression. Should she behave? Su Huicheng numbly looked up at him. Mr. Zhong, if I die, could you send my ashes to Sichuan? He was somewhat surprised by her sudden words, but still responded gently, of course. My hometown has vast fields of camellias. After she finished speaking, she blinked and calmly said, Okay, I'll participate. Zhong Ding's eyes curved slightly. The little camellia was truly obedient. When the competition began, someone shouted, Who's going first? Su Huicheng nervously glanced at Zhong Ding, only to see him leaning against the car, tilting his head while lighting a cigarette. It seemed he didn't intend to take the lead. The first pair of contestants was quite energetic. The woman stood at the other end of the mountain road, and the man drove around a bend, then disappeared. A sharp screech of brakes followed. In the end, the pair was safe, about 10 meters apart. When the man returned, rubbing his hands, he exclaimed, Damn, still scared, just worried I couldn't stop. As the competition continued, the temperature on the mountain dropped lower, and Su Huicheng began to shiver. When Zhong Ding came over to hold her hand, she trembled even more. He smiled slightly. Little Camellia, it's our turn. She resigned herself to fate. Su Huicheng stood in the middle of the mountain road, cold wind swirling, making her hair flutter chaotically. She couldn't see Zhong Ding's car, only hearing the sound of the tires whooshing. Her heart twisted with that sound. When his car turned around, she was blinded by the headlights and raised her hand to shield her eyes. The car showed no signs of slowing down. Su Huicheng forced a bitter smile and closed her eyes. He really didn't hit the brakes. Chapter 12. When Su Huicheng closed her eyes, her sense of hearing became more acute. She listened to the sound of the car, and her fear intensified infinitely. Her life had been terrible. Although she once thought that dying would mean everything would be over, she also thought that if she continued to live, perhaps life would get better. It was this glimmer of hope that kept her going to this day. Moreover, she was afraid of death. She didn't want to die. After this thought passed, she suddenly opened her eyes, only to be blinded by the headlights of the car. Zhong Ding's high beams were flashing, and the wipers were moving back and forth. She didn't have time to wonder why it wasn't raining, yet he had to use the wipers. At that moment, a strong survival instinct filled her with courage. She ordered herself to run quickly, unable to delay any longer. She gritted her teeth tightly, her legs trembling, and turned to run to the side. This movement prompted Zhong Ding to step on the gas harder. She was truly startled. As soon as she took a step, she stumbled over her own feet and fell onto the road. Someone supervising at the finish line frowned upon seeing Su Huicheng's actions. Basically, it could be judged that this pair was out. Su Huicheng almost crawled on all fours from the moment she had the thought to when she rolled out. It took less than 10 seconds. Zhong Ding's car sped away, the wheels rolling over the area where she had just stood. Her face was pale as she turned back to look, feeling a sense of exhaustion as if she had survived a disaster. Then she lay half on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. She took a deep breath, and then another, as if to confirm that she was indeed still alive. She slowly moved, her lower legs cold and stiff, feeling very sluggish. After struggling to get up, she looked around, her previously stalled thoughts returning to place. She saw Zhong Ding's car making a U-turn and coming back. Su Huicheng stared in fear at his car approaching her, unsure of how to escape again. Or rather, at this moment, she had already thought of the consequences her previous actions might bring, which could be a harsher punishment. After scaring her half to death, Zhong Ding slammed on the brakes. The car stopped less than 2 meters beside her, and then he got out and walked towards her. Su Huicheng didn't dare to look at his expression. She lowered her head and took a few steps back. Now you know fear? Zhong Ding's tone was light. Weren't you very brave just now, daring to run? She remained silent, hunching her shoulders, retreating step by step. He closed in on her until she had nowhere left to retreat. He grabbed her shoulders, trapping her between the mountainside and himself, leaning down to whisper in her ear. "Little Camellia, come, tell me, why did you become so brave just now?" She tilted her head to dodge him, unable to help but plead, "Mr. Zhong, I was wrong." "I know you were wrong." He brushed aside the hair by her side, his movements gentle and slow. "What did I say before? If we win, I'll give you a good business deal." Her tears were scared out of her. "Any man present, you would benefit greatly from accompanying, wouldn't you?" Zhong Ding's breath sprayed against her ear, and when he saw she didn't answer, his voice turned cold. "Wouldn't you?" She nodded, tears streaming down her face. He scraped her tear streaks with his knuckles. "But you just don't listen. How can I introduce you to the big spender?" "Mr. Zhong, I was wrong." Su Huicheng murmured as she pleaded with him. "I was wrong." But what was she wrong about? She just didn't want to die. "Do you realize your mistakes?" He rubbed against her cheek. "I realize my mistakes." "That's good." He suddenly relaxed his expression and smiled oddly. "Little Camellia, so I'll take it that you lost?" She was puzzled, not understanding the meaning of his words for a moment. "Since it's your fault, then all my losses should be counted on your head, right?" After saying this, he released her, having found a scapegoat, clearly in a better mood. Zhong Ding's smiling eyes, curved like a scythe in Su Huicheng's view, seemed to cut through all her hopes for a better life. "Mr. Zhong," she panicked and grabbed his coat. But when she saw him glance coldly at her hand, she quickly retracted it. "Mr. Zhong, I have no money. Please." He changed the subject abruptly. "How many years have you been selling?" She was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to answer. "4 years." "Then that's all worn out." Zhong Ding laughed. "No money, then keep selling." "Mr. Zhong, you calling me Zhong Hosheng is useless." "Little Camellia, my patience isn't good. I'm not always so easy to talk to." Su Huicheng was engulfed in deep despair, crying as she pleaded with him, "Mr. Zhong, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I will definitely listen from now on. Please." "From now on?" He looked down at her miserable face, laughing deeper. "That would be fun." Her tear-filled eyes blurred, the black eyeliner running down with her tears. "Little Camellia, what has to come is one thing. This debt today you still have to pay off." But he was very kind. "I can give you some time. As for the specific date, it depends on your performance." Su Huicheng looked up at Zhong Ding's smile. She felt that she hadn't stepped out of her old life, but had fallen into a deeper, boundless black hole. Why didn't she just get hit and die in the competition? Once Zhong Ding had finished what he needed to say, he drove back alone to the starting point halfway up the mountain. Upon seeing the result of his elimination, a few people whistled. Someone shouted, "That guy is ruthless. He forced that woman to the edge." He scoffed. Xiao Ling approached and whispered, "Did it go wrong?" He wasn't too surprised to hear the account of this event from the others. After all, Zhong Ding was just that reckless. Fortunately, Zhong Ding looked at the distant night sky, casually saying, "I don't even know where there are camellias in Sichuan. How am I supposed to send her ashes back?" Xiao Ling found this remark puzzling and was about to inquire further when someone else was calling for who wanted to take the stage. Thinking of the competition, he glanced at Zhong Ding with a gloating expression. "You've not been doing too well lately. 2 rounds already." Zhong Ding retorted sarcastically, "You're the one who's not doing well. That woman is lucky for me." Xiao Ling gave a thumbs up, pointing at himself. "Then take good care of her." Xiao Ling nearly choked. If she looked a little better, that would be manageable. Zhong Ding remained silent, pulling out a lighter and habitually playing with the lid. Xiao Ling grinned mischievously. "My female partner will be here soon. A beauty." Zhong Ding hummed in acknowledgement. He saw Su Huicheng, looking lost, slowly walking down the mountain path towards him. His expression turned mocking. Just as Xiao Ling said, a woman like her really couldn't stand on the stage. Su Huicheng didn't approach Zhong Ding. She quietly stayed in the corner to watch the match. She didn't know how he would deal with her, so she didn't dare to walk over. She didn't pay attention to the actual betting situation. She looked at the drifting figures, her thoughts drifting far away. She hadn't had time to save enough money to leave Zhujiao, yet she was burdened by Zhong Ding's gambling debt. She wanted to curse the mockery of fate. She wanted to resist Zhong Ding's contempt. She even wished she could punch and kick him, but it was just a thought. She had to obey. She had no choice but to obey. The ultimate winners of the gambling game were Xiao Ling and his beautiful partner. That beauty, nestled against Xiao Ling, had some scars on her palm-sized face. After the curtain fell and the crowd dispersed, Zhong Ding left on his own. Su Huicheng was almost forgotten by a group of people halfway up the mountain. with the company of a beautiful woman. Xiaoling had long forgotten that Su Huicheng needed a ride. It was only when someone mentioned Zhong Ding's loss that he recalled her, asking Xiaoling, "Where did you find this woman? Dare to defy Zhong Ding? That's bold." Only then did Xiaoling remember her. He dropped her off in a bustling area. She thanked him. He was distracted, answering briefly before hurriedly spending a wonderful night with the beauty. Su Huicheng hailed a taxi and returned home utterly exhausted. Before sleeping, she took out her small treasure box, repeatedly stroking its edge, tears dropping onto the box's surface. She has become a bit more emotional lately. Ever since that day when Su Huicheng followed Zhong Ding out, her treatment at the club suddenly improved. Previously, she shared a large changing room with a group of sisters. Now, surprisingly, the madam assigned her a private room. Most importantly, the madam's attitude has changed. She treats Su Huicheng like a top performer and even personally guides her. "Shansha, you really need to dress up well." Su Huicheng sat in the makeup room and humbly said, "I look just like this." "What are you talking about? The madam is charming and used to let you all be, but performance depends on your own abilities." Su Huicheng smiled. In fact, the madam wasn't just letting them be. She only cared for the girls she thought had potential. The madam pinched Su Huicheng's cheek, "But if you are ambitious, I will be your solid backing." "Thank you, madam." The madam looked at Su Huicheng's makeup and shook her head. "Shansha, your makeup is dirty every day, and this foundation has really large particles." Su Huicheng was a bit surprised. She had been in this industry for many years, and everyone knew she was a makeup novice. "You've been doing this for so long. How come you can't even bear to buy a good set of makeup products?" The madam seemed to be in pain. "Su Huicheng chuka aqua di li. This nose contour is so thick. Do you want to star in a horror movie? And this eyeliner, TSK, it's all a mess with the eyeshadow." It's truly fortunate that Mr. Chiao and Mr. Zhong weren't scared away. With every word the madam said, she used makeup remover to wipe it off. Gradually, Su Huicheng's heavy makeup was wiped away by more than half. Then the madam stopped. She stared at Su Huicheng. "Shansha, why do you wear makeup?" Su Huicheng also looked at her face in the mirror. "Why?" "Because this industry requires makeup." Chapter 13. Mom carefully examined Su Huicheng's appearance. Without the low-quality foundation that resembled rice paste, Su Huicheng's face could be described as a water lily emerging from the water. She did not have the mainstream three-dimensional sharp features, but rather a classical and graceful oval face with double eyelids. Su Huicheng was brought in by Zhu Jiwu, and Mom had not reviewed her bare face. Later, seeing Su Huicheng's mediocre performance, Mom did not inquire much and reported directly to Zhu Jiwu. What Mom did not expect was that Su Huicheng turned out to be a beauty. "Shansha, what have you been doing all this time?" Mom felt heartbroken, thinking about the countless opportunities to strike gold that had been missed over the years. She had been puzzled why Xiaoling and Zhong Ding specifically requested Su Huicheng. Now, thinking back, it should be because they recognized her as a true beauty. Mom sighed, feeling inferior in skills. Su Huicheng did not react. "Mom, I'm not good at makeup." Usually, she applied a thick layer of foundation and then drew thick lines on top. She could not control the pressure, resulting in uneven thickness, and her makeup smudged heavily, getting dirty in no time. "Then don't wear any," Mom said sternly. "Who doesn't dress themselves up beautifully? You, on the other hand, have a perfectly beautiful face, but you paint it like a clown." Su Huicheng was stunned. She had a nickname since childhood, Ugly Duckling. Her parents called her that, and it stuck even as she grew up. Later, when she fell into a life of hardship, she stood out even less among many fashionable beauties. Moreover, her sisters went to the hospital for injections and plastic surgery, aiming for big eyes and sharp chins. So, Su Huicheng always felt her appearance was quite ordinary. She looked at herself again, but still could not discern whether she was beautiful or not. Mom's gaze drifted to the reflection in the mirror, and she suddenly came up with an idea. The club was hosting a talent show on Christmas Eve, and all the guests would be VIP clients. Originally, she had selected about 10 favored beauties to participate, but upon seeing Su Huicheng's true appearance, Mom intended to make an exception and promote her. This thought was formed, but Mom did not dare to make the decision herself and planned to discuss it with Zhu Jiwu. Mom applied a light makeup on Su Huicheng, and the effect was as if she had transformed into another person. Before leaving, She instructed, Shansha, you need to study hard and be more ambitious. Okay, thank you, Mom. Su Huicheng stared at the person in the mirror, dazed. She liked applying thick powder because it was a mask. She wished she could change her face to face the current sordid environment. She hoped to return home in the future and live a good life for the second half of her life. But she was also afraid that one day someone would recognize her. So, she desperately piled powder on her face. Now, this light makeup undoubtedly exposed her completely. She picked up the cosmetics and swept her cheeks with a brush. Before long, it was a rough makeup look again. She felt that this appearance gave her a sense of security. After discussing with Zhu Jiwu, Mom decided to promote Su Huicheng to the talent show stage. When she called Su Huicheng to inform her, her tone was still relatively kind. Shansha, you must work hard. If someone takes a liking to you, you can earn a year's worth of money all at once. Su Huicheng was confused. Mom, I can't. She remembered that last year's competition was filled with highly educated beauties. Mom pouted. What is there to be unable to do? Serving customers. You're already an old hand at it. Su Huicheng wanted to say that she had no talents, but Mom was impatient and said, I've reported it to Wu Ge. If you have any objections, ask him. Su Huicheng did not dare to disturb Zhu Jiwu and could only compromise in the end. Kong Xin was surprised to learn that Su Huicheng was also going to the competition, but did not ask further. Instead, Su Huicheng asked Kong Xin about the talent show, such as what events would be competing and whether there would be penalties if she was not picked by any guests. Gang Xin Duke. It's just a walk on the runway. Do you think it's a real talent show? In short, it's just about who can please the men. Su Huicheng did not care about the outcome of the competition. After all, she was being forced into it. What she worried about was something else. She quietly asked then, if no guests want me, will Mom be angry? Just your best. Kong Xin could only say this. Okay, thank you. Su Huicheng figured out that if she did not get picked, there would be trouble. We all have to work hard. She suddenly thought about whether Zhong Ding would come. She prayed that he wouldn't tea. On Christmas Eve, Zhong Ding indeed did not appear at the club. This was unrelated to Su Huicheng's prayers. Xiaoling arrived early at the VIP box. This was the club's annex. When it was designed, the consideration for auction-type activities was taken into account, and the VIP rooms were arranged in rows around the open stage on the first floor. Guests could examine the contestants on stage through windows. If they were interested in someone, they would use the room's button device to place bids. Non-VIPs could only bid from seats on the second floor. Xiaoling was leaning lazily on the sofa with a beautiful woman beside him. A few young masters were chatting and laughing together. Xiaoling, while laughing, reached out to squeeze his companion's breast. He glanced at the empty stage and whispered to his companion, Beauty, if I find what I want tonight, we can have a three-way. The companion was coyly hesitant. After Su Huicheng got ready, she went to the restroom. She was still anxious about Zhong Ding. He had not told her the amount of compensation that night, but she remembered that Xiaoling had previously said that after he choked her, Zhong Ding won a car. So the betting amount for the car race must have been high, and she could not afford it. Maybe if she was lucky tonight, she would encounter a wealthy guest. And that way, she could get a decent tip. Then, she could pay Zhong Ding back first. As Su Huicheng thought about this, she left the restroom and walked down the corridor toward the changing room. She was pondering whether wearing a loose dress would attract men's attention. As she inadvertently looked up, she caught a glimpse of a figure turning left at the intersection ahead. She was startled. If she wasn't mistaken. She hurriedly jogged towards that direction, but did not dare to turn directly down the side path. Instead, she stopped at the corner and peeked to see the person's back. It was indeed Xiao Yan. The backs of Xiao Yan and Zhong Ding were almost identical. Su Huicheng recognized them by their clothing. Zhong Ding's style was very luxurious. Even someone who did not understand brands like her could tell that his clothes were made of high-quality fabric. In contrast, Xiao Yan's dressing was more common. After confirming that the person was Xiao Yan, she hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Xiao? Xiao Yan stopped and turned back, his gaze still gentle. Su Huicheng stared at his face, stunned. It turned out that it was not her face blindness worsening. Rather, he and Zhong Ding really looked very alike. The difference was that Zhong Ding's hair was styled, with bangs standing up, while Xiao Yan's bangs naturally fell down on his forehead. Seeing her silent, Xiao Yan smiled. Do you know me? A sense of disappointment slipped through Su Huicheng's heart. He did not remember her again. We met. He looked slightly apologetic. I'm sorry. I can be a bit forgetful. It's okay. She smiled, feeling that it was already great to encounter him again. He smiled back, glanced at the corridor, and said, by the way, could I trouble you with something? Of course. I was consuming here, went to the restroom, and after coming out, I couldn't find my original place, and all the waitstaff in the corridor have disappeared. You took the wrong stairs. This is the club's annex. There is an event today, so they cleared the area. Su Huicheng pointed ahead. Go down that staircase. I see. Xiao Yin politely thanked her. Thank you. You're welcome. She felt annoyed at herself for rushing over and took a step back, turning to leave. Xiao Yin looked at her back, his expression slightly changing as he remembered something. Miss Su. She turned around in surprise. His gaze wandered over her face, complimenting. Miss Su has become even more beautiful. Su Huicheng Supporting Characters. He didn't forget her. It's just that she was helped by her sisters to put on makeup for the audition. Thank you. Undeniably, she felt very happy to hear his words. Why did you cut your long hair? Just a little something, so I cut it. That's really a pity. His gaze seemed to be looking past her at someone else. Su Huicheng wanted to continue chatting with him, but she had activities to attend to. Mr. Qiao, I have to go now. After saying that, she wanted to bite her tongue. Her busy schedule was really about flirting with men. Okay. Xiao Yan's expression didn't change. Is there an event here? Her voice lowered. Oh, Ditian. He smiled, without any hint of mockery, and said, that sounds pretty good. She lowered her volume even more. I'm leaving. Su Huicheng's steps quickened. When she first saw him, she was very pleased. But after a few exchanges, her sense of inferiority resurfaced. The so-called competition involved a group of sisters wearing a series of strapless long dresses, standing on stage and being scrutinized by the men in the audience. The host barely said a few words when the audience on the second floor loudly complained about them wearing too much. Take it off, take it off, take it off. The host laughed a couple of times, saying the good show is yet to come. Everyone please be patient. When the host introduced the girls one by one, Xiao Ling seemed distracted, leaning on his female companion's shoulder, listening to the names and numbers coming from the speakers in the box, and bit his companion, saying, little beauty. What's your name? Mr. Qiao. My name is Mimi, the companion replied sweetly. Finally, it wasn't just a nickname. Mimi, truly beautiful. He was more interested in the woman right in front of him. However, when he heard a certain name, his movement stopped. Camellia, if his memory was correct. That was the name of the girl who made Zhong Ding lose miserably. But with her looks, she came to audition. Xiao Ling raised his head to look at the stage, and then his gaze froze. Su Huicheng was smiling charmingly on stage, and with her soft facial features. She surprisingly took his breath away. He recalled the incident of her falling into the water, when she was pulled out of the pool by the servants. Her makeup was a mess. Later, when she was carried into the guest room, no one helped to fix her face. TSK, look at what he missed. Xiao Ling scanned the other women on stage, a smile appearing on his face as he reached for the bidding device. To his surprise, someone had already bid a higher price. He raised his bid. The other side raised theirs too. After 3 rounds, Xiao Ling's expression darkened. Damn it. Chapter 14. The price of a woman. Xiao Ling had a scale in his heart regarding women. Although Su Huicheng passed the beauty test, she fell short in the body department, so he couldn't bid too high for her. The last time he offered her 200,000 was because he had won back much more than that. This time, after competing for 3 rounds, he felt it was enough. Moreover, he couldn't take her home today. Once the competition's restriction period was over, he could still buy her, just delay a bid in time. He was curious about where the other bidder came from, willing to spend so much on Su Huicheng. Xiao Ling glanced at the stage again, shrugged, and returned to his companion. He had been too stubborn earlier. In fact, the exciting performances were yet to come. There was no need for the men to bid at this stage. Next, the women would have a striptease performance, followed by nearly fully nude runway walks. Most men were looking forward to such shows. However, Xiao Ling wouldn't get to see Su Huicheng's striptease performance tonight. After the women had made their appearances, the host grinned and mysteriously announced the initial bidding results. The applause from the men in the audience was mostly perfunctory. The first round of bidders was still very few. After all, the women were still covered up. They were just glimpsed, and who knew if what was beneath the skirts were thick legs. The results revealed that only 3 women had bids, including Su Huicheng. She herself was very surprised. The attendees were all carefully selected red cards, except for her. After she appeared, she just kept smiling, barely saying a word. Apparently, there were indeed guests who liked her type, although her price was not disclosed. She was already quite pleased. After all, the upcoming erotic dance performance was her weak point. According to the competition rules, since she had bidders, she could no longer perform for free for the audience, because now she had a price. The three women exited the stage. Su Huicheng walked back a distance backstage and heard a burst of warm applause and noise from the stage. If she hadn't had any bidders, she would have had to entice them in front of everyone like the remaining contestants. Her original plan was just to twist a few times and then quickly strip. She didn't have any standout talents and didn't want to scare all the guests away with the dance. When the three women returned to the lounge, the madam was already waiting inside. She walked over gracefully, saying you all did well. After that, she took Su Huicheng's hand affectionately, as if they were close sisters. Shan Cha, you really are lucky. Su Huicheng felt inexplicably shy and waited quietly for more. The madam looked at Su Huicheng's face, seemingly more and more satisfied. I knew you would become popular. Su Huicheng was surprised. Shan Cha, you just debuted, and already 2 guests are competing for you, the madam said happily, and your price is higher than anyone else's. Hearing this, Su Huicheng quickly glanced at the other 2 women, lowering her posture. Thank you for your guidance, madam. The madam laughed. Anyway, you all just wait and see if there are any guests bidding even higher. The 3 nodded in agreement. After the madam left, woman A pulled over a chair, lit a cigarette, and said to Su Huicheng, you really are a dark horse, going straight to the finals without going through preliminary selection. Just lucky. Su Huicheng truly believed that. Woman A smiled. That's great. I'm going to take a break. Su Huicheng didn't mean to show off. After saying that, she went into her own resting room. She had met Woman A only a handful of times. Woman A was different from the other girls in the club. She was a high-class escort. She had beauty, education, and a job, considered to be part of the petite bourgeoisie in society. The clients she entertained were all notable figures, and she only worked a few months a year. Su Huicheng had once struggled to understand Woman A's mindset. Later, after witnessing more, she realized how great the temptation of money could be. Su Huicheng sat in the lounge until the selection ended, and it was still the same bidder. During this time, Woman A's male clientele changed several times, and they hurried to raise her price. Woman A regained her confidence through this. However, when the final results were announced, she felt unbalanced again. Su Huicheng was the champion. Her bidder remained unchanged because that number was unmatched by other guests. When Xiao Yin went out today, he habitually walked towards the food street. He didn't even know what he was doing. Clearly, he couldn't find anything. He wandered the street aimlessly, brushing past couples. Later, he stopped at the streetlight at the school gate, watching the ebb and flow of the crowd. After waiting for about 10 minutes and seeing nothing, he left. Actually, it wasn't that he couldn't find anything. At the very least, there was a silhouette he remembered, that of a special worker. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Yin recalled which establishment Su Huicheng worked at. However, upon arriving at the club and giving her name, no one recognized her. He roughly understood that what she told him might be her real name. He should be grateful that, for some reason, he took the wrong path and accidentally entered the annex building, where he coincidentally ran into her. Unfortunately, her long hair was gone. After Su Huicheng left, Xiao Yin intended to go straight home. However, upon seeing the promotional poster for the event at the stairway, he turned back. After all, it was still early, and watching the girls' selection could be a distraction. Following the directions on the poster, he went to the audience seats on the second floor. He arrived relatively late, and there were only a few seats left in front of the stage. He randomly chose a corner to sit down. When he glanced at the buttons on the armrest of the chair and the small print beside them, he lost interest. It was only when Su Huicheng took the stage that he truly focused on the scene. She smiled with a worldly charm, a stark contrast to the taciturn image he had seen before. Xiao Yin quickly turned his gaze to the audience across from him. Since that side faced away from the stage, there were more empty seats. He changed his seat. To others, his move to sit behind the stage to see the back of the beautiful women might seem quite bizarre. Xiao Yin didn't pay attention to the other women. His gaze was fixed on Su Huicheng. Her spaghetti-strap dress was cut very low, and without the cover of long hair, most of her bare back was exposed. It turned out she looked similar when she had short hair. Xiao Yin suddenly felt the urge to reach out and touch her butterfly bones. After that thought, he pressed the bidding device. The host announced, "Her name is Shan Cha." Her reply was sweet and very deliberate. He vaguely remembered a girl whose voice was also sweet but not affected. After Su Huicheng left the stage, Xiao Yin's bidding device fell silent. His price remained recorded. Later, a server approached according to the bidding device number, respectfully inviting Xiao Yin to meet the club's management. Xiao Yin declined. "I only want to see that lady." The server tried to persuade him a few times, but seeing that Xiao Yin remained unmoved, he didn't dare to persist. He stepped forward and handed over the bidding form with both hands. Xiao Yan's eyes paused on that price, smiling as he took out his card. "Have her find me at the Hot Pot restaurant at the intersection." The server's expression twisted for a moment. Hot Pot and this bill were very mismatched. When Su Huicheng heard about the Hot Pot restaurant, she was also a bit puzzled. However, that bidder was her esteemed guest today, and she had to obey. As she left the club, she saw the streets filled with the festive atmosphere of Christmas. She suddenly regretted not buying a stocking for gifts. Although no one would give her gifts, she could gift herself. When she reached the entrance of the Hot Pot restaurant, she looked in and saw it steaming. The receptionist proactively asked, "Hello, miss, do you have a reservation?" Su Huicheng felt a bit awkward about that title. "Yes. Please come in." Su Huicheng looked around the restaurant. She didn't recognize today's benefactor, and the previous waitress hadn't mentioned what the man was wearing. She could only wait for him to greet her first. Moreover, fearing that he wouldn't recognize her, she didn't dare to wear the kind of makeup she was good at. She walked around the store, but no one called her. She had to walk around again slowly, but still nothing. She suspected she had been played. Su Huicheng walked back toward the door and, as she looked up, she saw Xiao Yin coming in from outside. At that moment, what she wanted to do the most was to hide immediately. She didn't want him to know she was here to find that man for an all-night service. However, Xiao Yin had already seen her. He smiled and walked toward her, saying, "I thought you didn't know it was this place, so I went out to call and ask." Su Huicheng's ears buzzed. She clutched her clothes, momentarily seeming unable to understand his words. She instinctively resisted the meaning of what he said. "Come on, I didn't eat much tonight." He stood in front of her, his gaze gentle. She was still in a daze. He asked more softly, "Aren't you hungry?" She suddenly came to her senses and nodded hurriedly. After ordering, she truly understood what he was asking. Even sitting across from him, Su Huicheng still felt like this was all unreal. How could he be her client tonight? He had previously said that he missed his girlfriend and wouldn't engage in such relationships. "Miss Su, don't be nervous." Noticing her tension, Xiao Yin adjusted the temperature of the electric stove while explaining, "I have nothing to do tonight, just wanted someone to keep me company. Since we know each other, I chose you." He didn't specify what kind of companionship he wanted. Su Huicheng listened, her feelings very complicated. She regarded him as a distant dream. It was precisely because he was so good that she didn't dare to approach him. Only he, after knowing her identity, still treated her with such gentleness. If she were to sleep with him, she would feel like she had tarnished him. Chapter 15. Modified. Su Huicheng and Xiao Yin sat at opposite ends of the hot pot. Since they began eating, they had not talked much. Su Huicheng wanted to add raw meat to the pot, but Xiao Yin stopped her. He picked up the communal chopsticks and said, "I'll do it." From then on, he took care of her the entire time, serving her meat and vegetables. She felt both flattered and surprised. In the past, when she occasionally accompanied clients for meals, they were never this considerate. Xiao Yin seemed to treat her like a normal girl. Su Huicheng raised her eyebrows slightly and happened to meet his gaze, then quickly looked down again. She had never experienced such feelings before, sour yet with a hint of sweetness. She sincerely thanked the heavens for allowing her to meet him. Although her identity was shameful, and perhaps by dawn he would disappear without a trace, having experienced this moment was enough for her. She had struggled for so long and had learned to be content. Su Huicheng cherished the moments spent with Xiao Yin. Across the bubbling hot pot, she occasionally cast her gaze quickly over his face. She recalled Zhong Ding's similar yet entirely different expression. She was unclear about Xiao Yan's background, but based on his appearance, she felt there might be some connection to Zhong Ding. However, he did not share the Zhong surname. The surname Xiao was, in fact, related to Zhong Ding through Xiaoling. Nevertheless, compared to Zhong Ding and Xiao Yan's attire seemed too common. She hesitated whether to probe Xiao Yan about Zhong Ding. Then she thought, even if he were related to those two perverts, so what? He was him, and they were them. Being with Xiao Yan made her feel as if she were basking in a warm spring breeze. Most importantly, she felt respected by him. This warmth touched her more than anything else. Xiao Yan soon put down his chopsticks and opened 2 cans of beer. Su Huicheng realized she had eaten a bit too much and quickly placed her chopsticks down, hiding her hands under the table. He smiled knowingly. Take your time, no rush. I'm full, she replied, but then thought about another issue. If she ate too much and her stomach got round, it would be embarrassing to serve him naked later. Although he had seen her half naked before, she wasn't as relaxed now as she had been then. Let's take a break before eating again. His smile became even more pronounced. There is still plenty of food, don't waste it. She felt even more awkward under his gaze. You should eat more too. Xiao Yan took a sip of beer. I'll finish my drink soon. Then I'll wait for you. He acknowledged her and then changed the subject. You mentioned you're called Camellia? MHM. She nodded. Camellia. Camellia. He murmured a couple of times and smiled at her. It sounds nice. Thank you. Her expression brightened. It was due to her longing for her hometown that when her mom asked for a flower name, her first reaction was the abundant camellias. Xiao Yan understood that this name must have special significance to her, as she rarely displayed such a pure smile. She looked beautiful tonight, not just because of her makeup, but mainly because she had a good foundation. The girl in his memory was completely different from Su Huicheng, but they had similar figures. So when he looked at her silhouette, he felt as if that person was standing right in front of him. This hot pot meal lasted for an hour, and the two of them chatted harmoniously afterward. When they settled the bill, Xiao Yan smiled and wished her Merry Christmas. Su Huicheng was momentarily surprised. Merry Christmas. He looked towards the distant Ferris wheel and asked, Miss Su, would you like to take a stroll with me? She nodded. Although she didn't know how he wanted to spend the night, she was willing to accompany him. Xiao Yan didn't linger too long. He hailed a taxi and took Su Huicheng to the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel in the city was an excellent viewing platform, located along the city's central axis. Dazzling and magnificent, this place was mostly for couples seeking romance. And when Su Huicheng passed by for the first time, she thought that even if she came alone in the future, she wanted to experience the feeling of overlooking the city. However, it had been so long, and she had never returned. Xiao Yan bought tickets and sincerely said, Miss Su, I didn't remember today was a holiday when I came out. I'm sorry for coming empty-handed. Consider this my apology. As for a gift, I will make it up to you later. No need for a gift, Mr. Qiao. She quickly shook her head. I really appreciate you. This is already the greatest gift for me. Finally, she had someone to spend Christmas with. He smiled and didn't dwell on the topic, but took her hand and slowly walked towards the cabin of the Ferris wheel. The warmth from his palm made her feel as if her whole body was burning, and her face flushed red. Xiao Yan was surprised by her coldness. Why are your hands so cold? I've been like this since I was little. After she said that, he held her hand a little tighter. She lowered her head, allowing him to guide her into the cabin. When he released her hand and helped her sit down, she secretly rubbed the sweat in her palms. Tonight was filled with so many wonderful memories for her to cherish later. Su Huicheng grasped the railing beside her, gazing at the city's neon lights, watching the crowds gradually shrink within her view. Xiao Yan quietly looked at the scenery outside. As they neared the top, he said, It's beautiful looking down from here. His voice was similar to Zhong Ding's, but lacked Zhong Ding's domineering aura. MHM, she softly replied, It's beautiful. Not just the scenery, but also him. Xiao Yan spent heavily, purchasing Su Huicheng's Christmas Eve. However, he still slept alone that night. After they left the Ferris wheel, they returned to her small apartment. Su Huicheng had already prepared for the service, but she felt much more nervous than when she received clients before. Xiao Yan looked around the living room and automatically sat down on the low bed. It's getting late, I'm tired and want to rest. She was a bit dazed, pondering his words. Did his being tired mean he didn't want to continue? Seeing her standing still in the living room, he gently said, You should also get some sleep. Su Huicheng understood. She bit her lip and suddenly bowed deeply to him. Mr. Qiao, thank you. Thank you for what? You've accompanied me for an entire evening. She said softly, Mr. Qiao, Since I entered this line of work, you are the first person to treat me this well. Thank you. He chuckled. Miss Su, I'm not that good. Perhaps there are some reasons I can't easily mention. His words might have been true, but she didn't care what the reasons were. She had no delusions of trying to elevate herself by associating with him. In any case, she was very happy. It was the happiest day she had experienced in 6 years. The next day, just as dawn broke, Su Huicheng heard movement from downstairs where Qiao Yin was. She was in a light sleep, so when he bumped into something that made a noise, she immediately woke up. She knew he would probably leave early. She lay in bed, quietly listening to him open and close the door before leaving. Then, she turned over and curled up in her blanket. Goodbye, warm-hearted sir. Due to the victory in this selection competition, Camellia suddenly gained immense fame. According to the competition rules, the women who were bid on had a 1-week restriction period. During this time, only the men who successfully bid during the competition could book her again. Other clients would have to wait in line. Of course, this was merely a nominal rule. If faced with an unyielding client, the rule would be meaningless. After the competition ended, several clients had already booked Su Huicheng's companionship. After reviewing them, her mother thought that some of the wealthy bosses had a higher status than the anonymous bidders. Thus, she didn't want to adhere to the restriction period. She also regretted not having Su Huicheng change her stage name during the competition. Otherwise, she could have debuted as a newcomer and been even more sought after. When Su Huicheng returned to the club, her mother's smile was even more exaggerated. Camellia, how was last night? In just a few hours? You've earned more than you do in a year. Su Huicheng also hypocritically replied, Yes, thank you, Mommy. Mommy winked and said, Shansha, you're now a hot commodity. Even more expensive than Kong Xin. Su Huicheng just smiled. You're quite in demand now. Mommy handed over a list and explained, I already have a list here, and they are all eager to see you. Just think about it. If you meet them casually, the money will come. I think we shouldn't limit it to just this week. Strike while the iron is hot. Quickly pull these clients in. Su Huicheng wasn't sure if it was her luck after meeting Qiao Yin, but she had her period this morning. So, she had a reason to delay. After hearing this excuse, Mommy's expression turned sour, but there was nothing she could do. Su Huicheng was secretly pleased that she could rest for a few days, but unexpectedly. That night, she received a phone call from Mommy that poured cold water on her. Shansha, Mr. Qiao was also raising your price last night. Mommy's tone seemed to express sympathy for Qiao Ling. He wants to see you today. Don't worry, he won't ask you to stay overnight for now. But, I'm not feeling well. Today is the first day of my period. She truly felt weak and fatigued. After returning from the clubhouse in the afternoon, she had been curled up in bed, holding her stomach. Drink some hot water, take some medicine. Mommy said flatly, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. I've said everything I can to help you. Mr. Qiao knows you're not feeling well, but he wants to see you tonight. Su Huicheng fell silent. She knew that struggling was useless. Shansha, hurry back. Okay. Su Huicheng put down her phone, rubbed her abdomen, and slowly got out of bed. She was becoming increasingly afraid of the cold, especially these past few days. She wore 2 thick sweaters, plus a down jacket, a cotton hat, and a scarf, wrapping herself tightly. As soon as she stepped outside, she felt a chilly wind seeping into her clothes. On her way to the clubhouse, she somehow ended up in a different parking lot. The sports car wasn't there. She let out a sigh. He didn't come. That's great. Chapter 16. Before leaving, Su Huicheng did her own makeup. Although it wasn't too heavy, the result was still rather unfortunate. When her mother saw it, she was infuriated, feeling like it was a shame that her business had been so poor before. Su Huicheng awkwardly replied, I'm learning. But it seemed she didn't have a talent for it. Her mother didn't have time to lecture her further. She called a friend to give Su Huicheng a quick, light makeup, then instructed her to hurry over to Qiao Ling's side. When Su Huicheng arrived at the door of the private room, she took a deep breath before knocking and turning the lock. Inside, the air was thick with smoke, and she could see a few silhouettes. Qiao Ling was sitting in a quite prominent position. As soon as Su Huicheng opened the door, the men and women laughing and joking didn't notice her. She took the initiative to walk towards Qiao Ling, charmingly saying, Mr. Qiao. He turned around, wearing a playful smile. Champion, you finally made it. Qiao Ling glanced at the woman beside him, who immediately scooted over. Su Huicheng tugged at her dress before sitting down next to him. Qiao Ling wrapped his arm around her waist, his hand squeezing tightly. almost making her cry out in pain. She had to grit her teeth and force a smile. Zhong Ding. The two words that Xiao Ling spoke made her heart tighten. Come and see. This is the champion of the recent season. Su Huicheng shifted her gaze slightly and saw Zhong Ding in the corner. He was lazily leaning against the couch, his expression obscured by the light and shadows. But she remembered his enigmatic smile. Zhong Ding flicked the ash from his cigarette, smirking as he looked directly at Su Huicheng. How's that? Xiao Ling patted Su Huicheng's face, almost boastfully. Just like that. After Zhong Ding replied, he shifted his gaze away. Su Huicheng was really in pain from Xiao Ling's grip. She leaned against his chest, tried to avoid his strong hand, but he squeezed even harder. Tears were about to come out, and she hurriedly said, Mr. Xiao, let's drink. Okay. Xiao Ling bit her shoulder and finally let her go. If your figure were a bit better, I would have definitely taken you down last night. Su Huicheng felt relieved at her weight gain upon hearing this. He raised his glass, but since you're the champion, I want to see what you taste like. She giggled, holding onto his arm. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for taking care of my business. When Xiao Ling wasn't being crazy, he was still quite normal, aside from the occasional pinches, slaps and grabs. No matter how bitter she felt inside, she had to keep smiling on the surface. During the intermission, a few young masters pulled the ladies to play drinking games. A couple of them, upon hearing that Su Huicheng was the new champion, looked at her with greedy eyes and came over with their glasses, wanting her to drink with them. She was fully aware of their intentions. One man's hand even reached up to her thigh. Thinking about it, these men had all kinds of women. They were just after her new title to boast about later. If she were still the ordinary girl she used to be, they probably wouldn't even have glanced her way. Su Huicheng was forced to down nearly 10 glasses of baijiu. She felt terrible, unable to tell if it was stomach pain, abdominal pain, or a headache. Everything hurt. Luckily, she had some tolerance for alcohol. Otherwise, she would have collapsed long ago. She propped herself up and slurred, I need to puke. One man helped her a bit, but when she gagged, he quickly pulled back, afraid she would actually vomit on him. Su Huicheng staggered, grabbing onto things as she made her way to the restroom door. She grabbed the doorknob, but her hand was weak, and as she leaned forward, her head bumped against the door. Ouch! Her mind was fuzzy, and she tried to touch her forehead, but she lost her balance and hit it again. She whimpered, it still hurts. She struggled to keep her eyes open and looked at the door. At that moment, Su Huicheng completely forgot why she was there and started banging on the door. Mom, it hurts. She pounded with one hand, then two. Open the door, I want to... Vic, go home. The door remained unmoving. She started to shoulder barge it, Mom. It hurts. She was really in pain. Everything hurt. She felt so cold and just wanted to go home. Inside the restroom, Zhong Ding was in the middle of a passionate moment with his female companion when the banging on the door outside started, accompanied by someone crying for their mother and shouting about wanting to go home. He ignored it. His companion was writhing with joy and pain, her hands roaming on his half-open shirt. The crying outside continued, and the banging grew louder. Zhong Ding found it annoying. His mood was ruined. He left his companion, adjusted his pants, and opened the door. Su Huicheng, who had been banging, stumbled right into his arms. Dazed, her stomach was churning even more. Zhong Ding recognized her and managed to say one word, you. She suddenly vomited all over his bare chest. The female companion gasped. Zhong Ding's expression instantly turned cold. He pushed Su Huicheng away and grabbed the skirt that his companion had just taken off, quickly wiping the mess off his body. The air filled with a sour smell. After dealing with the disgusting mess, he tossed the skirt aside and went to grab Su Huicheng by the arm. Ignoring her cries of pain, he dragged her out of the restroom, into the tea room across the hall, and threw her into the sink, pressing her head down and turning on the water full blast. Su Huicheng screamed, flailing her arms and legs. Fortunately, since it was winter, the heating system was on, so she wasn't frozen. But the water was choking her, and it was painful. Zhong Ding held her down for a while, then pulled her up and asked, Are you awake? She was breathing heavily, looking at him in fear. Her head was still fuzzy, but her rationality had returned completely. She realized she had provoked him again. He appeared calm on the surface. Little Camellia, was this intentional? She quickly shook her head, water splattering everywhere. Mr. Zhong, I didn't. I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. After saying this, She lifted her skirt to wet it in the sink, trembling as she tried to help him clean up. Due to the limited length of her skirt, she had to get even closer to him. It was only now that Zhong Ding truly saw Su Huicheng's appearance. He hadn't wanted to come tonight. He usually preferred high-end, members-only venues, but Xiaoling was more inclined towards this place. Xiaoling had animatedly talked about a talent show where a woman named Camellia had won the championship. His words piqued the interest of a few people, so they decided to celebrate Christmas here. Zhong Ding had been busy with matters these past few days and hadn't thought about provoking Su Huicheng. When Xiaoling had asked, "How's that?" Zhong Ding had answered honestly. He never lacked for beautiful women, so he thought Su Huicheng was just average. Now that he looked closely, she was indeed just average. However, among the men in the private room, there were a few who had thoughts about her. Thinking of this, Zhong Ding leaned down and said, "It's only been a little while, and little Camellia has become quite beautiful. I'm really not intentional. I'm sorry." His sudden change of topic made Su Huicheng even more flustered. He asked himself, "Have you been working hard to make money these days?" "Mr. Zhong, I heard you won the championship in the talent show." Zhong Ding helped her comb through her wet hair, then pinched her chin, softly asking, "How much for the champion in one night?" 30. He let out a long hum. "That's not enough to cover the debts you owe me." She timidly avoided his gaze. He applied more pressure, holding her chin tightly, his tone playful. "Little Camellia, do you want to clear your debts quickly?" Su Huicheng had a bad premonition. He was squeezing her painfully, and she couldn't struggle. "There are a few men outside who want to have fun with you." Zhong Ding whispered in her ear, his voice seductive. "If you make them happy, they won't shortchange you. That way, you'll have money to pay me back." Her face turned even paler. He used the term they. She recalled the day she met him at the fence ditch. He had suggested playing group battles too. He seemed to prefer this activity. However, she detested it. Su Huicheng almost wanted to kneel before him, pleading, "I will earn money to pay you back." How long would it take to earn it? He looked at the water droplets falling from her hair coldly. "If you perform well, I'm not in a hurry." She bit her lip. "Mr. Zhong, I have never tried with many people." She really wanted to stab this chest in front of her with a knife. One stab wouldn't be enough. She wanted to stab 3 times. Zhong Ding clearly did not believe her. "Haven't you been doing it for quite a while?" "Really? I haven't done it with many people. It was just her previous dismal business. Having a customer was already good enough. Where would the group come from? Maybe if you try, you'll love playing like this." He gently patted her cheek, wearing his signature gloomy smile. "Little Camellia, be good and obedient." Su Huicheng's hands began to tremble again, but it was just out of anger. These rich young masters all had problems, and this one in front of her was the worst. "I heard you've been inconvenient for customers these past few days. Just try to take a break. They have many tricks." Only then did he release her and button up his shirt again. That foul feeling lingered in his chest, and he didn't want to stay any longer. She lowered her head. "Mr. Zhong, take care." Zhong Ding greeted his friends and left. The female companion was at a loss, not knowing whether he wanted her to follow or not. When he left, he didn't even glance at her. She understood in her heart that her task for the night was completed. After Zhong Ding left the private room, Su Huicheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. She leaned against the wall of the tea room, wrapping her arms around herself, sliding down tiredly. The abdominal pain from her menstrual period hadn't stopped, and she had just drunk too much alcohol, making her head feel heavy. The noise outside was still loud, with shouts and some ambiguous sounds. As she listened, her consciousness grew more and more muddled. She was too tired and really wanted to sleep well. In her daze, she was picked up by someone. That embrace was warm. She lifted her eyelids slightly and only saw a shadow. She couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. She simply nestled closer to that chest, murmuring, "Mr. Chow, are you here to save me again?" Chapter 17. Zhong Ding came back this time to look for his lighter. When he returned home earlier, the first thing he did was take a shower. After washing up and putting on a bathrobe, he went out to look for cigarettes and suddenly remembered that his lighter was left in the restroom of the private room. He recalled placing the lighter on the shelf beside him while he was flirting with his female companion. So he returned to the club. By the time he got back to that private room, Xiao Ling and the others were already gone. A middle-aged cleaning lady was tidying up the place. Zhong Ding turned and went into the restroom. The mess inside had already been cleaned up. The lighter was still on that shelf. He finally felt at ease. After the cleaning lady finished tidying up the room, she headed towards the tea room, planning to mop the floor there as part of her task. Just as she turned on the lights in the tea room, she was startled and screamed. A woman was curled up on the floor, motionless. The cleaning lady panicked and shouted towards the restroom, "Young man, come take a look." Zhong Ding heard her scream, but had no intention of responding. He was preparing to leave. The cleaning lady hurried over to block him. "Say, there's someone lying there. Is she your friend?" He glanced over to the tea room and coldly replied, "No." Upon hearing this, the cleaning lady quickly returned to identify the person on the floor. After recognizing who it was, she rushed out again, explaining, "This is one of our girls. It's really unfortunate. She gets beaten by the boss every few days. She might have been hit again today. I'll go find someone to help." After saying that, the cleaning lady hurriedly opened the door and left. Zhong Ding paused, turned to look at Su Huicheng. The heating in the private room had been turned off with the departure of the guests, and she was lying on the cold marble floor in a low-cut dress. He slowly walked over to her, checking her breath. Not dead. He bent down to take a closer look at her face. She was frowning, her expression pained, with fine sweat on her forehead. Her hair was still half wet. She must have been drunk. That group of men had deliberately gotten her drunk. Xiao Ling had warned everyone before coming that it was a special day. Not to go too far, otherwise she would have a worse time. Zhong Ding was not a sympathetic person. He looked at her, half-conscious and struggling, without feeling any pity. He remembered what the cleaning lady had said about her getting beaten every few days. This little camellia was indeed quite entertaining. Usually, she was a timid little rabbit, pretending to be calm, yet unable to hide her panic. But she was also resilient. No matter how much she was tortured, she wouldn't fall. Zhong Ding touched Su Huicheng's forehead. It was a bit hot. It would be a pity for such an entertaining camellia to die like this. Unexpectedly, he reached out to hug her. Her body was very cold. Perhaps because of his body heat, she instinctively leaned into his embrace, her lips moving as if trying to say something. He leaned down close to her face and heard a few faint words. "Mr. Qiao?" Zhong Ding looked at the crown of her head and smiled lightly, asking her, "Which Mr. Qiao?" She seemed not to understand his words, clutching his clothes. Her voice barely audible, "Mr. Qiao. Qiao, your sister." That was Zhong Ding's response. Perhaps she was calling for Xiao Ling, or maybe some other Qiao. But did she deserve it? Zhong Ding glanced at her low-cut outfit and set her down again. He took off his jacket and draped it over her, then chuckled to himself, flicking her cheek, "Little camellia, I'm in a good mood tonight. Good enough to begrudgingly act like a good person." Zhong Ding carried Su Huicheng out of the private room, just in time to run into the cleaning lady, leading a waiter over. Also accompanying them was the madam. Normally, the madam wouldn't appear in such situations, but now that Su Huicheng's status was different, the madam had already promised several clients that after a few days, Su Huicheng would accompany them. If something happened to Su Huicheng suddenly, the madam wouldn't know how to explain it. The madam felt a bit regretful for letting Su Huicheng entertain Xiao Ling, knowing that group of rich young men had unusual preferences. It was likely there would be problems at any moment. When she saw Zhong Ding, she was shocked for a moment, then respectfully said, "Mr. Zhong, I apologize for the trouble caused by Shan Cha." "It is quite troublesome," Zhong Ding retorted sarcastically. This young lady really knows how to stir things up. Upon hearing this, the madam bowed repeatedly. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhong. I apologize for Shan Cha's negligence. We will make sure she reflects on her behavior and improves her service." The madam signaled for the waiter to come forward to take Su Huicheng away. Zhong Ding took a step back and hugged the person in his arms tighter. "I still have the leisure to spend time with her tonight." The madam silently cursed. From the tone of this gentleman, it seemed Su Huicheng had offended him, and he was not planning to let her go. The madam forced a smile. "Mr. Zhong, Shan Cha is not feeling well. Perhaps she threw a tantrum. Please don't take it to heart." The waiter stood awkwardly, retreating. "Go on, keep talking. You can take an hour. I can wait," Zhong Ding said impatiently, his words more mocking. "Just don't know if your employee can hold out?" The madam's expression stiffened. Then she flattered, "Mr. Zhong, how about I let another girl serve you? Shan Cha's mistake. Once she gets better, I'll have her apologize to you 100 times. Your bill for tonight will be completely waived." "Bill?" Zhong Ding scoffed. "Do I care? Of course, my mouth is just too cheap." The madam slapped herself twice, then laughed dryly. "If it weren't for the other scheduled clients, she wouldn't be torturing herself by entangling with Zhong Ding. Su Huicheng's current situation was very awkward. She was not a regular girl at the club, and she had already completed her monthly quota. In theory, she had a certain degree of freedom. However, because she had made a remarkable impression, the madam saw a business opportunity and intended for Su Huicheng to become a regular girl at the club. The premise was that Su Huicheng had to be alive. From the current situation, the madam felt that Mr. Zhong wanted to thoroughly torment Su Huicheng. She felt quite regretful about this. Zhong Ding chuckled. "You take your time. I want to accompany you." The madam's humble posture was almost unsustainable. "Mr. Zhong, Sanjia, I dare to snatch good women, let alone this one?" Zhong Ding's smile was full but bore a chilling sharpness. "Do you want to give it a try?" The madam was speechless. Even Wu Ge wouldn't dare to offend Zhong Ding, let alone her. Fine, she thought. It's just a girl. If she can make Su Huicheng famous, then she can elevate other flowers too. The madam stepped aside, bowing to let Zhong Ding pass. Zhong Ding carried Su Huicheng all the way out of the club. Fortunately, he had changed to a 4-seater car today, so he could directly throw her in the back. Otherwise, he would have had to call the driver to come pick her up. After starting the engine, Zhong Ding looked into the rearview mirror. Seeing Su Huicheng shivering from the cold, he smiled and turned up the heat. He had found a little rabbit that was afraid of the cold. Su Huicheng remained in a daze. Sometimes she felt like she was awake, but after a while, it seemed she was still dreaming. There were voices speaking in her ear, but she couldn't tell who they were. Then she fell into a twisted scene that terrified her. Zhong Ding watched the woman on the bed, struggling in pain. Raising an eyebrow and turning to the family doctor beside him. "What is wrong with her?" "A bit of a low fever." Tian Xiuyun adjusted her glasses. Her expression serious and stern. Alcohol consumption during her period has slowed her metabolism. In mild cases, it can cause menstrual irregularities, and in severe cases, it can harm the uterus. While she spoke, Zhong Ding kept his eyes on her expression and finally commented blandly, "Dr. Tian, if your expressions were livelier while you spoke, you might be able to break the ice sooner." Tian Xiuyun remained unmoved. "Young Master Zhong, the patient needs rest." Zhong Ding leaned closer to her with a smile, bending down as if to kiss her, but stopping just a few centimeters from her lips. "If you want to try the taste of ecstasy, I will be more than happy to serve you." She didn't even blink, politely refusing. What a pity. Zhong Ding straightened up, his attitude turning cold. "I need to take care of my little camellia now. Dr. Tian, you may go." Dr. Tian Xiuyun silently exited the room. As she helped close the door, her gaze lingered on his back for 2 seconds before leaving. Zhong Ding shifted his attention back to Su Huicheng. She still looked unhappy, tugging at the blanket, tears slowly rolling down her cheeks, murmuring something. He leaned closer to her face and heard Mommy. He remembered her crying out that word outside the bathroom door. Zhong Ding maliciously teased, "Little camellia, has your mommy abandoned you?" She whimpered softly, her tears flowing more fiercely. "It seems I accidentally hit a sore spot." His eyes curved into a smile. "Little camellia, hurry and feel better. Only then can we have fun playing games." Su Huicheng woke up the next morning. For a moment, she felt dazed, as if she were still dreaming. Once her senses returned, she supported her head and slowly sat up. This was a strange room, with a very stark style, but it should be a guest room because there was no trace of daily life. She didn't know whose place this was. Her last memory was of the tea room. Su Huicheng got out of bed and gently opened the door. "Is anyone there?" It was silent outside. She walked into the living room, which was still empty. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Next to the dining room was an indoor staircase leading to the second floor. At this moment, she felt a bit scared, almost wanting to retreat back to the room she had just left. "Is anyone there?" Su Huicheng glanced around, and upon hearing some noise from upstairs, she stared intently at the staircase. As that figure descended the stairs step by step, her face grew paler. "Little camellia, good morning." She wished this was a dream, a nightmare. Chapter 18. Zhong Ding looked at Su Huicheng's pale face, his smile seemingly filled with concern. "Are you feeling better?" Su Huicheng trembled, her voice quivering. "Mr. Zhong, good morning." She didn't know why she was in his home. She remembered dreaming about Xiao Yan. Indeed, all that was beautiful was just a dream. She froze in place, watching him approach, her heart struggling to flee. She seemed to see a pair of dark wings behind him, clawing towards her. In a panic, she acted before thinking and actually ran away. His speed was faster than hers, and like a leopard, he caught her arm, the force of his grip nearly numbing her entire arm. "Little Camellia, you really know how to surprise me." He casually threw her against the wall, sneering, "This is your second escape. Have you heard the saying about 3 strikes?" Her back slammed against the wall, the uneven frame leaving a sharp pain. "Mr. Zhong, you sound so nice calling my name. But what about in your heart? He grabbed her hand and brought it to his chest, smiling in a way that made her feel both fear and anger. "Little Camellia, are you thinking about when you can stab me?" Su Huicheng's eyes widened, revealing her inner sorrow and panic. She held her breath, desperately trying to pull her hand back, but she was no match for his strength. In her struggle, she suddenly balled her fist and scraped her knuckles against his chest. "Hard. Are you angry?" Zhong Ding's voice grew lighter, chilling her to the bone. He opened his palm and wrapped it around her fist. "You're overestimating yourself." Su Huicheng trembled slightly at that moment. His words pulled her back to reality. Indeed, she was overestimating herself. She actually dared to resist him. The anger in her eyes gradually gave way to a resigned helplessness. It was really unwise to throw a tantrum at a guest. She adjusted her breathing, steadied her emotions, and gently leaned against his chest, softly saying, "Mr. Zhong, I will be obedient." "I'm tired of hearing that." His tone was filled with sarcasm. Although Su Huicheng felt both indignant and fearful, she had no choice. She reached out to his waist, pausing just before contact, and then she really hugged him. "I really will be obedient. Let go." Zhong Ding's smile turned cold as he pulled her hand away, his tone stern with a warning, "Don't touch me without my permission." "Prostitute." He emphasized the last 4 words. Su Huicheng was taken aback and quickly withdrew her hand. "I'm sorry." She already knew he thought she was dirty. Zhong Ding was irritated by her earlier touch, turned around, and sat down on the sofa in the living room, his tone icy as he spoke, "Be obedient. That really means you have to obey." "Really?" she murmured. "Then how about you accompany a few of my friends? You'll be happy about that?" "Yes." She could only agree like this, because even if she refused, he wouldn't listen. "Very good. If you satisfy them, then the money will come easily." Zhong Ding feigned a smile. "Little Camellia, I'm your savior. If it weren't for me last night, you would have been lying on the floor meeting the king of hell." "Thank you, Mr. Zhong." Su Huicheng was baffled as to why he saved her. She had been compliant with him, yet she was always unlucky, constantly bumping into his gun's muzzle. She once thought Xiao Yin was good-looking, yet here with Zhong Ding, she only saw a devil. Perhaps it's true that one's appearance reflects their heart. Zhong Ding played with the lighter he had retrieved, staring at her. Her eyes, which had just sparkled, now resembled a deep abyss. He didn't speak. She also remained silent, standing there with her head down, waiting for his judgment. Suddenly, the sound of knocking broke the silence in the room. 3 knocks, neither too heavy nor too light, with a rhythmic cadence. Zhong Ding's gaze shifted from Su Huicheng to the lighter. Someone outside opened the door with a key, and upon seeing the two in the living room, she paused. Respectfully greeting, "Mr. Zhong, good morning." Su Huicheng slightly raised her eyes toward the door. The newcomer was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, pushing a food cart. She set the food on the dining table. "Mr. Zhong, please enjoy your meal," and then left. Zhong Ding went to the dining room, sat down without inviting Su Huicheng, and leisurely ate his sumptuous breakfast, completely ignoring her, who was still unwell. Su Huicheng stood by the wall, not daring to move, fearing he would pin another baseless accusation on her. In truth, she was very hungry. She hadn't eaten much the night before, and after drinking, she had thrown up again, leaving her stomach empty. Fortunately, Zhong Ding ate quietly. If he deliberately made loud, eating noises, she would feel even hungrier. Su Huicheng quietly gazed at the sunlight outside the window. She just wanted to live, but why did every step feel painful? In reality, she resisted receiving high praise in this profession. But selling her body, who couldn't do that? She didn't wish for great wealth in the future. Having a decent job to survive would suffice. However, this wish now seemed increasingly difficult. Halfway through his meal, Zhong Ding suddenly stopped, turned to look at Su Huicheng. Her profile was filled with deep sadness, her eyes staring out the window, seemingly misty. He probably guessed that her life had been tough, leading to a nearly numb compromise. But this society thrives on the strong oppressing the weak. This was the law of Zhong Ding's world. He felt no deep guilt towards Su Huicheng. She was merely a toy for his amusement. Besides, she was selling herself. Even if he didn't play with her, others would. He even kindly provided her with a good business. If several people played with her, that would mean more money. Zhong Ding had seen many women, especially those in the sex industry. Perhaps at first, they would have a sense of shame. But once they tasted the sweetness of money, they would let go completely, willingly participating in any perverse game. Of course, he also looked forward to Su Huicheng bringing him different surprises. The silence was once again broken by the doorbell. Su Huicheng snapped back from her daze, blinked, and wiped away the tears in her eyes. Zhong Ding elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin and ordered, "Go open the door." There were only two people here. Besides him, it was her. So she obediently went to open the door. The person outside frowned momentarily upon seeing Su Huicheng. Then her expression turned calm and undisturbed. Su Huicheng didn't recognize Tian Xiaoyun. After opening the door, she stepped aside awkwardly. Zhong Ding's gaze flicked over, and upon seeing Tian Xiaoyun, he smirked. "Dr. Tian, did you take my advice from last night? Feeling restless and came here to seek comfort so early?" Tian Xiaoyun only looked at Su Huicheng in a businesslike tone asking, "How are you feeling today?" Su Huicheng looked up in surprise. Fortunately, Zhong Ding's earlier words clarified the doctor's identity. She smiled slightly. "Much better. Let me check your temperature." After Tian Xiaoyun finished speaking, she finally glanced at Zhong Ding, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. "Mr. Zhong, I'm here to treat my patient." Zhong Ding snorted. "She seems quite lively to me now. My medicine isn't a miracle cure. If the symptoms don't subside, she remains my patient." "Dr. Tian," Zhong Ding's voice deepened, laced with a unique charm. "I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. Could you take a look at me?" Tian Xiaoyun pressed her lips together. "Mr. Zhong will live a long life because he brings disaster for 1,000 years. He caught her meaning, his eyes curving into crescents. "Thank you for your good wishes." Tian Xiaoyun didn't want to continue this ambiguous topic and directly addressed Su Huicheng. "Go into the room." Su Huicheng instinctively glanced at Zhong Ding, seeking his opinion. He curled his lips. "Listening to Dr. Tian means you're also listening to me." Su Huicheng seemed to understand that there was some underlying connection between the two. She followed Tian Xiaoyun into the room. The two women were not talkative, so one was diagnosing while the other lay half reclined. After taking out the thermometer, Tian Xiaoyun said flatly, "The fever has gone down. Also, girls shouldn't drink too much, especially these days." "Thank you." Su Huicheng didn't like drinking, but in recent years, she had been unable to help it. Tian Xiaoyun went on to explain some precautions and finally said, "I bought you some sanitary pads last night. They're in the cupboard." Su Huicheng felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Thank you." Seeing Su Huicheng fidgeting with her clothes, Tian Xiaoyun added, "This outfit was handled by Sister Wang." Then the two women fell silent again. Tian Xiaoyun recalled that when Zhong Ding had called her last night, he seemed quite cheerful and oddly asked her to bring a pack of sanitary pads. She was taken aback, but complied. When she arrived, Sister Wang was helping Su Huicheng change. Tian Xiaoyun was surprised that Zhong Ding had brought a woman who was on her period back. For a moment, she thought he had developed a taste for bloody battles. He asked her to treat that woman and then, as usual, said some flirtatious and ambiguous things to her. Of course, Tian Xiaoyun knew that was just a joke. Su Huicheng noticed Tian Xiaoyun's serious expression, but sensed her gaze wandering elsewhere, so she didn't disturb her. When Tian Xiaoyun returned to reality, she said, "Rest well, and remember to take your medicine on time." She packed her medical tools, preparing to leave. "Doctor, thank you." "You're welcome. It's part of my duty." Tian Xiaoyun's voice was low and serious, sounding devoid of emotional fluctuation. "Don't drink so much in the future. It won't be good for the next generation." Su Huicheng was stunned. Thank you." The next generation. That was something she didn't dare to think about. Love, marriage, children. These were all luxuries for her. What qualifications did a woman like her, covered in mud, have? Chapter 19, during the rainy season of her youth. Su Huicheng was busy helping her family with chores and had no thoughts of girlhood. Later, as she navigated society and experienced its ups and downs, her mindset became even more humble. There was a sister who had a crush on a client and would spend every day with him in a passionate affair, only to accidentally become pregnant. Naturally, that man refused to take responsibility. The sister went to a private clinic for an abortion, but due to the doctor's mishandling, she was left with lingering health issues. One day, the sister mentioned this to Su Huicheng, saying, "My health was already poor." At that time, the doctors at the major hospital refused to perform the procedure. Su Huicheng was shocked. Then why would you take that risk? The sister smiled, a bittersweet and helpless smile. If the child is born, it will suffer. Without a father and with a prostitute for a mother, do you think this child will have a good life? Su Huicheng was momentarily at a loss for words. She liked children, but had never thought about whether she could provide happiness for one. She naively believed that maternal love was everything. The sister sighed and gazed out the window at the distant sky, saying, "It would be better for him to be reborn into a good family." She paused, becoming a bit choked up. "I hope he won't blame me." "He won't blame you." Su Huicheng could only offer this comfort. It was at that moment she realized she was no longer fit to be a mother. The identity of a prostitute would not only follow her, but also her child. After Tian Xuyan left, Su Huicheng found herself back in the fear of being alone with Zhong Ding. She sat on the bed, staring at the door for a long time, listening to the silence outside. She thought Zhong Ding probably wouldn't come, so she quietly went over and locked the door. With the door locked, she felt a bit more at ease. After using the bathroom, she returned to bed and lay down again. She turned to look at the warm sunlight outside the window, letting her thoughts drift far away. If only she could have her own child in her lifetime. At that moment, the image of Qiao Yin suddenly flashed through her mind, making her face heat up. She quickly interrupted her daydream, muttering to herself, "Su Huicheng, you don't deserve him." Having a child was still too far away. All her beautiful wishes were predicated on one premise: leaving this industry. And that was already fraught with difficulties. Amidst her tangled thoughts, Su Huicheng ultimately succumbed to the fatigue of her illness and fell asleep. When she woke up again, it was due to hunger. Zhong Ding had not brought her any food, which was to be expected. His breakfast was only for himself. In other words, he hadn't prepared a meal for her at all. Su Huicheng glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. She was surprised she had slept so long. After leaving the room and not seeing Zhong Ding, she felt a bit troubled. She was very hungry but dared not touch his things, fearing that even eating an apple would cost her thousands. Her wallet and phone were left at the club, so she couldn't go out to buy anything. Su Huicheng sat on the sofa in the living room for a while, her stomach starting to ache. She looked at the stairs, hesitating whether to try calling him. But he was unpredictable, or rather, she had never seen him in a good mood. After sitting for another 10 minutes, the discomfort in her stomach grew stronger. It could also be because she hadn't eaten anything after taking her medicine, making her feel even more exhausted. Finally, Su Huicheng mustered her courage, walked to the staircase, and softly called out, "Mr. Zhong?" The upstairs was very quiet. She stepped up 3 stairs. "Mr. Zhong, are you there?" Still no response. She retreated 2 steps, hesitated for a moment, and went back up until she reached the middle platform. "Mr. Zhong, are you there?" Finally, a lazy voice came from upstairs. "What do you want?" When Zhong Ding's tall and slender figure appeared at the top of the stairs, Su Huicheng panicked again. "Good afternoon, Mr. Zhong." He spoke with sarcasm. "I thought little tea flower would hide in her room forever." "Mr. Zhong," she asked tentatively, "can I borrow your kitchen to find something to eat?" Zhong Ding looked down at her, asking in return, "What if I say no? What do you plan to do?" Su Huicheng was at a loss for words. What would she do? She could do nothing. He smiled with a heavy shadow. "Little tea flower, you have quite the courage, locking the door in my house." Now, she realized where she had offended him. She bowed and apologized. "Mr. Zhong, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I remember every debt you owe me," he said slowly, descending the stairs 1 step at a time. Su Huicheng kept retreating until her back pressed against the wall. She looked at him in panic as he drew closer, eventually surrounding her. Zhong Ding gently pinched her chin, speaking softly. "Do you know how much you owe me?" She widened her eyes, forced to look up at him, her pale lips trembling. He continued to smile, a malicious smile. "Don't be afraid. Based on your current market rate, if you work hard, you should be able to pay it off." "Mr. Zhong," she said hoarsely, "please, can you let me go?" The one she feared the most was him. Yet for some reason, she kept running into him. Little tea flower, do you feel wronged? His tone was even colder, but what can you do? Protest your boss? Is it useful? Su Huicheng knew it was useless because Zhu Jiwu had to flatter those rich young masters himself. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Mr. Zhong, please, I really have no money. My business is bad, so I'm not introducing you to wealthy clients. Zhong Ding wiped her eyes, leaning in close. His breath hot against her cheek. Why are you crying? Women in your line of work make money the quickest. Su Huicheng bit her lip tightly, holding back tears. This man was a devil. Suddenly, he changed the subject and asked, are you really that hungry? She didn't respond, tears rolling down her cheeks. Crying from hunger, how pitiful. He said, his eyes filled with malice. Go to the kitchen and find something to eat. Stop crying, be good. As soon as Zhong Ding released her, she immediately dashed down the stairs in a flurry, as if chased by a rabid dog, rushing into the kitchen. Su Huicheng closed the door and took a breath. If Zhong Ding were to assault her, she might not be as afraid. After all, she was already a wilted flower. One more man or one less man didn't make a difference. If satisfying his primal desires meant he would spare her, then she would rather serve him in bed, even for free. However, Su Huicheng also sensed that Zhong Ding had no interest in her body. The kitchen in Zhong Ding's house was well-equipped and as clean as new. Su Huicheng doubted whether meals had ever been prepared here. She opened the refrigerator, finding no food, only a few bottles of red wine. At that moment, she remembered the middle-aged woman who had delivered food in the morning. Of course, he didn't need to cook for himself. Su Huicheng felt disheartened and closed the refrigerator door. How could she satisfy Zhong Ding's twisted desires? She recalled his mention of group activities. Perhaps after they had their fun, they would lose interest in her. With that thought, Su Huicheng suddenly felt that short pain was better than long pain. Being gangbanged by them would be like being bitten by a few vicious dogs, which was better than being toyed with by Zhong Ding every few days. She stood still for a moment, finally making up her mind. When Su Huicheng emerged into the living room, Zhong Ding was leisurely leaning against the balcony railing, talking on the phone, smoke curling from the cigarette between his fingers. The conversation was about negotiating a gambling game. Zhong Ding glanced through the glass at her figure, his reflection overlapping with hers, light and shadow mingling. He frowned and replied into the phone, in a few days. The one on my side is still sick. The man on the other end chuckled. Young Master Zhong also understands how to cherish beauty now. Zhong Ding hummed and said it's settled then. He had something to discuss with Chen Xingue later, and then he hung up. He opened the glass door and saw the little rabbit inside, looking as if it wanted to say something but hesitated. He forced a smile. Was it pity for the delicate? He just didn't want her to play herself to death too quickly. Su Huicheng saw Zhong Ding smile and lowered her head, gently asking, Mr. Zhong, may I go out to eat? What do you want to eat? His direct question caught her off guard. She thought he would mock her again. He raised an eyebrow, waiting for her answer. Su Huicheng quickly replied, just something convenient and quick. Zhong Ding made a phone call, briefly explaining, Sister Wang, please send some food up. Anything is fine, as long as it's hot. Then he went upstairs. When he came down again, Zhong Ding had changed into another outfit. She jingled the car keys, ready to go out. Su Huicheng anxiously called out, Mr. Zhong. He turned around. I finished eating. Can I go home? Of course. You stayed here for a night and had a meal. I have to keep track of this. Zhong Ding smiled faintly. Little Camellia, good luck. Su Huicheng shrank her hands. If she could muster the courage, she would definitely slap him a few times. But she couldn't and didn't dare. Zhong Ding sneered and walked out. Su Huicheng collapsed onto the sofa. She was too hungry and exhausted. Otherwise, she thought, she would leave Zhong Ding's house immediately. Sister Wang brought up 3 small dishes and apologized to Su Huicheng. I'm very sorry. Mr. Zhong didn't instruct me this morning, so I didn't prepare your portion. It's nothing. Thank you, Sister Wang. Su Huicheng understood in her heart that Zhong Ding had done it on purpose. Chapter 20. Su Huicheng fled from Zhong Ding's home on the same day, returning to her small nest and burying her head in sleep. The next day, she returned to the club to pick up her handbag. When Mama heard Su Huicheng was at the club, she hurried over to remind her, Shan Cha, you mustn't offend Mr. Zhong again. Su Huicheng almost replied that she hadn't offended him, but in the end, she just murmured an mm. You should rest well. After these few days, There will be plenty of customers waiting for you. Mama assessed Su Huicheng's outfit and still wasn't satisfied, saying, I'll send you a stylist. You have great potential, but your taste is too tacky. Su Huicheng looked down at her outfit, a deep V tank top paired with a short skirt, and didn't see anything wrong with it. Mama, the sisters all dress like this. Mama froned. This piece is clearly cheap. The material is so poor. Su Huicheng was at a loss for words. You're going to accompany a big client. So package yourself well and pursue a high-end route in the future. Mama kept nagging, while Su Huicheng just responded vaguely, thanking Mama and promising to work hard. Mama didn't stay long. She was considerate and told Su Huicheng to go home and rest. Mama didn't ask Su Huicheng if she had been mistreated after being taken away by Zhong Ding. She didn't care about that. After all, Su Huicheng had returned alive and could make money for the club. Once Su Huicheng left the club, she took off her hypocritical mask. Passing by a store, she glanced at her reflection in the window. Her face might not be as beautiful as Mama claimed, but the title of pageant winner had led everyone to flatter her. She was terrified of this favoritism. She feared that Wu Ge would be even less likely to let her go. In this world, what you fear often comes true. After resting at home for 3 days, Su Huicheng received a call from the club. Zhu Jiwu had returned to the country. Mama found Zhu Jiwu, the boss. Hard to read. Logically, since Su Huicheng was brought in by him, he should know what her face looked like beneath the exaggerated makeup. Yet he never mentioned it and allowed her to entertain those mediocre clients. Whenever Su Huicheng failed to meet her monthly quota, he would become furious and whip her. Mama had witnessed that scene before. She was reporting the monthly performance to Zhu Jiwu when she mentioned Su Huicheng's failure, and Zhu Jiwu immediately scowled. Go get her. As soon as Su Huicheng entered, Zhu Jiwu lashed the whip at her. No matter how much she cried or begged for mercy, he showed no leniency. It was only when he felt his anger had subsided that he had someone take Su Huicheng out for treatment. After a few times, Mama learned that the whip was specially made. The wounds on Su Huicheng weren't deep, but were very painful. After all, if there were scars, it would be even harder to sell her for a high price. Mama was unclear about the relationship between Zhu Jiwu and Su Huicheng. She saw that Zhu Jiwu had a strong dislike for Su Huicheng. Later, several other girls were whipped by Zhu Jiwu until they were covered in wounds. Those injuries were much worse than Su Huicheng's. Mama had been in the entertainment industry for over 20 years and would never gossip about things she couldn't inquire about. She remained a bystander to how Zhu Jiwu handled Su Huicheng. Zhu Jiwu had never mentioned caring for Su Huicheng. So Mama treated Su Huicheng as just an ordinary girl in the club. When Mama suggested letting Su Huicheng participate in the pageant, Zhu Jiwu readily agreed. Mama thought maybe she had overthought it. There shouldn't be any entanglement between Zhu Jiwu and Su Huicheng. Mama waited for Zhu Jiwu's arrival at the club. She took a puff of smoke and glanced at the restless Su Huicheng, saying, Shansha, Wu Ge is very satisfied with your performance in the competition. Yes. Su Huicheng's mind went blank, her thoughts sluggish. Kong Xin, seeing Su Huicheng's expression, felt some sympathy. She had heard that Su Huicheng often endured Wu Ji's whip. Kong Xin poured 2 cups of hot tea, serving one to Mama and handing the other to Su Huicheng. Su Huicheng took it hesitantly, saying thank you. After that, Mama and Kong Xin chatted about something, but Su Huicheng couldn't focus. She felt cold all over, terrified that Wu Ge would return and explode in anger. Venting it on her, she sincerely prayed that time would pass slowly. Unfortunately, Zhu Jiwu arrived at the club very quickly. He wore a long coat, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, his expression colder than the northern wind outside. Mama smiled brightly. Wu Ge, you've worked hard. Zhu Jiwu's gaze was piercing as he stared at Su Huicheng, who didn't dare to lift her head, but spoke to Mama. Come in and talk. The group entered his lounge. Mama first reported on this month's business, but Zhu Jiwu listened impatiently, waving his hand and saying, let's talk about the pageant. Mama paused for a moment, then quickly began to praise Su Huicheng, saying how she was as beautiful as jade and captivated many guests, ultimately being bought at a high price by a wealthy client. Is that so? Zhu Jiwu laughed, his voice hoarse and rough. Shansha has finally made it. Su Huicheng lowered her head, gritting her teeth to combat her inner fear. Mama flattered. Shansha is now a big star. Zhu Jiwu laughed heartily and continued. What about the others? So Mama went on to praise all the other rankings. After Zhu Jiwu listened, he said, You all can go to work, Shan Cha stay. Su Huicheng's heart sank, her light makeup unable to hide her pale face. Before Kong Xian left, she cast a sympathetic glance, but there was nothing she could do. When the idle people finally left, Zhu Jiwu could no longer contain himself. He opened a cabinet, took out a short whip, and said fiercely, Come here. Su Huicheng Jianbo. Pleading Wu Ge, please don't hit me, I completed my task this month. Zhu Jiwu's face twisted in rage, and when he stood up, he knocked over the chair. Striding forward, he swung the whip, which spun in the air and landed on her left arm. She flinched and tried to dodge, but the whip curled around her right arm instead. She cried out, Wu Ge, please stop. I'll be obedient, I'll sell. Her pleas were utterly ineffective, and Zhu Jiwu continued to whip her. Su Huicheng cried out in pain, her skin marked with purple-red stripes. Zhu Jiwu vented his anger, finally feeling that the frustrations he endured while abroad had dissipated. Seeing her lying on the ground, twitching uncontrollably, he tossed the whip aside, breathing heavily. I heard you have to entertain a wealthy young man in a couple of days, so I'll spare you today. Su Huicheng's mind was somewhat foggy. Perhaps after a few months of Zhu Jiwu being away, her body had become delicate and couldn't withstand the pain. She was taken to the infirmary, where the doctor was quite accustomed to Zhu Jiwu's methods. Most cases were just superficial injuries concentrated on the arms and back. A young assistant in her 20s, who was somewhat romantic and had a bit of a gangster mentality, mysteriously said, Wu Ge might have feelings for you. Su Huicheng was stunned. The assistant continued, Your injuries aren't serious. It'll just hurt a bit and then be fine. Previously, a woman was beaten by Wu Ge until her face was ruined. I think the pain is on your body, but it hurts his heart. Su Huicheng couldn't understand the assistant's logic, nor did she want to discuss the topic of her relationship with Zhu Jiwu. She remained completely silent. As soon as Su Huicheng left the medical room, her mother showed up, saying that she had already arranged a day for a client and asked Kong Xian to take Su Huicheng to buy a few new clothes. After the beating, Su Huicheng was greatly weakened and could not even manage a professional smile. She became even more numb and silent. Ever since Zhu Jiwu returned, there was no longer a glimmer of hope in her life. Kong Xian could only offer verbal comfort. They went shopping at a luxury brand store, but found nothing. Su Huicheng shook her head at the price tags and refused to try anything on. Finally, Kong Xian had no choice but to say, Shan Cha, why don't you try it on? I'll pay for it. Su Huicheng still shook her head. Kong Xian sighed, Just try it on. Mom has instructed. Su Huicheng was taken aback, then turned around and picked up a dress to try on in the fitting room. She suddenly realized that Kong Xian had come out with a task, and if it wasn't completed, Kong Xian would be punished. Su Huicheng changed into a black sheer lace long dress, which made her fair skin look translucent. However, her pretty face was devoid of any expression. When she pushed open the door, Kong Xian's eyes lit up. Shan Cha, this outfit really suits you. Su Huicheng lowered her gaze. I'll take this one. She returned to the fitting room, looked at herself in the mirror, and tried to pull the corners of her mouth up, showing an extremely ugly smile. The anger she had felt over the past few days had faded little by little. Zhu Jiwu's beating had awakened her. She couldn't escape. She had to stay here and sell herself. She didn't know how much longer she could endure in this dark domain. Su Huicheng changed back into her clothes and proactively paid for the dress. This was the first five-figure item she had ever purchased. At that moment, two women hurriedly entered, going over to talk to a sales associate. Kong Xian and Su Huicheng didn't listen closely and turned to leave. Just as they were about to step out of the store, one of the women shouted, Stop! They both froze for a moment. Kong Xian turned back to look at the woman and politely asked, Is there something wrong? The woman angrily began accusing Su Huicheng of being a thief. The other woman chimed in. The accusation was completely unfounded. The nearby sales associate quickly explained the situation. It turned out that the first woman had taken off her earrings while trying on clothes and had hung them on a rack, but forgot to take them when she left. Now, the earrings were missing from the fitting room. According to the sales associate's account, after the first woman left, only Su Huicheng had gone in to try on clothes. Su Huicheng pressed her lips together. I didn't see any earrings. But the first woman didn't believe her and insisted on searching her. Both women were regulars, and the sales associate couldn't afford to offend them. So, she had to call for the manager. To their surprise, the manager recognized Kong Xin from her previous visits to the club and revealed this with a contemptuous attitude. Kong Xin's expression darkened, and she stood frozen, seemingly on the verge of tears. The first woman became even more triumphant, shoving Su Huicheng and saying, "A chicken's friend is definitely also a chicken. Hand over my earrings." Su Huicheng took a few steps back, insisting, "I didn't see your earrings." She didn't deny her profession, but she was not a thief. The woman, furious, called her a shameless woman. After saying that, she raised her hand to slap Su Huicheng. Su Huicheng retaliated fiercely. During the struggle, the woman's stiletto heel accidentally twisted, causing her to scream and fall flat on her back. The second woman also joined in, trying to scratch Su Huicheng's face with her nails. Su Huicheng na we dot get. The second woman was relentless, trying to grab Su Huicheng's hair. Suddenly, a man's coat came down from above, shielding Su Huicheng's head and blocking the colorful long nails. Then, a man's hand rested on the coat as he gently asked, "Little Camellia, are you in trouble?" Chapter 21. Zhong Ding does not like shopping with women. He only comes along to pay the bill, a function that can easily be replaced by a credit card. However, for some women, Zhong Ding's role is much more than that. Imagine it. When one so-called best friend appears with a middle-aged man who is balding and overweight, while standing next to a young, handsome, and wealthy man. This scene can certainly satisfy a woman's vanity. Usually, due to Zhong Ding's unpredictable personality, very few women dare to muster the courage to ask for his company. Occasionally, when he is in the mood, he will go shopping with women he finds somewhat pleasing. Today, he is out with Yi Zheng purely for business reasons. Yi Zheng comes from a scholarly family and has a rather innocent and quiet personality due to her limited social circle, having not been overly influenced by the secular world. Moreover, the Zhong and Yi families have some connections. Today, Zhong Ding accompanies Yi Zheng shopping, and she appears quite shy and reserved. When trying on clothes, she asks for his opinion, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with charm. Regardless of what style she chooses, Zhong Ding always responds positively, although he hasn't really looked closely at the clothes. After walking with her for a while, he already feels disinterested. Although both are like little rabbits, there are still differences. For example, one little rabbit particularly enjoys biting him at critical moments. Yi Zheng seems to sense his distraction and decides not to continue shopping. She excuses herself, saying she has class later in the evening. As they pass a certain store, Zhong Ding inadvertently glances inside and sees a figure that resembles that camellia flower. She is talking to a wealthy woman, whose expression is one of disdain. Shortly after, the wealthy woman takes action. Yi Zheng notices that Zhong Ding has stopped and curiously follows his gaze. Upon seeing the two women entangled inside, she is somewhat astonished, wondering how they could resort to violence. Zhong Ding continues to watch the commotion inside, smiling as he replies, "Why not? Anything can be resolved through negotiation." Yi Zheng replies seriously, "After all, it's a well-known shop. Such a scuffle is really unacceptable." Zhong Ding keeps an eye on Su Huicheng's movements. She does not allow herself to be bullied. At least she fights back, though her attacks are still weak. When Woman B lunges at Su Huicheng's face with her 5 fingers, Yi Zheng gasps and anxiously wants to intervene. Zhong Ding is quicker than Yi Zheng. He strides into the store, tossing his trench coat over to cover Su Huicheng's head just in time. For a moment, Su Huicheng thinks she has encountered a righteous passerby, and then she hears his voice, instantly feeling as if she has fallen into an ice cellar, her nerves taut. Zhong Ding casually places his hand on her head, sensing her stiffness, and grins wickedly, whispering, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." It is precisely because he is here that she feels scared. All of Su Huicheng's vision is blocked by his black trench coat, and she is enveloped in a faint scent of tobacco, as if completely surrounded by his presence. Woman B misses her target, and is bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Woman A struggles to her feet, and, upon noticing Zhong Ding's attire, realizes that this man is not ordinary. Seeing him protect Su Huicheng in such an intimate manner, Woman A assumes that Zhong Ding is Su Huicheng's wealthy benefactor. She's quite furious at this behavior of relying on looks to get close to the rich and speaks without holding back. This escort stole my earrings. Is that so? Zhong Ding smiles warmly, but his gaze is sharp as he asks, where's the evidence? Woman A then recounts the events that led to this situation. Zhong Ding doesn't listen closely. When Woman A accuses Su Huicheng of moral corruption, he lifts his trench coat and calls out, Little Camellia? Su Huicheng is startled to see him, quickly lowers her head, and softly says, Mr. Zhong. He affectionately pinches her, asking, Made a lot of money? Came here to dress yourself up? She shakes her head, feeling anxious about his actions. She dislikes his intimacy because it does not bode well. Woman A continues talking until she's hoarse, and when she turns around, she sees that the couple is not paying attention to her at all, which makes her even angrier. Shouting, In any case, I want to search her. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ding raises an eyebrow. If you dare to search her, I dare to strip you. With this statement, his imposing presence is immediately felt. Woman A and B exchange wary glances. The nearby sales staff and the sales manager have nothing to say. Zhong Ding is a high-level VIP customer. If they support women A and B, it would be a significant loss. Yi Zheng feels a complex mix of emotions upon hearing Zhong Ding's words. She had just thought Zhong Ding was helpful, but now she realizes he knows the woman who is supposedly an escort. Yi Zheng naturally begins to speculate about the unclean relationship between Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng. Her mood darkens. Although she had heard that Zhong Ding was a playboy, she still held onto the fantasy of a wayward son turning back. Seeing that Su Huicheng has found an ally, Woman A turns to bother the store's sales staff. The manager smiles apologetically, urging Woman A to choose a peaceful negotiation method. Woman B, observing Zhong Ding's half-smiling expression, also begins to persuade Woman A to calm down and resolve the issue peacefully. Woman A feels embarrassed and secretly curses Su Huicheng a few times. Then Woman B desperately looks for a way out, and Woman A reluctantly says to Su Huicheng, As long as you hand over the earrings, I won't pursue your actions. Su Huicheng replies softly, sticking to her guns, I didn't see the earrings. Zhong Ding gently wraps an arm around Su Huicheng, his fingers bouncing lightly on her shoulder. Since she says she hasn't seen them, then she hasn't. He doesn't care about the truth of the matter. This camellia is now his toy, and he doesn't want her to deflate too soon. Woman A is so angry that she can't speak. Then, the truth is revealed by Kong Xine, who had just been exposed. Amid the chaos, she enters the fitting room and carefully searches around, finally spotting the pair of earrings that were clearly trampled on in the corner. Kong Xine walks up to Woman A, opens her palm to reveal the earrings, and exhales, apologizing. Woman A is too busy checking the damage to her earrings to pay Kong Xine any mind. Kong Xine's tone grows colder. Apologize. Woman A is somewhat frightened by Kong Xine. Filled with anger, just as she is about to confront her, she suddenly sees Zhong Ding smiling darkly and dangerously. In the end, Woman A and B stop their antics and hurriedly leave. However, Su Huicheng cannot escape. Zhong Ding suddenly feels in a good mood and, seemingly casually, asks Little Camellia, Is your thing clean now? Can you take clients now? She has no way to lie. He can count the days and know. Thus, he keeps her in check. Kong Xine is astonished by Zhong Ding's act of saving Su Huicheng. Her impression of him still lingers from that night when he and Xiao Ling used her as a bet. Kong Xine knows Su Huicheng has also suffered at Zhong Ding's hands, but she does not know the depth of their relationship that would prompt him to help her. This question not only puzzles Kong Xine, but also makes Su Huicheng uneasy. Based on past experiences, Zhong Ding's willingness to help is almost non-existent. In other words, his appearance has ulterior motives. Kong Xine does not say much to Zhong Ding. She only whispers to Su Huicheng before leaving, I will explain it to Mommy. Since Zhong Ding is a guest that no one can offend, Mommy will be particularly lenient. Therefore, even if Zhong Ding suddenly takes Su Huicheng away, Mommy will not explode in anger. Thank you. If given a choice, Su Huicheng would not want to stay by Zhong Ding's side. However, she now adopts a mindset of wanting to play early and be free from it all, allowing him to arrange everything. When Su Huicheng comes out and sees Yi Zheng, she still has no expression. Yi Zheng, on the other hand, appears quite awkward. Zhong Ding does not linger with Yi Zheng. His task of paying the bill has already been completed. He and Su Huicheng went to the restaurant downstairs. As they sat down in the private room, he maintained his usual gentle tone. "Little Camellia, you need to eat well to have the energy to play." Su Huicheng didn't respond. She had become increasingly reluctant to speak these days. Zhong Ding looked at her lifeless face, and a smirk appeared on his thin lips. "Little Camellia, your looks aren't as good as they used to be." Su Huicheng forced a smile and poured tea for him. "Mr. Zhong, please have some tea." Su Huicheng didn't even know why she was so afraid of death. If she mustered the courage to end her tragic life, then all her suffering would be gone. Yet, no matter how she struggled, she wanted to live, even if it was a humble and lowly existence. Zhong Ding chuckled lightly and glanced at the teacup. He took out a cigarette case, lit a cigarette, and took a few puffs. "I heard that the men who want to play with you are lined up for months now." She was taken aback. That was all an exaggeration. What she knew was that her mother would have her entertain an investor from Hong Kong tomorrow, and the day after that. It would be the management of a foreign company. As for what came after that, Su Huicheng couldn't quite remember. "I have a new game in a few days. This time, I don't want to make a mess." He exhaled smoke, smiling faintly. "So, little Camellia, your clients will have to wait a few more days." As soon as Su Huicheng heard the word game, she had a premonition that she might once again brush past death. She truly didn't understand why Zhong Ding was so insistent on pulling her into his games. "Little Camellia, do you want to know why I chose you?" Zhong Ding looked at her with a smile. Her previously numb expression finally changed at that moment, and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. "Because you have a strong fate." He smiled, but his eyes were cold. "That way, you won't be easily finished." Su Huicheng's hands trembled a little. She really wanted to stab him with a knife and fork in her hands. Chapter 22. Zhong Ding looked at Su Huicheng, who was gripping her fork tightly, and sneered. "Are you angry?" The veins on Su Huicheng's hands were twitching as she bit her lower lip. When she first entered this line of work, she had fought back fiercely, but the end result was that she was left battered and bruised. Later, she learned to accept her fate. So even if she had many emotions, she could only endure them. Zhong Ding blew out a series of smoke rings and continued to mock her. "Do you think you still have any other value?" "No." Su Huicheng was very clear that he looked down on her, so he didn't really touch her, merely playing with her. To him, perhaps her existence was just a source of amusement. "Little Camellia, you do have one advantage," Zhong Ding said with a friendly smile, as if genuinely complimenting her. "You're obedient." She fiddled with the food on her plate, remaining silent. She decided to treat him as a difficult customer. Because her entanglement with customers only lasted for a while, and once it was over, they wouldn't meet again. When Mommy learned that Su Huicheng had gone with Zhong Ding, she was obviously displeased. She would now have to apologize to all the customers she had already promised to. Mommy suspected that Su Huicheng had used some trick to get Zhong Ding to help her escape from serving customers. However, Mommy had heard that Zhong Ding was notoriously unpredictable. Moreover, Su Huicheng had previously hosted Zhong Ding, and Xiao Ling and the others had all been tortured mercilessly. Mommy reported the matter truthfully to Zhu Jiwu. After listening, Zhu Jiwu replied with an indicating he understood. His expression didn't change much, making it hard to tell if he was happy or angry. Seeing this, Mommy withdrew. As soon as the door was closed, Zhu Jiwu tugged at his collar, feeling a tightness in his chest. He went to find a short whip, picked it up, and waved it around. The whip was fine, but the woman who had been kneeling and begging for mercy was no longer there. Zhu Jiwu's anger had nowhere to vent. He threw the whip against the wall, the sound echoing in the large room, fueling his anger even more. It was still more pleasant to listen to that woman's cries. Zhu Jiwu threw the whip towards the wall and quietly watched it fall to the ground. When he was frustrated abroad, he had wanted to grab Su Huicheng to vent his anger, but due to the distance, he held back. Now that he was back in the country, he couldn't hide his irritable temper anymore. After catching his breath, he directly made a phone call. The ringing lasted a long time, long enough for him to think she wouldn't answer. In the end, she still picked up, her tone urgent as she explained, "Brother Wu, I didn't hear it just now." Zhu Jiwu snickered, his voice harsh as if a wheel was grinding over sand. "Shancha, have you found a support?" "No." Su Huicheng stood on end at his words. "Brother Wu, I just happened to meet Mr. Zhong." "That's good." Zhu Jiwu suddenly laughed heartily. "If they are happy, who would dare touch our establishment?" She was momentarily stunned. Shansha, keep it up. Didn't I say I would promote you to a top card? Yes. Thank you, Brother Wu. Her response was very wooden. After hanging up, Zhu Jiwu couldn't quite remember what he had just said on the phone. However, his previous irritability had subsided. He put the whip away and notified Mommy to prioritize Shansha's pricing. For him, making money was the most practical thing. After Su Huicheng finished that tasteless afternoon tea, she awaited Zhong Ding's arrangements. He seemed quite leisurely, finishing his main course before ordering dessert and another cup of coffee. Su Huicheng sat stiffly at the table, looking down at the surface. Zhong Ding leisurely savored various pastries, and after a while, he seemed to remember her. He asked without much sincerity, "Little Camellia, would you like some cake?" She shook her head. "No, thank you, Mr. Zhong." He ordered high-calorie items, which weren't suitable for easily gaining weight. Of course, she didn't have the courage to share food with Zhong Ding. However, it was the first time she had seen a man enjoy sweets so much. When he drank his coffee, she noticed he poured in 3 cups of milk sugar. She couldn't help but feel her teeth soften a bit. In fact, she also liked sweets, but recently Mommy had ordered her to slim down. Aside from being satisfied with Su Huicheng's face, Mommy had many complaints about other aspects. Su Huicheng could only do her best to learn to be a competent prostitute, and the primary element of being competent was to cater to the customers. If she had fully complied with Zhong Ding earlier, would she not be sitting here now? Zhong Ding took a sip of coffee and then looked up at Su Huicheng. She was in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking about. He remembered his plans for the next few days, put down his cup, and said, "Later, you need to pack a few pieces of clothing." She reacted and timidly asked, "Are we going for a few days?" 2 or 3 days, he smiled. "They won't arrive that early. We should first get familiar with the environment." Su Huicheng didn't ask further. Since she wanted to be competent, there was no need for further inquiries. Zhong Ding finished all the desserts alone and told Su Huicheng to go home and pack up. He would come to pick her up at night. Su Huicheng, note that. "See you tonight, Mr. Zhong." Little Camellia is really obedient. He patted her head, treating her like a pet. Su Huicheng watched him drive away in that white sports car. Sighing, it seemed the next 2 days would be like going into battle again. Su Huicheng went home to pack her luggage and then stroked her little treasure box. She anticipated that being with Zhong Ding wouldn't lead to anything good, so she hesitated about whether to bring the little treasure box along. Perhaps this time, Zhong Ding really intended to do her harm. After thinking it over, she put down the box and encouraged herself, "I will come back." That night, Zhong Ding called to confirm the time, saying, "Little Camellia, I don't have much patience. Don't keep me waiting." Su Huicheng hurried downstairs and stood in the cold wind waiting for him. Zhong Ding indeed changed cars. That white sports car should only be used by certain people. Following his instructions, she sat in the back seat. On the way, the two didn't talk much, and he didn't explain the specific itinerary for this trip. As Su Huicheng saw the city getting further and further away, she grew anxious, clutching her skirt, wanting to ask several times. After Zhong Ding got on the highway, he lazily said, "We're going to Z City." She was taken aback. "So far? Why choose to go at night? I'm the one driving." "I didn't say it was far. You're just sitting in the car, no effort, and you think it's far?" The end of his sentence was drawn out. She sensed his temper rising, so she kept silent. If she had known they were going so far, she would have brought some snack for the road. She hadn't eaten enough for dinner, as she had hurriedly cooked a bowl of rice noodles. At this rate, they probably wouldn't arrive in Z City until after 10 o'clock, and she didn't even know where the destination was in Z City. The car sped down the highway and in the dim light of the surroundings. Su Huicheng gradually couldn't keep her eyelids open. She didn't realize when the music in the car switched to soft music. She felt drowsy, closed her eyes, and then didn't want to open them again. Su Huicheng slept until they got out of the car. Zhong Ding opened the back door, and a cold wind blew into the car. She remained unaware. He leaned down to look at her face. She had reverted to her heavy makeup and was now resting on the pillow, sleeping soundly. He patted her face, teasing, "Little Camellia, you're really ugly." Su Huicheng groggily woke up. When she opened her eyes and saw Zhong Ding's face, she momentarily lost her senses, thinking she was still dreaming, and that Xiao Yin had appeared before her again. Once her rationality returned, she suddenly jumped, hitting her head on the roof of the car. She covered her head and cried out in pain. Zhong Ding lightly smiled. "You caught up on sleep ahead of time. That's good." You can wake up early tomorrow. At this moment, Su Huicheng still didn't understand his words. She followed him into the house. This is the idol villa of Chun Xingue. Su Huicheng once saw news about this area on television. It is said that there are many natural hot spring outlets in these mountains, and numerous developers are eyeing them. But it seems none have truly secured them. Su Huicheng only realized before going to bed why Zhong Ding said it was good for her to catch up on sleep early. Because he wanted her to accompany him out at 5 in the morning the next day. She hesitantly asked him if he was going for a morning run. Zhong Ding smiled faintly, saying he was going to watch the sunrise. Su Huicheng thought he was making a cold joke, but the next morning, he really did want to watch the sunrise. Zhong Ding was very punctual, arriving downstairs at exactly 5 o'clock. Su Huicheng rushed down the stairs and bowed to apologize for being a minute late. He smiled slightly and said, "Little Camellia, you really look ugly." Su Huicheng forced a smile. It was because of her makeup that she was late. The place Zhong Ding wanted to go to was halfway up the mountain. Walking along the mountain path would take about 40 minutes to reach. Back in the day, Chun Xingue built a small cable car at a certain cliff for convenience. Taking the cable car to watch the sunrise only takes 20 minutes. The administrator escorted Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng up and then activated the cable car's operation signal. Su Huicheng glanced at the dense forest below and felt dizzy. She gripped the handrail, her palms sweaty. Zhong Ding, however, kept looking down at the base of the mountain. After crossing the midpoint, the cable car began to descend slowly, and suddenly it jolted. Zhong Ding's gaze quickly shifted to the steel cable outside. The way the steel cable was swaying seemed a bit abnormal. Su Huicheng was even more nervous from a jolt. She looked at Zhong Ding's restrained expression and anxiously called out, "Mr. Zhong?" Just as her voice fell, there was a loud crack, and the cable car began to plummet rapidly, swaying wildly. She screamed in fear, closed her eyes, and dared not look, clinging tightly to the railing. Zhong Ding suddenly tugged at her. With that tug, she completely lost her balance, unable to hold onto the railing anymore, and stumbled toward him. Tears of fear streamed down her face as she desperately clutched his shirt. Zhong Ding held her waist and turned in a different direction. She sensed something and quickly opened her eyes to look back. The cable car was about to crash into the mountainside, and she was his cushion. She knew that this man was her reaper. Su Huicheng used her head to bump against his chest, trying to push him away from her embrace. Zhong Ding subdued her struggles while quickly scanning the area below. The cable car was getting closer to the mountainside, his gaze fixed intently on a certain spot. "Little Camellia, hold on tight," he said as he wrapped one arm around her waist and jumped down. Chapter 23. Su Huicheng was startled by Zhong Ding's actions, and she instinctively clung tightly to him out of a survival instinct. Zhong Ding's leap was actually a gamble. He had just calculated the distance between himself and the nearby dead branch. If he had jumped down alone, he was confident he could grab hold of it. However, adding Su Huicheng's weight made it uncertain. He could have completely shaken her off, but her panicked eyes made him hesitate slightly. Fine, let it be an act of kindness. During the free fall, Zhong Ding narrowly brushed against the dead branch he had been focusing on. The tremendous impact caused his right hand to ache. He gripped it with all his strength, the rough bark scraping against his palm inch by inch. Their bodies swayed for a while before gradually slowing down. After the cable car crashed into the mountain wall, a loud noise erupted, and the door of the cabin fell off first. The shaking of the steel cable becoming more intense, ultimately breaking. The deformed cabin finally fell deep into the jungle. They both remained silent for a moment. Zhong Ding's first words were, "You need to lose weight." In this perilous situation, Su Huicheng had completely lost her voice, hanging in midair with a dark jungle below them. All her hopes for survival rested on his right hand. She was so frightened that she buried her face in his chest. He was jostled by her and said sharply, "Little Camellia, lift your head." She clung to him tightly, afraid that any movement would cause her fall. "I need to reiterate, if you cry again, I will kick you away." Su Huicheng was taken aback, squeezing her eyes shut to force out the tears. "Mr. Zhong," her voice trembled, "I'm not crying." "That's good." His words sounded almost like a chant. She held back her tears. "What should we do?" Several times she had hovered at death's door because of him. Zhong Ding observed the terrain nearby and felt the tremble of the person in his arms. He smiled coldly. "If you don't want to die, then lift your head." Su Huicheng sniffled, looking up at him with red eyes. Listen, I'm not Tarzan. I can't hang on for too long. He lowered his gaze, his tone flat. Let's see if there's a place nearby where we can land. Upon hearing this, Su Huicheng seemed to see a glimmer of hope and quickly shifted her gaze to search. However, in the air where they were hanging, there were no nearby points of support except for the large tree that stretched out from the mountain wall. She felt a sense of despair. All her emotions laid bare in her round eyes. Little Camellia, fear and tears won't help us. Zhong Ding wrapped his arms around her waist, feeling a bit of strain, so he loosened his grip slightly. She was startled, thinking he was going to give up on her. He merely lowered his hand, supporting her hips with his wrist, allowed her to sit on his arm, then smiled lightly. Calm down, we need to save ourselves. Zhong Ding couldn't find a corner of the mountain to land on, so he looked up. The crooked tree on the cliff twisted and turned, its bare branches bending and extending. Hanging like this was not a long-term solution. If the branches couldn't support their weight, it would be too late. Little Camellia, climb up. Su Huicheng locked eyes with him and nodded. No matter what, she had to try. She used his elevated arm strength to reach for a branch, but couldn't reach. Zhong Ding glanced at his left hand and gestured to her. Step up. Su Huicheng silently wrapped her arms around his neck, trembling as she lifted her foot onto his arm. When she caught a glimpse of the gray scenery below, she couldn't help but shiver. If you shake again, I'll throw you down. She gritted her teeth. I'm scared. How can you not be scared? Her heart was almost leaping out her chest. Is being scared useful? Go up. Su Huicheng stood on his arm, slowly straightening her body. Her hands didn't dare leave his neck, so when she got into a half squat, she couldn't stand up straight. Zhong Ding's expression grew impatient. Little Camellia, don't make me say a third time. Su Huicheng took a leap of faith. She cautiously raised her hands to maintain balance. This action largely depended on Zhong Ding's arm strength, and surprisingly, he didn't shake at all. The moment Su Huicheng grasped the branch, she felt almost faint. Then she stood fully upright, using both hands and feet to support herself on the branch. Zhong Ding glanced at the footprints on his clothes, then sat in the fork of the branch. She crawled toward the thick branch, not daring to look down, her entire focus on the branch ahead. The further she crawled in, the larger the diameter of the branches, and she finally sat securely. She clung to the adjacent branch, watching Zhong Ding suspended in midair, the grand sky behind him. His expression showed no signs of panic, exuding a calm demeanor. She opened her mouth. Mr. Zhong, I'm okay. He lifted his eyes to glance at her, then gripped the dead branch with both hands, mimicking a pull-up to support himself up. When Zhong Ding sat next to Su Huicheng, he couldn't help but gasp for breath, shaking his right hand, which had several abrasions with blood seeping out. He searched his pockets, realizing his phone and wallet were gone, likely lost during the jump. He couldn't help but touch the left side of his chest. The lighter was still there. Luckily, he had placed it in the inner pocket. Su Huicheng's handbag had also disappeared with the cable car's fall. In midair, they had lost contact with the outside world. Seeing the blood on Zhong Ding's palm, Su Huicheng couldn't help but ask, Mr. Zhong, are you okay? I'm fine. Zhong Ding looked down, overlooking the myriad of life beneath him. He smiled. The sunrise here must be beautiful. Yes, the sunrise is beautiful. The first ray of light pierced through the mist, the brilliant golden satin gradually spreading across the earth. However, at that moment, Su Huicheng had no mood to appreciate the sunrise. Her fear had not diminished at all. She turned to look at Zhong Ding, his face illuminated by a warm yellow glow. After a long while, she softly broke the silence between them. Mr. Zhong, will someone come to rescue us? His expression slightly softened. They will. Su Huicheng felt a bit relieved. The waiting process that followed felt like years, and she desperately wanted rescue. During this torturous time, she remained highly tense, her body stiff from the fixed sitting position. 2 hours later, there was still no sign of rescue. Zhong Ding was unwilling to wait any longer. Little Camellia, you stay here. He had seen a gap in a mountain wall from the cable car earlier, but it was some distance from here. He wouldn't miss any chance for survival. Su Huicheng was alarmed. Where are you going? It's uncomfortable sitting here. I'm going to find a more comfortable place. Mr. Zhong, don't leave me. She felt panic at the thought of being alone. I'll be back soon. He ignored her pleas and leaned against a tree trunk, slipping past the interwoven branches until he reached the end. Su Huicheng watched him walk further away, clinging tightly to the large tree, unable to take her eyes off him. Zhong Ding recalled the size of the gap above, then grabbed the uneven stones on the cliff. If these stones were sturdy enough, he could attempt to climb up without a safety rope. He turned back to look at Su Huicheng. She looked pitiful, her eyes glistening with pleading tears. He understood that if he left her here, she would die. Zhong Ding smiled lightly. "Little Camellia, I'll be back soon." With that, he decisively began to climb the cliff. Su Huicheng felt even more desolate. If he was determined to abandon her, she had no other option. She could only watch his back, desperately convincing herself to believe his words. Zhong Ding had only taken a few steps when he happened to pass by a patch of wild grass and suddenly stopped. There was a hole. The entrance was covered by weeds, with only the upper third visible. From below, he couldn't see the exposed part at all. Zhong Ding stepped forward, placing his left leg down there. The entrance was small, with a diameter of about 1 meter. He pushed aside the wild grass and slid in with his lower body first, then held onto the entrance and exerted force to continue inward. After moving in for more than a meter, the cave space appeared to be quite spacious. The light inside was very dim. Zhong Ding stood up, took out a lighter, and examined the surroundings in the light. It should be a natural cave. He looked back at the narrow exit, then took off his windbreaker and went back outside. Su Huicheng had been looking up in his direction. After he entered the cave, she felt a bitter sense of despair. Later, when she saw him poke his head out, her eyes suddenly sparkled. Mr. Zhong. This was the first time she had seen him appear, and her mood could only be described as ecstatic. Zhong Ding smiled and slowly lowered the clothing. The length of the windbreaker was not enough for the distance between him and her. Fortunately, the horizontal distance of this cave was not far from Su Huicheng's position. "Little Camellia, climb along the tree yourself, and I'll pull you up." Su Huicheng glanced at the tangled branches and then looked at him. She trembled as she reached for the tree. She had never climbed a tree, but all her hope was with him. He warned her, "Don't shake." She nodded. This process, second by second, she was extremely cautious. When she reached out to grab the windbreaker, the black windbreaker was blown by the wind again and again, repeatedly missing her hand. Zhong Ding kept his eyes on her. When her right hand grasped the sleeve of the windbreaker, he warned her, "Don't let go of your left hand yet." Su Huicheng listened to him completely now, both hands holding onto their respective supports. "Wrap the sleeve around." She nodded, wrapped it around the sleeve once, and then held on tightly. Zhong Ding slowly pulled. When his hand grasped her wrist, he pulled her up with all his strength. Su Huicheng exerted herself to move her upper body inward, and when her body was fully on the ground, she stopped moving. Zhong Ding saw her gaze become vacant and dragged her into the spacious area. In the dimness, he pinched her cheek, scared. Su Huicheng was dazed for a while before coming back to her senses. She sluggishly sat up, turned to look at the cave entrance, unable to believe she was still alive. Then she suddenly threw herself into Zhong Ding's arms, wrapped her arms around his neck, and cried out loud. Zhong Ding patted her back in a comforting manner, but to his surprise, she cried even harder. He smirked, feeling as if all the good things in this life were accomplished today. Su Huicheng desperately vented her inner fear. Now, she only had this man with her, and didn't he care whether he was good or bad. Even if he were a demon, right now, he was all she had. Chapter 24. Zhong Ding sat still, allowing Su Huicheng to cry on his shoulder. He had always loved excitement. In his youthful and reckless days, he had played off-road combat for a long time, climbing and wading through waters with gunfire all around. The thrill of his heart racing was unparalleled. After the recent fall from the cliff, his mood hadn't fluctuated much. Instead, a long-lost joy surged within him. However, the little camellia in front of him was clearly terrified, crying without any composure. Her tears slid down his neck, disappearing into his collar. Perhaps that painted face would look even uglier now. When her cries gradually turned into soft whimpers, Zhong Ding spoke. "Little camellia, let's set 3 rules." Su Huicheng, gasping a bit from crying, heard his words, let go of him, and distanced herself. Then she looked up at him through tear-filled eyes, seeing only a dark expression. "I'll allow you to cry like this once." Zhong Ding's statement carried no emotion. "We are not completely out of danger. If all you know is to cry, then you are my burden." He couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't abandon her when the time came. He had no hope for his own kindness. She completely left his embrace. "Mr. Zhong, aren't you afraid?" What he had just said was the truth, she understood. But she didn't know how to overcome her fear of death. Afraid. He smiled again, with that distinctive, rising tone. That's why we need to find a way to survive, understand? Su Huicheng was stunned. No matter how hard her past had been, she always wanted to live. But she had used the method of yielding. When she truly reached the brink of death, she resigned herself to it, feeling powerless. Suddenly, she envied Zhong Ding. She wanted to possess such a strong mindset. Mr. Zhong, I don't want to die either. So, she wiped her tears and gritted her teeth. I won't cry anymore. That's good. He chuckled lightly, scratching her face. Little Camellia, go pull some weeds from the cave entrance. Su Huicheng agreed. She bent down and peeked outside, seeing the vast green shade below, and trembled a bit. She crouched at the cave entrance, her upper body hanging in the air, gripping the grass vigorously, almost toppling forward due to excessive force. Zhong Ding held her calf in time. What is the rush? She quickly clung to the stone wall of the cave, breathlessly explaining, these weeds can't be pulled out without force. You don't need to pull too many. He bent down to look at the amount she was holding. All right, come back in. Su Huicheng scooted back. You're really obedient. Zhong Ding tossed the weeds aside, then propped his arms behind him, stretching his legs straight at the narrow opening of the cave, where the sunlight could just reach. Little Camellia, come bask in the sun. Su Huicheng glanced at the pile of weeds and mimicked his position, sitting side by side with him. The warm winter sun warmed both their legs. As they sat there, Zhong Ding simply laid back with his hands as a pillow and closed his eyes. Su Huicheng gazed at the magnificent peaks outside, a wave of fatigue washing over her. Even though she had regained her life, it didn't mean safety. There was no water, no food here. She prayed silently for rescue to come quickly. She turned to look at the man beside her. His breathing was steady, as if he was asleep. Without the usual mocking expression, he really resembled Xiao Yan. Time passed little by little, and Su Huicheng gradually couldn't bear the oncoming fatigue. After lying down, she turned her head to gaze at Zhong Ding's profile and smiled. In that moment, she self-hypnotized, seeing the man before her as Xiao Yan, the warm gentleman who brought her hope. Thinking this way, a hint of sweetness spread in her heart. Her gaze lingered on Zhong Ding's face until she fell asleep. Su Huicheng's upper body pressed against the cold cave floor. Although her legs basked in the warm sun, she still curled up in her sleep, snuggling closer to the warmth beside her. When she touched Zhong Ding, he immediately woke up. He didn't move, allowing her to hold onto his arm. The sunlight at the cave entrance was shrinking. The sun was slowly moving westward. He estimated that the east-facing cave would have no sunlight after noon. What followed would be the cold. The weeds at the entrance wouldn't burn for long. So, he had to think of another way. Su Huicheng leaned closer. He lightly touched her hand, which was cold. No wonder she kept pressing toward him. Zhong Ding didn't actively embrace her, but he didn't push her away either. He was pondering the events of this incident. He leaned towards the possibility that it was man-made. The only witness present was that administrator, and it was also the administrator who operated the cable car. Chen Xingui and the others would only arrive in Z City tomorrow or the day after. If they really had to wait for rescue, they would have to hold on for another day or two. Water was the primary necessity, but there was none in this cave. Although scientifically, the limit for not drinking water is said to be 3 days, he didn't think that this little prostitute beside him would last that long. Moreover, she seemed very afraid of the cold. At this moment, Su Huicheng's face was pressed against his arm, drawing his body heat. Zhong Ding glanced at his watch. It was nearly 11 o'clock. He estimated that it would be cloudy here in the afternoon, not to mention at night. Perhaps little Camellia wouldn't die from hunger or thirst, but from a cold. Su Huicheng felt increasingly cold. She wanted to pull a blanket, but found nothing. The chill pressed in waves. She shivered and then woke up. The sunlight had disappeared from the cave entrance. She curled her legs, rubbing against the man beside her. Zhong Ding lowered his brows. Cold? She didn't nod, but looked up at him, her watery eyes clearly revealing her true thoughts. Get up. He sat up and retreated into the cave. She silently sat down opposite him, hugging her knees. I'll go down and get some branches to make a fire. Su Huicheng was stunned. You still want to go down? It's too risky to move back and forth on the cliff. She was worried about him. Yeah, the temperature in the mountains at night drops extremely low, and without firewood, it would be hard to endure. Mr. Zhong, can I help you? Since the accident, he had been saving her. She didn't want to hold him back any longer. He grunted, little Camellia has made progress. Mr. Zhong, she clenched her fists. I want to live too. Zhong Ding lowered his eyes and whispered, that's good. Zhong Ding assessed the environment below. The branches of the big tree branched out in various directions. At least there was a decent amount of wood. However, some positions had a very high danger index. As he prepared to descend, he still smiled slightly. Little Camellia, if I fall, you'll have to fend for yourself. You won't. Su Huicheng tightened her grip on his windbreaker, urgently saying, Mr. Zhong, don't joke around. He raised his eyes, looking at this dirty woman. He was indeed joking. What he didn't say was that even if he truly fell, until the moment he breathed his last, there was still hope. However, the chance of this woman being left alone here and surviving was very low. Zhong Ding slowly climbed down. Su Huicheng looked down from the cave entrance. More nervous than he was, but she didn't dare to speak. When his foot touched the tree trunk, she realized she had been holding her breath the entire time. Following his instructions, she lowered his windbreaker. The thicker branches were difficult for Zhong Ding to break with his bare hands, and he was very cautious with his strength while bracing himself on the tree. He tied the broken branches to the sleeves of the windbreaker and signaled Su Huicheng to pull it up. Back and forth, they worked for over 40 minutes. Just before he climbed back up, he stood on a thick branch, looked down at the deep cliff, and loosened his pants. Performing such a private act in midair was quite rare. Su Huicheng caught a glimpse of this scene and hurriedly turned her eyes away. She had only gone to the bathroom once before leaving in the morning and hadn't had the chance since. If she had to continue staying in the cave, it was inevitable that she would have to address her normal physiological needs. After Zhong Ding returned to the cave, he checked the number of branches. Use them sparingly. We have no tools, and what we can gather is very limited. Su Huicheng noted that. She also wanted to save the branches for the fire tonight. So she nestled in a corner and didn't complain about the cold, even though she was indeed very cold. Not only was she cold, but she was also hungry. Moreover, as time passed, she gradually felt a pressing urge to urinate. The light in the cave was dim, and they were a distance apart. In her blurred vision, she saw him with one leg bent, his hand resting on it and swaying. Mr. Zhong, though she felt embarrassed, she had no choice but to speak up. I need to pee. Zhong Ding seemed to scoff lightly. Go ahead. She was confused, but in this cave? Go to the entrance. Su Huicheng immediately understood. However, that action seemed a bit dangerous. She was afraid of accidentally falling off the cliff. He interrupted her, his tone somewhat cold. Do you need me to teach you the position? No. Actually, she wanted to ask if he could help her, but it was too embarrassing. In the end, Su Huicheng tried to resolve it herself. She half-squatted at the cave entrance, precariously stepping on the edge with her hips hanging in the air. Then she grasped the protruding stones on the cave wall with both hands to maintain her balance. After the struggle, she felt as if she had fought with death. When she returned to sit down, her legs felt a bit weak. She wasn't sure if it was because the north wind had just blown against her bare buttocks. But now she felt a chilly wind swirling inside her. Zhong Ding also sensed it. Suddenly, there seemed to be a bone-chilling cold wind in the cave. He glanced at the cave entrance. Previously, he hadn't let Su Huicheng pull out too much grass, considering it would provide some protection against the cold wind. However, now this cold air didn't seem to be coming from outside. Little Camellia? I'm here. Her voice trembled slightly. Come here. She was shivering from the cold and quickly walked over to him, instinctively wanting to get closer to him for his body heat. Zhong Ding tossed his windbreaker to her to wear. Then he piled up some weeds and branches and took out a lighter. As soon as the flame appeared, it went out immediately. He glanced into a corner of the cave and then turned his back to the wind. Only when he started a fire did the temperature in the cave rise slightly. Zhong Ding picked up a piece of firewood and walked towards the source of the strange wind. He had checked that corner before, but with insufficient light. He hadn't noticed anything unusual. Now, it revealed a narrow gap with several pieces of broken stones lying on the ground. Those broken stones should have been blocking that gap. He reached out and pried at the gap with force, causing several surrounding stones to crack. The gap became larger. The wind became even more biting. He picked up the broken stones and threw them into that deep, narrow opening. Then he threw in larger stones. Just as he intended to ponder this place further, he felt that eerie wind hitting him repeatedly, sharp and penetrating. Zhong Ding turned around and returned to his original position. Su Huicheng was on guard, staring at that gap. "Mr. Zhong, what is that place?" "I don't know." At that moment, he felt as if an ice blade was roaming inside him. "Little Camellia, come let me warm up." She was a bit taken aback. "Mr. Zhong, come over to the fire." Zhong Ding held his hands over the fire, but still felt no warmth. That wind was indeed strange. After just a moment in the wind, he had lost all warmth. He remained silent for a moment, and then said seriously, I need to do some exercise to warm up. Now, Su Huicheng understood. She felt a little awkward. At such a life-and-death moment, she hadn't yet adjusted to the situation. Seeing that she hadn't moved for a while, Zhong Ding mocked. "You've been a chicken for so many years. How many men have you been with, and yet you're still acting shy?" Su Huicheng was stunned, silently nodded, and then knelt down to help him unbutton his pants. She was very afraid of this kind of thing. She hadn't truly entertained clients for months. Before, it had been easier with assistance. Now, there was not even a drop of water here. She could only hope his endurance wasn't too good. Zhong Ding looked down at her face, dirty and smeared with colorful marks. He felt disinterested, so he grabbed her hand. "Have you danced before?" "I have." She answered honestly, having danced a bit before the talent competition. Then dance a bit. He needed a temptation to ignite his passion. However, she was just about to tell him that her dancing skills were poor, but he was impatient. "Hurry up." Su Huicheng bit her lip, stood in front of him as instructed, and began to sway her body. Zhong Ding suddenly coughed twice, and then lowered his head to cover his mouth with his hand, a clear smile appearing in his eyes. Su Huicheng stopped awkwardly. This was the first time she saw him truly smile. No sarcasm, only ease. However, it was because of her clumsy dancing. When Zhong Ding looked up, the light in his eyes hadn't faded, making them shine even brighter. "Stop dancing." When she returned to his side and held his hand, she was startled by its coldness. She panicked. He had just been warm. How could he suddenly be so cold? "Mr. Zhong, let me warm you up." Zhong Ding lazily leaned against the stone wall, allowing her to take action. Su Huicheng helped him pull down his underwear, then froze. His member was half soft, half hard. However, what caught her attention wasn't that. It was the oblique muscles on his abdomen, which had a faint orange tattoo. She couldn't say what the pattern was, but under the flickering flames, that tattoo looked extraordinarily captivating. Chapter 25, Su Huicheng's gaze was fixed on the light orange pattern. Zhong Ding waited for 10 seconds, but when he saw she didn't make any further movements, he glanced at the tattoo and asked, "How long do you plan to keep looking?" She was startled and only then realized she had been dazed. So she returned to the matter at hand. She stood up, walked over to pick up her down jacket, and draped it over him. "Mr. Zhong, don't catch a cold." He suddenly seemed much weaker, though she wasn't sure if it was just her illusion. And then, he raised the corners of his lips. A woman who could dance so provocatively like a clown made him seriously doubt her ability to arouse his interest. Su Huicheng lowered her head slightly and said, "Mr. Zhong, let me be honest with you." She paused, glanced at his expression, and continued, "My skills aren't good." Although she tried hard to satisfy her clients, her inner disgust was overwhelming. She had watched instructional videos and tried to imitate those women's movements. However, it was clear the clients were not satisfied. Some even complained to the club, and as a result, she was punished. The worse her business got, the more she was beaten. It was a vicious cycle. Zhong Ding reached out and brushed her short hair. "Aren't you the champion?" "That was just luck." Xiao Yin had been her client for 2 nights, and both times he just fell asleep and passed out. "So, I'll do my best." She was just reminding him to prevent him from laughing again. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to adjust her state. Su Huicheng took off her sweater and shivered. She was wearing 2 sweaters, and the inner one was thinner. Just as she was about to continue undressing, Zhong Ding stopped her. "Use your mouth." She realized what he meant and sighed with relief, then knelt and leaned down. He noticed her hands were also dirty and frowned. "Don't use your hands." Su Huicheng quickly withdrew her hands, clasping them behind her back, looking very helpless. In an instant, she remembered something, quickly wiped her lips with her hand, removing some of the mottled red. Then she secretly glanced at him, saw he had no reaction, and lowered her head to lick. He kindly helped her, making it easier to fit into her mouth. Su Huicheng was somewhat relieved by his size. It looked small, and once inside, it didn't feel too uncomfortable. Therefore, her tongue could flexibly trace his contours, moving up and down, back and forth, sucking and licking. Zhong Ding's internal coldness began to dissipate. Compared to Su Huicheng's state, he seemed distracted. At that moment, he had no thoughts of physical activity. His attention was still on the narrow opening where the wind was blowing. Moreover, her technique was really not good. He looked down at her. Can you have a bit of professional ethics? He felt cold all over, and his reactions became sluggish. He didn't feel much from her actions. Su Huicheng puffed her cheeks, looking up at him with a resentful gaze. She suspected something was wrong with him. Zhong Ding chuckled, gently patting her face. Keep going, put in more effort. She was so tired that her mouth ached. When her nose brushed against his thigh, she realized his body temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. This was unusual, and she felt a bit panicked. So she gently ground her teeth against his tip. Finally, he felt some stimulation. When the sharp sensation concentrated in that area, Zhong Ding's coldness stopped. The previous feeling of ice dancing around gradually disappeared, and his body temperature began to rise. Su Huicheng, on the other hand, was startled. The half-soft thing in her mouth had stiffened, pushing deep in her throat, forcing her to open her mouth and pull back halfway. She had previously thought he was short and thick, but unexpectedly, when it really stood up, her mouth couldn't accommodate it. She coughed a few times, still feeling discomfort in her throat. Little Camellia, keep going. Zhong Ding's desire surged. His eyes darkened with a haze. He pushed aside the down jacket draped over him, his expression showing a kind of taut readiness. Su Huicheng had seen many lewd expressions on men, but the one in front of her was unfamiliar and frightening. She concealed her nervousness and rolled the cylindrical object back into her mouth. The cold retreated sharply. Zhong Ding was now filled with fire, accepting her ministrations rhythmically. His gaze swept over the gap, pressing Su Huicheng's head down, thrusting deeply into her mouth. Su Huicheng's throat ached so much she wanted to vomit. She was very uncomfortable, but he held her down, making it impossible to resist, and she could only make muffled sounds. Her tongue instinctively pushed against him, but it only excited him more, increasing the pace. During this process, he rubbed a few times against his chest, feeling quite ordinary through layers of clothing. He couldn't help but slide toward her collar, pushing a bit of flesh out of her underwear, pinching again and again. Zhong Ding was not interested in a long battle. When he felt it was about time, he released himself in her mouth and then pulled out. Su Huicheng slightly tilted her head back, her mouth so tired it seemed unable to close, with a few drops of murky liquid running down her lips. Her throat was too spicy, and she started coughing again. While coughing, that pile of things was swallowed into her stomach with a single motion. After a round of turmoil, Zhong Ding had regained his strength. He sat up straight, tidying his clothes, and when she finally stopped coughing, he mockingly said, "You thought it was water to drink?" She wiped her lips awkwardly, seeing that he seemed to have come back to life, and asked, "Are you feeling hot now?" He tossed the down jacket back to her and put on his clothes. Zhong Ding walked straight toward the corner where the wind was blowing. The wind had stopped, and he threw a few more stones down, listening to the echo below. Indeed, there was a tinkling sound of water. He had heard similar sounds before, but back then, the wind was strong, and he wasn't sure if it was real. The stones here were also strange, easily crumbling, feeling as if there had originally been an opening that had been forcibly filled. Zhong Ding tried to pry away the surrounding stones. Near the original gap, they indeed broke apart quickly. However, the further up he went, the harder the stone wall became. The gap he pried open was only about 50 to 60 centimeters. When he threw stones deeper inside, the sound of water became clearer. Zhong Ding smiled, turned back, and waved his hand. "Little Camellia, come here." After Su Huicheng put on her clothes, she kept an eye on his actions, guessing he had discovered something unusual, but he didn't give any instructions, so she didn't dare to act rashly. When he called her, she quickly stood up and hurried over. "Mr. Zhong, is there something down there? We still don't know what it is." He glanced at the fire. "That last movement took some time, and the wood burns quickly. I'll go down and take a look first. If I'm down there for too long, you can add some firewood." She followed him, squatting down and staring at the unknown black hole. She tugged at his clothes. "Mr. Zhong, do we really have to go?" Can't we wait for rescue here? Although the cave they were in didn't seem to offer a way out, at least there was an opening leading to the outside, whereas deeper inside might be more dangerous. There's water below. Sitting here is just waiting for an unknown amount of time for rescue. It's better to explore a way out. In this world, you can only rely on yourself. Mr. Zhong, I'm worried. Zhong Ding squinted his eyes. Disasters can last for 1,000 years. Do you understand? She shook her head. She didn't have his confidence, and she was afraid something would happen to him. Little Camellia, it's fine. He held her hand back, a bit soothingly. I'll go down first. You only agree when I call you, remember? His body temperature transmitted through her palm. Su Huicheng remained quiet, finally looking up at him. Mr. Zhong, I'll wait for you. Zhong Ding smiled and let go of her hand, reaching into the black hole to measure it. It was empty below. When he crawled in, he fell straight down. He had thought that since he could hear an echo, the cave wouldn't be too deep. Who knew it would be a long, bottomless pit? As he fell, he spread his hands against the stone walls to slow his speed. However, in a certain area, the stone walls suddenly became incredibly smooth, and he lost his support point, ultimately falling heavily to the bottom of the cave, splashing a large amount of water. Below the entrance of the passage he had just fallen from, there was a small pool. The water was not deep, slightly cushioning the impact of his fall. The moment Zhong Ding hit the ground, his bones throbbed with pain, sharp and piercing, accompanied by a nerve pain that made him twitch. He struggled to surface, clinging to the wall of the pool, and then collapsed in despair. He closed his eyes, gasping for breath, unable to move for a while. The pain in his right shoulder blade throbbed. It was likely he had injured a bone. This was certainly more thrilling than off-road expansion. Zhong Ding had no idea when he would play his life away. Perhaps this was what was called the saying of 1,000 years of legacy. He had been playing along and had been relatively lucky, which made him even more reckless. He reached for the lighter in his chest pocket, a faint smile appearing on his face. The pain spread to his entire right back, and he was sweating, gritting his teeth against the pain, supporting his left shoulder, and barely making it to a corner to sit down. He had noticed before, but there was actually light here. The cave walls were full of holes, uneven and bumpy. Sunlight streamed in through some of the chaotic holes. The cave's shape was uglier than the one above, but there was water and sunlight, and a few small flowers on the ground. The pain in his shoulder was relentless, and Zhong Ding's face turned pale as he continued to gasp for breath. Perhaps he shouldn't have jumped down right after the incident. He felt he hadn't exerted much effort during that event, so as soon as his temperature returned, he was eager to come down. Suddenly, a breeze swept through the cave. It was warm and gentle, blowing slowly. If it weren't for his injury, this place would actually be quite pleasant. He slightly shook his right arm, which triggered a deeper, throbbing sensation. His right arm was temporarily immobile, but that little camellia was still on top. Chapter 26. The cave walls were full of holes, uneven and rugged, and sunlight streamed in through some chaotic openings. The shape of the cave was uglier than the cave above, but it had water and sunlight, and a few small flowers grew on the ground. The temperature inside the cave was pleasant. Although Zhong Ding was damp and uncomfortable, it wasn't too cold. In fact, the pool of water felt warm. This place was a world apart from above. If it weren't for his injuries, it would be quite a pleasant place. The pain in his shoulder was relentless, and Zhong Ding's face grew pale. Perhaps he shouldn't have acted after the incident. He felt he hadn't exerted himself much during that situation, so once his body temperature returned, he couldn't wait to come down. Zhong Ding slightly shook his right hand, which caused a deeper throbbing sensation. His right arm was temporarily immobile, but the little camellia was still on it. He recalled the sudden cold wind that had arisen in the cave above and wondered if it was connected to the wind inside this cave. If it was, then there should also be warm winds above. He closed his eyes again and placed his left hand on his right shoulder. The gentle breeze was warm and soothing. Suddenly, Zhong Ding realized something. The temperature here must have been warm even before he entered. This indicated that the two caves were completely different environments. He leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes to rest. He hoped that the woman could hold on for a while longer. After Zhong Ding went down, Su Huicheng half sat at the opening, listening for any sounds. At first, it was quiet, but then there was a sudden sound of water. She was startled. Then there was silence again. She continued to wait, remembering his words. She could only respond when he called her. After a while, Su Huicheng suddenly turned her head and noticed that the flames had diminished, so she hurriedly got up and added a few branches to the fire. She was afraid that if she moved too far away, she wouldn't be able to hear Zhong Ding's call, so she dared not approach the fire. She remained at the opening, focusing all her attention on the dark cave. Time passed slowly, and there was no news from Zhong Ding. Su Huicheng felt anxious, and several possibilities flashed through her mind. One of them was that he had abandoned her. If that were the case, she wouldn't be surprised. Zhong Ding had no obligation to take her with him. Moreover, they had no relationship to speak of. One could even say they harbored malice towards each other. She thought this way, yet Su Huicheng still sat there waiting. In the cold cave, surrounded by solid stone, the flames flickered in the center. It was a lie to say she wasn't scared being alone in such a space, yet she didn't even dare to cry. Su Huicheng tightly wrapped her arms around herself, huddled close to the crack. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged from the dark cave, piercing through her body. She instantly felt unbearably cold, shivering uncontrollably, as if snow was swirling all around her. She had to return to the fire, huddling close to the warmth. Still, her whole body remained icy. Su Huicheng understood Zhong Ding's earlier discomfort. She remembered that he had alleviated it through movement, so she jumped up, bounced around for about 10 times, and started jogging in place. However, it wasn't as effective as Zhong Ding's method. The wind continued to whistle through the cave, and just when she finally felt a bit warm, it quickly turned cold again. By the time the wind stopped, she was panting heavily but still felt no warmth. Su Huicheng sat back down beside the fire, wishing she could dive into the flames to warm herself. Her gaze shifted to the corner of the opening. That place felt too eerie. She was now very worried about whether something had happened to Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding sat quietly, and when the pain in his right shoulder eased a bit, he lifted his right arm, turned his shoulder, and there was a clear, cracking sound. The previously alleviated pain flared up again, but the movement of his bones was more natural than before. At least it wouldn't constrict his chest and make it hard to breathe. He glanced at his watch. It was already past 4 o'clock. The winter sun sets early, and there wasn't much time left to bask in the sunlight. He used his left hand to grip the cave wall and slowly stood up, then walked toward the pool of water. His right arm still hung limply at his side, so he used his left hand to stir the water as he swam below the connecting passage of the 2 caves. Both of his palms were covered in scars, and the immersion in the pool only intensified the stinging sensation. Looking up at the dark, narrow passage, Zhong Ding called out, "Little Camellia." Su Huicheng was trembling next to the fire pit when she heard his voice faintly drift up. She immediately ran over, leaning down to press her ear against the opening. "Little Camellia." She heard that clearly. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel tears welling up. He hadn't abandoned her. She quickly wiped her eyes and replied loudly, "Mr. Zhong." Her voice echoed loudly. She truly followed his instructions. Zhong Ding let out a light laugh before calling out, "Come down." "Okay." Su Huicheng trusted him and slowly extended her feet into the opening. His voice continued to come through. "The distance may be 6 or 7 meters. There's a pool of water below. I'm right here." Su Huicheng was already lying on the ground, her lower body in the narrow opening, her legs dangling in the air. She couldn't see what was inside, but she understood the meaning of his words. He was right there. She closed her eyes and said, "I'm coming down." Then, with a forceful shove, she fell into the dark passage. Zhong Ding was relieved that the diameter of the passage wasn't large, so he could catch her. She fell hard into his arms and knocked him into the water. Su Huicheng closed her eyes and held her breath. Memories of nearly drowning suddenly assailed her, and her body stiffened. Zhong Ding used the buoyancy of the water and his own strength to slow her fall. Noticing her unusual expression, he understood what was happening, so he wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her up to the surface. She still kept her eyes closed. All sensations remained submerged in the water, reminiscent of the taste of near death. "Little Camellia?" Hearing his voice, Su Huicheng finally opened her eyes in panic. Once she surfaced, she began to breathe heavily, gasping for air and clinging to him. Zhong Ding's expression was also far from good. His right shoulder had been painfully strained during the tug, and she was still tangled up with him. He pulled her to the shore and then let her go. When he stood up, his right arm was shaking violently. Su Huicheng supported herself against the pool wall, slowly climbing up, dazedly staring at the pool water, then glancing at the passageway, filled with trepidation. Next, she turned to look at Zhong Ding, only to see him leaning against the side, frowning with his eyes closed. She walked over to him and, upon getting closer, noticed that his face was terrifyingly pale. Mr. Zhong Ding didn't open his eyes. He merely murmured, "Don't make noise." He suddenly swung his arm, producing another crack. The intense pain made him break out in a cold sweat. This time, he didn't realign the bones. The hole he was leaning against was right in the path of sunlight, warming his back but also causing a sensation that was both itchy and painful. Su Huicheng noticed something was off with him and raised her hand to wipe his sweat. "Are you okay?" Zhong Ding glanced at her. There was an obvious concern in her eyes. "I want to rest." Considering that he was soaked through, she said, "Mr. Zhong, it's easy to catch a cold like this with your clothes on. Why not hang them up to dry first?" He responded. This cave was warm, and being naked was indeed more comfortable than wearing wet clothes. But he didn't want to move. "You do it." Su Huicheng nodded and helped him take off his clothes. Zhong Ding reminded her to put the lighter away first. Once his upper clothes were completely removed, she twisted the shirt to wring out the water and began drying his upper body. At this moment, she purely wanted to help him, so she didn't feel shy. Zhong Ding looked down at her actions. "How did you get into this line of work?" Su Huicheng was taken aback, caught off guard by a sudden question. "Huh?" He was now a bit curious. She had been in this for a few years. How could she be so weak if she lacked skills and means? Her dancing had no aesthetic appeal at all. If he were the boss, he would have dismissed such an employee long ago. She hesitated, not wanting to recall the past. "I originally didn't want to, but Brother Wu would whip her, forcing her to comply." Seeing her like this, Zhong Ding knew she must have been coerced. Her personality really wasn't suited for selling herself. If someone truly cared, with her looks, she would have shown herself off long ago. Unlike her, who kept hiding. Since her right arm hadn't moved much, the pain had lessened, and he had some leisure time. "Little Camellia, what is your price for your previous service?" Su Huicheng continued to wring the water out of her shirt. "You saved me." Zhong Ding snorted. "So you're offering yourself in return?" She shook her head. "Actually, my price isn't high. You've saved me so many times. It's already paid off." It was evident. She fell silent, getting up to find a place in the cave to hang his clothes. She spread the clothes out on the stone wall of the cave. Although not completely drying, they should dry well enough in the sun. Zhong Ding pulled his arm again, finally adjusting it, but the bone pain still throbbed. This environment was much better than the previous cave, so he wanted to rest. When Su Huicheng finished and returned, she found Zhong Ding already asleep against the rock wall. Her own clothes were also dripping, so she simply took off her top. The gentle breeze in the cave caressed her body, making her feel completely warm. She reached out to check Zhong Ding's forehead. No abnormalities. But seeing him bare-chested, she was a bit worried he might catch a cold. After all, with external injuries, it was easy to develop a fever. Suddenly, Zhong Ding's head tilted to the side, and Su Huicheng quickly supported him to prevent him from hitting the sharp stones on the ground. She decided to sit beside him, stretching her legs so he could rest his head on her thigh. Thinking carefully, there really weren't many people who had been good to her over the years, so she felt very grateful for Zhong Ding today. Chapter 27. Su Huicheng glanced around the cave. It seemed to be another closed space. The shapes of the holes were jagged and terrifying at first glance. Although the environment here was better than before, there was still no way out. She sighed inwardly and looked down at Zhong Ding's face. He was sleeping uneasily, his brows furrowed. Her gaze shifted to his hand, and she gently opened his palm. While helping him take off his clothes earlier, she had noticed how mottled and fierce it looked. Now that she looked closely, there were even some small stones embedded in the flesh. Just looking at it made Su Huicheng feel pain. Afraid of waking him, she didn't dare to move too much, so she could only pick up some superficial sand and stones. Zhong Ding's fingers were long and well-defined. She wondered if Qiao Yan's hands were also this slender and attractive. When Zhong Ding was quiet, Su Huicheng would imagine he was Qiao Yan, which made her feel a bit comforted. If they were truly to perish here, at least she had experienced warmth in her final moments. Su Huicheng leaned against the side and closed her eyes. The surroundings were silent, and her thoughts drifted, reflecting on many things, but she couldn't remember exactly what. She only felt bitterness, a pain that spread from her heart. When Zhong Ding woke up, the first thing he saw was her ample chest. Su Huicheng was only wearing her underwear. From his angle, her face was hidden behind her breasts. Due to the thick padding of the bra, he guessed the actual size was limited. He silently scoffed, then turned his head, his gaze landing on her curvy waist and abdomen, and his mockery deepened as he turned back to face her. Su Huicheng felt his movements on her thigh and looked down at him. "Mr. Zhong, you're awake." Zhong Ding hummed in response and sat up. The pain in his right shoulder was no longer excruciating, but the wounds in other areas became more pronounced. Su Huicheng's thigh had gone numb from being his pillow. She shifted her legs and, with a hint of expectation, asked, "Mr. Zhong, how do we get out of here?" "Who knows?" he replied casually. She was momentarily a loss for words. Zhong Ding looked through the hole at the sky outside, deciding to wait until tomorrow to discuss the situation. The sun had already set, and even if they wanted to act, it wouldn't be convenient. Su Huicheng noted that, in terms of survival, she now trusted him a lot. "Where's my clothing? I'll get it for you." Her thigh hadn't recovered yet, and when she stood, she felt weak and stumbled into Zhong Ding's arms, her chin hitting his chest. He shook off her grip on his right arm. "Before taking advantage of me, please wash your hands first." Su Huicheng focused, trying to pull away and softly explained, "I didn't. I'm sorry." Both of them were in a semi-nude state. At that moment, she didn't feel too embarrassed, as her situation was special, and he was considered her guest. However, his sarcasm made her uncomfortable, and she hurried to find her clothes. The thermal clothing was still half dry, but she didn't care much and quickly put it on. Zhong Ding watched her movements, a smirk on his lips. "Little Camellia, you weigh around 120 pounds, right?" Su Huicheng paused, realizing his mocking tone, and replied vaguely about that. His smile became even more malicious. After she finished adjusting her thermal clothing, she went to help him get dressed. "Mr. Zhong, the thick ones won't dry that quickly, so you should wear the thin ones first." Zhong Ding took them and put them on, then walked towards the water basin. He lit a lighter and carefully looked for a while before realizing that the water was actually flowing. There were several small holes above the water level, and a gentle stream trickled down. He cupped his hands to catch some and took a few sips, finding it sweet and warm. He turned back. "Little Camellia, the water here is relatively clean. If you want a drink, come over and get some." After saying this, he sat by the basin, sifting through the gravel in his palms. Su Huicheng felt a bit surprised. She hadn't considered whether the water quality was clean or not. She just thought that having a large pool of water could at least sustain them for a while. Zhong Ding was always more considerate than she thought. She was very hungry. Her stomach ached. After the warm spring water went into her belly, her symptoms eased slightly. Then she washed her face with the basin water, finally removing the makeup that had turned into a mess. When Zhong Ding saw her fresh face, he didn't react much. There was no firewood here, only the night light filtering in from outside, dim and hazy. The two sat in boredom and soon prepared to sleep again. The cave was cool and breezy, neither cold nor hot, even at night. Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng lay about a meter apart, each resting. To be honest, Zhong Ding had slept a bit too much today. He had napped during both lunch and dinner, and now it was barely 8 o'clock. In the past, at this time, his nightlife would just be starting. So now he felt wide awake. He couldn't help but turn to look at the woman beside him, who had her back to him. She curled up like a little cat. He mischievously reached out to ruffle her hair. Su Huicheng shiva. She hadn't fallen asleep immediately, so his sudden movement startled her. Zhong Ding turned to his left, getting closer to her, his warm breath brushing against the back of her neck. Noticing her tension, he gently placed his right hand on her waist. She didn't dare to move at all. Zhong Ding smirked devilishly, turning her body towards him and then rolling on top of her. "Little Camellia, I can't sleep. Want to play?" Su Huicheng's eyes betrayed a hint of panic that she couldn't hide. He leaned down, rubbing his forehead against hers. "Let us negotiate him?" His eyes were half closed, resembling the look that usually sent shivers down her spine, seemingly gentle, yet eerie. She would rather hear him say a bunch of disdainful things than see him like this. She opened her mouth. "Mr. Zhong." Her voice trembled slightly. Zhong Ding grasped her soft side, squeezing it in his palm. "I remember your championship night was 300,000. Su Huicheng remained silent. Then I'll pay you double. He wasn't satisfied with just feeling her through the fabric. He boldly moved in, directly exploring her skin. She didn't understand why he suddenly had this interest again, especially since he was injured. But she knew she couldn't resist. So she took a deep breath and tried to relax. Zhong Ding played with her right nipple, his gaze filled with an arrogant dominance. Su Huicheng Feigen Su Bi Si No. But her body was struggling. He made no kissing gestures, but his left hand was quite reckless, grabbing and pinching the soft flesh around her waist and abdomen, smiling as he did so. Then he moved downwards, reaching her central area. When his fingers penetrated her body, all she felt was pain. Each thrust scraped against her inner walls. She clenched her fists tightly, her whole body tensed, enduring the discomfort. Zhong Ding paused his actions. He leaned closer, studying her face glistening with sweat in the dim light. Professional ethics, little camellia. Su Huicheng forced out a giggle, wrapping her arms around him. Her expression starting to become flirtatious, even her moans growing louder. She was at work. This was a familiar state for her. The work task was to please the client. So her hands inadvertently brushed over his muscles. In Zhong Ding's eyes, there was no hint of affection. He simply watched the woman beneath him perform. His fingers were deeply embedded, yet the area felt dry and tight, contrasting sharply with her exaggerated expressions. He realized something and added another finger. Su Huicheng's pain was evident. His rhythm was slow but deep, thrusting in and out repeatedly. Yet there was still no moisture to be found. Zhong Ding withdrew his hand, smiling softly. He intended to go all the way with her. He was always cautious when dealing with women of this profession. He wasn't sure if she was carrying anything. So, his teasing this time was purely for fun. However, it led to a new discovery. He held her chin. "You're actually cold sensitive." This was a statement. Su Huicheng was stunned, momentarily forgetting to maintain her seductive posture. Most of the guests found her unsatisfactory because she showed no reaction at all. During such encounters, she only felt pain. Later, she prepared lubricant for herself, but even then, it was only less painful at the beginning. Once the lubricant dried up, it was just as uncomfortable again. Zhong Ding raised an eyebrow, asking if she had become numb from doing this for so long, or if she had been cold from the start. She replied softly that it had always been like this. His smile deepened. "Little camellia, you're really amusing." He probably understood how hard it was for a woman without feelings to be in this line of work. Just now, his gentle thrusts must have been uncomfortable for her as well, yet she pretended to be lewd. Su Huicheng was unsure if he intended to continue and remained tense. Zhong Ding got off her, patted her cheek, and said, "All right, we're done playing." She was somewhat surprised. He gave her soft flesh a squeeze and asked, "You've never experienced lovemaking?" Su Huicheng not that hon stili. What a pity. Otherwise, your job should be a bit easier. She smiled shyly. Then why are you still doing this? Do you want money? In the private venues he usually frequented, many women were highly educated professionals. They were merely in it for the money, some even actively seeking to be kept. In Zhong Ding's impression, the term prostitute was basically linked to greed for money. Su Huicheng nodded. "I owe my boss money." Just like that? MHM. She wanted to redeem herself, but now she felt increasingly that she could not pay off this debt. Zhu Jiwu's attitude scared her. She recalled a past escape attempt. That day, she had gone to the police station to seek help from an officer and even filed a report. At that time, she naively thought she could be free. However, before nightfall, Zhu Jiwu caught up with her. He was chummy with the station chief, both of them smoking and chatting happily. As a result, she was taken back by Zhu Jiwu. He beat her mercilessly, showing an extremely violent temper. When she was bruised and battered, he suddenly picked her up, breathing heavily with a trembling voice. "Camellia, how can you repay what you owe me?" Her lips were pale, her mind foggy, unable to remember what exactly she owed him. Later, Juju gave her a list detailing various expenses. He chuckled hoarsely. "I've quantified what you owe me into specific amounts. As long as you sell yourself to earn money from me, each item can be offset one by one." All her struggles were in vain, and eventually, she succumbed. She scrimped and saved, working hard to gather money, hoping that one day, Zhu Jiwu would keep his word and truly let her go. Chapter 28. Zhong Ding originally wanted to ask a few more questions, but seeing Su Huicheng lost in thought with a sorrowful expression on her face. He decided not to continue the topic. The more he interacted with her, the more he felt that her life was truly hard. He lay back down in his original position and closed his eyes to rest. Su Huicheng's memories were stuck at a certain point in time, and she told herself that she couldn't think about it anymore. The past was irretrievable. Even if she thought about it for a whole day and night, it would only make her feel worse. She turned her back to Zhong Ding, covered herself with her down jacket like a blanket, and curled up her body. She thought that in this uncertain situation, she should be filled with doubts and unable to sleep. However, after a while, she couldn't withstand her physical and mental exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. In this sleep, she rested very soundly until she was suddenly searching for a bathroom in her dream, running around but unable to find one. She ran up and down the stairs, but she couldn't see any signs for the restroom. Eventually, when she reached a cliff, she couldn't control her running speed, and one foot stepped into the void, falling into the abyss. Su Huicheng kicked her legs and was startled awake. "Why are you shaking?" A voice came from above. She looked up in surprise and found herself unknowingly in Zhong Ding's arms, clinging to his arm. Her expression was so dumbfounded that Zhong Ding said lightly, "Had a nightmare? I dreamed. I fell off a cliff. You're fine, just sleep." He had a lighter sleep, and this woman seemed to be cold, desperately pressing closer to him, making it hard for him to rest. Su Huicheng retracted her hand, feeling uncomfortable in her abdomen, and climbed up with her legs crossed. Zhong Ding was a bit impatient. "What are you doing?" Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "I need to go to the bathroom." Upon hearing this, he looked at her and said, "Go by yourself." Su Huicheng responded and didn't intend to have him accompany her. She found a corner farthest from him, piled some gravel next to her, and glanced at Zhong Ding before pulling down her pants. Seeing his head completely turn away, she felt relieved and squatted down. After finishing, she scooped up a few handfuls of dirt. This cave was actually quite warm, but she felt safer by Zhong Ding's side, so she returned to her original position. Zhong Ding was wide awake. He glanced outside. It was already getting light, so he decided to take a bath. He remembered that Chen Xingwei had mentioned that there were hundreds of hot spring outlets on this mountain. He and she were lucky not to be completely trapped in that cold cave. He casually hung his left hand on the pool wall, letting his right hand hang down, appearing quite relaxed. Su Huicheng turned over and looked over, only vaguely seeing his outline. His face was in shadow, and as she watched, she suddenly widened her eyes. Zhong Ding and Xiao Yan had a significant difference: their hairstyles. Zhong Ding's original style had returned to its natural state after a day of turmoil, with his bangs falling down. He looked just like Xiao Yan. How could there be two people in this world who resembled each other so closely? She even doubted whether she was seeing things. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Zhong Ding suddenly turned his head toward her, his eyes crescent-shaped as he grinned mischievously. "Little Camellia, want to come?" This smile snapped her out of her trance. That was Zhong Ding's smile. Xiao Yan wouldn't smile like that. Su Huicheng shook her head. "Mr. Zhong, I'm going to sleep." "Don't fall asleep and start shaking again." She turned her back to him again, pulled up her down jacket, and covered her ears. However, this time, she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She adjusted her position, and after hearing him get out of the water, she quickly turned away. He sat back beside her. Zhong Ding opened his thin shirt, the injury on his right back still swollen. He could feel the lump there. This cave temporarily had no exit. Maybe there really was none, or maybe he just hadn't discovered it yet. Luck was something no one could predict. But if there was no exit, then he would have to wait for rescue in this cave. He casually played with Su Huicheng's hair, intentionally not letting her sleep well. The strands of hair fell and tickled her neck, making her move a bit. Zhong Ding confirmed she wasn't asleep and leaned closer to her. "Little Camellia, are you hungry?" Su Huicheng admitted but added, "But it's fine, I've been hungrier for longer." She had experienced days without food. Later, when she started selling herself, she didn't dare eat too much to maintain her figure. A few months ago, Zhu Jiao took a trip abroad. She suddenly had a good appetite, eating full meals every time, and the result was that she gained weight quickly. That's good. Whether there would be a rescue was still unknown. They had been missing for nearly a day and night. If that cable car attendant had returned to the villa to notify, then Chen Xingwei should have arranged for help by now. But he hadn't. "Mr. Zhong, aren't you going to sleep?" She interrupted his thoughts. Can't sleep. That's why he was bored playing with her hair. The smooth feeling sliding through his fingers was quite pleasant. Unfortunately, it was short-lived. Zhong Ding used one hand to push her hair away while the other played with a lighter, the clicking sound echoing in the cave. Su Huicheng felt quite helpless about his little actions. As he played, he started tugging at her collar, then unintentionally glanced at her, feeling as if something dark flashed by. He brought the lighter closer and discovered a dark line on the back of her neck. "Little Camellia, do you have a tattoo on your back?" He smiled, pulling down her collar to see the shape clearly. Su Huicheng was still puzzled about where the tattoo came from when she remembered what it was. He had already pressed on that whip mark. Her body tensed. Zhong Ding had woken up yesterday evening after the sun had set. The cave was dim, and he could only see shadows, so he hadn't noticed the marks on her back. Now that he had lifted her clothing to take a closer look, he discovered the marks winding along her back in various sizes. A few were darker in color, while the rest were light and barely distinguishable from her skin tone. He closed the lighter and lowered his voice. Did a guest do this? Su Huicheng shrank back. He forcefully turned her face to look at him. Playing SM? She shook her head. Not obedient? Got beaten? She widened her eyes. Zhong Ding knew he had guessed right. He relaxed his grip. When did you get hit? He looked at the wound, which seemed fresh. Seeing her still in a daze, he commanded, "Speak." Su Huicheng stammered, "A few days ago." "You weren't available a few days ago? Did they force you to serve clients?" "No." She couldn't understand Zhu Zhao's actions, so she didn't grasp the cause and effect. Forget it. Zhong Ding guessed the general idea. Forcing someone into prostitution, he had seen before. He just hadn't expected that with her level, she would still be tied up. She was so timid that a simple scare would make her compromise. In his view, her personality was the type that wouldn't resist much even when forced, let alone resort to violent means. The hardships of this woman's life surprised him. Su Huicheng straightened her wrinkled clothes, still facing away from him. She found it difficult to discuss such whip-related matters with him. She hadn't forgotten Xiao Ling's past behavior, and she felt that Zhong Ding also had some unusual preferences. Zhong Ding gently caressed the scars on her back. A thought flashed through his mind, and before he could think it through, he blurted out, "Little Camellia, do you have any wishes?" Without wishes, how could she muster the courage to keep holding on? "Tell me, Mr. Zhong." Her voice hid a certain dark emotion, which felt even more frustrating in the quiet cave. "They are just wishes." That was a beautiful expectation. The path to achieving it is full of thorns. "I want to listen." Zhong Ding held her waist and turned her entire body over. Su Huicheng felt that he actually knew what her greatest wish was. She was tightly held by him, struggling to catch her breath, took a deep breath, and looked back at him, saying, "I want to leave here." It was the answer he had anticipated. "How much do you owe?" 6 million. She didn't remember the detailed numbers on that list, but the total was shocking. "How much have you paid back?" "I want to repay 300,000. She paused, but he didn't want that. He wanted me to pay it all at once. Zhong Ding wiped her glistening eyes. "Did you borrow from a loan shark?" She shook her head violently, tears finally unable to be held back. "I didn't borrow money from him. He said he would repay it." Everything was what Zhu Jiwu said. If she didn't agree, he would torment her. She had no choice but to comply. She hadn't eaten for a day and a night. Don't waste your energy on tears. Zhong Ding released her, creating some distance between them. "So, 6 million, huh? I'll help you pay it back." Su Huicheng's eyes widened in shock, his reflection mirrored in her pupils, the light in her eyes flickering. "Of course." He smiled again. "The premise is that we could get out safely." "Mr. Zhong." She became very excited, feeling a surreal sense of dreaming. "I mean it. I didn't say anything false either." A surge of immense joy filled her heart, her eyes sparkling with hope, unable to resist holding his hand. "Mr. Zhong." She suddenly found herself unable to even say thank you. She breathed, then breathed again, stabilizing her tone. "Thank you. I'll pay it back first. And what I owe you, I'll repay later. Whatever." At that moment, Zhong Ding had a fleeting thought. Maybe today was a day for helping others. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Su Huicheng immediately felt the world had become vast. She had originally been so hungry that she felt weak and dizzy, but now it was as if she had been infused with energy. Seeing this, Zhong Ding was indifferent, thinking it might just be a fleeting moment of clarity. She didn't refute it, her heart blooming with joy. Once she repaid her debts, she would be free. As she thought about this, her eyes slightly moistened, the beautiful prospects making her want to cry. Zhong Ding noticed her emotional change, but was too lazy to respond. He had nothing but money, and she was trapped by money, so this was really just a small effort for him. However, seeing her suddenly radiant smile, his mood was quite good. Perhaps this is what they call helping others brings joy. He had always thought that his conscience had long been taken away by wild dogs, but after facing danger, he felt there should still be a tiny bit left. The cave did not see sunlight in the morning, and the two of them drank some water and rested for a moment. Su Huicheng felt that she might have been too hungry. Her stomach had no reaction. However, her mood was unprecedentedly joyful, which, to some extent, offset the lethargy of her bodily functions. After Zhong Ding carefully examined the cave, he found no exit. The afternoon sun slowly poured in. Su Huicheng took their coats to hang out, and just as she spread Zhong Ding's trench coat near the hole, she suddenly heard voices coming from outside. Chapter 29, Su Huicheng was overjoyed and waved to Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong, there are people outside. At that time, Zhong Ding was scooping water by the pond. Upon hearing her words, he took a sip of water and walked over. Su Huicheng leaned against the hole, pressing her ear to listen to the voices outside. The sounds coming from outside varied in volume, as if they were still some distance away. Once he approached, she said, "Mr. Zhong, I can't understand. What use are you?" The man and woman outside were speaking in the local dialect of Z City with a strong accent. Zhong Ding could understand about 70 to 80%. When the conversation shifted to love, he instructed Su Huicheng to call for help to see if they could hear her. Su Huicheng followed his instructions without questioning why he didn't shout himself. As a result, the couple outside was startled and screamed about ghosts, fleeing in panic. Su Huicheng was stunned for a few seconds and said, "Mr. Zhong, what now?" Zhong Ding leaned against the side, appearing indifferent. "I knew it would be me who would have to step in." She looked at him in confusion. He scoffed, "Your voice is weak. It really does sound like a female ghost." Su Huicheng bit her lip and remained silent. Zhong Ding laughed at her expression of wanting to be angry, but holding it back. "All right, let's find a way out ourselves." "How do we get out?" she asked, anxiously. "Isn't there no road here?" The two of them had just said there was a road. "Really?" Su Huicheng was both surprised and delighted. "Mr. Zhong, you can understand what they were saying. What do you think I am?" That couple was a pair of runaway lovers. According to what they had just said, there was an ancient legend about the cave being related to fate. They came here to pray for a lifetime of togetherness because their families opposed their relationship. Of course, Zhong Ding dismissed these baseless superstitions, but he remembered the location of the cave's exit. The cave had no road. Due to the mythical nature of the dream, many couples wanted to come here to pray for fate. Thus, a path for fate was carved out. However, after that, the blessings for fate had never been effective again. Gradually, the cave fell into desolation. Over the long years, due to tectonic shifts, what was once a flat path had become uneven. The story that has been passed down is that couples who walk hand in hand along the path of fate will live happily ever after. Whether they are happy or not, whether it is fulfilling or not, is not what Zhong Ding cares about. He only cares about whether they can get out. However, the runaway couple only knew the location of the cave, but did not know where the path of fate was. So they searched around the cave for a long time, and then were scared away by Su Huicheng. Zhong Ding had already checked the surrounding stone walls in the morning and found nothing unusual. While soaking in the bath, he had also explored under the water, but could not find the exit. The couple's words were not necessarily accurate, but with a clue, Zhong Ding had to try again. "I'll go look for a way out. You stay here. If they come back, remember to call me." Su Huicheng nodded. "Mr. Zhong, be careful." He took off his clothes and went back into the water again, diving to the bottom of the pond to carefully examine every part of the pond wall. He would surface every so often and then go back down. She watched the ripples in the water, her heart full of anticipation. After about 20 minutes of this, Zhong Ding propped himself up on the pond wall, sitting on the edge and deep in thought. Su Huicheng did not see the runaway couple return, so she called out, "Mr. Zhong?" Zhong Ding replied heavily, "Little Camellia, come here." She immediately ran over and sat down beside him as he indicated. "Did you find anything?" "No." He was naked, not just around here, but also underneath and above. Su Huicheng turned her head to look at the ground. The soil here was gray, and some areas were somewhat uneven. Could there be a tunnel? Who knows? He picked up his clothes and put them on, giving her a sideways glance. Stop asking questions. Let's search separately. She silently nodded. Although his attitude was as arrogant as ever, he had promised to help her, so she appreciated his kindness even more. Su Huicheng really found the cover of a tunnel. Excitedly, she turned back to shout, "Mr. Zhong, over here." Zhong Ding came over to see the wooden plank, which was buried under 30 centimeters of dirt. At this point, most of the dirt had been cleared away. Not just here, but the entire path leading down was marked by traces of digging. He did not show too much joy. Only glancing at her dirty fingers, injured, Su Huicheng endured the pain and shook her head. "Just dirty. Washing will be fine." Zhong Ding held her wrist. "Let me see. It's very dirty." She remembered how he had previously disliked her dirtiness. He did not let go, staring intently at her fingers. The gaps in her nails were filled with dark mud, and he suspected the blood had mixed in with the mud. He pulled her over to the pond, half squatting to dunk her hand into the warm water, and when he saw her expression twist a bit, he bent his mouth in a smile. "Does it hurt?" She looked down, knowing she couldn't fool him. When the mud floated away with the pond water, the wounds became clearly visible. "I've never seen anyone so foolish." Zhong Ding gently helped her scrub off the mud, mocking, "You didn't even ask me if I have tools before acting." Su Huicheng winced at his scrubbing and could only explain, the dirt by the wooden plank was very loose and easy to dig. The ones in front were hard. I couldn't dig them out, so I tried a few times and gave up. But my fingers still got hurt. Later, I discovered the loose part and instinctively felt there was something underneath, so I dug recklessly. Whatever. He deliberately pinched her wound with 2 fingers. "Anyway, it's you who is in pain." After saying that, he let go of her and walked directly to the exit to pull the wooden handle. The wooden plank was embedded deeply, and Zhong Ding pulled a few times before it flipped open. Below was dark and murky. He smiled, "Little camellia. If going down here leads to a deeper cave, that would be so much fun." Su Huicheng was shocked. "Mr. Zhong, are you joking?" "Maybe." Zhong Ding turned to get his coat, instructing, "Little camellia, pack your things. We're leaving." She responded and hurriedly put all her clothes back on. Zhong Ding lit a lighter, and faint steps began to appear. He took the first step down, still looking down, but his hand reached back. "Come." Su Huicheng gently placed her hand in his palm, allowing him to hold it. She suddenly felt that regardless of whether the future was bright or dark, she would not be left behind. This was the sense of security Zhong Ding gave her. The passage, just as the runaway couple described, was uneven, sometimes wide and sometimes narrow. The ground was also filled with sharp stone spikes. The light from the lighter was indeed limited. Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng walked very cautiously. Before each step, he would bring the lighter close to the ground to assess the situation. He would take 2 steps ahead and then stop to wait for her. She carefully stepped in his footprints. In the narrowest part of the passage, they could only squeeze through sideways. At the other end of the passage, there was light. The light filtered in through the narrow opening, and shadows finally appeared here as well. Su Huicheng broke into a smile. "Mr. Zhong, we are going out. Don't move." His tone was harsh. "Once we're out, you can dance if you want." She immediately fell silent. Zhong Ding tried to turn sideways to explore the narrow passage. Since he couldn't lower his head, he couldn't determine the exact position of the sharp stones below. Fortunately, there was light. Su Huicheng half bent her body, focusing on the sharp stones, quietly directing where he should step. After he passed through safely, she let out a slight breath. Zhong Ding glanced at the exit ahead. Then his attention returned to the woman behind him. He took off his coat. She took off her down jacket and threw on the ground, just about to lift her leg to squeeze through, but he shouted, "Stop." Su Huicheng froze, not daring to move. "Suck in your stomach." His gaze fixed on a point. Narrowing his eyes, "Don't stick out your chest." "I'm not sticking out." He pouted, stopping his sarcastic words, and changed his tone, then leaned back a bit. Su Huicheng followed his words, took a deep breath, and slowly shifted her body to the side. When she saw the bright light, her smile could no longer be hidden. The next few meters were a flat path. She jogged out, and after stepping out of the cave, she turned back and said, "Mr. Zhong, we're out." Only then did her heart finally relax completely. Zhong Ding remained indifferent, asking, "Do you know the way back?" Su Huicheng's smile stiffened. "Do you know the way?" "No," he replied, causing her to choke up. After teasing her, he smiled and nodded toward a nearby direction. We can ask for directions. Su Huicheng then noticed that a middle-aged man was approaching. Clearly surprised to see the two of them, the man spoke in a heavy local accent. You two lovebirds came to visit the Yinyang cave, right? Zhong Ding was dismissive of the term lovebirds, and his attitude was somewhat cold. Su Huicheng waved her hand. Feeling embarrassed by the three words, we are not. Before she could finish, the man raised his voice again. Oh. It's not allowed to go back and forth now. If you enter here, you can only go to the Yang cave. The Yin cave is on the other side of the cliff and is impassable. Zhong Ding interrupted the man, saying, we want to go to the resort on the mountain. The man looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman before him with curiosity. He recalled that Ergo from the village had mentioned that recently a couple wanting to elope had asked for directions to the Yin Yang cave. But that guy Ergo was known for his tall tales, and after telling a sensational story, he forgot to mention the crucial parts. By the time he remembered, the couple had already set off. Although the man was puzzled, he still pointed out the way to the resort. As he was leaving, he kindly added to make up for Ergo's oversight. You have to follow the order to visit the Yin Yang cave. Zhong Ding couldn't be bothered to listen to the nonsensical talk about Yin and Yang and walked directly toward the main road. Su Huicheng thanked the man and hurried to catch up. The man watched their backs before turning to look at the exit of the Yang cave. Shaking his head, he continued on his way, humming, walking through Yin and Yang. Happiness lasts long. Chapter 30. Zhong Ding took large strides, walking ahead. Once he exited the cave, he felt a surge of hunger. He had previously only focused on how to get out of the cave, neglecting the discomfort in his body. Now, alongside the hunger, he was also experiencing pain from various wounds. The swelling in his right shoulder was getting worse. After walking for a while, he remembered that a woman was following behind. So he turned back and saw her lagging far behind. Su Huicheng had thrown her down jacket on Yinyuan Road. The temperature in the mountains was very low, and she was shivering, wrapping her arms around herself as she chased after Zhong Ding's back. Whenever she got cold, her legs would go numb and stiff, making it hard for her to walk quickly, so the distance between them continued to grow. Zhong Ding glanced at her and continued on his way, slightly slowing his pace. However, she still didn't manage to catch up. It would take about 2 more hours to walk to the mountaintop. There were a few restaurants near the halfway point, but both Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng were broke. In a state of hunger and fatigue, walking such a long distance would likely exhaust them. Zhong Ding stopped at the first restaurant. Su Huicheng saw the sign and felt even hungrier. She jogged over. Seeing her speed up, he entered the restaurant. A large menu was hanging on the wall. The prices were quite cheap. He sat down directly and began to order. At that moment, Su Huicheng didn't even think about whether he had money. She sat opposite him, staring at the images of meat on the menu, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Zhong Ding was originally looking down at the menu, but sensing her intense gaze, he looked up, slightly annoyed at the sight of her drooling. She awkwardly wiped her lips with the back of her hand, but didn't manage to wipe anything off. The restaurant owner handed over another menu, and Su Huicheng took it, her stomach growling. She flipped through the first few pages, the large plates of meat looking very tempting. He seemed to hear the embarrassing sound from her stomach. Order whatever you want. She nodded repeatedly, pointing at the signature 3-cup pig's trotter on the cover page. Mr. Zhong, can I have this? She was so hungry that the shiny pig's trotter made her drool even more. Go ahead. He reported a few dishes to the owner, then closed the menu and turned to Su Huicheng. What else do you want? Hearing that he had already ordered 5 or 6 dishes, she didn't want to waste too much, so she shook her head. Then she remembered something and added, I also want rice. All right. Any cold dishes can be served first. Zhong Ding wanted a cigarette, but as he glanced over at the service counter, he saw that none of the cigarettes were high quality. So he gave up on the idea. The owner eagerly agreed and hurried off to the kitchen to bring out a plate of cucumber salad. Before he had even returned to the service counter, that small dish was already empty. Zhong Ding only tried half a piece before tossing it aside. Too spicy. Su Huicheng clearly prioritized her appetite over her image. Seeing him stop eating, she quickly polished off everything. This was the best cucumber she had ever eaten, or rather, she hadn't even savored the taste and had already swallowed it down. In the small farmhouse restaurant, there weren't many customers at this time, so the dishes were served pretty quickly. In the face of their ravenous hunger, the color, aroma, and taste of the dishes didn't matter. As long as they could fill their stomachs, that was enough. The two at the table didn't talk, even in such a moment. Zhong Ding maintained a good table manner. Su Huicheng buried her head in the bowl, battling the large servings of meat, and didn't look up at him across the table at all. The owner watched in astonishment. There were just 2 people, yet they had ordered 7 dishes and 2 soups, and surprisingly, not much was left over. They must be starving. Su Huicheng only felt alive again once her stomach was full. Recalling the series of events after the danger, it felt like a thrilling dream. The scenes were very unreal. The only thing that felt real was him, the one accompanying her. When it was time to pay, Zhong Ding honestly said he didn't have any money. Both the owner and Su Huicheng were shocked. She thought he had entered so naturally to order food because he still had money. Who knew? Zhong Ding took off the watch from his wrist. I'll use this as collateral. The owner was a mountain dweller. He turned the watch over and over, frowning. This meal cost 270. How much is this watch worth? Zhong Ding smirked slightly. I bought it for 300. The style is quite unique. The owner squinted and looked again at the pair. They were good looking, but they actually came to eat without paying. And they had eaten so much. You say 300. It's 300? Who knows if it was bought for 30 bucks? Give me 270, or I'll call the police to arrest you. Although Su Huicheng didn't have a concept of high-end custom items, she knew that Zhong Ding had no cheap items on him. However, that lighter was indeed a more common brand. She hadn't worn any jewelry when she went out today, so she had nothing to use as collateral. At that moment, Zhong Ding suddenly glanced at her and joked, "How about I leave her here as collateral? She should be worth 200 or 300. Su Huicheng was stunned. The owner was also stunned. Zhong Ding put his watch back on, leaned close to her ear, and whispered softly, "Little Camellia, wait for me here." She heard it, but had no reaction. This side of him was familiar to her. It was an indescribable strangeness. In the end, she was indeed left behind. When Zhong Ding smiled with his half-closed eyes, she felt a trembling sense of fear. So whatever he said, she would follow. After all, she still needed to rely on his ransom. Time passed minute by minute, 1 hour, 2 hours. Zhong Ding still hadn't shown up. Su Huicheng sat on the restaurant's bench, gazing far off at the other side of the mountain. The owner watched her and felt something was off. So he muttered to his wife, "Is this girl being dumped?" The owner's wife had just returned from picking vegetables half an hour ago. Analyzing it from a typical gossip perspective, she said, "The guy probably wanted to break up for a long time, but couldn't find a reason. Today he thought of the trick of eating without paying, so he just left the girl here." After saying this, she complained, "It's all your fault. Just accept that watch, and nothing would have happened. Who leaves their girlfriend here? Just think about it. It's obviously a scheme. I was just thinking we shouldn't lose out." The owner scratched his head. "You don't know how exaggerated that watch is. It's even platinum plated. It looks too fake. Who would fall for it? This was also part of the scheme. If it weren't fake, would this girl have been left behind?" The owner thought for a moment and agreed. "So what now? What can we do? Just wait." The owner's wife shook her head, feeling quite sympathetic. "If the guy doesn't come back before closing time tonight, the girl will be in trouble." The owner saw Su Huicheng still waiting foolishly, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, so he poured her a cup of tea. Su Huicheng thanked him as she received it. Because of this action, the owner noticed the scars on her fingers. He was astonished. "Did he hit you?" "No." She smiled slightly. "I hurt myself." The owner didn't quite believe her words, thinking she was just a silly girl caught up in love. "Drink some hot tea. It's so cold. And you're wearing something so thin. Doesn't he buy you a big coat?" Su Huicheng couldn't respond right away, and after a while, she said, "I and he." "It's not." Before she could finish, the owner waved his hand. I know. Silly girl, they all like to say that." As he spoke, he turned and walked back to the service counter. Su Huicheng Sayin Wali. She looked at the wounds on her hands. In fact, he was injured much more seriously than she was. Yet he hadn't complained, instead leading her step by step out of such danger. So, since he wanted her to wait for him, then she would wait. Zhong Ding walked for more than an hour from the restaurant to the villa. The vacation resort was at the top of the mountain, usually a place with few people. He encountered a single car along the way. When the villa's servants saw him, they just greeted him. Zhong Ding felt doubtful in his heart and asked about the cable car operator's whereabouts. The answer he received was that the cable car operator had received an urgent call from home yesterday morning and had left without revealing anything about the cable car incident. Thus, the servants had no idea that anything had happened. Moreover, Zhong Ding was determined to do things his own way, so he didn't return to the villa. The servants thought he had gone out on a whim. During the time, Zhong Ding was waiting for the doctor. He instructed the butler to send a car to pick up Su Huicheng. Then he returned to his room to take a shower and change out of his dirty clothes. He looked at the wound on his shoulder in the mirror. There was a dark purple area at the scapula, extending down to a swollen red spot. As the hot water poured down, it began to throb again. When the doctor arrived, he quickly treated Zhong Ding's wound. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Zhong Ding took a nap. He thought that since he had given instructions, there wouldn't be any problems on Su Huicheng's side. However, when he was awakened, she was still missing. The butler had indeed sent a car to find that restaurant, but after going around the mountains for what felt like more than 10 circles, they still hadn't seen the place. He panicked and quickly called Zhong Ding to report. Zhong Ding frowned. Can't find it? Mr. Zhong, we've searched all around, but there's no restaurant as he described. Nonsense. He began to get dressed and continue searching. Yes, Zhong Ding had left Su Huicheng purely on a whim. She was slow, and if she really wanted to go, it would take her a while to arrive. Although he had considered that it might be an unsafe place if she stayed alone, the chances of that were slim. That restaurant had a location and an address. The owner probably didn't have the guts to do anything. Zhong Ding jumped into the car, started it, and searched for the road he had taken earlier. However, as the butler had said, after making a loop, he still didn't see the restaurant. He felt somewhat restless. He remembered Su Huicheng's expectant gaze when he had left the restaurant. Since the accident, she often looked at him like that, as if she had truly entrusted her life to him. Zhong Ding continued to drive in circles. Just as he was about to enter a fork in the road, he suddenly realized something. He glanced in the rearview mirror. It was dim and dark. He reversed the car and stopped a few dozen meters away from the fork. He turned on the high beams, and his mood finally calmed down a bit. It turned out there were 2 forks in the road, very close to each other. Zhong Ding had taken the second fork, while he had come out of the first one today. It was unclear whose prank this was, but at that moment, the first fork was blocked by a pile of bushes, and due to the angle of the turn, combined with the obstruction of the mountain peaks, anyone driving by might think it was a road, and thus entered the second fork. Zhong Ding got out of the car, kicked the bushes aside, and stood at the junction, where he could see the lights of the restaurant in the distance. He smiled. Chapter 31. Zhong Ding felt a bit uneasy. He still remembered Su Huicheng's expectant gaze when he left the restaurant. Ever since the cable car incident, she often looked at him that way, as if she had truly entrusted her life to him. He continued to drive in circles. Just as he was about to turn onto a fork in the road, he suddenly realized something and glanced in the rearview mirror. It was dim all around. He backed up and parked a few dozen meters from the fork. Then he turned on the high beams. At last, his mood calmed a bit. There were 2 forks in the road, quite close to each other. He had just gone around the second fork. The one he had taken when he left today was the first. He didn't know whose prank it was. But at that moment, the first fork was blocked by a pile of bushes, and due to the angle of the turn, along with the obstruction of the mountains, anyone driving by might think it wasn't a road, and thus entered the second fork. Zhong Ding got out of the car and kicked the bushes away. Standing at the fork, he could see the faint light of the restaurant in the distance. He smiled. A few restaurants had already closed, and the glow from the other shops, scattered among the mountains, seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. Zhong Ding got back into the car. It was already close to 9 o'clock, and he wondered if that camellia had eaten dinner. He guessed she wouldn't dare to go for a free meal again because she didn't have any money. He turned the steering wheel and smoothly drove down the fork towards his destination. Su Huicheng sat by the window, gazing at the headlights of the car, unable to hide her excitement, only hoping it was Zhong Ding. To be honest, during the wait, she had thought about whether he would revert to his unpredictable, eerie self after leaving that cave. But recalling the adventurous experience they had shared, she consoled herself that he would come. After all, he hadn't abandoned her in such a harsh environment. Now that she was safe, she should trust him even more. The restaurant owner and his wife thought their speculation about the 2 of them was the truth and felt sorry for Su Huicheng. During dinner, they kindly invited her to join them. While chatting, the restaurant owner's wife spoke at length, and the topic was nothing but how handsome men were untrustworthy. The owner nodded repeatedly, agreeing, especially about those who were so handsome. Su Huicheng smiled and clarified, I assure you, we are not in that kind of relationship. The owner and his wife exchanged glances and skipped the topic. Later, when they saw Zhong Ding get out of the car, the owner's wife murmured, Good thing this girl wasn't abandoned. The owner and his wife had originally thought that if no one came to pick her up by closing time, they would have a village's heir go ride his motorcycle to take Su Huicheng back. Although the restaurant had lost 270 yuan, it wouldn't be right to leave a girl here. Once Su Huicheng confirmed it was Zhong Ding, her eyes sparkled. She slightly lowered her head to hide her emotions, but the corners of her mouth curled up. When Zhong Ding entered the restaurant, he only glanced at her before turning to the owner. He handed over several large bills, saying, I'm here to take her back. The owner took the money, pushed his fingers, and only took 3 of the bills, saying 270 is enough. He also pulled out 30 yuan from his pocket to return to Zhong Ding. Consider it her tea fee. Zhong Ding finished speaking and turned to walk straight out the door. Su Huicheng reacted quickly and hurried after him, but the owner's hand blocked her way. Girl, take this money back. She shook her head, saying it wasn't hers and that she couldn't decide. You keep the money. Thank you for accommodating me today. The owner's wife snatched the bills and pressed them into Su Huicheng's palm. No free lunch, girl. Make sure to treat your husband well. Su Huicheng hurriedly said, I have to go. He's waiting for me. She broke free from the owner's wife's grasp and jogged outside. As soon as she stepped out of the restaurant, the cold wind hit her, and she took a deep breath, hunching her shoulders. Zhong Ding was in the driver's seat, watching Su Huicheng's figure approach. He rolled down the window and said with a hint of sarcasm, I thought you were going to bid them farewell. She let out a dry laugh and opened the back door. After sitting down, she rubbed her hands and tiptoed to warm her calves. He kept his eyes straight ahead and adjusted the heating. The car warmed up as she gradually relaxed. On the way back, only music filled the car. Several times, Su Huicheng wanted to muster the courage to ask about the 600,000. She recalled Zhong Ding's words. He had been truthful then, but she wondered if he would still keep his promise now. As they neared the villa and saw the lights of the house in the distance, she finally gathered her courage and called Mr. Zhong. His tone suggested he didn't want to deal with her. About the money. Her voice trailed off, starting but lacking the courage to ask if he was serious. Zhong Ding's gaze didn't shift toward her. He casually replied, I'll give it to you. Su Huicheng leaned forward excitedly, her confidence returning. Mr. Zhong, thank you. I will repay you. I still have several 100,000. I can pay you back first. Whatever. He responded dismissively. What's several 100,000? He didn't care at all. Or rather, it didn't matter to him whether she repaid him or not. Su Huicheng didn't want to show her inner joy too obviously, but she couldn't help it. Even the corners of her eyes were smiling. At that moment, she felt that coming to City Z with Zhong Ding wasn't entirely bad luck. When they arrived at the villa, Zhong Ding told her to make herself at home and then went directly upstairs to sleep. She watched his back, politely saying, Mr. Zhong, good night. He didn't turn back or respond. Su Huicheng didn't mind his attitude at all. She was just happy. While bathing in her room, she was already envisioning her future days. She thought that once she paid off the money, she would return to her hometown to find a job, as long as she could make ends meet. She had dropped out of school after middle school, and her education level wasn't high, but while farming at home, she could do everything from feeding pigs to plowing fields. As long as it was a legitimate job, she was willing to work hard. Su Huicheng stood under the hot water, feeling the deep scars on her back sting slightly as the water washed over them. This pain made her uneasy, unsure if Zhu Jiwu would easily let her leave. But 600,000 was clearly more valuable than her. Thinking about it this way, she felt a bit more at ease and continued to fantasize about a beautiful future. After finishing her bath and drying her hair, she snuggled into her warm bed, smiling as she closed her eyes. Chun Xingui arrived at the villa the next morning, accompanied by several young masters. He greeted them and their female companions, saying, Make yourselves at home. Then he went into the study with Zhong Ding. Chun Xingui brought 2 mobile phones for Zhong Ding, one gray and one silver. As he handed them over, he casually asked, How's your injury? Zhong Ding had only mentioned the incident briefly over the phone. After inquiring with the housekeeper, Chun Xingui immediately sent someone to investigate the whereabouts of the cable car operator. No problem. Zhong Ding flipped the phone and asked, "Where's the SIM card?" Chun Xingui tossed a few things over, saying, "Your family couldn't reach you yesterday, so they called me instead." "Oh," Zhong Ding responded lightly. He inserted the SIM card and turned on the phone, and a bunch of missed call notifications flashed by. He skimmed through them and then put the phone away. "Aren't you going to ask why they were looking for you?" Chun Xingui teased. He understood the reason for Zhong Ding's coldness. Zhong Ding smiled faintly. "Could be good news?" "It is good news." Zhong Ding raised his eyebrows and chuckled lightly. "I really am a jinx." Chun Xingui took out a cigarette, holding it without lighting it, just spinning it around. "They've set a date for your marriage with Shun Songyan." Only then did Zhong Ding remember that he seemed to have an entity called a fiancé, but he had forgotten that her last name was Shun. "When?" "I can't ask that in detail. It's not my wedding." "Then we'll wait for them to notify us. Anyway, if it's not today, there's still time. Zhong Ding's affairs don't concern me. It doesn't matter what surname or name his wife has. What matters is the other person's background. That's all." Perhaps it was the fatigue after the adventure, or the anticipation of the future that kept her up until 2 in the morning. But when Su Huicheng got up, it was already close to noon. She had slept soundly and comfortably, without anyone disturbing her. As she waited for the elevator in the corridor, she unexpectedly ran into the gentleman who had been inappropriate with her at the club earlier. She regretted it. If she had known, she would have preferred to take the stairs instead of seeking convenience. The gentleman didn't recognize her. His gaze lingered on her heavy makeup for a second before he looked away. Su Huicheng secretly felt relieved. When the elevator doors opened, the gentleman stepped inside, and she deliberately patted her pocket, wondering where her phone was. As she spoke, she turned to walk back. He directly pressed the close button. Su Huicheng looked back at the elevator indicator light and saw that he had indeed gone down, so she turned towards the stairs. Just as she looked up, she saw Qiao Ling leaning against the railing on the platform ahead, looking like she was enjoying a show. Her footsteps halted. She remembered he had said he wanted to play with the champion. Camellia? Qiao Ling admired herself for remembering those flower names. "Mr. Qiao, hello." She forced a smile, adopting a professional tone, pretending to be delicate. What a pity for this face. He waved her over, and when she got closer, he reached out to touch her makeup, then rubbed his fingers together, noting the poor quality. Hasn't she made any money by being by Zhong Ding's side? No way. Su Huicheng chuckled politely. Mr. Zhong is quite generous. Generous? Xiao Ling laughed. It seems you've been played half to death by him. She caught the implication in his words and froze slightly. So, Zhong Ding indeed had some peculiarities. Xiao Ling wrapped his arm around her shoulder and whispered in her ear. The champion truly lives up to the title. I want to try it even more. Saying that, he reached out to hook her chin. Su Huicheng tilted her head slightly, feeling a surge of rejection. Somehow, ever since she received Zhong Ding's promise again last night, she had the illusion that she was no longer part of this industry. Therefore, she didn't want to endure that disgusting pain any longer. Chapter 32, Qiao Ling noticed Su Huicheng's struggle and fixed his gaze on her eyes. What's wrong? Did you develop a cleanliness obsession after playing with Zhong Ding? Su Huicheng paused her movements and slowly replied, I didn't. He smiled, roughly wiping her bright lips with his thumb. This lipstick is so cheap, it's toxic. Her lips hurt from his rubbing, and as she tilted her head back, his large hand gripped the back of her head, leaving her no choice but to endure his force. Although the lipstick was inexpensive, it had the advantage of being long-lasting, and since she had applied a thick layer, Qiao Ling couldn't clean it off with just his fingers. When he stopped, his thumb was stained with a bright red mark. He pressed the red imprint onto her cheek, treating her face like a rag. Su Huicheng remained silent, allowing his fingers to smear her face indiscriminately. No matter how much he wiped, her face remained gaudy and appeared even dirtier. Qiao Ling chuckled softly, tugged at her collar, and bit down on her neck. She gasped. He was really biting her, his teeth digging into her flesh as if he were savoring a delicacy. Unable to withstand the sharpness of his bite, she cried out in pain. This sound attracted Gongzi, Yi, and his female companion, who were on the third floor. They stepped out and, upon seeing the scene at the staircase, he displayed an unseemly smile. Oh, young Master Qiao, are you busy attending to something in your room? Those who knew Qiao Ling were aware of his peculiarities. They were merely there to watch the show. Qiao Ling finally licked the blood oozing from Su Huicheng's neck and then released her. The wound, set against her fair skin, was even more shocking. He licked his lips, swallowing all the blood, the metallic sweetness igniting a thrill in his body. Su Huicheng anxiously tightened her collar. She had not forgotten Xiao Ling's violent tendencies. Xiao Ling found her expression amusing and glanced over at Gongzi, recalling who had been so eager to meet the newly crowned champion. He was quite surprised. Is she really? Of course. He clicked his tongue. Zhong Ding is quite generous. He really brought her here. The group of young masters had previously wanted to take Su Huicheng out under Xiao Ling's influence. However, Zhong Ding had been nonchalant, saying he could bring her out any time. They had been half skeptical, but now they believed completely. However, when he approached and saw Su Huicheng's appearance, he felt disappointed. His face? Xiao Ling simply smiled without speaking. However, he grinned wickedly, moving closer to Su Huicheng. What's it like? You won't know until you try. Su Huicheng instinctively stepped back. She didn't recognize he, but from his words, it seemed that Zhong Ding had promised them something. She recalled Zhong Ding's comments about group activities. He grabbed Su Huicheng's wrist. Come on. It's not lunchtime yet. Let me try the taste first. He seemed to have completely forgotten about his female companion in the corridor. Xiao Ling blocked gently reminding him. There's a proper order to things. Xiao Ling had started queuing since Christmas Eve, but had not gotten a turn. During this trip to Z City, he had intended for her to be his companion, but Zhong Ding had gotten there first. Then you can join too, he said matter-of-factly. Zhong Ding, so we could all go together. Your group doesn't include me. Xiao Ling had just explained when they heard Chun Xingui's voice from downstairs. What are you all doing at the staircase? Xiao Ling turned his head to look down. We're analyzing what Zhong Ding said. What did I say? Zhong Ding, hearing this, turned the corner of the corridor. He glanced at the two men and one woman and suddenly remembered what he had said before. Xiao Ling pointed at Su Huicheng with a meaningful expression. Just her words. Zhong Ding curled his lips into a smile. Little camellia, come down. Upon hearing this, Su Huicheng hurriedly broke free from Yi's grip, passed by Xiao Ling, and rushed down the stairs. Due to her change in mindset, she no longer felt as fearful of Zhong Ding. After all, among these men, Zhong Ding had spent the longest time alone with her. When Zhong Ding waited for her to stand beside him, he looked up at the upstairs, still smiling. She's under my protection now. Su Huicheng was taken aback, and then her gaze flashed with surprise as she looked at him. Xiao Ling raised an eyebrow. What are you joking about? Zhong Ding turned to Su Huicheng. He had already grown accustomed to her exaggerated makeup. However, seeing her collar slightly open, he reached out to check, and unsurprisingly, he saw the bloody bite mark. He continued to pull at her collar, his gaze shifting to the whip marks extending across her back. How much suffering had this woman endured? He had yet to find out. Perhaps such wounds were just the tip of the iceberg, but he had promised that if they both got out safely, he would fulfill her wish. Perhaps he only had this little bit of conscience left. Zhong Ding released her and replied, It's not a joke. Chun Xingui, who was nearby, was somewhat surprised to see Zhong Ding's recent disregard for propriety. He remembered this woman. She was the one whose hair Zhong Ding had burned that day in the fence ditch. From her clothing, it was clear she did not belong to the upper class. Of course, even if she were of high status, her looks and figure were not Zhong Ding's type. Xiao Ling looked downstairs, equally astonished. When had Zhong Ding ever openly stated he would protect someone, let alone a young lady? However, no matter how hard they found it to believe, Zhong Ding's words had indeed come out. Thanks to Zhong Ding's intervention, Su Huicheng's days in the villa became quieter. After all, she wasn't an exceptionally beautiful woman who attracted the covetous eyes of others. It was merely her title as the champion. In this world of men, women were the least worthy of attention. The gambling game they had previously agreed upon tested their arm strength significantly. Due to a shoulder injury, Zhong Ding stated he would not participate this time. If he wasn't going, naturally, Su Huicheng, as his partner, would be free as well. In the afternoon, everyone went out in small groups to scout the venue, while Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng stayed in the villa. Due to his injury, the doctor advised him to rub the medicinal alcohol on his skin until it felt warm for it to be effective. Zhong Ding asked Su Huicheng to help him apply the alcohol. Seeing him lying on the bed bare-chested, she pulled over a thin blanket and covered him, then knelt beside him, pouring the alcohol and gently rubbing it in. Zhong Ding felt her technique and chuckled. Have you worked in a sauna before? I've learned. Su Huicheng admitted, but a Haven tea really served anyone. If given a choice, she would prefer to just give guests a back rub. In fact, she had worked for a week or two, but Zhu Jiwu was not satisfied, and she was transferred afterward. She looked at the bruises on Zhong Ding's back, not applying too much pressure, but lightly tracing around the acupoints and then gently pressing on the injured area. Mr. Zhong, does this hurt? Not too bad. Although it wasn't a skilled method, the warmth of her palm indeed alleviated some of his pain. Of course, it could also just be the effect of the alcohol. Sweat droplets began to bead on his back, and she pulled back the blanket. Mr. Zhong, are you feeling hot? He lazily replied, isn't it good to feel warm? Then I'll apply the medicine for you. Wait. He called out to her, continuing to apply pressure. She was a bit puzzled, but didn't ask. After a while, her palms felt hot, yet he still didn't stop. When she touched him again, the skin over his wound felt burning hot. Mr. Zhong, don't you feel hot? Not really. Zhong Ding felt a bit drowsy. The movements of her hands on his back were very relaxing. The warmth of the wound was actually quite comfortable. You're not selling yourself anymore. You could change to this. Su Huicheng bit her lip and hesitantly replied, I don't want to do this kind of work again. In such industries, who could guarantee that she would only give back rubs and wound tea suddenly be pulled away to accompany a guest? He casually asked, what are your plans for the future? After I paid back Wugu, I returned to my hometown. Zhong Ding glanced at her from the corner of his eye. How am I supposed to chase you for the debt? She became anxious. I will send you money on time. Once I get there, I'll buy a new phone number and inform you. He stretched his left arm, little camellia. Have you planned your future life? Yes, I have thought it through. A bright smile appeared on her face. I'll go back to find my family and then open a small shop. Just like that? Su Huicheng nodded. Just like that is already very good. Zhong Ding snorted lightly. Indeed, contentment brings happiness. Mr. Zhong, you have everything, so you'll be even happier. She continued to smile. Is that so? He didn't think so, as he felt no joy. I heard I'm getting married soon. That should count as happiness. Yet, there was not a trace of happiness in his tone. Su Huicheng was slightly taken aback and sincerely said, congratulations. Her words were heartfelt. However, she also understood that young masters like him wouldn't settle down even after marriage. In clubs, there were many who sought thrills after getting married. If ordinary families were like this, it was even more so for someone as handsome and wealthy as Zhong Ding. His eyes curved slightly at her words, hoping he wouldn't change brides midway. If the Shun family suddenly faced an economic downturn, the Zhong family would definitely look for another match. She didn't understand his meaning. However, she didn't want to pry into his marriage, so she just smiled and let it go. Zhong Ding thought of something because of this topic. Are you going back to get married? Most people in such professions, after being eliminated, choose to leave the city they worked in, shedding the past and starting anew. Su Huicheng quickly denied no. With her dirty past, how could she dare to hope? Don't you have someone you like? He asked casually. Her face instantly turned red. He turned to look back at her. Although the foundation on her face was thick enough to cover some of the blush, her eyes revealed her thoughts. He recalled the day she had a fever, leaning against his chest, murmuring that surname, Qiao. Su Huicheng stopped her action of pushing the medicinal wine, feeling shy. She lowered her head, unsure whether to deny or admit it. The color in Zhong Ding's eyes darkened slightly. Chapter 33. Su Huicheng had zero experience in love. After her feelings were exposed by Zhong Ding, she felt nothing but shame and inferiority. Zhong Ding turned his gaze away and said continue. She silently pressed against his back. He seemed to have developed a curiosity about young girls' feelings and casually said, if you like him, just tell him. She shook her head repeatedly. I don't deserve him. She thought it was enough to bury this affection deep in her heart. Besides, in a vast sea of people, she might not encounter Qiao yet again. Zhong Ding chuckled lightly. You have quite a bit of self-awareness. Su Huicheng remained silent. You can keep his mark as a memento, Zhong Ding said, his gaze lingering on her neck. What? She was taken aback by his words. He paused, his tone growing colder. He won't really like you. Just cherish your memories with him for a lifetime. Although Su Huicheng understood that there was no possibility between her and Qiao Yin, Zhong Ding's directness and sharpness still hurt her heart. She whispered, I will. The memories between her and Qiao yin were always hidden deep within her. When she grew old, she would take them out to savor, and they would still feel warm. Her answer clearly didn't satisfy Zhong Ding. He lost interest in the conversation and simply closed his eyes. Time passed quietly, and his breathing became steady, as if he had fallen asleep. Once Su Huicheng confirmed he was asleep, she applied the medicine for him and wrapped it with gauze. Finally, looking at his sleeping face, she suddenly felt that in this calm state, he was no different from Xiao Yan. Zhong Ding had come to Z City mainly for a gambling match. However, after the cable car incident, he was injured and unable to play. In order to give Zhong Ding some energy, Chun Xingui organized a small self-service cocktail party at the villa that evening. Su Huicheng was only relieved to find that the expensive long dress she had bought was packed in her suitcase before her departure. Otherwise, her usual outfits would hardly be suitable for the cocktail party. However, while the long dress could cover most of the whip marks on her back, it couldn't hide the bite marks from Xiao Ling. She went to ask Zhong Ding for his opinion, but he sarcastically replied, "Showing off the marks isn't that great?" Su Huicheng felt his unique sarcastic tone coming back, so she fell silent and planned to walk back. However, he called her back, staring at her black semi-transparent long dress. "What dress are you wearing? It's cold outside. You'll be shivering. Can I wear what I usually wear?" In fact, she didn't want to wear a dress. But he had declared that she was under his protection, and if she dressed casually, she might embarrass him. "It doesn't matter. Wear whatever keeps you warm." He clearly didn't care at all. She sighed in relief. "Okay, I'll go change back. I'll also touch up my makeup." Su Huicheng was speechless, and after a few seconds, she honestly replied, "I can't do makeup." "Then just do what you can." After saying this, Zhong Ding directly closed the door, shutting her out. She stared blankly at the door panel, then sighed and went back to change clothes. Surrounded by a crowd of elegantly dressed beauties competing for attention, Su Huicheng's outfit, which made her look like a tightly wrapped rice dumpling, was extremely out of place. She could sense the unusual gazes directed at her. But since Zhong Ding didn't mind, she felt that warmth was more important than appearance. Zhong Ding and Chun Xingui were chatting, while Su Huicheng was looking for food in the self-service area. She picked a few pieces of meat and a bowl of hot soup, then found an empty table to sit down. At the next table were 4 beautiful women, laughing and chatting. Su Huicheng unintentionally eavesdropped, but woman A was particularly loud. The topics at that table were all fashionable terms. Su Huicheng didn't understand the series of English brands, so she lowered her head to eat her meat. Gradually, the women's conversation turned to the men present. When Su Huicheng heard Zhong Ding's name, she focused her attention and perked up her ears to listen. She heard woman A say, "He has a good appearance, but in bed, he's not a man at all." The other 3 laughed, covering their mouths. Su Huicheng turned her head to look and realized that the dining area only had her and the women at the next table. Everyone else had gone to the sofa area. No wonder they dared to talk so freely. Woman A continued, "His body is good, but he's soft down there. What's the use of hard muscles?" Woman B, still laughing, chimed in, "Have you tried it?" "I haven't tried it." Woman A giggled. "Because he can't get hard. I won't waste my time." The other 3 laughed again. Su Huicheng felt uncomfortable hearing this. She didn't expect these women to talk about him behind his back and look down on him like this. If such a topic that damages a man's reputation were spread, how embarrassed would he be? If it weren't for him being there, she would have fallen off the cliff long ago. Moreover, today he had protected her in front of Xiao Ling and young Master B. She felt a sense of gratitude and wanted to uphold his dignity. Woman A continued to talk. Not being able to get hard has its benefits. If after standing up, it's only that little bit big, TSK, that would really be. Su Huicheng felt a lump in her throat and didn't think much before loudly interrupting woman A. "He's really impressive." The 4 women were startled and quickly looked over. Su Huicheng was sitting in the corner, partially hidden by tree shadows, and the women at the next table hadn't noticed that someone was sitting there. And that someone was Zhong Ding's woman. Woman A turned pale and fell silent for a moment. Woman B asked curiously, "In what way is he impressive?" Su Huicheng stared back directly. "What does it have to do with you?" Woman finally reacted, chuckling, "What are you talking about? You think I don't know you 2 sleep in separate rooms?" "Oh," Woman B said, sounding enlightened. "So you're in separate rooms?" "That room was just where I put my luggage when I first arrived. I sleep in his room at night." Su Huicheng was holding back her anger. Although Zhong Ding had indeed been slow to respond when she helped him warm up in the cave, he eventually got up, and his size was not small. She couldn't stand these women slandering him here. Who are you trying to fool? Woman A crossed her legs and pulled out a cigarette, believe it or not. We'll wait by his door tonight to see if you go in. Are you afraid? The four women all knew Zhong Ding's peculiar personality and that he never kept women overnight. They just wanted to see Su Huicheng make a fool of herself. Su Huicheng was taken aback. She didn't expect them to pull such a stunt. But since the words had already left her mouth, if she didn't agree, wouldn't that indirectly admit to their belittlement of Zhong Ding? Woman A saw Su Huicheng hesitate and smiled even more smugly, lying without even drafting a script. Su Huicheng pressed her lips together and said seriously, "You can wait as you like." "Fine, we'll wait for you to sleep with him." Woman A emphasized the word sleep with extra stress. "Of course, we'll sleep together." Su Huicheng forced a smile and then picked up her food tray to leave. As soon as she stepped out of the dining area, her face fell. How was she going to clean up this mess after putting on such a brave front? After returning to her room, Su Huicheng was troubled about how to explain things to Zhong Ding. She didn't dare to confess woman A's words. It was easy to imagine how angry Zhong Ding would be if he found out. It might escalate, and if the rumors became even more exaggerated. How would he ever get married? As time went on, Su Huicheng finally decided to bite the bullet and go to Zhong Ding. When she knocked on the door, Woman B was standing in front of the adjacent third room, waving and smiling at her. Su Huicheng prayed that Zhong Ding wouldn't slam the door again. Zhong Ding opened the door. "What now?" he asked impatiently. She almost lost her legs but still mustered the courage to smile. "Mr. Zhong, I have something to discuss. Can I come in?" He quietly looked at her, and just when her smile was about to freeze, he finally allowed her in. "Come in." Su Huicheng closed the door, letting out a slight sigh of relief. The first phase of her plan was successful. The TV was broadcasting financial news. Zhong Ding sat back on the sofa, not asking her what she wanted to discuss, and continued watching the news. She stood by the door, observing his expression, looking for an opportunity to speak. When it came time to cut into the advertisement, she took a decisive approach and recited her lines. "Mr. Zhong, I just had a nightmare. I dreamed I was still in that cold cave, and I was so scared I couldn't sleep." Zhong Ding remained indifferent. Su Huicheng felt awkward and called out, "Mr. Zhong?" He responded, then turned his attention to the advertisement on TV, turning up the volume. She swallowed the words in her throat. When the advertisement ended, he turned the volume back down. However, during the serious program, Su Huicheng found it difficult to speak. Fortunately, it was already nearing the end, and the news would be over in a few minutes. Zhong Ding picked up the remote and turned off the TV. After the sound of the television vanished, the noise from the corridor became faintly audible. Su Huicheng turned and pressed close to the door, listening. It seemed like Woman A and Woman B were talking, but it was vague. At that moment, Su Huicheng bit her lip and decided to launch her third combat plan early. She took a deep breath, exhaled, and then made a couple of ah sounds. Before Zhong Ding could react to the meaning of those sounds, her next words made the remote in his hand drop to the floor with a thud. She leaned against the door, calling out, "Hello. Great. Ah. So big. Good. Thick. Ah. I can't take it anymore." Her solo performance was passionate. For some things, she would rather lose face in front of him than compromise his reputation outside. Zhong Ding remained expressionless, slowly picking up the remote, placing it back down, and turning his head to look at her, calmly asking, "Have you gone mad?" Hearing his question, Su Huicheng hurriedly turned back and rushed over. She was momentarily dazed and even reached out to cover his mouth, whispering, "Mr. Zhong, don't speak yet." Her palm was warm, seemingly a bit sweaty, pressed against his lips, bringing an unusual sensation. When he was about to speak, his breath brushed against her palm, creating a wave of heat. Su Huicheng felt a tickling sensation in her palm and suddenly realized her actions, awkwardly retracting her hand. Zhong Ding looked down at her face and said, "Please explain. Why can't you take it anymore?" Reminded by him, she remembered she still had to perform, so she let out a sharp scream. He still had no expression. She thought of something, glanced at him, and stammered, "Mr. Zhong, could you?" Let a low growl. "Go howl at your sister." Chapter 34. Su Huicheng forced a smile and lowered her head. She had anticipated that Zhong Ding would not cooperate. However, just a moment ago, he seemed not to be angry, so she mustered her courage to give it a try. Seeing her silent, Zhong Ding emphasized and explained again. Mr. Zhong. She hesitated and said, I won't harm you, really. But she ultimately couldn't bring herself to speak the hurtful rumor that would damage his pride. He glanced toward the door, then shifted his gaze to the whirl of hair on her head, saying nothing, just standing there until she felt ready to speak. She froze for a moment, but remained silent. He simply ignored her, returning to the sofa, opening his laptop, and doing his own thing. Su Huicheng listened as the voices of woman A and woman B outside became more indistinct, and she felt somewhat relieved. She stood still, occasionally glancing over at Zhong Ding. She thought that if she continued to stay silent, maybe he would keep her until dawn. Then she could confidently prove that he was indeed vigorous and full of life. Feeling sore from her standing position, she shifted her weight slightly. Unexpectedly, he shot her a cold glance. She immediately dared not move. After browsing the web, Zhong Ding tossed his laptop aside and walked into the bathroom. As he passed her, he deliberately exhaled, causing a few strands of her hair to flutter. Su Huicheng heard the sound of water inside and finally lifted her foot to relieve the soreness in her legs. She grasped the armrest of the sofa and sat down to rest. At that moment, woman A's distinct loud voice rang out again. Su Huicheng tensed and turned to look at the closed bathroom door. She hesitated over whether she should proceed with her battle plan. Woman A's conversation was quite muffled amidst the sounds of water. Su Huicheng really wanted to grit her teeth and shout out loud. However, despite gathering her courage, she couldn't regain that initial impulsiveness. She felt that if she continued to play this charade, Zhong Ding would simply kick her out. She was lost in her thoughts. While he remained quietly contemplative inside, Zhong Ding stood under the shower, head down, stroking his tattoo. Somehow at that moment, he recalled the scene of that camellia helping him with his lips and tongue in the cave. It was incomprehensible how such clumsy skills could keep him in the flower business for 4 years. He frowned and turned off the water. Zhong Ding casually wrapped a towel around himself and came out, too lazy to pay any attention to Su Huicheng, who was facing away from him. He walked straight to the wardrobe, tossed the towel aside, and pulled open the door. After the sound of water stopped, Su Huicheng quickly returned to her original position. She had already prepared a set of words, so after gathering herself, she turned around and said, Mr. Zhong, I want to say, He seemed to have anticipated her concession, casually searching for clothes. She, however, stiffened at the sight of his bare body and quickly looked away. The droplets of water slid down his skin, and she suddenly remembered woman A's words. His physique was indeed very good. There were no exaggerated bulges. Yet he had a strong frame. When Zhong Ding did not hear her words, he casually glanced over and said, Ah. Her gaze fixed on the floor, she said, It's cold. You should put on your clothes first. He put on his clothes, lit a cigarette, and then leaned back against the headboard, leisurely continuing. Mr. Zhong, it's like this, Su Huicheng said in a very flattering tone. You guys often play gambling games, right? I also play this. I bet with them that I will sleep here until dawn tonight. This wasn't entirely a lie, as she did want to spend the night here to salvage his image. Oh, Zhong Ding raised an eyebrow. So you're saying that little camellia has been led astray by me? She nodded slightly, but quickly shook her head again. No, it's my inherent nature to be wicked. To recognize one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. Mr. Zhong, have you forgiven me? She asked softly, with a hint of expectation. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes dark like deep pools. Is the bet of little camellia to climb into my bed? Su Huicheng was taken aback and then recalled her earlier solo performance, and she could only nod. Zhong Ding curled his lips into a sarcastic smile. I praised you for having some self-awareness during the day. She knew he was disgusted, so she mumbled, I just acted a little. It's enough to fool them. What a pity, you lost terribly. His smile widened. With that scream of yours, don't even think about sleeping on the bed. I wouldn't even let you sleep on the floor. Su Huicheng didn't dare to say a word. She had never experienced those moments when words came from the heart, so she couldn't understand what it meant to ride the clouds. She was merely relying on theoretical knowledge to perform. However, he elongated his tone. No woman has dared to use me as a bet. You really have some guts. She picked up on his meaning and quickly apologized. Mr. Zhong, I wouldn't dare. At that moment, she felt that her set of reasoning had made things even worse. Zhong Ding smoked ominously, his gaze still fixed on her. Su Huicheng sensed the eerie side of him returning, and her heart raced, fearing he would turn ominous. Mr. Zhong, I was wrong. He did not respond. She grew increasingly anxious, twisting the hem of her shirt in her hands. A silence enveloped the room. There was no sound from outside either. In such a heavy atmosphere, Su Huicheng felt the urge to retreat. She hunched her shoulders. Mr. Zhong, I'm going back to remove my makeup. His inexplicable remark stunned her on the spot. Zhong Ding placed his cigarette in the ashtray, got off the bed, and said, "Don't make me say a second time." She nodded, not daring to question his words. "I'll go right now." She hurried into the bathroom, came out again, and cautiously asked, "Mr. Zhong, is there makeup remover here? What do you think this place is?" Zhong Ding stood in front of the wardrobe, grabbing a new pillow and tossing it onto the bed. "Go back to your room to remove your makeup." She nodded again and turned towards the door, just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob. His voice came again, "Then come back here." Chapter 35. Su Huicheng opened the door and peeked out, seeing woman A and woman B sitting on a small sofa nearby, smoking and chatting. When they spotted Su Huicheng, they leaned closer and whispered something, with woman A showing a hint of pride. Su Huicheng suddenly called out in a delicate voice towards the room, "Frenemy." The volume of her voice was quite loud, enough to make the expressions of A and B very subtle. Zhong Ding was just about to reach for the cigarette again, his hand nearly touching it, but he couldn't grasp it. The lit cigarette slid onto the countertop, releasing wisps of smoke. "I'll come back and fight again, huh?" After Su Huicheng finished speaking, she closed the door. Fortunately, he was facing away from her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the courage to call out. She returned to her room, quickly washed her face, tidied up her pajamas, and went out again. The villa was quite spacious, with several suites on one floor. She was a bit far from Zhong Ding. His room faced southeast, while hers faced northwest. The group of wealthy young men who came today chose their rooms freely and were rather scattered, with a few on the lower floor. However, the young man who had seen her true face was on the third floor. Su Huicheng ran into him in the hallway, quickly lowered her head, and deliberately raised the bag of clothes in her arms to cover herself. The young man paused his steps, feeling that Su Huicheng looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen her. He initiated the conversation, but she quickly sidestepped and began to jog ahead. She had forgotten that this man was one of the members of the group Zhong Ding had mentioned. The young man felt even more puzzled and instinctively chased after her. Su Huicheng immediately realized that she had overreacted, but since she had already run, she could only continue. She stopped in front of Zhong Ding's room and knocked hurriedly. Zhong Ding opened the door quickly, but his expression wasn't good. The young man, seeing where Su Huicheng had stopped, suddenly realized who she was. He had a vague recollection of Zhong Ding's words from the afternoon. However, he couldn't quite remember what the champion looked like, so he quickly dismissed the thought. The young man stopped at the corner. Their group of friends was all about fun and games, but none could compare to Zhong Ding's ruthlessness. Zhong Ding didn't care about winning or losing in games and wouldn't calculate his history of losing money. He simply sought thrill. In recent years, his personality had become more gloomy and unpredictable, and those women who were initially attracted by his appearance eventually fled in despair. The young man was very curious about why that flower champion would be willing to get close to Zhong Ding. Of course, he had never seen Zhong Ding show particular care for the opposite sex. Their group of friends had at least come from a more innocent era, and there was still a bit of warmth in their relationships. But Zhong Ding was different. He had never had a formal relationship. It seemed he had long known that his future was tied to the interests of the Zhong family. Or perhaps he had experienced moments of infatuation but never revealed them. Su Huicheng entered the room, closed the door, and set down the bag of clothes. Zhong Ding noticed she was a bit out of breath and coldly asked, "Who were you trying to impress in the hallway?" "No, I just ran over," she hurriedly explained. He mocked, "It's time for some exercise." Su Huicheng heard his tone and felt it sounded more like he was saying it was time to be slaughtered. She lowered her head even more, saying, "I ran away when I bumped into your friend. He had been drinking." Zhong Ding glanced at her bag of clothes. "Which friend?" "The one who touched your thigh that night." She originally had face blindness, but the young man had a big black mole on his right cheek, which was easy to recognize, so she remembered him. "Which night?" His tone became even colder. Su Huicheng fell silent, and after a few seconds, she reminded him. The day I vomited on you. Just recalling that made her remember Zhong Ding in the bathroom with his female companion. This implied that he was still capable. Zhong Ding's expression didn't relax. Did he touch you? She shook her head. I was afraid he would forget your words when he got drunk. You know how to find a backup. He looked at her bag of clothes. Clean yourself up before coming back. Su Huicheng agreed. After she finished showering and came out, she saw Zhong Ding leaning on the bed, playing on his computer, which inexplicably gave her a sense of peace. She had never naturally interacted with anyone like this before. It felt as if they had always lived in this state. She touched her hair, which was not wet. Mr. Zhong, can I sleep on the sofa? She hadn't intended to actually get into his bed. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ding kept his gaze on the screen and replied, there are no extra blankets. If you had said so earlier, I could have brought a blanket over. Are you camping at my place? Why didn't you bring a tent? His fierce response caught her off guard. You can choose where to sleep. The floor is spacious, and it's more comfortable to sleep on it. He shut down the computer, casually tossed it onto the bedside table, and then turned off all the lights. The room plunged into darkness. Su Huicheng stood in the center of the room, looking towards the bed. She thought carefully about Zhong Ding's words and then gently called out, Mr. Zhong. He couldn't even be bothered to grunt. Mr. Zhong, I just want to borrow your bed for one night. Get lost. Chapter 36, I just occupy a little bit of space by the bed. Su Huicheng's voice was low and delicate. Go away, Mr. Zhong. She felt a bit shameless, just a little bit, just for one night. Zhong Ding turned on the bedside lamp again, still in his previous half-sitting posture. He looked at her coldly and didn't say a word. She felt uneasy under his gaze and cautiously said, if you don't want to, I can sleep on the sofa. As she spoke, she reached for the sofa's armrest. He smirked, come here. Su Huicheng felt like she had been pardoned and hurried to his bed, afraid he would change his mind. She was wearing a fleece long nightgown and almost tripped while climbing onto the bed. Fortunately, she finally lay down at the edge of the bed. Just as she said, she only occupied a space for her body. She pulled over a corner of the quilt, covered herself up, and didn't dare to move. Zhong Ding turned his head to look at her. The distance between them was a bit far. Are you sure you won't fall off the bed when you turn over? She glanced at him, slightly inched closer, then checked his expression again, and continued to move inward. This way, she definitely wouldn't fall off. He snorted, turned off the light, and after lying down, rolled over towards her direction, pulling her in. She let out a startled cry and quickly covered her mouth. Zhong Ding brushed her hair. You haven't washed your hair. I washed it yesterday. Su Huicheng was still an arm's length away from him, unable to gauge his thoughts, worried that he might want to do something inappropriate. He played with her hair for a while, then slid his hand down her neck, slipping into her back from her collar. She tensed up. Zhong Ding didn't make any other moves. He just gently caressed the whip marks on her back. You didn't apply any medicine? She shook her head. No, it's almost healed. At the club, that little assistant already helped deal with it. Although there are still some marks, they'll fade away slowly. As long as they don't leave scars, it will be fine. It won't. The previous ones didn't leave scars. The little assistant also said that Wu Gu was careful with his strikes. The wounds are all superficial. The medicine used is scar preventive. After all, in this line of work, keeping the skin surface clean is very important. Zhong Ding paused at a particular word in her speech, his hand's movement freezing. You've been hit many times? Su Huicheng couldn't see his expression clearly in the dark, but from his tone, he seemed to be angry. Her voice was barely audible. He fell silent, and the motion of caressing her scars became lighter. After a while, he finally spoke, we'll go back tomorrow, and you can give the money to them. Anyway, there's nothing to do in Z City, so it's better to get tea flour ashore early. Thank you, Mr. Zhong. Her tone carried a hint of choked emotion. He smiled and teased. Want to offer yourself? Su Huicheng softly replied, I can if you want. She wouldn't refuse if he desired it. He helped her, and the only thing she could trade was her body. Zhong Ding pulled her closer, using one hand to pinch her waist and belly, soft and squishy. He complained, You're too fat. She remained silent. Previously, he had shown no interest in her body. She knew that he had high standards. After all, with his own excellent conditions, he certainly wouldn't settle for less. Zhong Ding slowly pinched upwards along her waist. Su Huicheng felt neither pain nor itch. Instead, it felt comfortable. Once she relaxed, sleepiness gradually overtook her. At this moment, she suddenly thought maybe he really wasn't that capable. If he wasn't, then she wasn't either. It was actually quite harmonious. However, that would damage his dignity. Thinking of this, she asked, Mr. Zhong, are there still eavesdroppers outside? Who knows? Zhong Ding replied casually, the woman in his arms. If he didn't touch her several scars, her skin felt quite good. Moreover, her chest was soft. It felt good to squeeze. Su Huicheng tentatively asked, then can I perform again? He chuckled, feel free. He let go of her, sat up, and turned on the bedside lamp. With the light on, she inadvertently glanced at his lower body, which showed no signs of arousal. She looked up at him, hesitating. Mr. Zhong, how can I perform with you looking at me like that? Zhong Ding looked down at her, his eyes curved like a crescent moon. Weren't you just calling out pretty sadly? Su Huicheng bit her lip, turned her back to him after retracting her gaze. She had thought of her lines, but under the scrutiny of his gaze from behind, she couldn't shout them out. He reached out to brush her hair again, call out. She shrank her head, trying to hide under the quilt, but couldn't muster a sound. Little tea flower, if you don't call out, I'll kick you off the bed. Zhong Ding leaned closer to her, a hint of a smile in his voice, and then pinched her waist hard with his fingers. Su Huicheng twisted in pain. The first sound escaped her lips, and the following words felt less embarrassing. She followed up with a few more calls, then pretended to gasp for breath. Pulling the quilt over her head, she said coyly from inside, okay, so fast. It feels. Zhong Ding suddenly pulled the quilt away, laughing as he pinched her cheek. Who can hear you? She looked at him with a hint of resentment, then suddenly took a deep breath, shouting with a bold voice. Rascal, I'm about to be. Don't be so sudden. He quickly covered one ear and distanced himself from her. She paused for a moment, then continued to raise her voice. It feels so deep, so good. She went on with please, spare me. Oh my God, why is it so big? Zhong Ding leaned against the bed's edge, neither cold nor hot, replied, yes, why? Su Huicheng broke character, looking at him in confusion, and lowered her voice. Mr. Zhong, you're getting your lines wrong. She glanced at his lower body, which was still not aroused, and he had the audacity to ask why. Little tea flower, if you keep staring there, the consequences are on you. His face was relaxed, but there was danger in his words. She quickly scooted back. Mr. Zhong, don't talk. If you say anything, I won't be able to shout. Don't shout. He dismissed her, digging in his ear. It's unpleasant. People outside will think I'm slaughtering pigs. Su Huicheng, why that? Then I won't shout. Zhong Ding reached out and tugged at her collar, calling out emotionlessly. If a man hears this, he wouldn't be scared stiff. She shrank her shoulders. I'm going to sleep. He turned off the light again, and after she moved out of his arm's reach, he rolled over towards her, brushing her hair a few times. Zhong Ding, at his age, truly experienced the feeling of being cared for by a woman for the first time. This tea flower. How could she have no reason to gamble on spending the night in his room? When she went back to her room to remove her makeup, he went out to deal with the women A and B. Those two women really couldn't handle being scared. They trembled and cried for mercy. Woman A confessed that she had heard from a sister that he had issues in that department, and she had spread it as a casual topic. But she was unaware of the origin of the rumor. Zhong Ding didn't linger, only leaving behind a sentence, I don't have time tonight. I'll settle the score with you later. He indeed didn't have time because he wanted to enjoy the clumsy yet sincere acting of a certain silly girl. Su Huicheng woke up in Zhong Ding's arms in the morning. Realizing this, she stayed in the same position and didn't move. Logically, the room was warmer than a cave, and there was a quilt, so she shouldn't be too cold to snuggle for warmth. Maybe she instinctively sought the temperature beside her while asleep. She slightly raised her head to look at Zhong Ding. Seeing him seemingly still asleep, she backed away a bit. Then she suddenly remembered something and peeked at his lower abdomen. The thin quilt was propped up in a small tent. She couldn't quite describe her feelings. Last night, he had no reaction, confirming that her charm wasn't enough. I don't know if he will soften when he wakes up and sees her. Su Huicheng inhaled the faint smell of tobacco from Zhong Ding and closed her eyes again. She had never been this intimate with a client. Usually, they would part ways after finishing, never sharing a bed until dawn. In just a few days, it seemed she had gotten used to Zhong Ding's embrace. When Su Huicheng thought of this, she was startled. In her heart, Qiao Yan's beauty felt unattainable, making her feel more humble in front of him. Zhong Ding had an unattainable status, but because of his eccentric personality, she subconsciously belittled him. She felt more natural when interacting with him. She thought she liked Xiao Yin, while her feelings for Zhong Ding were more of gratitude. Thinking this way made her feel at ease. Su Huicheng recalled Zhong Ding mentioning he was about to get married, and she planned to prepare a gift for him. Given the scale of his wedding, she naturally didn't qualify to be a guest, so she could only privately give him something to express her thanks. She looked up at his sleeping face. In the future, there would be a woman who could lie beside him like this until they grew old. How nice. Zhong Ding had not yet opened his eyes, but his hands had already started playing with Su Huicheng's hair, which was short and smooth, moving back and forth between his fingers. Mr. Zhong, you're awake. He lazily responded, turning over to embrace her, burying his face in her shoulder. His sleep quality had always been poor. He usually woke up easily from light sleep. But today he slept later than her, which was rare. Su Huicheng felt something hard pressing against her. She coughed lightly, good morning. Zhong Ding just held her without any other movements. When he opened his eyes, he immediately saw the bite marks on her neck. The thing below gradually softened. He messed up her hair, lifted his head from her neck, and said, "Little Camellia, good morning." Then he let go of her and got out of bed to head to the bathroom. Su Huicheng slowly reached out to touch the warm spot where he had lain, moving over until she was fully covering his position. When he opened the bathroom door, she hurriedly rolled to the side, leaving that spot. Zhong Ding saw the figure in the blanket quickly move from one side to the other. I didn't think much of it. Get up, apply the medicine for me first. And after breakfast, you can go back. She nodded with a guilty expression as she sat up. Zhong Ding found the medicine bothersome and uncomfortable to sleep with, so he only applied it during the day. Su Huicheng helped him apply the medicinal alcohol and wrap the injury before returning to her room to change clothes and put on makeup. While she and Zhong Ding were having breakfast, others began to come down in groups. A certain man looked at Su Huicheng ambiguously and then teased Zhong Ding. "You've changed your taste? This one screams so much." Zhong Ding casually placed his hand on the back of Su Huicheng's chair and said lightly, "Occasionally, I listen." She smiled flirtatiously in response. Xiao Ling saw Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng dining together and whispered to Chun Xingui, "Zhong Ding seems off." Chun Xingui appeared much calmer. Maybe that woman has something special. Xiao Ling naturally thought of a certain aspect and whistled. If I had known that night on Christmas Eve, I would have spent any amount of money. She might be a rare gem. Being stingy back then, who can I blame? After saying this, Chun Xingui ignored Xiao Ling and slowly approached Zhong Ding's table. In Chun Xingui's view, when it came to women, Zhong Ding was the least to worry about, because Zhong Ding had a strong purpose, either a bed partner or a work collaborator. As for any other functions, he had no interest in dealing with them. Su Huicheng should belong to the former, but this also meant her shelf life would be very short. In fact, women like Tian Xiaoyun, who worked for Zhong Ding, were the ones who stayed by his side the longest. On her way back, Su Huicheng felt very anxious. On one hand, she was happy to be leaving that place, but on the other hand, she was worried about Zhu Jiwu's unpredictability. She had a bad premonition. If possible, she hoped Zhong Ding could accompany her. However, he had already helped her a lot, and she felt embarrassed to trouble him too much. Zhong Ding noticed her unease and glanced at her through the rearview mirror, coldly saying, "What are you fidgeting for?" "Mr. Zhong." She leaned forward, holding onto his seat back. "When will you give me that money?" "Anytime. Are you giving me a check?" Before he could answer, she continued, "I don't know how to cash it." Zhong Ding almost rolled his eyes. "Transfer." "Mr. Zhong." She hesitated again, leaning even closer. "What now?" "Nothing." Su Huicheng still couldn't bring herself to voice her hopes. After getting onto the highway, Su Huicheng felt a bit drowsy. Amid the music, Zhong Ding suddenly spoke, "Little Camellia." She jumped in surprise. "Huh? You're going to quit this line of work soon, so you need to change your mindset." He lowered the music volume. "Even if others have helped you, your way of repaying them isn't by giving yourself. Only prostitutes would sell themselves as commodities." Su Huicheng stared at him in shock. Understand? He knew from testing her last night that she devalued her own body, perhaps due to her long career of selling herself. She had lost a normal concept of purity, thinking that spreading her legs was a form of repayment. She nodded, feeling like crying. "Mr. Zhong, thank you. Your eye makeup is a mess." Zhong Ding switched back to a disdainful attitude. "Don't dirty my car." Chapter 37. Su Huicheng took out a tissue and wiped her eyes, and immediately the tissue turned black with makeup. She wiped a few more times, and soon her eyeshadow, eyeliner, and foundation were all smudged together, making her look utterly terrible. Zhong Ding simply stopped looking at her increasingly ugly face. He had been patient enough with her. She thought that by putting on a lively and colorful show, she could restore his face. Although this was naive, he found it refreshing. Zhong Ding had always been domineering since childhood, only ever bullying others. Even when he encountered trouble, he would retaliate tenfold. Anyone who knew him would never think of defending him. In his social circle, he was almost unmatched. However, last night, being protected by this silly woman made his mood quite good. Good enough for him to send her off in style and correct her distorted worldview. It wasn't easy for a prostitute to start a normal life again. He didn't know if that silly flower would have her wishes fulfilled in the future, nor was he sure how long his sympathy would last. But at least for now, he was willing to help her, because she was the first woman who genuinely stood up for him, especially after knowing all his faults. Zhong Ding took Su Huicheng back to her apartment. He originally thought about throwing her out along the way, but considering she had no money, he showed her some kindness, not wanting to linger. He handed her a business card and said, "Send your bank account number to this number." Su Huicheng shook her head. "My phone fell off a cliff." When she didn't reach out to take the business card, he shot her a glance. "Don't you have a spare at home?" "No. My phone has fallen several times recently, and I'm just glad I bought a cheap model." She was even more relieved that the bank card she was saving money with was left at her place. Eager to get that money, she said, "Mr. Zhong, wait a moment. I'll go up and copy the account number for you." "How long?" He casually tossed the business card back into the storage box. "Just 5 minutes. I'll go get the account number right now," Su Huicheng said as she opened the car door, not giving him a chance to retort. "Mr. Zhong, you have to wait for me." She hurriedly ran inside, then remembered something and ran back out. She helped him close the back door and dashed away again. Zhong Ding turned to look at her figure, smiling to himself. 1/5 of the time has passed. He guessed that her trip up and down would definitely take more than 5 minutes, but he didn't expect it to go over by so much. 15 minutes passed, and she still hadn't come down. It was undeniable how much she valued that money, so she shouldn't be intentionally leaving him waiting downstairs. Zhong Ding got out of the car and looked up at a certain floor. If he judged the location correctly, he had been to that room before. However, he didn't know who lived inside. He entered the lobby and asked the property staff for Su Huicheng's room number, describing her as the one who just ran in, wearing an ugly orange down jacket. The property staff, upon hearing this, already knew who it was. He was well aware of the residents in this building. However, when Zhong Ding used the word ugly, the staff member became a bit wary. If this handsome man was here for fun, he wouldn't use such descriptors. Most likely, he was here to cause trouble. The property staff looked down on the tenants upstairs but had to stoop to work here to make a living. At this moment, he was quite happy to see those girls being confronted, so he readily reported the unit number where Su Huicheng lived. After Zhong Ding went up, he walked down the corridor, feeling increasingly familiar until he stopped in front of Su Huicheng's door. Perhaps the layout of the floors here was the same, which made him feel a sense of déjà vu. Su Huicheng anticipated that Zhong Ding was not a patient person. Fearing he would leave, she hurried home. However, as soon as she opened the door, all the blood in her body turned to ice, as if she were standing on a blade. The room she had tidied up before was now in complete disarray. Chairs were tipped over, there were shattered bottle caps on the floor, and pots and pans were scattered about. Even the pictures on the wall were askew in the corners. Zhu Jiwu was sitting on her low bed amidst the chaos, leaning down to sniff the pillow. Upon hearing her open the door, he maintained his posture, slightly turning his head toward the door, his face betraying a sickly kind of fervor. The joy Su Huicheng had just felt disappeared entirely. She gripped the doorknob, almost instantaneously wanting to escape. Zhu Jiwu squinted, sat up straight, and said, "You're back." His voice was still hoarse and deep. "Veuillez." She struggled to calm herself, forcing a terribly ugly smile as she timidly said, "Hello." Although she had thought of a beautiful life, she wasn't yet prepared for how to speak to him. "Come here." He smiled, but his eyes were sharp and piercing. "Let me see how you've been these past few days." Su Huicheng's hand on the doorknob trembled. She closed her eyes for a second, slowly avoiding the shards on the floor as she walked toward him. "Close the door," Zhu Jiwu commanded, looking at the empty corridor. With trembling hands, She gently closed the door. The sound of the lock clicking shut to her ears felt like a foreboding of disaster. Sure enough, she hadn't even reached his side when he had already grabbed the short whip resting on the low bed, poised to strike. Su Huicheng Supporting, trying her best to hide her inner fear. Wuge, I'm back. Still know to come back, huh? He cracked the whip, anger becoming evident. You've been off the grid for a few days. I thought you'd run away. She quickly knelt down, crawling to his feet, begging my phone got lost. Wuge, really, I'm not lying. I want to run away. You have to believe me. Believe? Of course I believe. He lifted her chin with the whip, showing a row of white teeth. If you don't want your family to lose limbs, then earn me some money obediently. She kept promising, Wuge, I'll pay you back when I have money. Zhu Jiwu grunted in acknowledgement, then suddenly flicked the whip against her left arm. The hit wasn't too heavy, and because of the thick clothing, it didn't hurt too much. Zhu Jiwu was not satisfied with this distant feeling. He pulled her up, roughly tugging at her clothes. In a rough motion, the whip grazed her bare shoulder, leaving several deep purple marks. She gritted her teeth in pain. He noticed the bite marks on her neck. His expression turning cold, and with a swift motion, the whip struck her left shoulder. Su Huicheng gasped, a cry of pain escaping her lips. Vuyi. Please spare me, I beg you. I'll have money. I'll pay you back. Tears streamed down her face from the pain, and she reached out to hold his arm, pleading desperately. Zhu Jiwu paused. Where's the money coming from? Hearing this, she felt that he really cared about the money. So she hurried to explain, Wuge, I'll have money soon. Her shoulder was still tingling, and her teeth were chattering. Really? I just need to go up and copy the account number for him, and he can send me the money right away. Who is he? Zhu Jiwu tightened his grip on her, his gaze fixated on her half-open inner shirt, where a hint of cleavage was visible. As she began to speak, Zhu Jiwu pressed down hard on her wound, causing her vision to darken. At that moment, there were a few knocks on the door from outside. Su Huicheng broke out in a cold sweat, and in her daze, she couldn't tell if the knocking was a figment of her imagination or actual reality. Zhong Ding knocked twice, but she didn't come to open the door. He knocked twice more, still no response. Looking at the door number, he coldly said, Little Camellia, if you don't open the door, I want to pull you back ashore. Su Huicheng suddenly snapped back to reality, struggling to escape Zhu Jiwu's grip. She was pulled back with even more force. She shouted for help. Zhu Jiwu's face turned pale, and he shoved her away violently. She couldn't keep her balance and fell to the ground, twisting her left hand as she tried to brace herself. Zhu Jiwu understood the identity of the person outside. His expression twisted into a terrifying snarl. He adjusted his breath, bent down and shouted, I'll deal with you later. He stepped forward to open the door. Zhu Jiwang had seen Zhong Ding, but Zhong Ding did not recognize Zhu Jiwang. After hearing Su Huicheng's voice earlier, Zhong Ding had already made some guesses. So when Zhu Jiwang went to open the door, Zhong Ding was not surprised. He glanced over the mess in the room and saw Su Huicheng lying on the ground. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he stared directly at Zhu Jiwang, the girl I rescued from a great height. Is she someone you can lay your hands on? His voice was low and soft, with an underlying hint of hostility. Zhu Jiwang did not understand what great height meant. But given Zhong Ding's background, he could only smile. Mr. Zhong, the camellia is being disobedient, and as her boss, I'm quite helpless. Boss, not anymore. Zhong Ding stepped inside, and the room was in such disarray that it was hard to discern its original appearance. He lowered his gaze and saw Su Huicheng's tear-streaked face, her disheveled clothes, and the bloodstains on her shoulders. The coldness in his eyes intensified. He crouched down, embraced her gently, and patted her back. Little camellia, it's okay. Su Huicheng was still trembling. She did not overlook Zhu Jiwang's warning gaze. She was unsure whether Zhong Ding's appearance was good or bad. Fearing it might further provoke Zhu Jiwang, she murmured, Mr. Zhong, I owe money to the boss. Zhong Ding turned back, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Zhu Jiwang. 6 million, right? Zhu Jiwang finally understood why Su Huicheng said she could repay the money. A cold smile crept into his heart, but his face remained impassive. Yes, after all these years, if we calculate the interest, it's not a small amount. I think you should weigh it carefully. Zhong Ding's voice lowered, as he raised his hand to brush away the bloodstains on Su Huicheng's shoulder. Do you want to bargain with Zhong Ding? Zhu Jiwang's gaze drifted to the person in Zhong Ding's arms, a smile forming on his face, since Mr. Zhong is willing to redeem the camellia. That would be even better. The earnings she made over the years accompanying clients can be considered as interest. How it's calculated depends on my mood. Zhong Ding snorted lightly. Interest? I won't let you return the principal. Su Huicheng endured the pain of her wounds. Nervously grasping Zhong Ding's clothes, that money is what I owe the boss. She was worried that Zhong Ding's pride would come up and clash with Zhu Jiwang. Chapter 38. The last person Su Huicheng wanted to see was Zhu Jiwu face to face. Her fear of him had become deeply rooted in her imagination. His power was enough to destroy everything she had. For instance, on a day in the past, after her failed escape, she was caught and brought back by him. While she was recovering in a hospital, she suddenly received a box. After unwrapping layer after layer of packaging paper, inside was a cleanly severed finger, the cut very neat. In that moment, she was completely speechless, just staring in terror at the box. Her younger brother had a small mole on his ring finger. She had once held his small hand as they ran across the mountains and fields together. His little hands were chubby and soft. They had a 7-year age gap. When she graduated from elementary school, he was still a crybaby. Every day, she would leave early with her backpack for school, and he would stumble behind her. When she returned home from school, she would see him sitting on the steps, smiling at her radiantly. The finger in the box also had a small mole, identical to her brother's. It was just no longer chubby and soft. Zhu Jiwu had timed his visit to the hospital perfectly. Seeing her in a daze brought him even more pleasure. Are you happy to see your family? His tone was very friendly, as if she had really been reunited with her family. Su Huicheng looked at him with intense hatred. During the years she had been out, she had completely severed contact with her family. She didn't know how Zhu Jiwu had found her family. His smile dimmed her eyes. I understand you miss them, he said, stroking her eyes, rubbing her eyelids. I can cut them all for you. It was then that she realized, trembling, she tightly held onto the box, not daring to avoid his touch. Camellia, are you still going to run? If you run once, I'll cut off a piece. Not a big piece, just a small one. His thumb brushed against her cheek. If it's too big, what if you run away again, then it won't be enough? Su Huicheng was both terrified and resentful, gasping for breath, all her hatred buried beneath her pleas. Brother Wu, I will be obedient. Don't go looking for them. Please, if you want to hit or kill, just do it to me. Spare them. If she had known earlier that her resistance would endanger her family, she would definitely not have run away. Even if Zhu Jiwu tortured her, she would have gritted her teeth and endured. You have to keep being obedient like this. He gently patted the box in her hands. Once you earn enough money from me, we'll be even. She nodded tremblingly. Although Zhu Jiwu said this, the amounts he listed were enormous. Su Huicheng had once thought that even if she worked her whole life, she would never earn that much. No matter how frugally she lived, it was just a drop in the bucket. If she threw herself into selling, she might have a shot, but her body completely refused to cooperate. At first, she couldn't hold back her nausea for a while. This angered several clients, perhaps because she hadn't been able to land good business initially. Her poor skills gradually became known, and her performance continued to decline. She had already anticipated her fate. After the years passed, it would be the fate of being eliminated. It was the appearance of Qiao Yin that renewed her hope. She planned to work hard to save money and then leave. Zhong Ding's promise to lend her money was a symbol of her impending rebirth. Of course, she hoped the solution would be for Zhu Jiwu to keep his promise and settle their past grievances with that money. From then on, they would owe each other nothing. But clearly, she hadn't made adequate preparations. She actually forgot to inform Zhu Jiwu after losing her phone, which only made him angry. Su Huicheng nestled in Zhong Ding's arms, gripping his clothes tightly. Mr. Zhong, please lend me the money. Zhong Ding looked down at her. The cosmetics she used were of an unknown brand, and her makeup was often exaggerated. At this moment, it looked like a mess. But her clean eyes radiated desperation. He had never cared much for other people's affairs, but she had already broken his rule. He understood her concerns and chuckled softly. Since I promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word. Su Huicheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Zhu Jiwu was still standing at the door. Watching the scene of the man and woman embracing, his expression gradually flattening. The moment Su Huicheng looked back at Zhu Wu, she instinctively moved closer to Zhong Ding. "Brother Wu, I'll pay you back. Please don't be angry." She spoke cautiously, afraid that Zhu Wu might lose control and lash out again. Zhong Ding tightened his embrace around Su Huicheng, helping her to her feet, and casually glanced at Zhu Wu. "All her debts are on me." Zhu Wu suddenly clapped and laughed. Good, that's great." His gaze was fixed on Su Huicheng. Camellia is really something. Within his laughter was a sharpness that could bite. Su Huicheng could clearly feel the fluctuation in Zhu Wu's emotions. She struggled a bit, leaving Zhong Ding's embrace, and forced a smile. "Brother Wu, about the money. I've paid it back, so are we." Even now, Zhu Wu was still laughing, but there was a rising anger in his chest. "Of course, we're even." Su Huicheng paused, somewhat unable to believe her ears, fearing he would impose additional conditions to make things difficult for her. Zhong Ding's gaze flicked over the whip in Zhu Wu's hand. The whip was subtly moving. Zhong Ding's eyes darkened, and he snorted lightly. "Is that all you have to say?" Zhu Wu folded the short whip, took a rough breath, and said, "Now we're just waiting for your money to come through. I think you 1T default." Zhong Ding smirked. "Of course, a 1T default." He added meaningfully, "I know the accounts better than anyone." "That's good." Zhu Wu's response was stiff. Zhong Ding was too lazy to continue talking to him and changed the subject. "Turn left when you go out. No need to see you off." Zhu Wu's hand gripping the whip suddenly tightened, then slowly relaxed, stretching out his fingers. His gaze was fixated on Su Huicheng's shoulder, as if he couldn't look away. Zhong Ding stepped aside, provocatively looking at Zhu Wu. Zhu Wu stepped outside and closed the door. Zhu Wu was especially flattering towards such high-end clients. Zhong Ding rarely came to the club before today. Zhu Wu had only seen him once, while he was more familiar with Xiao Ling, logically speaking, with Su Huicheng's previous status. Shi Shunti had been the one to entertain people like him. It had only been a coincidence. But as this coincidence developed, she really climbed up the social ladder. It even led to Zhong Ding coming to redeem her. Zhu Wu walked heavily, the sound echoing in the corridor, dragging on unusually. He had almost lost control and was about to whip Zhong Ding. Su Huicheng's exaggerated makeup hardly attracted many customers. In fact, she had always had a psychological resistance to entertaining clients. Zhu Wu turned a blind eye, allowing her to put on a grand performance while wearing an extremely hypocritical mask to cope. The worse her business was, the more reason he had to be violent. When she cried and begged for mercy in front of him, he felt utterly pleased. He originally expected that she would never escape his control. Unexpectedly, Zhong Ding had emerged. Su Huicheng remained dazed long after Zhu Wu had left. Zhong Ding checked her wounds and asked, "Do you have any medicine?" She came back to her senses and nodded, her reactions still somewhat sluggish. "Where's the medicine?" He flicked her cheek. "If you don't deal with it quickly, be careful of scarring." Su Huicheng lifted her foot to go upstairs, and halfway up the stairs, she suddenly turned back. "Mr. Zhong, did Brother Wu really let me go?" She still didn't quite believe it. She had originally worried he might go back on his word, but to her surprise, he had agreed readily. However, what Zhu Wu often mentioned was that debt, which made Su Huicheng feel that what he cared about was money. So as long as she paid back the money, she would be free. Zhong Ding stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at her. Zhu Wu's demeanor didn't seem right. Zhong Ding was certain that Zhu Wu had just had the intention to strike. But none of that mattered. Zhong Ding answered the question with irrelevance, saying, "What nonsense. Let's talk after the medicine takes effect." Chapter 39. Su Huicheng still had some ointment left from her previous stock. When she found it, Zhong Ding noticed that the bottle had no labels and suspiciously asked, "Is this a 3-no product?" She mumbled an explanation. Brother Wu had the doctor prescribe it. She had been applying this ointment after her injury, and it really did leave no scars. Zhong Ding opened the cap and sniffed. It smelled quite nice. There was already a dent in the ointment, which suggested that she had indeed been beaten often in the past. He capped it again and tossed the ointment back to her, deciding to apply it himself. Su Huicheng took it silently and sat on the low bed, applying the ointment to her wounds. As soon as it touched the injury, she flinched. Zhong Ding looked around her rented duplex. The floor was a mess. Aside from the low bed, everything else had been turned upside down. He glanced up at the room on the second floor. Through the window, he could see that the furnishings inside were still neat and orderly. He turned back to watch her apply the ointment and asked, "What are your plans?" She lowered her head, paused her movements, and stared at the ointment bottle in her hand. "I want to go back to Sichuan." He had heard her answer before and was not surprised. "Go home early." Su Huicheng lifted her head upon hearing this and said, "I don't know where my family is now." A few years ago, there was an earthquake in Sichuan, and her hometown was in the disaster area. At that time, she couldn't leave and had to rely on Zhu Jiwu to help find out news. After begging him repeatedly, he finally agreed. The last message he brought was that her family had moved to City G before the earthquake. The place was far from the epicenter, so it wasn't greatly affected. She didn't know exactly where her family had moved to, and Zhu Jiwu wouldn't disclose the detailed address, only saying it was in City G. "What are you going back for?" Zhong Ding suddenly recalled the night she was drunk, crying out for her mother outside the door, her voice filled with grievance. "I'll stay in City G first, and then slowly look for them," Su Huicheng said honestly. "I can place ads in the newspapers, go on TV. I should be able to find them." That sounded like a lot of effort. He curled his lips. "Didn't your mother abandon you?" "No." She became a bit agitated and retorted, "They must still be waiting for me," even though she had been missing for many years. She believed her family had not given up on her. Zhong Ding smirked mockingly. He couldn't understand her strong belief in family ties and couldn't resonate with her. His family prioritized interests above all. His parents, Zhong Fu and Zhong Mu, had a business marriage, and their married life was closely tied to the profits and losses of the enterprise. Growing up in this environment, Zhong Ding early on understood that he was just a pawn in the family, without uniqueness. If he went missing for a few years, the Zhong family would simply train another heir. Zhong Ding looked deeply into Su Huicheng's eyes, where his reflection was clearly visible. He used to find his camellia amusing. She could endure being squished and flattened, but if she got really angry, she would jump up and bite back. Once she bit, she would timidly return to her original state. Occasionally, he felt her gaze was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Rescuing her on the cable car was a fleeting thought. He hadn't anticipated that he would walk down such a path of goodness. The time spent with her after the accident wasn't particularly long, but he had seen a little rabbit covered in scars. He appeared polished on the outside, but his heart was already riddled with holes. And she was just the opposite. Zhong Ding let out a faint hum, his words dismissive. "Little camellia, good luck." "Thank you, Mr. Zhong." Su Huicheng smiled. Whether luck would be good or bad was still uncertain. She harbored doubts about Zhu Jiwu. However, she thought that since Zhu Jiwu spoke in front of Zhong Ding, he should be trustworthy. With such a large sum of money, why would he still be greedy for the little earnings she made? Moreover, some sisters had quit at the club before, and Zhu Jiwu hadn't made things difficult for them. So, he must really want to let her go. After applying the ointment, Su Huicheng looked at the messy room and felt exhausted. She leaned against the bed's edge, zipping up her jacket. When the collar brushed against her wound, she flinched again and opened her clothes. She wanted to go back to the room on the second floor to rest. But Zhong Ding showed no intention of leaving for now, so she couldn't just abandon him. Zhong Ding guessed that the low bed was for a specific purpose and didn't want to sit on it, so he stood aside, looking out at the bustling traffic below. Then he took out a cigarette pack. He remained silent, and she was quiet as well. After smoking half a cigarette, Zhong Ding turned his head and casually asked, "Did you all rent this place collectively?" The pain in Su Huicheng's shoulder gradually eased under the ointment's effect, and in the calm atmosphere just now, she nearly fell asleep. Startled awake by his question, she nodded. "Yes." "Are the other rooms furnished the same way?" "No. Only these are the furniture purchased by the club." She pointed to the sofa and dining table. "What about this bed?" She paused for a moment and continued, "That bed, I bought it myself," and she planned to throw it away. The low bed recorded her suffering over the past few years. She didn't want to remember it anymore. "Is this the only low bed in the building?" Su Huicheng looked at him, puzzled as to why he brought up this topic. She replied uncertainly, "Maybe." Zhong Ding looked at the bed. He had woken up in this room one morning, and at that time, he was alone. He looked up at the second floor, where the curtains were tightly drawn. He knew from his body's reaction that he hadn't done anything. So he had no interest in finding out who the woman upstairs was and left directly after getting up. He never would have imagined that the person living here was her. He recalled that night's events, having no impression at all. Perhaps he had been drunk again, which was why he had chosen such an inferior woman to accompany him. Su Huicheng leaned against the bed, slowly sliding down. She felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, her whole body relaxing. She had slept well last night, but now she was tired again. This kind of exhaustion was unprecedented. It felt as if her body, which had been holding on for years, could finally have a proper sleep. Just before falling asleep, she wanted to call Zhong Ding, but the sound that came out was barely audible. When Zhong Ding saw her close her eyes and not open them again, he moved closer and placed the back of his hand against her forehead. No fever. Just as he was about to leave, he accidentally stepped on a marker. And then he had a mischievous thought, writing a big, ugly character on one side of her cheek. Satisfied, Zhong Ding turned and walked out. Places like the club certainly had some backing in their operations. In Zhong Ding's eyes, Zhu Jiwu shop was not considered a high-end place. In fact, the majority of the customers who went in were ordinary people. If one were to account for everything, there were plenty of handles to hold. However, playing with mice was only fun if one caught and released them. Zhong Ding didn't leave a phone number. When Su Huicheng was in the car, she remembered she needed to ask for a business card, but he had already thrown it back into the storage box. After that day, the two lost contact. The next day, Su Huicheng began to clean up the room little by little, sweeping a path through the living room and kitchen. As for the furniture, she was too lazy to move it anymore. When she left the apartment building, she still looked around nervously, afraid that Zhu Jiwu would suddenly appear. Occasionally, when she saw his car model on the road, she couldn't help but check the license plate number. Su Huicheng had unpleasant memories of this city, so she wanted to leave as soon as possible. She bought a plane ticket to City C 3 days later. Zhong Ding didn't specifically remind her to pay back the money, but she felt indebted about the loan, so she had to repay it. The only problem was that she couldn't find him. To be honest, although she knew where the Zhong family's business was, she didn't think going there would help her find Zhong Ding, because Zhong Ding gave her the impression of being in a state of idleness. He played when he wanted to play and slept when he wanted to sleep. Su Huicheng looked back at the scene of her first meeting with Zhong Ding and felt as if it were a lifetime ago. She never expected that a notorious young master would extend a helping hand to her in such a predicament. She could even say that in these past few years, only Qiao Yin and Zhong Ding had treated her well. After Zhong Ding returned to D City, he felt bored again. His shoulder injury gradually healed, but he still maliciously called Tian Xiaoyun over to help him change the dressing, and then teased her intentionally and unintentionally. Tian Xiaoyun maintained a stern face, her expression unchanged. One day, Zhong Ding lay sideways on the bed, idly flipping through a magazine beside him, and instructed Dr. Tian a little to the right. Tian Xiaoyun complied. A bit more to the right. Now to the left. To the left. To the right. Tian Xiaoyun moved back and forth on his back, applying the ointment bit by bit. Zhong Ding happened to see the word birthday in the magazine and lazily asked, "Dr. Tian, your birthday is coming up soon, right?" "No comment," she replied, pursing her lips. "Another year older." He clicked his tongue. What a pity, old maid. She didn't respond, adjusting her glasses and continuing her task. Zhong Ding chuckled lightly and turned the page of the magazine. To be honest, Tian Xiaoyun's technique wasn't as good as that little flower's. At this moment, he thought of something and asked, "Dr. Tian, do you have any scar removal ointment?" "Mr. Zhong, rest assured, your injury won't leave a scar. It would be nice to have one, a badge of honor to commemorate my once-in-a-thousand-years act of kindness." Tian Xiaoyun glanced at his back, faintly noticing some marks. "But if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't find them at all. If Mr. Zhong wants completely perfect skin, I can bring you some medication." Zhong Ding smiled broadly and specifically reminded her, "Make sure it's a large bottle." Yes, Tian Xiaoyun felt that Zhong Ding was in a pretty good mood. He casually flipped through the magazine, his eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. During the application of the ointment, he was in the same state. After she finished wrapping the bandage, his white phone rang. Suddenly, his expression changed, the smile fading. Zhong Ding grabbed his phone but didn't rush to answer. He let it ring. Tian Xiaoyun glanced over and clearly saw the 3 characters on the screen. Chen Shuqin. Chapter 40. Su Huicheng had not been going out much in the past couple of days, staying at her place to sort things out. She didn't pack too many belongings, only choosing casual clothes, and threw all the fancy dresses into a trash box. A table full of cosmetics was also tossed into the garbage bin. She wanted to leave for G-City simply and cleanly. Before leaving, she planned to inform Zhong Ding and return the first payment to him. However, she had no idea how to find him. She had been to his villa and duplex apartment, but she forgot the specific building number, only knowing the general area. Frustrated with herself for being in such a hurry and buying a ticket so early, she changed her departure date. However, as time passed, she still couldn't get in touch with Zhong Ding. She called Kong Xin, asking if Zhong Ding or Qiao Ling had been to the club in recent days. No. Kong Xin held her phone, slowly walking to a corner, and continued softly, "I'm not dealing with people like them anymore." Su Huicheng was taken aback. Why? "A few exotic beauties have come here, and both Wu Gu and Mommy appreciate them very much. I've been brushed off." The real reason wasn't necessarily the new foreign girls, but Kong Xin was gradually having thoughts of retiring. Mommy naturally noticed this and sent Kong Xin to serve those ugly, fat men. It was a warning. Su Huicheng listen to Gang Xin et Don, which was flat and devoid of much emotion, unsure if she should offer some words of comfort. But what was there to encourage in this situation? Climbing up also meant sacrificing oneself. She stated, "I will be going home in a few days. Safe travels." Kong Xin sincerely wished her well. They weren't very close, but they both had sympathy for each other. Compared to Su Huicheng, Kong Xin was more daring, which allowed her to climb to the throne of a top escort. However, gradually, she became more exhausted and lost her drive. Hearing about Su Huicheng's departure, Kong Xin felt envious. Another day, Su Huicheng said sincerely, "How about we go out for a meal?" "Sure." The man nearby had already noticed Kong Xin, and she quickly said, "I need to get back to work. If I see Zhong Ding and the others, I'll pass on your message." "Thank you." Su Huicheng hung up, thinking about the exotic beauties that Kong Xin mentioned had recently arrived at the club. Ever since Zhu Jiwang agreed to settle things with her, he and T contacted her again. It seemed he wouldn't come looking for trouble anymore. She checked the time, went into the kitchen to rummage through her supplies, and found some flour and eggs left. She decided not to go downstairs for dinner. Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up outside, followed by heavy raindrops pouring down. Su Huicheng hurried out to the balcony to bring in the clothes she had hung out to dry, carrying them to the second floor. A knocking sound came from downstairs, but she didn't hear it first. The rain outside was loud, and she was in a small room. The person knocking was quite patient, continuing to knock persistently. Su Huicheng heard it and was startled. She rushed downstairs but stopped at the third step from the bottom. Gripping the railing, she stared at the front door, a surge of fear rising in her heart. Who could it be? The answer she least wanted to see popped in her mind. Perhaps she hesitated too long, and the knocking stopped. Su Huicheng panicked even more. If it was Zhu Jiwang and she didn't open the door, she didn't know how he would react. She dashed to the door, peering through the peephole, and saw an empty hallway outside. Holding her breath, she slowly opened the door. The person who had been knocking was gone. Turning her head, she saw a figure. At first glance, she couldn't tell if it was Qiao Yin or Zhong Ding. But after blinking, she called out, "Mr. Qiao." Qiao Yin stopped walking, turned back, and smiled. "I thought you weren't home. I just didn't hear you." Su Huicheng tightly gripped the doorknob. Watching him come closer, her heart racing. Qiao Yin stood in front of her and said with a smile, "It suddenly started pouring. And I didn't bring an umbrella. I remembered you lived nearby, so I thought I'd take a chance." His hair and clothes were wet, appearing half-drenched. She nodded and quickly opened the door wider. However, after he entered, she felt awkward again. The previously messy furniture had not been tidied up. Everything was still in disarray on the floor. Qiao Yin's warm smile didn't fade. He automatically followed the path she had swept to walk. "Mr. Qiao, I'm just tidying up," she explained softly, "so it's okay." He didn't mind at all, saying, "Such heavy work, how can a girl do it?" While speaking, he had already taken off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and moved a nearby dining chair to the dining area. Su Huicheng was stunned and quickly went over to help. "You don't have to, Mr. Qiao. I can sort it out myself." Qiao Yin smiled without answering, continuing to straighten the tilted dining table. She wanted to pull him back, but retracted her hand. In the end, She could only accompany him in slowly putting the furniture back in place. She felt a bit confused about how it suddenly turned into a household chore together. However, she had thought she would never see Qiao Yin again, but unexpectedly, fate brought him back to her. Even though he silently moved the furniture, she felt very happy. Su Huicheng, sweating, took off her coat, revealing a loose sweater that shifted around as she moved, making the neckline crooked. Qiao Yin inadvertently caught sight of her shoulder and neck and asked, "Miss Su, are you hurt?" Seeing his gaze focused on a certain spot, she quickly adjusted her collar. Feeling quite flustered, she didn't want her ugly scars to be exposed in front of Qiao Yin. That would make her feel even more embarrassed. He didn't put her in a difficult position, only softly saying, "If there's anything I can help with, just let me know." Su Huicheng nodded, twisting her collar. Biting her lip, Mr. Qiao, he smiled, waiting for her to speak. She lowered her head, her voice clear and deliberate. "I won't do that anymore." She hoped the image she left in his heart wasn't that of a prostitute. Qiao Yin quietly gazed at her hairline. She had no makeup on and was dressed casually. She looked very clean, completely shedding the traces of her past with heavy makeup. "Congratulations," he said with a smile like spring. "Then, should Miss Su treat me to a celebration?" Su Huicheng looked up in surprise. Seeing that he still showed no signs of disdain, and a wave of excitement surged in her chest. "Of course, Mr. Qiao, I'll treat you." "Then I want to be polite." Qiao Yin's eyes were clear. "A good day is today. How about tonight?" "Okay," she smiled, revealing a small, crooked tiger tooth. After a busy hour or so, the two finally managed to restore the mess left by Zhu Jiwang to order. Su Huicheng initially wanted to invite Qiao Yin to the dining room, but he looked out the window at the now drizzling rain and said, "How about we have hot pot here?" Su Huicheng mumbled, "I didn't prepare any ingredients. If she had known earlier, she would have filled the fridge to the brim." "Is there a supermarket nearby?" Qiao Yin put his coat back on. "If it's not far, I can make a trip." "The bigger supermarkets are quite far, but there's a market nearby," he smiled. "Then let us go to the market. How about that?" Su Huicheng forgot to object in front of Qiao Yin and just went along with it. She went out and grabbed 2 umbrellas, handing the larger one to Qiao Yin. On their way to the market, since they both had to hold umbrellas, they kept a bit of distance from each other, and their conversation was minimal. Su Huicheng could hardly believe she was going to buy groceries with Qiao Yin. This extremely mundane yet intimate scene filled her heart with a little sweetness. She would soon be leaving this city, and before that, she wanted to have a beautiful dream. When it came to buying groceries, Qiao Yin didn't seem very experienced. He just helped carry the bags. When she asked about his tastes, he laughed and replied, "I'm not picky." Su Huicheng picked out some raw meat, vegetables, and fruits. Qiao Yin originally intended to carry everything himself, but she insisted on holding the bag of fruit, saying, "This isn't heavy, I can carry it." He smiled and didn't argue with her. On their way back, just as they stepped out of the street corner, a sudden downpour hit. Su Huicheng's umbrella was small and foldable, unable to withstand the heavy wind and rain. Qiao Yin glanced at the rain shelter not far away and suggested, "Let's go over there to take cover and wait for the rain to lighten up." This road was next to a green soccer field, with only 2 small shops at the street corner. The shop's awnings were not large, so the two stood beside the storefront. Gradually, more passers-by came to escape the rain. Su Huicheng stepped back until she was against a lamppost. She lifted the fruit in her arms and saw Qiao Yin nearly get knocked over by a woman. So she softly called out, "Mr. Qiao, you can come a bit closer." Qiao Yin stepped in front of Su Huicheng, turned to look at her cautiously holding the fruit, smiled, and turned to shield her. At that moment, Su Huicheng became aware of their close proximity and started to feel nervous, her face flushing. Qiao Yin was bumped by a burly man behind him, causing him to lean toward her. When he looked down, he noticed her unusual reaction. Her face was flushed. Following the momentum, Qiao Yin wrapped his right arm around her waist, gently resting his head on her shoulder. Considering her scars, he didn't fully lay his head on her. Su Huicheng was so stiff that she didn't dare move, her eyes fixed on the back of the burly man in front of them. Qiao Yin smiled and used his left hand to support her head, guiding her face to turn towards him. Surprised by his action, she opened her mouth to speak, but before she could finish, his lips sealed over hers. Su Huicheng was frozen in place, maintaining that posture with wide eyes. Xiao Yin's lips were warm, and the kiss was not reckless. His left hand slowly moved to her eyes, gently covering them with his palm. She obediently closed her eyes. The rain continued to patter down, and the burly man in front was loudly talking on the phone. But Su Huicheng could no longer hear anything. This was her first real kiss. It was the first time a man kissed her so gently, as if he truly cherished her. Chapter 41. Xiao Yin admitted to himself that he was not very upright. Apart from the back shape, Su Huicheng resembled Chen Shuqin, but they were different in other aspects. However, the shy scene from just now made him have some thoughts of substitution. Without thinking deeply, he kissed her. Once his rationality returned, he realized the inappropriateness of this action. Xiao Yin didn't want to find a girl to date seriously, but he would keep his distance from the other person until the relationship was confirmed. Moreover, he did not currently consider Su Huicheng as his partner. The kiss lasted for 10 seconds and ended. Xiao Yin released his left hand from her eyes, lifted his head, and stood up straight. Su Huicheng's ears turned completely red. After she opened her eyes, her gaze fixed on the fourth button of his coat. In such a noisy environment, she could clearly hear the sound of her own heartbeat, thumping rapidly. Maret Su. Xiao Yan's breathing was steady, but it felt intrusive. Her head dropped lower and lower. Unsure of how to respond, she just let out a small Xiao Yan understood her embarrassment and turned around to look up at the rain curtain outside. Su Huicheng glanced at his back and slowly raised her head. She did not understand why he suddenly did this, especially in such a place to avoid the rain. Their corner was not very conspicuous, and with the big man's cover, no one should pay special attention to them. She turned her head to look around, and indeed no one was looking this way. She let out a light breath and couldn't help but touch her lips. His warmth seemed to still linger there. Regardless of Xiao Yan's reasons, she felt content. She had never expected that a man would still want to kiss her after knowing her past, let alone treat her gently. In the eyes of many men, she was merely a lowly dog. The goodness that Xiao Yan offered her was accumulating more and more, to the point where it made her a little scared, afraid of becoming greedy. The sudden rain came quickly and left just as fast. The rain gradually turned into a drizzle. The atmosphere between Xiao Yan and Su Huicheng became somewhat strange after that kiss. Xiao Yan lifted a few bags of vegetables from the lamppost with one hand and opened the umbrella with the other. Let's go back. She silently nodded, opened the umbrella, and followed behind him. Just as they were nearing the apartment building, a car suddenly sped by from behind, splashing a large puddle of dirty water. Xiao Yan, with quick reflexes, turned around and pulled Su Huicheng aside to avoid it. Su Huicheng was startled, her eyes fixed on the car that was driving away. The license plate number was Zhu Jiwu's. It might be a coincidence, but she couldn't help but tremble at the sight of Zhu Jiwu. Seeing her pale face, Xiao Yan asked with concern, "Were you scared?" She took a deep breath. "No, I'm fine. I should be fine." Given Zhu Jiwu's character, if he were unhappy, he would have come to find me long ago. That was the only way she could think. After getting home, they started washing and cutting vegetables. As Su Huicheng busied herself, the awkward feeling from the kiss slowly dissipated. Xiao Yan stood outside the kitchen door, watching her back, and asked, "Miss Su, is there anything I can help with?" She didn't turn around. "I can do it myself. I'll have it ready to cook soon." Su Huicheng worked efficiently, and she indeed had the table set up quickly. During the meal, their conversation consisted of trivial matters. After putting down his chopsticks, Xiao Yan took a sip of hot tea and said, "I'm sorry about the kiss." The beef she was holding slipped back into the pot, and she let out a dry laugh. "It's fine." He pondered whether to continue with the following words. He currently had no romantic feelings for her. He knew of her feelings. If he continued to give her hope, it would only hurt her. However, she would soon be leaving this city completely. Thinking of this, he chose to remain silent. If he wasn't happy himself, he shouldn't burst the bubble of a poor woman. He avoided the topic afterward. Su Huicheng also picked up on his cue and cooperated with his change of subject. Xiao Yan didn't linger long. After finishing the meal, he prepared to leave. "Thank you for dinner. Make sure to take care of yourself when you return to Sichuan. And ma'am, you too." She probably knew that her back looked similar to someone he knew, and maybe that was why he approached her. However, she didn't care about these truths. She had once had a beautiful dream, and that was enough. She hoped he would be happy. Who gave him that happiness had nothing to do with her. Xiao Yan left his phone number, saying if she faced any difficulties, she could contact him. Although he could not give her love at the moment, he could still help her. Su Huicheng nodded, taking the paper with both hands. Thank you, Mr. Qiao. It was because of the way he handed her the note that she noticed small cuts on his palm, which surprised her. Back in the cave, Zhong Ding also had scars all over his palms. She wondered how Zhong Ding was recovering now. Xiaoyan's scars were shallow and faint. Would be Moet Su. Goodbye, Mr. Qiao. Afterward, Su Huicheng repeatedly memorized those 11 numbers, truly etching them into her heart. Kong Xian finally helped Su Huicheng find Zhong Ding's number. She ran into Qiao Ling in the corridor of the club. Qiao Ling was currently with the popular Japanese girl, Hayakawa Rihu. Kong Xian noticed that Zhong Ding was not present. In fact, she found both Zhong Ding and Qiao Ling terrifying. She could have ignored Su Huicheng and kept her distance from that group of perverted rich sons. But in the end, she still steeled herself to go. After all, Su Huicheng had saved her. Kong Xian managed to slip into Qiao Ling's private room. She got Zhong Ding's number, but the prize was getting slapped twice by Qiao Ling. This happened because she took a peek at Qiao Ling's phone contacts while everyone was drinking heavily. Because of those 2 slaps, Kong Xian couldn't go out, and her dinner with Su Huicheng had to keep getting postponed. When Kong Xian called Su Huicheng to inform her of the news, her cheeks were still iced, and speaking was painful. She didn't describe her injuries, just reported Zhong Ding's number. Thank you. Su Huicheng noticed that Kong Xian's speech was slurred and asked with concern. Are you hurt again? It's nothing. Kong Xian forced a casual tone. I'm used to it. Kong Xian, why don't you come out too? Kong Xian had always been good at business. The money she saved should be enough to negotiate with the club. Now, not only did Kong Xian's cheeks hurt, but her heart also twisted together. Camellia. She closed her eyes, her voice trailing off. I'm different from you. I entered this profession willingly. So whatever pain I experience, I deserve it. I'm going to get busy, goodbye. Kong Xian hung up the phone. Su Huicheng slowly put down her phone. She didn't know Kong Xian's story, but she knew that Kong Xian truly wanted to leave now. When Su Huicheng contacted Zhong Ding, she considered that he might be busy, so she first sent him a message. Although he gave her the impression of being someone who was not busy at all. Her first message was, Mr. Zhong, hello. May I ask if you're available to take a call now? 5 minutes passed without a reply. 15 minutes later, still nothing. Su Huicheng checked her phone again and realized she had forgotten to sign her name. So, she added, Mr. Zhong, hello. I am Zayakawa. May I ask if you're available to take a call now? In less than 30 seconds, she received a response. Her mood suddenly became very tense. Unsure of how he was feeling on the other end of the line. She was most afraid that if he was in a bad mood, he would lash out wildly. On this side, Zhong Ding was in a boring interval. He was sent to this restaurant to meet with his future wife. Since the meeting time had not yet arrived, he specifically came early to have dessert. When Su Huicheng's first text arrived, he saw it was from an unknown number and ignored it. When her call came through, he quickly answered, opening with his habitual sharpness. At your age, you still dare to call yourself Little Camellia. He deliberately emphasized the word little. Su Huicheng was left speechless. He didn't know her real name, so she could only introduce herself by her stage name. Moreover, since he kept calling her Little Camellia, she wrote that down as well. When she fell silent, he lazily asked, What do you want? She quickly responded, Mr. Zhong, I'm going home in a few days. Before I leave, I'll return 300,000 to you. As for the rest, I'll pay you back slowly later. The key point of her words was the repayment. But Zhong Ding focused on the first half, so you're not coming back? She continued to ask, that money will never be returned? He emphasized again, if there's nothing here, then I won't be coming back. Her family wasn't here, and she wanted to go home. What could there be? We'll see when the time comes. Su Huicheng said flatteringly, Mr. Zhong, if you come to G City in the future, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhong Ding snorted. Not sincere. I'm very sincere. Then why not treat me now? He lightly stirred the pudding in his cup, saying that if in the future was just empty talk. She couldn't quite follow his train of thought, but still went along with him. I'll treat you to a meal today. Zhong Ding was very dismissive. Who cares if you treat me to a meal? How much can a pound of rice cost? Su Huicheng realized he was in a bad mood, and her call wasn't well timed. She said softly, Mr. Zhong, I'll treat you to some dishes. Suddenly remembering he liked sweets, she added, I'll also treat you to dessert. Zhong Ding finally smiled. Little Camellia, treating someone is how it should be. Sincere. She was puzzled about how it had inexplicably turned in her treating him, but she didn't have the courage to refute him. Mr. Zhong, when are you free? In the evening. I have a meeting to attend shortly. Then I won't disturb you. She didn't dare to take up his meeting time and quickly said Mr. Zhong goodbye. Zhong Ding directly hung up and took a bite of pudding. A woman walked gracefully towards him and finally stopped at his table. Zhong Ding? He glanced over. Who are you? The woman smiled. Hello, I am your future wife. Chapter 42, Zhong Ding glanced at his fiancée, Yi. The women that the Zhong family had appraised were naturally of superior beauty. Dressed in high-end custom attire, she appeared particularly elegant and sophisticated. After letting his gaze wander around the woman, it returned to the pudding cup on the table. You came early. He didn't like to be disturbed while enjoying dessert. I don't like to keep people waiting. Shun Tsungyin sat down opposite him, pouting her red lips, pretending to be shy, especially towards my fiancé. From the tone of my fiancé, it seems we know each other. He still didn't look at her, gently cutting the pudding with a spoon. Turns out my fiancé doesn't remember me. With your looks, is there anything memorable? Beautiful, but lacking in character. Shun Tsungyin let out a soft giggle, then covered her mouth, her bright eyes gazing at Zhong Ding. I've heard about my fiancé's reputation. It's not very good. Is that so? He replied casually, taking another bite of pudding. A woman fears marrying the wrong man, so I inquired about my fiancé's legendary past. Oh, I heard that when my fiancé was 14, he had an inappropriate relationship with a female teacher in his class, which forced her to resign. Shun Tsungyin observed Zhong Ding's reaction, and seeing him remain indifferent. She continued to smile. Of course, during youth, one is bound to be reckless. I can understand. Zhong Ding's interest waned. I also heard that my fiancé was not pure with a female classmate in high school, which resulted in that classmate having an unexpected pregnancy. Originally a top student, she ended up with a ruined future. She expressed more regret as she spoke. He finally glanced at Shun Tsungyin lightly. Of course, the truth is that the child's father is not my dear fiancé. She giggled again. I also heard. Miss Fiancé, your saliva has splashed into my cup. He casually covered the cup with a napkin. You're so annoying. Shun Tsungyin took out a silk handkerchief from her bag, gently dabbing at her lips. Then looked at the clean handkerchief, satisfied with a smile. This lipstick truly doesn't fade. She indulged in her self-satisfaction for a few seconds before snapping back to reality. Hey, where was I? Her expression turned anxious, then shifted to a smile, right? I also heard that my fiancé toyed with one innocent female college student after another in university. She tightened her grip on the handkerchief. Oh my fiancé, you really are a womanizer. Falling in love with you doesn't seem to have a good outcome. Suddenly her mood shifted dramatically, squeezing out a tear, gripping her collar as if heartbroken. In summary, I'm really worried. Zhong Ding let out a slight hum, leaning against the back of the sofa, calmly enjoying her performance. Having many suitors has already troubled me. Shun Tsungyin frowned, looking distressed. You absolutely must not fall in love with me. Otherwise, throughout the 4 seasons, your hats will be as green as a spring meadow. He snorted. She raised the handkerchief, slowly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. I hope our married life will be very happy. Is the nonsense over? I still have some things to discuss. Shun Tsungyin's expression changed again. Filled with pity and sympathy, I heard that my fiancé has some hidden ailments in certain aspects. Being too indulgent in youth, it becomes easy to... She paused, then firmly said, but I want to despise you. Zhong Ding smiled. Whether I'm capable in that regard, we'll decide on the wedding night. Miss Fiancé, if you don't want to be bettered in after our wedding, you can continue. Then I'm really looking forward to our night. She licked her lips slightly. For you, I will break up with those boyfriends. Whatever. His smile widened. I don't plan to be faithful to our marriage. What you said is so hurtful. I have even more hurtful things to say. Zhong Ding stood up, walked beside Shun Tsungyin, then picked up the prepared ice wine on the table with one hand and tugged at her collar with the other. A cup of ice water poured into her collar. She shrieked in shock and jumped up, frozen. He played with the wine glass, smiling softly. Beautiful Miss Fiancé. Questioning your fiancé like this can affect the couple's relationship. I only heard. The drink trickled down her clothes, the icy cold spreading through her. Shun Songyin shivered uncontrollably. How coincidental. I heard the same. She couldn't even speak. Miss Fiancé, once we're married, you can make your remarks again. Because your status at that time will increase the credibility of the rumors. He scoffed, of course. If you don't have enough charm to make me want to touch you, that's your own issue. Shun Songyin was calming her breath. Zhong Ding casually threw the wine glass onto the table, patted her back, and insincerely said, Miss Fiancé, I'm looking forward to our married life. Of course. Shun Songyin was shivering so much her teeth chattered. If you have this awareness, then we can have a meeting. You brush your hair, cold? She looked at him, wanting to explode in anger, but striving to endure. She suddenly sneezed violently, then sat down again, then let us get down to business. As she spoke, she couldn't stop shivering. Her back was too cold, the damp clothes sticking to her, making it hard to endure. Zhong Ding still smiled as he returned to his seat. The so-called business was nothing more than the wedding arrangements for the two families. The Zhong and Shan families had already prepared 3 plans, which were distributed to the involved parties for further confirmation. Of course, this meeting was also meant to help the future couple become familiar with each other. Zhong Ding didn't care about the wedding. He would go with whatever was less trouble. However, Shun Songyin wanted it to be extremely grand and luxurious. My suitors are lining up outside. If I marry so poorly. Not just me, the Shun family wouldn't agree either. Your high profile can wait until the next wedding. I plan to grow old with you. Thinking too much. Your Shin family is currently a rising star. If you fall one day, do you think the Zhong family will keep you? What you said is really cruel. Don't get too into it. This simplified plan is enough. Zhong Ding smiled ambiguously. After all, the wedding night is our theme. I assent it? Shun Songyin raised her red lips. I can't wait for my fiancé to spread his wings like an eagle. Aside from the wedding matters, both families were entangled in economic interests behind the scenes. The minimum dowry standards were listed by the Zhong and the Shun families. Zhong Ding glanced over them and then tossed them aside. Shun Songyin alternated between pouting and smiling tenderly. Does this count as a 10-mile red wedding dress for me? If there is nothing else, then let us disperse. The date hasn't been set yet. Whatever. He didn't take it to heart and reminded her. Tell me 3 days in advance, so I won't be late. Then, my fiancé, which date do you think is suitable? Shun Songyin looked at the 3 options, throwing out a smile. The 3 options were March, May, and June. June sounds good. If it snows that day, it will be even more beautiful. Su Huicheng was desperately searching online for a restaurant to host the gathering. She felt that too cheap a place would likely upset Zhong Ding. She could only calculate her budget and select a moderate one. Around 5 o'clock, Zhong Ding called to say he was free now and would arrive at her apartment in about 10 minutes. She put on her coat and hurried downstairs to wait. As she ran out of the lobby, she froze. Across from the apartment building, Zhu Jiwu's car was parked there. In the past, he would occasionally come over, but most of the time he wouldn't. She didn't know if he was going to settle accounts with the security guard today. She was just afraid. Su Huicheng quietly hid behind a pillar, then made a phone call. Mr. Zhong, I'm waiting downstairs. Call me when you arrive. Zhong Ding responded with an acknowledgement. He arrived quickly. When Su Huicheng saw his car, it was as if she had encountered an angel. She rushed over, opened the back door, and climbed in. She prayed that her movements were swift enough not to attract Zhu Jiwu's attention. Zhong Ding glanced at her face. It was somewhat pale, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. However, she wasn't looking in his direction. He fixed his gaze on the black car, not far away. After scanning the license plate, a smile appeared on his face. Little Camellia, what are you afraid of? Su Huicheng turned her gaze away, but remained dazed, looking at Zhong Ding and murmuring, Mr. Zhong, do you know who that is? Someone who's not as handsome as me. His tone was casual. She was momentarily stunned by his words, but at the same time, her inner turmoil calmed down. It seemed that as long as Zhong Ding was there, she felt more at ease, even though his way of speaking was rather harsh. His devilish wings unfolded a new sky for her. Su Huicheng chose a medicinal cuisine restaurant as the location. The environment was very quiet, and the architectural design was unique. After entering the main door, there was a medicinal herb shop. Then a long stone staircase led down to a small stream, where fish could be seen playing. Su Huicheng peeked at Zhong Ding's expression. worried that he might say something offensive. Fortunately, he didn't. The waitress led them into a private room and cheerfully handed over 2 thick menus. Su Huicheng took them and politely said, "Mr. Zhong, what would you like to eat?" "Don't be shy," he replied indifferently. "When have I ever been shy?" She forced a smile and began to browse the menu. It was her first time dining here. She wasn't sure about Zhong Ding's specific tastes, only knowing that he liked sweet food. So she scanned through the items, softly asking him if he wanted to try some of the more novel dishes. His responses were or silence. The restaurant specialized in various nourishing soups, and the waitress diligently introduced the restaurant's signature dishes. Su Huicheng was distracted until she passed by a dish of deer antlers. She paused for a moment, thinking that Zhong Ding should nourish himself. She didn't know if he was aware of this issue. In the end, he only ordered dessert. He barely glanced at the page with deer antlers and seahorses before flipping past it. During the meal, Zhong Ding didn't say much. After he set down his chopsticks, Su Huicheng asked, "Mr. Zhong, how do you feel about this meal?" "It's okay. In fact, the taste was average, but the ambience was good." However, seeing the glimmer of expectation in her eyes, he surprisingly changed his tune. It was at that moment that he finally realized why she seemed familiar. Her bright, sparkling eyes reminded him of a dog he had once raised. Su Huicheng felt relieved upon hearing his answer. She thought that once they finished eating, the outing would be over. Little did she know, Zhong Ding drove in a circle and headed to a bustling commercial area. He had some business to attend to in a store, asking her to wait outside for a while. Su Huicheng nodded in agreement. While waiting, she noticed a crowd gathered not far away, with music playing, accompanied by applause and cheers. Curious, she walked to the outer circle and tiptoed to look inside. It turned out they were dancing. There were 5 or 6 big boys dancing energetically to the rhythm of the music. Su Huicheng, who had no dance talent, felt particularly envious of those who could move freely. Gradually, orderly applause erupted from the crowd. She clapped along with a smile. When Zhong Ding came out, he didn't see Su Huicheng. He looked around and immediately recognized her orange down jacket. The scarf, down jacket, cotton pants, and snow boots were almost her standard outfit. She had her back to him, dancing slightly. He slowly walked over and stood next to her, saying, "Did I not tell you to wait for me at the door?" Su Huicheng didn't hear him clearly. She turned around, her face still beaming with a bright smile. "Mr. Zhong." Zhong Ding noticed her little sharp tiger teeth, which were rather unflattering. "Look at them." She pointed ahead, raising her voice. "They're so handsome." It was her first time seeing a dance performance live, and she was quite excited. He glanced at the boys and suddenly tugged at her ear, leaning close to her face and softly saying, "Are your eyes far-sighted?" Chapter 43. Su Huicheng was startled by the close proximity of the two, stammering, "No, not far. Far-sighted." Although she knew the person in front of her was Zhong Ding, he looked just like Xiao Yan, and her heart couldn't bear it. So she tried to back away. Zhong Ding held on her ear, not letting go. Though his grip was light, it still hurt. She instinctively leaned towards him. She hadn't understood his earlier words, but now that she thought about it, she looked at his indifferent expression and forced a smile, saying, "Mr. Zhong, you're much more handsome than they are." His expression shifted from a stormy cloud to a light drizzle. She quickly added, "You're the most handsome." At that moment, the drizzle stopped, and a ray of sunshine began to break through the clouds. Zhong Ding graciously accepted her compliment, gently pinching her earlobe. Little Camellia really has an eye for talent. Su Huicheng let out a dry laugh. She had never encountered such a narcissistic man. However, he had the capital to be proud. His facial features were quite handsome, but his aura was somewhat strange. At first glance, he seemed gloomy and dark. Of course, his personality was indeed very somber, and when he was ruthless, he showed no mercy. But for some reason, at that moment, she found him somewhat cute. She shook her head, trying to dismiss that absurd description, and asked, "Mr. Zhong, are we leaving?" Zhong Ding responded and let go of her, heading towards the parking lot. Su Huicheng followed him for a few steps, glancing back at the youthful boys in the crowd. Her brother was also at such a vibrant age. How wonderful. When they returned to the apartment building, Zhu Jiwu's car was already gone. Su Huicheng felt secretly relieved. After getting out of the car, she waved goodbye, "Goodbye, Mr. Zhong." Of course, Zhong Ding wouldn't wave back. He pressed the accelerator and turned onto the main road to the left. While waiting at the traffic light at the intersection, he glanced outside. A black car was heading in the opposite direction. Because the traffic was slow, he clearly saw the license plate. It was Zhu Jiwu's car. After the green light, Zhong Ding tapped his left index finger 3 times on the steering wheel and drove on. However, at the next intersection, he found himself inexplicably in the U-turn lane. The conversation he had earlier with a friend echoed in his ears. Zhong Ding had previously gone to a commercial hub and entered a model shop. The store was only about 10 square meters, run by a scruffy man named Yukai. He was Zhong Ding's classmate from middle school and also a computer whiz, but very reclusive. When Yukai saw Zhong Ding, his eyes were barely open. "What brings you here in person?" "Just passing by." Zhong Ding found a relatively clean spot among the clutter and stood there, pulling out a cigarette and tossing one to Yukai. Yukai caught the cigarette, sniffed it, and said, "You're really sentimental. After all these years, still this flavor." "I want to change, but it didn't work." Yukai rummaged around his desk for a while before finding a lighter. He pulled up the club's data on his computer. "Where do you want him to go?" Zhong Ding bowed his head, lighting the cigarette. "You have to fly high to fall hard." He knew Zhu Jiwu's club business was booming. Everything was within his expectations. Yukai's updates on Zhu Jiwu's accounts were always available. Yukai suddenly remembered something and reminded him, "You should warn that girl named Camellia to be careful." Zhong Ding raised his eyes slightly. "Why?" "Zhu Jiwu has brought in drugs. He might be trying to control her." Zhong Ding recalled how he had responded at the time. "Oh," he said to first check the purpose of that batch of drugs. At this moment, his thoughts were not as quick as his actions. Naturally, he turned the steering wheel and headed back to the apartment building. Zhu Jiwu's car was indeed parked there. The club's recent business was flourishing. The previously blocked connections had suddenly cleared up. The new foreign beauties were all money-making machines. It was like Su Huicheng was Zhu Jiwu's jinx. Once she left, everything went smoothly for him. Even his mother hinted at this. However, Zhu Jiwu's temper was very unfavorable and increasingly irritable. Zhong Ding paid Su Huicheng's ransom very readily. Zhu Jiwu thought that Zhong Ding's sudden kindness was temporary. After thinking it over, Zhu Jiwu decided not to confront Zhong Ding directly. Behind the Zhong surname was a massive interest chain, layered marriages covering several families. Zhu Jiwu was merely a club owner. He still wanted to please Zhong Ding to develop other avenues. Zhu Jiwu opted for a strategy of inaction. He instinctively believed that a rich kid like Zhong Ding was just playing around. Once the novelty wore off, Su Huicheng would still be his possession. Moreover, she had the major weakness of missing her family. With this in mind, he could still control his temper. Previously, his subordinates sent to monitor the apartment reported back that since Su Huicheng redeemed herself that day, she had not seen Zhong Ding again. When Zhu Jiwu heard this, he finally felt a bit of relief. However, when he came to visit her personally, he saw her intimately kissing Zhong Ding under the eaves, hiding from the rain. In Zhu Jiwu's eyes, they were a pair of shameless lovers, disrupting public morality. He ordered his subordinates to capture Su Huicheng's brother. However, that subordinate encountered a traffic accident on the way, delaying the time. By the time he found the location, Su Huicheng's brother had already boarded the train back to City C. After receiving this news, Zhu Jiwu closed the door and whipped the air and walls with a whip in his office. His mother, frightened, stood outside the door listening, too scared to enter. After he vented, he came out, his face full of anger. His mother trembled and stepped forward to greet him. He cast a cold glance and strode out of the club. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at the apartment building, he saw Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng together again. Zhu Jiwu returned to the club in a gloomy mood. He had recently acquired some goods. He didn't even know what his original intention was. Subconsciously, he didn't want Su Huicheng to get addicted. But he couldn't control himself, and he was eager to hear her weakness and pleas for mercy. His mind was heated by a surge of evil fire, and he suddenly didn't care about Zhong Ding anymore. Su Huicheng was already terrified by the loud banging on the door. Remembering the black car parked at the apartment entrance that afternoon, she had a premonition of who was outside. In that moment, despair began to grow at her heart. Sure enough, Zhu Jiwu's unpleasant voice rang out. "Camellia, open the door." It was completely a commanding tone. She curled up on the sofa, holding her head, wanting to hide completely. He kicked her door again, opened the door. After waiting for a while, he finally took out a key and unlocked it. Su Huicheng suddenly jumped up, screaming as she stepped onto the sofa. Camellia. As soon as the door opened, Zhu Jiwu outside broke into a cold smile. Your reaction really annoys me. No. She frantically stomped on the sofa, crying out, You promised. You promised? So what? He slowly closed the door, laughing heartily. I changed my mind. Is that not allowed? Su Huicheng looked at him in horror as he stepped closer, feeling like she couldn't catch her breath. She covered her chest, struggling to speak. Brother Wu, please let me go. Her cries brightened his mood. I want to see you. That makes me happy. For a lifetime, that's what makes me happy. She suddenly knelt on the sofa, her face sorrowful. Please. Brother Wu, just let me go. Zhu Jiwu approached and caressed her face. Camellia, is it very painful for you to be with me? She trembled and remained silent. His expression was strange, almost mad. Kulme. He pulled out a syringe from his coat pocket, pushed it a bit, and coaxed. I have something good here that can make you very happy. Su Huicheng looked at the sharp needle, feeling a chill starting from her feet, and she panicked, shaking her head. No. No. She screamed and struggled. Zhu Jiwu raised the syringe in his right hand and tore at her clothes with his left hand. She bit him hard and pushed him. As she flailed her arms, she touched the telephone next to her. Grabbing it, she swung it forcefully at his head, the receiver hitting his left eye perfectly. He tilted his head, and his left eye closed for a few seconds due to the impact. She threw the entire phone at him and then grabbed the lamp cord, whipping it in his direction. In a blur, the syringe in his right hand slipped to the floor. Su Huicheng clumsily ran off the sofa. Zhu Jiwu, with one eye, quickly grabbed her waist. She stumbled and fell to the ground, a few books from the nearby cabinet dropping down. He took advantage of this to firmly restrain her. Su Huicheng cried out and kicked him, but he remained immovable. She grabbed everything she could around her and threw whatever she could, yet he still pressed himself against her. Desperately, she shouted, Just kill me. I don't even know what I'm living for anymore. This man always crushed her future. Suddenly, she thought of ending it all. Zhu Jiwu's expression stiffened. He tasted her tears and then brushed aside her messy hair, saying, How could I kill you? He leaned in, inhaling her hair's fragrance. Without you, how would I live? He whispered this so softly that she, crying and shouting, didn't hear it. There was an urgent knock on the door outside. Su Huicheng was startled, sensing it was her glimmer of hope. Taking advantage of Zhu Jiwu's moment of distraction, she pushed him hard and then picked up the books, throwing them with all her might. As he dodged the books, she fiercely kneed him in the abdomen, where he winced in pain and let her go. She quickly got up and ran to open the door. Zhong Ding was about to crash into the door, but fortunately halted in time, not harming her. He caught Su Huicheng in his arms, wrapping her tightly. She clung to him, trembling, her breath hitching as she cried. At that moment, all she wanted was to hide in his embrace for safety. Zhong Ding gently patted her back, looking into the dim and silent room. He darkly remarked, Did you really think I couldn't handle you? He noticed the syringe on the floor, and his handsome face flashed with anger. From Su Huicheng's reaction, he determined she hadn't been injected. Zhu Jiwu's expression was crazed. Then come at me, Boss Zhu. Zhong Ding noticed Zhu Jiwu's impending violence and smirked. I really dislike fighting. That's just childish behavior. Once Zhong Ding smiled, Zhu Jiwu's rationality returned. Zhong Ding's name was always associated with not-so-good deeds, but indeed, he didn't fight. Rumors said Zhong Ding was afraid of pain. Zhu Jiwu took a heavy breath and unclenched his fists. If his opponent had a common surname, things would be easier. But he was the only young master of the Zhong family. Zhong Ding lowered his head and softly asked the person in his arms, Little Camellia, did he hit you? Su Huicheng shrank back and shook her head, hugging him tighter. He stroked her head and looked up at Zhu Jiwu with evident mockery. Boss Zhu, this is still Little Camellia's boudoir for now. Zhu Jiwu's expression darkened. He really wanted to beat Zhong Ding to death, he really did. In the end, his rationality overcame his twisted emotions. He picked up the syringe from the floor and walked out. Zhong Ding embraced Su Huicheng as they entered, shutting the door behind them and saying, Little Camellia, pack your things. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, dazed. This won't happen again. I don't want to see this scene again. If he had just broken Zhu Jiwu's skull, it would have sounded delightful. Unfortunately, it would scare Little Camellia. She wiped her tears and asked, "Do you like living in a duplex?" Zhong Ding looked around the living room. "Mine is much bigger than yours." She was surprised and forgot to cry, pointing at him and then at herself. Yes, we. He patted her face. "Pack your things. We'll leave soon." Su Huicheng was still in a daze, her tear stains still visible. He raised an eyebrow. "You still want to live here?" She quickly shook her head and hurried upstairs to start packing. Zhong Ding leisurely sat downstairs and made a phone call. "Hello." The other side picked up, and a burst of noisy music and laughter came through. "Hikawariso, the net is closed." Hikawariso turned her face slightly toward the corner. "Finished?" "Yes. Zhu Jiwu left it for me to deal with." Hikawariso laughed like a flower. "Isn't Mr. Zhong afraid of fighting?" "Fighting? That's too childish." Zhong Ding played with the lamp cord, his gaze drifting to the figure upstairs. "What I do is called combat." Chapter 44. Su Huicheng had not packed much before. She did not plan to move to G City. She was starting anew. So, she quickly got ready for this departure. She looked around her small room and resolutely picked up her luggage to go downstairs. Let the pain here rot in memories. She followed Zhong Ding out and closed the door. Once in the elevator, she looked at her reflection in the mirror and muttered to herself, "Am I free now?" "Yes." She answered herself and suddenly smiled. Zhong Ding watched her silly behavior without mocking her. He seemed to have regarded her as a burden, one he was willing to carry. Even though he did not understand where this sense of pity came from. He had not been a good person before, and he would not be in the future either. When Su Huicheng arrived at Zhong Ding's house, she felt very awkward. Zhong Ding opened the door with his fingerprint, and she peeked her head in and asked, "Mr. Zhong, can I stay here? If you have other places to go, it's up to you." He did not want to pay attention to her and went straight in. She had no support in this city, and Zhong Ding could intimidate Zhu Jiwu. She had no choice, so she deeply bowed and sincerely said, "Mr. Zhong, sorry to trouble you." Zhong Ding arranged for her to stay in the guest room where she had slept for one night before. The functional rooms on the lower level were quite complete, so she could basically stay active down there. The upper level was Zhong Ding's domain. "Rest yourself," Zhong Ding said, faintly before preparing to go upstairs. Su Huicheng bowed again and said, "Good night, Mr. Zhong, sweet dreams." He did not respond. She did not care much about his attitude. She roughly knew that Zhong Ding had this indifferent personality. After taking a shower, Su Huicheng went to bed to rest. This house was very quiet, and the mattress was comfortable, so she fell asleep quickly. The thought that flashed through her mind before sleeping was whether Zhong Ding's fiancé, he did not live here. Su Huicheng's sleep had not been very good for the past few days. She worried about Zhu Jiwu's surprise attack, but since he had not come, she felt more at ease, though still had shallow sleep. That night, she slept very soundly. She dreamed that she had returned home, where her father, mother, brother, and she were happily together in that small house, a happiness she had lost for years. In her dream, she laughed hard. An extraordinary sense of happiness made her indulge in it, not wanting to wake up at all. Even the next morning, she felt like she was still the 16 or 17-year-old girl she used to be, as if nothing had happened afterward. She blinked her eyes, still smiling. As the haze passed, she realized it was just a dream. Suddenly, she shed tears in the contrast between such a beautiful dream and reality. She covered her head with a quilt, stifling her sobs, biting her lower lip tightly to keep herself from crying out loud. After a while of emotional release, she slowly calmed down, then got up and washed up. When she went to the living room, her eyes were red. Downstairs, she was still the only one. She did not know if Zhong Ding had not gotten up or had gone out. Su Huicheng glanced at the staircase, recalling the scene from the last time she had seen him, which was indeed frightening. She could never have imagined that when she stepped back in here, her mindset had changed. She stepped out onto the large terrace and saw the quiet surroundings, taking a deep breath and spreading her arms as if to embrace nature. "Little Camellia, you look foolish like this." Su Huicheng hurriedly turned around and saw Zhong Ding leaning against the railing on the upper balcony, looking down at her. She immediately put on a smiling face and greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Zhong." He made a non-committal sound and then turned to leave the balcony. She watched his back, secretly worried that she had not pleased him somehow. It was only after breakfast that she realized what he was dissatisfied with. Aunt Wang still delivered breakfast in double portions. Zhong Ding ordered that they not send meals for the time being. "Okay, Aunt Wang did not ask why and just followed orders. Su Huicheng glanced at Zhong Ding and then lowered her head to eat silently. After Aunt Wang left, Zhong Ding hummed, "Little Camellia, are you just going to eat and live for free in my house?" Su Huicheng choked, and it took her a long time to mutter, "Don't." She really wanted to repay him, but she had nothing, and he lacked nothing. He curled his lips, "Can't do housework." She caught his tone and quickly nodded. I can. Then work hard." Zhong Ding smiled happily. "Your wages will cover the rent." "Yes, Mr. Zhong, I will work hard." She knew he would not be so kind-hearted. Besides working, Zhong Ding did not set other rules. Su Huicheng had thought he would list a long string of regulations, but surprisingly he did not. However, working as a maid in his house was quite exhausting because Zhong Ding was very picky. When he made her work hard, he seemed very cheerful. After finishing her first day, she was so tired that she fell asleep on the bed. Su Huicheng had previously thought that if she moved into Zhong Ding's house, his fiancée, he would probably be unhappy if she found out. Although she and Zhong Ding had not engaged in any improper conduct, it was hard to claim nothing was going on when a man and a woman lived together. She felt guilty towards his fiancée. Thus, when that fiancé came to the door, she was completely defenseless. On the third day after Su Huicheng moved in, Zhong Ding went out for something, leaving her alone at home to work. When the doorbell rang, she hesitated for a while. Since the person was looking for Zhong Ding, her appearance would not be good, but the doorbell kept ringing. Su Huicheng thought of responding as a maid, so she opened the inner door. The woman outside wore a vintage wide-brimmed hat that covered the upper half of her face, revealing a very delicate lower half with slightly upturned red lips. Su Huicheng politely smiled and asked, "May I ask who you are?" "Me?" The red lips curved even more beautifully. "I am Zhong Ding's fiancé." Su Huicheng was startled, but still smiled. "Mr. Zhong. He is not here." "I know." Shun Songyin lifted her left hand's index finger to tap the brim of her hat and said directly, "I am here to find you, the mistress." "No." "You misunderstood." Su Huicheng hesitated over whether to open the door. "Why don't you open the door? Don't you believe me?" Shun Songyin lowered her voice and pulled down the brim of her hat. In this day and age, the credibility between people is surprisingly low, especially the suspicion of a mistress towards the original partner. "No." Su Huicheng thought for a moment. Given the high-end community with strict entry and exit checks, this should not be a scammer. She opened the door and welcomed Shun Songyin in. "Hello, I am Mr. Zhong's maid." "Maid?" Shun Songyin walked in on her high heels, sizing up Su Huicheng and commented, "This outfit, this hairstyle, this appearance, too shabby." Su Huicheng did not refute. She looked at the ground where the luxurious high heels had passed, thinking that Zhong Ding would be angry. Shun Songyin suddenly sighed and, for some reason, shook out a silk handkerchief to wipe her eyes. The world is going downhill, and morals are in decline. I have long heard that modern society is ruled by mistresses, and the monogamous system is in jeopardy. "No." Su Huicheng waved her hand. "I really have nothing with Mr. Zhong. Don't be evasive." Shun Songyin's delicate fingers trembled. "Is it day and night in the boudoir, warming the spring night?" Su Huicheng shook her head, "No." Now she panicked, not knowing how to explain. "Oh God." Shun Songyin leaned against the nearby decorative cabinet, tears streaming down her face, striking a pose of a delicate willow in the wind. "Why am I so unfortunate to be the original partner? If this mistress were stunning, it would be one thing, but with this kind of appearance, how can she compare to my beauty?" Su Huicheng was taken aback by this scene. "My fiancé is actually blind." Shun Songyin rolled up the handkerchief and covered her face. "Am I destined for a troubled beauty?" "Miss Rival, I have received a higher education since childhood. Even when faced with a third party like you, I'm still powerless." Su Huicheng opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. It seemed that Zhong Ding's fiancé was not willing to listen to any explanations. "I know you are jealous of my natural beauty. Are you planning to use sulfuric acid against me?" Shun Songyin cried louder and louder, saying that this world was too terrifying. "A beautiful and kind woman like me has no place to stand. What should I do?" I am not, right?" Suddenly, Shun Songyin stopped crying, lifted her head from her handkerchief, and said, "Miss Rival, I have a question I'd like to ask you." Su Huicheng was startled. "You?" "Please go ahead." Shun Songyin said mysteriously, Is my fiancé short and small and unable to perform? No, that's not true. Su Huicheng almost instinctively clarified for Zhong Ding. Just as expected, Shun Songyan began to cover her face and cry again, saying, "You still say you are innocent with him? You know he is not short or small." Su Huicheng realized she had said the wrong thing. The original partner is so unfortunate. In ancient times, there was Bao Qing Tian who sought justice for Chen Shimi, but now, who can I turn to for vindication? Just as Shun Songyan was crying with blood and tears, a piercing ringtone suddenly came from her bag. Immediately, her crying stopped. She opened her bag, took out a large alarm clock, and then her face turned pale as she shouted. Su Huicheng was startled again. Shin Songyan turned off the alarm clock, apologizing, "I remembered the time wrong." She stuffed the alarm clock back in her bag reluctantly, saying, "Miss Rival, I have a performance to rush to. Let's fight another day, another day." She hurriedly walked out, then suddenly remembered something, turned back, and transformed back into a tearful figure, saying, "If my exceptionally handsome fiancé returns, please tell him. My heart has been broken, and I am ready to jump into the sea. Tell him not to stop me, as what follows would be heart-wrenching, and I would be in pain." Shun Songyan pushed open the door, reciting, as if it were poetry, with deep emotion, "Ah, the sea, oh the sea, I am coming." Saying this, she jogged away. Su Huicheng stood there, stunned, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Chapter 45, Su Huicheng walked over to the sofa and sat down. Unable to adapt to the scene she had just witnessed, she couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her forehead. She had to admit that Zhong Ding's taste was quite unique, reaching an almost unbelievable level. However, perhaps only a woman who came and went like the wind could truly match him. Upon reflection, this engaged couple actually seemed quite compatible. She was lost in thought for a moment, and once the initial shock passed, she realized a serious problem. So, she hurried to clean the floor. She carefully wiped away the shoe prints left by the fiancé, fearing that the homeowner would return and show her a face of displeasure. Su Huicheng hadn't cleaned like this in a long time. In Zhong Ding's two-story apartment, she was responsible for everything. She had to consider his taste for every meal. She also had to water the flowers and weed the large terrace. Fortunately, someone delivered fresh vegetables and meat every day. Otherwise, running errands to buy groceries would have fallen on her. Zhong Ding treated her like a servant, as if she were naturally his maid. After finishing the cleaning, Su Huicheng hurried into the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the 2 days since she moved in, Zhong Ding had stayed home and hadn't gone out for entertainment in the evenings. She was quite puzzled about when Zhong Ding would go on a date with his fiancée. Should she explain to him the situation today to let him clarify things with his fiancée? Hearing a noise from the entrance, Su Huicheng wiped her hands on her apron and walked out with a smile. She proactively helped him carry his slippers and politely greeted him. "Mr. Zhong, you're back." Zhong Ding looked down at her bowing in a flattering manner and sarcastically remarked, "Little Camellia, who becoming more like my housemaid." The one named Tanshai, Zhong Ding said, was a dog he raised. He had even described that when she smiled, she looked just like Tanshai. Yes, the words he used were exactly the same. Su Huicheng had remained silent, washing the dishes at the time. Now, she also didn't say anything, her smile fading a bit. When she was happy, she would reveal a sharp little canine tooth. The rest of her teeth were quite neat, except for that one, which was crooked. Zhong Ding used to find her little canine tooth quite unattractive, but now that he couldn't see it, he wasn't too pleased. He walked past her into the room and said, "I'll take you to meet Tanshai another day. You'll feel like you're looking in a mirror." Su Huicheng silently returned to the kitchen. In City D, there was a habit of drinking soup. When she first arrived in this city, she couldn't understand why they had to drink soup every day. She didn't know how to make soup, so she later bought an electric stewing pot for convenience. She intended to use it here, but Zhong Ding didn't like such high-tech products. So, she could only seek advice from Sister Wang. Sister Wang was very pleased. It was the first time a young lady had personally made soup for Mr. Zhong. Su Huicheng chuckled awkwardly, thinking to herself, doesn't he even hire young maids? After giving advice, Sister Wang added, in the past, those middle school and high school girls only sent chocolates. By mid-February, those gifts piled up with no place to put them. Later, Mr. Zhong burned them all and said the world was finally quiet. She sighed it was quiet, but no young lady sent gifts anymore. Su Huicheng softly replied, that's indeed something he would do. If Zhong Ding were more amiable. The girls chasing him would surely come in truckloads. Well, if they were like Xiao Yan, no matter how much Sister Wang taught her. Su Huicheng couldn't expect her cooking skills to improve dramatically in just 2 days. So the soup she made was on a completely different level from Sister Wang's. At least, Zhong Ding didn't complain anymore. During dinner, Su Huicheng brought up the topic of the fiancé, saying, Mr. Zhong, your fiancé, came today. She wanted to continue explaining the misunderstanding of being seen as a mistress. But unexpectedly, Zhong Ding interjected, which fiancé? She was taken aback. So there were several? I don't know which one she is. She's very beautiful. The fiancé's appearance was indeed stunning. I don't recognize her, Zhong Ding said, having already forgotten what Shun Songyan looked like. He knew she was beautiful, but just had no impression of her. Su Huicheng held her chopsticks, forgetting to pick up food. Aren't you going to marry her? Who said you have to know someone to marry them? The longer she interacted with him, the more she felt his worldview was peculiar. She frowned, then why get married? Why? Zhong Ding raised an eyebrow and smirked. Because her surname is Shun, and the Shun family has only this one to marry. Such a simple reason. Su Huicheng cut off her curiosity. Mr. Zhong, I wish you happiness. Oh, he replied casually, then took a sip of the hot soup, savoring the taste. Su Huicheng, even if slow, could feel his indifference toward this marriage. She thought of his fiancé's neurotic appearance and somewhat understood. It probably wasn't a love match. She had seen many unfaithful men before. Some clients had wives and daughters at home, yet sought excitement elsewhere. After years of navigating the dark side of society, she still held a glimmer of hope for marriage. For example, her parents' mutual support, although she herself had already lost that qualification. Su Huicheng's departure date was in 2 days. Due to the tight flight schedule before the new year, she couldn't postpone her ticket any further after changing it. Zhong Ding hadn't asked her when she was leaving, and only after dinner did he learn she was about to depart. He glanced at her. When you get there, do you have a place to stay? She shook her head. I'll find a rental first and then make plans. She had never been to G City, but thinking of her family being there made her feel close. Aren't you spending the new year here? She shook her head again. After the new year, I'll look for a job there. She hadn't had a festive mood for the spring festival while living here. Zhong Ding picked a piece of candy from the jar nearby and tossed it in his mouth. What kind of job do you want to find? When Su Huicheng moved in, she was surprised by his sweet tooth, but she gradually got used to it. He was different at home than outside. She replied, waitress, dishwasher. Those kinds. Just like that. I have no education, she murmured, a sense of unavoidable inferiority creeping in. In this era where college graduates were everywhere, someone like her could only do those kinds of jobs. In front of Zhong Ding, she usually didn't feel ashamed. But this time was an exception. Zhong Ding continued to ask nonchalantly, what's your highest education level? Junior, high. Her head was lowered as low as it could go. Illiterate, he concluded. Su Huicheng felt a sting from his words. She bit her lip and didn't retort. Zhong Ding had already gotten off the sofa and stood in front of her at some point. He pinched her chin, little camellia. Only then did she realize there was a clear smile in his eyes, unlike his usual sarcasm. The corners of his lips curled up. Tell me, who is the most handsome? Mr. Zhong, you're the most handsome. Su Huicheng had said this very naturally. Little camellia. The arc of Zhong Ding's eyebrows and eyes resembled a crescent moon. Do you want to see an even more handsome Mr. Zhong? Chapter 46. Su Huicheng certainly did not dare to say she didn't want to. So, she followed him upstairs, wondering how he would continue to be narcissistic. The second floor was where Zhong Ding South activities took place. When Su Huicheng came up to clean, just that gym had made her so tired that she couldn't straighten her back. There was also a wine tasting room. She didn't know how much Zhong Ding loved wine, but she was surprised by the number of bottles displayed there. She didn't expect that he was going to show off here. When the record player started spinning, Zhong Ding turned to glance at Su Huicheng. She stood shyly at the door, the warm wall lamp casting a glow on her hair, half of her face hidden in the dim light. He walked over to the bar. Come sit, he said. Su Huicheng couldn't figure out his intentions and obediently sat on the bar stool. Zhong Ding's fingers danced over the wine rack, pulling out a few bottles. When he tossed the pint glass, she knew what he was about to do. She stared. dumbfounded. The bartender at the club was an average-looking mixologist. After all, most of the guests there were male, and having a handsome guy at the bar was meaningless. However, that ordinary guy could mix drinks in style and often showed off his skills, which made the girls cheer. Zhong Ding's style was different from the bartender's. He didn't perform exaggerated bottle tosses. His occasional clean and swift movements were very appealing. For example, when he poured wine into the pint glass with his left hand, the cocktail shaker bounced on his right elbow. For instance, when he casually flicked the liquid in a glass, Su Huicheng watched without blinking, and sure enough, the liquid followed a parabolic arc and landed in another glass. She gasped and then clapped enthusiastically. "Mr. Zhong, you're amazing." Zhong Ding had an audience in a long time, and of course, he didn't care about it. He didn't even look at her, focusing on the pint glass and the bottles. It wasn't until he pushed a light pink cocktail towards her that he glanced at her little tiger teeth and smirked. "You look really silly like this." Su Huicheng covered her smile, lifted the glass, and took a sip. It was a bit sour but mostly sweet. "Mr. Zhong, did you learn this?" He toyed with the pint glass, recalling that he often skipped classes to hang out at bars in high school. She took another big gulp. "Didn't you study for many years? Don't drink too fast." This woman, treating his cocktail like plain water, clearly lacked any potential for wine tasting. "I played with this in high school." She held the glass and shook it. "Aren't you going to class?" "I didn't go." Zhong Ding smiled, sounding quite proud. "But at least I graduated high school, 3 years more than you." Su Huicheng widened her eyes. In this day and age, is graduating high school something to be proud of? However, because of his words, her previous feelings of inferiority dissipated significantly. She took another sip of her drink and changed the subject. "Mr. Zhong, does this have a name?" Although she was an outsider, she knew that cocktails often had difficult names. "French kiss," Zhong Ding said with a mischievous smile. "Did you study English in middle school? If not, I can translate it for you. This drink is called "You Are So Silly" in Chinese. There is English in middle school," she mumbled, taking another sip. The taste was excellent, and she couldn't help but want to try more. Before she knew it, the glass was almost empty. She pressed her lips together, the sweet aroma of the drink lingering in her mouth, better than any wine she had ever tasted. He purposely played with her, pouring colorful drinks in a row. Su Huicheng was a competent audience, applauding and praising, becoming increasingly tipsy. Her alcohol tolerance had improved a bit at the club, but she was drinking too quickly, and before long, her head felt heavy. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily at the man in front of her. His features were outlined in the dim light, revealing a handsome and charming silhouette. In such an atmosphere, one could easily get drunk on the ambience even without alcohol. Su Huicheng's tongue was slightly tied. "Mr. Zhong, you are..." "Mr. Zhong?" "Deservedly so." Zhong Ding heard her voice and knew she was drunk. He had told her not to drink so fast. "Mr. Zhong, you look like someone." He shot her a glance. "No one says I look like a ghost." She shook her head, and, as she did, she leaned against the bar. Then she barely propped up her chin, tilted her head to look at him, retorting, "Not like someone, but like someone." "Straighten your tongue before you talk to me." Su Huicheng made a vague sound, as if she were really trying to straighten her tongue, and then she laughed. "I want to tell you. I know. A guy, he is so handsome." Zhong Ding shot her a cold glance. "He treats me so well, really well." He became even colder. "I have his number." She hiccuped, "But I don't dare to contact him." "Get lost." Su Huicheng completely ignored him, clapping her lips and continuing to talk to herself. "I'm so happy my first kiss was with him." Zhong Ding sarcastically said, "With someone like you, you still have a first kiss?" Duh. She supported her head, sitting up straight. "I don't kiss with them. I hate it." He put down the pint glass and cocktail shaker, his tone harsh. "You're really annoying." "I don't annoy you." Her thoughts had drifted to a different channel. He was very warm. Zhong Ding interrupted. "You're so nostalgic. I thought he was a volcano. Turns out he is just a hot spring. You don't understand. I want to talk to you." Su Huicheng muta. Then suddenly leaned her face against the bar. She closed her eyes, her fingers gently brushing her lips. That action caught Zhong Ding's attention, making him feel an unexpected desire. He supported her shoulder and leaned down, little tea flower. She was dazed, half opening her eyes. Seeing him close, she lifted her head, wanted to sit up, but it gave him the perfect angle. He clasped her head and leaned in, capturing her lips with his. Su Huicheng felt disoriented and weak, only able to passively receive his kiss. This was completely different from the time with Xiao Yan. This aggressive dominance was Zhong Ding. She and Xiao Yan had only pressed their lips together for a few seconds, but with Zhong Ding, he pulled her into his mouth, almost stealing her breath. She tried to evade his pursuit, but was drawn in with nowhere to escape. She didn't know if it was the effect of the alcohol, but in his kiss, she felt like she was melting. When Su Huicheng woke up in the middle of the night, she was startled. Her memory stopped at the drinking part, and as for what happened later, it was quite muddled. She couldn't distinguish whether the kiss with Zhong Ding was a dream or reality. She looked down at her clothes. It was the same outfit from yesterday. Su Huicheng got out of bed and went to the bathroom, glancing at herself in the mirror, then froze. There was a wound on her lower lip, particularly bright in color. She reached out to touch it, and a wave of pain shot through her. So, she really kissed him? She sat on the toilet in frustration, desperately trying to recall what had happened, but could only capture fragments. And she surprisingly didn't remember who initiated it first. She was afraid she had gotten drunk and mistaken him for Xiao Yan. Su Huicheng decided to take a shower before going back to sleep. Just as she was taking off her clothes, she was startled again. There were several marks on her neck and shoulders, different from Xiaoling's bite marks. Those faint red splotches carried a suggestive meaning. Her gaze continued down, as she breathed a slight sigh of relief. There were no kiss marks on other parts of her body. She had no idea how she and Zhong Ding had ended up in such a situation, but from her current state, it seemed that nothing substantial had happened. Su Huicheng stood under the shower head in a daze. She never expected Zhong Ding would kiss her passionately. After all, she was just a lowly prostitute. Maybe he was also drunk. After Su Huicheng finished her shower and changed into clean clothes, she lay back down on the bed but found it hard to fall asleep. Zhong Ding saved her, so she lived with him out of gratitude. She had never thought of their relationship in any other way. He was aloof and naturally looked down on her. After leaving the club, she wanted to start anew and no longer walk the path of selling her body. However, she now realized that no matter how much she tried to purify their relationship, they were still a man and a woman. Zhong Ding was not impotent. He would have normal needs. And under the influence of desire, it wasn't good for her to live with him. But then she thought, Zhong Ding shouldn't be so desperate, right? For example, last night, he left marks but also withdrew. Su Huicheng worried that Zhong Ding might be pent up for too long and lose control, but the next day, he had a means to relieve himself. That day, Su Huicheng watched Zhong Ding's expression. Seeing that he showed no signs of abnormality, she did not mention what happened last night. She still cooked and cleaned for him. Zhong Ding stayed in the study upstairs during the day, and in the evening, he came downstairs dressed as if he were going out. At that moment, Su Huicheng was wiping down the resting bench on the large terrace. Zhong Ding walked over and said, "Xiao Chaohua, come out with me." Huh? She and T noticed he had come out and was startled. "Where are we going?" He replied lightly, "Do I need to report to you?" Su Huicheng fell silent. Before leaving, Zhong Ding told her to put on makeup. She was taken aback. "I can't." "The kind you can." "I threw away my makeup." Zhong Ding took her to a cosmetic store. After Su Huicheng picked out a set, he ordered her to do her makeup before leaving. So, under the astonished gaze of the sales assistant, Su Huicheng transformed back into a heavily made-up appearance. The sales assistant forced a smile and kindly asked, "Do you need help?" But Zhong Ding said it's fine like this. It wasn't until they arrived at a quiet venue that Su Huicheng realized what Zhong Ding was there for. This was a members-only private club. The girls standing in the lobby were all tall and beautiful. Simply put, it was a place for men to seek pleasure. The waiter led Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng up to the 5th floor. Su Huicheng felt very anxious the whole way. She didn't want to step into such a place. Once inside the private room, Xiaoling's laughter could be heard. He turned and saw Zhong Ding at the door. Squinting, "You finally showed up." Zhong Ding smiled and walked toward Xiaoling. Su Huicheng, who had been hidden behind him, was now exposed to everyone's gaze. Xiaoling was the first to notice. His eyes flickered as he looked at Zhong Ding. "What is going on?" Zhong Ding leisurely sat down and waved to Su Huicheng. "Come here." She obediently went over and sat next to him. Not far away, someone called out, "Young Master Zhong, you didn't bring your companion like this." Recently, I can't afford to keep more than one. Zhong Ding wrapped his arm around Su Huicheng's waist and took out a cigarette case, shaking out a cigarette. He patted her waist, and she immediately understood, helping him take out the cigarette. He slightly lowered his head, and she brought the cigarette to his lips, then noticed the lighter on the table and helped him light it. Xiao Ling clicked his tongue. Fortunately, Boss Liang heard you were coming and left you a red card. Zhong Ding exhaled a puff of smoke. Don't tell me it's when you picked up. ISNT it because you praised her skills. So, she became popular? I don't know her. Zhong Ding released his hand from Su Huicheng's waist and leaned back against the sofa. Su Huicheng listened quietly and said nothing. She probably knew that Zhong Ding had arranged this outing with this group. But if he was here for fun, why did he bring her along? Chapter 47. After a while, a red card indeed came into the private room. After she entered, she scanned the room and then focused her gaze on Zhong Ding. Of course, she also saw Su Huicheng in his arms. The red card was smart and didn't force her way to Zhong Ding's side. Instead, she went to Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling playfully wrapped his arm around the red card, pinched her face a few times, and teased her in her ear, saying that young Master Zhong is the type to turn cold the moment he puts on his pants. The red card smiled, showing no displeasure. Xiao Ling scrutinized her features and then turned back to look at Su Huicheng. He was quite puzzled, although Su Huicheng's true appearance was distinctive. It was not rare in this private club. He didn't understand why Zhong Ding would keep her around for so long. Xiao Ling had known Zhong Ding for many years and was well aware of his indifference. Even if Zhong Ding maintained a sexual relationship with someone for a period, he would never give the other person a relatively stable position. Previously, Xiao Ling had invited Zhong Ding 2 or 3 times, and Zhong Ding had directly declined, saying he had no time. Xiao Ling speculated that Zhong Ding must have been with Su Huicheng during this time. However, thinking this way made Xiao Ling even more curious about whether Su Huicheng was truly something special. So, seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ling lowered his voice and asked, "Is that girl of yours really impressive? Is she better than the red card at Boss Liang's?" Zhong Ding paused in his smoking action, a smile that was hard to interpret on his face. "Why?" Xiao Ling joked, "When you get tired of her, I'll come take over." Zhong Ding flicked the ash from his cigarette, probably in 3 to 5 years. "Are you sure you didn't use the wrong measure word?" Xiao Ling frowned slightly. "Years? 3 to 5 months will be a stretch for you. I want to let go. She's mine." Zhong Ding's hand pinched Su Huicheng's waist, still soft flesh. He leaned down close to her ear. "Have you started dieting yet?" "I have." Su Huicheng felt ticklish and shrank away from his pinching. He weighed the soft flesh, suspicious. "When?" "After working. I've lost weight." She was telling the truth. She felt her waistband was not as tight after just 2 days of being too tired. Zhong Ding raised the corners of his mouth. The difference between 120 pounds and 119. 5 pounds? Su Huicheng shot him a resentful glance. This man had a wicked tongue, and she couldn't argue with him. Seeing her like that, he smiled gently, his eyes shining. "Don't have the money to buy a scale? How about I send you one?" She lowered her head, avoiding his mocking gaze. But Zhong Ding leaned closer, his breath hot against her ear. With others in the private room, she couldn't embarrass him and had to let him bully her. He took advantage of the situation, his lips lightly brushing against her earlobe. The roots of her ears flushed with discomfort. From an outsider's perspective, Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng looked very intimate at that moment. There had been rumors earlier that Zhong Ding had taken a girl and personally protected her. Afterward, for quite some time, no one had seen Zhong Ding. Usually, he would look for excitement every few days, but now, he suddenly seemed able to endure loneliness. People couldn't help but secretly inquire about Su Huicheng's background. Su Huicheng felt the probing gazes occasionally cast her way, and she was also puzzled about what was going on with Zhong Ding. She thought he had come to relieve his sexual needs, but that red card had already snuggled up to Xiao Ling, who was there to accompany Zhong Ding. She wondered, but when Zhong Ding wrapped his arm around her, she still dutifully helped him pass cigarettes and pour drinks, wearing a flirtatious smile. He was not very satisfied. "You look really ugly when you smile." She restrained her expression. He cupped her face. "This is much better." After a few rounds of drinks, Xiao Ling mentioned that the red card in this place had served Zhong Ding a few times. While saying this, he nudged the red card towards Zhong Ding. The red card leaned against Xiao Ling's chest, smiled at Zhong Ding, but did not move. Su Huicheng saw this and had no reaction. Given Zhong Ding's personality, she wouldn't be surprised if he played group games or wild games with several women or even abused them. Zhong Ding scoffed at Xiao Ling's teasing. As if you haven't played before. I'm not as heartless as you, turning cold and unrecognizable. As Xiao Ling said this, his fingers wandered over the red card's leg, but his eyes glanced towards Su Huicheng. As the saying goes, the more unattainable, the more one desires. He was very curious about what made Su Huicheng special. Zhong Ding naturally understood the meaning behind Xiao Ling's gaze. He looked down at the woman in his arms. She obediently tilted her head to look at him. Her eyes filled with him, not sparing a glance for Xiao Ling. Zhong Ding's brows curved, and he pulled her closer. Little Camellia, are you hungry? A little. She had eaten dinner before coming out with him. She knew that coming to this place was just for drinking and smoking, not for eating. He bit her ear. We'll go eat later. She was surprised. It seemed Zhong Ding really hadn't come to find a woman this time. Strangely, this thought brought her a bit of joy. The area where the private club was located was the new central axis of the city. Further east, there was a handmade dessert shop. The shop was run by an old lady and was doing particularly well, though the storefront was simple. Su Huicheng wondered if Zhong Ding would dislike it there. She didn't take time to think too much and quickly said, Mr. Zhong, I'll take you to eat dessert. Don't eat too much, 120 pounds. As soon as she heard this, she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Xiao Ling, seeing the intimacy between Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng, intentionally tried to create trouble, saying, You brought such a pretty girl today. What does that make Boss Liang look like? He can place it wherever he likes. Zhong Ding lightly patted Su Huicheng's back, turning towards Xiao Ling with a smile. She belongs to me now. You just take care of the red card. Xiao Ling was obviously surprised by Zhong Ding's words. It took him a while to grasp the implicit warning in them, making him even more curious. Is she really that impressive? Zhong Ding did not dwell on this topic and lowered his head to continue mocking Su Huicheng. Su Huicheng pretended not to care about his sharp tongue, but inside, she felt a surge of emotion. She indeed couldn't compare to the red card's figure, but since he had helped her redeem herself, why did he still place her in such a profession? When Zhong Ding let go of her and turned to clink glasses with Xiao Ling, she quietly moved back, trying to create distance between herself and Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding's expression, full of laughter and ease, did not change, but one hand quickly grabbed her. She lost her balance for a moment and was pulled toward him. He said flatly, Little Camellia, there are plenty of opportunities to throw yourself at someone. Don't do it in front of everyone. Su Huicheng struggled to get up, feeling quite annoyed. Mr. Zhong, I want to go to the restroom. He chuckled, Go ahead. She hurriedly stood up and walked toward the restroom, internally cursing Zhong Ding's bad behavior. Childish. Annoying. This private room was indeed more upscale than the club, and the restroom area was completely separated from the room, with a few small compartments attached to the private room. So Su Huicheng avoided encountering any wild couples in the restroom. She had no intention of relieving herself. She purely wanted to escape from Zhong Ding. But since she was there, she might as well take care of it. After finishing, she still didn't want to go out, standing by the sink in a daze. After a while, someone knocked on the door. She had no choice but to go out. The man outside was someone she had never seen before. She instinctively smiled and prepared to return to the private room. The moment the man saw her, he frowned. Su Huicheng brushed past him, and he suddenly grabbed her. You're the one Zhong Ding spent a lot of money on? She was startled, her smile fading. He roughly scanned her and then said, Only then can I see how ugly you are up close. She froze, afraid he would make any inappropriate moves. Zhong Ding's taste has dropped so much. He sized her up, still a chubby girl. Su Huicheng remained silent. In the end, his conclusion was ugly and fat. Then he shook his head, released her, and stepped into the restroom. Su Huicheng hurried back to Zhong Ding's side. She now realizes that she actually gave herself the chance to face that group of men alone out of spite towards Zhong Ding. The men here are all characters of debauchery. If she really encountered someone who was drunk, they probably wouldn't care that she was Zhong Ding's companion. Zhong Ding overlooked the caution in her eyes and said, I thought you would stay inside for a while. How could that be? Mr. Zhong, you're the best. At least he wouldn't treat her like a lady right now. How good? Just good. Compared to whom? Compared to anyone, you're the best. He was clearly pleased by this statement. Xiao Chahua was becoming increasingly agreeable. Su Huicheng thought for a moment, though Zhong Ding wasn't exactly a good person. It was undeniable that he was her only lifeline. Gradually, several couples went to the small booths. The private room was filled with smoke. The scent of alcohol lingered, exuding an extremely extravagant atmosphere. Su Huicheng stayed close to Zhong Ding, not daring to leave even half a step. She was familiar with such scenes and understood how the beasts lurking in the dark could be so ferocious. Zhong Ding brought his wine glass to her lips. Try it. She took a small sip. He asked, how is it? Mr. Zhong, yours is still the best. She perfectly interpreted the phrase to flatter. Zhong Ding looked into her eyes, and after a moment, he smiled with his eyes curved, of course. Su Huicheng was already used to it. If there came a day when Zhong Ding was no longer narcissistic, she would be shocked. At one moment, the sounds in the private room quieted down, and the noise coming from a booth sounded particularly loud. The woman inside kept calling out without stopping. A man shouted, "Damn it! Can you close the door when you're doing your business?" After saying that, he went to that booth and slammed the door shut. Su Huicheng's gaze quickly swept over the lower half of that man. He was already aroused. If the atmosphere continued to escalate, the man beside her was also likely to stand up. Then, her current identity as his female companion would be dangerous. She knew too well that the saying men are animals of the lower half was true. So, she lowered her head, glancing sideways at Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding casually asked, "Xiao Chaohua, what are you looking at?" "Nothing." Su Huicheng felt awkward. "I'm not looking at anything." The lights here were too dim. She couldn't even see if he was hard. He looked around and then reached out to touch the wound on her lip. She froze. "Do you want to go eat?" She nodded, eager to leave this place quickly. Zhong Ding smiled. "Then let's go." After he proposed to leave, Xiao Ling's expression became very strange. "What did you come here for today?" "To see you." Zhong Ding's answer was inexplicable, and Xiao Ling couldn't understand it at all. "We haven't seen each other for just over 10 days. How is there a generation gap?" "You all play. I'm going out to eat." Zhong Ding waved his hand and then left the scene. After dinner, Su Huicheng took Zhong Ding to that dessert shop. This was a more ordinary area, bustling and very lively. Zhong Ding's car couldn't get in, so he parked on the next street and walked alongside Su Huicheng. Su Huicheng had walked through the food street with Xiao Yan before, but it didn't have the same effect as with Zhong Ding. The girls coming towards them all showed amazed expressions upon seeing him. When they looked at the heavily made-up Su Huicheng, it immediately created a contrast of beauty and beast. Su Huicheng was puzzled. Logically speaking, Xiao Yan's looks were similar to Zhong Ding's. So why did Zhong Ding have this dazzling charm? She turned her head to look at him. Zhong Ding's demeanor was very different from Xiao Yan's. Zhong Ding looked mischievous, especially when his eyes were slanted. He looked downright wicked. At this moment, Zhong Ding was looking back at her with that wicked gaze. "How much longer do we have to walk to that shop?" "We're almost there." She stopped looking at him and ignored the gazes of passers-by. The dessert shop was extremely popular, and there were no seats inside. Su Huicheng asked if they could take it to go. Zhong Ding nodded in agreement. He lit a cigarette and spent time outside the shop. The implication was clear. He wanted her to queue up by herself. While waiting to place her order and pay, she occasionally glanced over at him, fearing he would become impatient. But then she saw 3 little girls approach him chat. Su Huicheng only saw his back. The expressions of those little girls started shy, then quickly turned gloomy, and they eventually left in disappointment. It wasn't until they got back in the car that Su Huicheng curiously asked, "Mr. Zhong, do you often have romantic encounters?" When she was out with Xiao Yan, nothing like this happened. A romantic encounter should be related to looks, right? It's so strange. Zhong Ding glanced at her through the rearview mirror and shamelessly said, "Just by standing there, I am a romantic encounter. Understand?" Su Huicheng nodded, then nodded again. She understood because this man was simply overflowing with narcissism. After Su Huicheng and Zhong Ding returned home and finished their dessert, she brought up her flight for the next day. "Mr. Zhong, I'm going to wake up very early tomorrow, so you don't need to come to see me off." His expression froze. "Did I say I would see you off?" She felt awkward and shook her head. "I'm going back to my room. Good night, goodbye." She took a step forward, then turned back, deeply bowing. "Mr. Zhong, thank you. I will never forget you in my life." She would always remember that there was a narcissistic bad guy who dispersed all the turmoil in her world. "Don't think too much about me," Zhong Ding casually said. Zhong Ding, do good deeds without leaving my name." Su Huicheng smiled. After returning to their rooms, She packed all her luggage and set the alarm clock. She was fully confident that she could leave D-City. But in the end, she couldn't leave, because her alarm clock didn't go off. Chapter 48, Su Huicheng's flight was scheduled to take off at 8:20 a.m. She calculated the time and set her alarm for 5:30 a.m. For the past few days, she had been getting up around 7:30 a.m., and today was no exception. She had slept until that hour. The curtains were thick, blocking out the sunlight from outside. When she woke up, it was still dim, and she thought it was the middle of the night. When she reached for her phone and saw the time, she was instantly jolted awake. In her panic, she didn't have time to wonder why the alarm hadn't gone off. She hurried to wash up, getting herself into a flurry. When she came out, she calmed down a bit and quickly called the airline to ask if she could change her ticket. After learning that it was no longer possible to change her flight, Su Huicheng felt an urge to cry. The tickets for before the new year were already fully booked. She called the train station to inquire, but found nothing. Looking at her packed luggage, she suddenly felt a wave of sadness and cried softly. After her emotions settled, Su Huicheng checked her phone's alarm. She distinctly remembered confirming before bed that the alarm was set. How could it have failed? This left her feeling bewildered. She didn't know if Zhong Ding would still be willing to take her in. If he decided to kick her out, she truly had nowhere to go. She couldn't dare return to her apartment, and other places would only make her anxious, fearing that Zhu Jiwu might show up one day. She left her room and stood at the stairway, glancing up at the floor above. Zhong Ding usually came down around 9 a.m. She went into the kitchen to make breakfast, wiped the table, and swept the large terrace. After she had been busy for a while, Zhong Ding finally appeared. Seeing her, he wasn't overly surprised and asked casually, "Why haven't you left?" This question made Su Huicheng hesitate. As she lowered her head to answer, "I overslept." A hint of a smile flickered in Zhong Ding's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. And then, she glanced at him, gathering her courage to ask softly, "Mr. Zhong, can you continue to take me in?" "Louder," he said, his tone sounding somewhat unwilling. She repeated herself at a higher volume, still feeling uncertain. After a pause, he seemed to enjoy her timid demeanor before agreeing. "The usual rules apply. You can't stay for free." Su Huicheng nodded, feeling grateful. "I'll work hard. Once I buy a ticket home." He interrupted her. "Do you think this is a hotel?" She waved her hand. "No, that is not what I meant. I just feel like I'm bothering you for too long." He was too lazy to listen to her pleasantries, saying, "Wang Sa is going home for the new year, and no one will cook, so it's just you." "All right." In fact, Su Huicheng knew she probably wouldn't be able to buy a ticket for before the new year. Staying here until after the new year was also a choice. Thus, the cohabitation between this man and woman continued. One was upstairs, and the other was downstairs. One was a young master, and the other was a maid. As the days passed, Su Huicheng could feel that the owner of this house was not as noble and cold as he appeared. He occasionally seemed confused, suddenly unable to find where his wallet was. It seemed that in his view, money was the least of his concerns. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "Mr. Zhong, don't you go to work?" "Occasionally. Aren't you the CEO?" "Such a domineering role, I don't do that." Zhong Ding scoffed. "I only show up when it's time for dividends." Luckily, he didn't work, or else with his current state of idleness, the company would probably be close to going bankrupt. Su Huicheng learned about the club situation one night while watching TV. The club was suspected of various illegal transactions and was ordered to shut down for rectification. The main person in charge of the club was nowhere to be found. Su Huicheng stared at the phrase "nowhere to be found," wondering where Zhu Jiwu could be hiding. When Zhong Ding came out to the living room, he saw her staring blankly at the TV. He heard the last few sentences of the news and walked over to pat her face, saying, "Don't worry unnecessarily." She was taken aback for a moment. "Mr. Zhong, will he threaten my family?" "No." He said this with certainty. "Really? He can't even protect himself. How would he have time to bother with you?" He didn't want to say more and change the subject. "I want a midnight snack. Siarmi BRLE. Go make it for me." Su Huicheng nodded and went into the kitchen. Under his training, her cooking skills had improved tremendously, especially in desserts. She was busy, and her previous worries about Zhu Jiwu faded into the background. During this time, she didn't have much mental energy to pay attention to outside matters. Her mind truly felt less weary. So, working hard had its benefits. As the new year approached, Su Huicheng thought that Zhong Ding would be going home for the holidays, and she would be alone here, which was similar to previous years. However, now that she was free, she should be able to enjoy a relaxed spring festival, even if alone. On the morning of the 21st day of the Lunar New Year, Zhong Ding took her to the large terrace to bask in the sun. Having spent a considerable amount of time here, she had grown accustomed to his leisurely lifestyle. To her, he seemed like a nobleman born with a silver spoon. Perhaps she would never have another opportunity to be so close to such a person in her life. This time had been a rare experience. Although the sun was warm, it was still winter, and Zhong Ding seemed unbothered by the cold, wearing a thin sweater that exposed most of his collarbone. Su Huicheng initially didn't want to come out to bask in the sun, as she had plenty of work to do. However, today Zhong Ding was in a good mood and relieved her of those chores. She lay on a patio chair, warmed by the sun, feeling drowsy. He sat beside her, his fingers weaving through her black hair. The harmonious atmosphere was broken by his white phone ringing. The sound startled her awake, and she looked over, confused. Once she was fully awake, he returned. His expression showed displeasure. "I'll be out for a bit. Entertain yourself." She noticed a shift in his mood and silently nodded. After Zhong Ding left, Su Huicheng went back to work. He and T mentioned whether he would return for dinner, so she still prepared a portion for him. At noon, he and T come back. Su Huicheng sat alone in the large dining room, feeling a sense of desolation. In fact, Zhong Ding didn't like to talk during meals. Even when he did speak, it was often to tease her. But with him around, the house felt alive. In her years in City D, she had been all alone. Now, after spending some time with him, she had grown fond of some form of companionship. Su Huicheng took a nap and then went upstairs to clean the wine tasting room. She wanted to find something to keep herself occupied, but while busy, she kept an eye on the time. Zhong Ding hadn't returned, nor had he informed her whether she should prepare dinner. She felt a bit restless and went to the large terrace. After a while, she still couldn't calm down. So, she went downstairs to stroll around the community. Previously, Zhong Ding had assured her that this residential area was either affluent or wealthy, and Zhu Jiwu wouldn't come looking for her. If she felt bored at home, she could always go for a walk. But since he was usually home, she and T felt bored. Today, however, she couldn't sit still. Su Huicheng aimlessly wandered for a while, thinking about whether Zhong Ding had returned. After contemplating for a while, she stopped wandering and headed back. As she reached the lobby, she saw the elevator indicator showing it was coming from the basement. She jogged over to press the button. Luckily, she made it. When the door opened, she was stunned. It was Zhong Ding, or perhaps Xiao Yan. She pressed the elevator button, staring blankly at the man inside. He smiled. "Miss Su?" Su Huicheng couldn't quite articulate her feelings at that moment, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She smiled back. "Mr. Qiao, hello. Going up?" Xiao Yan helped by pressing the open door button and moved aside. She nodded, entered the elevator, and maintained a 2-foot distance from him. He politely asked, "Which floor are you going to, Miss Su?" "The top floor." She glanced at the floor buttons and was surprised to find that the one Xiao Yan had pressed was the top floor. What a coincidence. Xiao Yan smiled and said no more. This residential building was designed with 2 units per staircase. So, apart from Zhong Ding's apartment on the top floor, the other one must belong to Xiao Yan. Su Huicheng now felt that Xiao Yan and Zhong Ding should have some connection. Otherwise, how could they resemble each other to such an extent? When the elevator doors opened, Xiao Yan let her exit first. After thanking her, she walked towards Zhong Ding's apartment while Xiao Yan headed in the opposite direction. However, she couldn't help her curiosity and turned back to ask, "Mr. Qiao, do you live here?" "Yes," he replied with a smile. "Miss Su lives across?" Su Huicheng shook her head. "I'm here to work as a nanny." "I see." Xiao Yan continued to smile. "Starting a new life is a good thing." "Mr. Qiao, do you?" She pointed at him and then at Zhong Ding's apartment. "Do you know him?" "Who is he?" "Zhong Ding," Su Huicheng explained. "I've been helping him for a while." Upon hearing that name, Xiao Yan's expression became subtle. "Oh, him." She asked further, "Do you know him?" Xiao Yan adjusted her expression and returned to a warm smile. "I know." "Really?" Su Huicheng exclaimed. "Mr. Qiao, you look a lot alike." I know." Xiao Yan's voice dropped, "but it's just appearance." Su Huicheng didn't catch the low voice latter part, and she smiled. "When you two stand together, you can't tell who is who. So how do you distinguish between you? She asked. Honestly, by their demeanor and clothing, she replied. It seems Miss Su is quite observant, Xiao Yin said gently. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? I'll go check if Mr. Zhong is back first. Su Huicheng scanned her fingerprint and entered Zhong Ding's apartment. She glanced at the shoe rack and saw Zhong Ding's slippers still there. She planned to go over to Xiao Yan's place to sit for a bit, just to create a memory for herself. However, when she stepped into Xiao Yan's apartment, she began to feel uneasy. The atmosphere of that place felt very oppressive. The dark tones and stifling air, even the lighting was dim. It was completely different from Xiao Yan's own warmth. Chapter 49. Xiao Yan turned up the lights a bit. However, the room remained dim and unclear. Su Huicheng looked towards the curtains, which were completely drawn, blocking out all light. Noticing her gaze, he walked over to pull back the curtains. As sunlight streamed in, he smiled and explained that he hadn't been back to stay for a long time. Upon hearing this, she let out a slight sigh. The stuffiness of the room should just be due to being unoccupied for a long time. However, the style of the decor certainly did not resemble a home environment. Firstly, aside from the natural light from outside, the indoor lighting was insufficient. Secondly, it was only when the sun came in that she noticed the paintings on the wall. The few paintings made her uneasy. Layers of heavy colors, distorted skulls, and half-black devilish faces made it seem as if she would be sucked into a dark vortex at first glance. Don't look. Xiao Yan's gaze fixed on the painting, and his hand reached out to cover her eyes. Mr. Qiao. She didn't understand why he chose such terrifying paintings. If she had to live in a place like this, she wouldn't be able to hold on and would eventually break down. Close your eyes. After a while, Xiao Yan finally let go of his hand. Seeing that she indeed kept her eyes tightly shut, he smiled and took her outside to the terrace. Once outdoors, Su Huicheng felt more comfortable. The sunlight was bright and the air was fresh, although the flowers and plants weren't as high quality as those at Zhong Ding's place. Xiao Yan had her sit first and then went back inside. When he came out again, he was holding a tea set. He stood tall like a graceful figure. Su Huicheng looked at him in the sunlight, momentarily breathless. When she took the teacup, she felt a bit shy. Zhong Ding mixed drinks, and Xiao Yan brewed tea. In that moment, she couldn't discern whose figure she was imagining. However, upon closer reflection, the man in front of her seemed to carry a hint of arrogance. Su Huicheng blinked and snapped back to reality. Xiao Yan's face was gentle and polite, far from the flamboyant brow and eyes of a certain man. Mr. Qiao, you and Mr. Zhong. She hesitated over her words. You too. Xiao Yan took the initiative to respond. He is my brother. Su Huicheng was taken aback. But you have different surnames. I take after my father. He takes after our mother. After the initial surprise passed, her expression shifted to one of delight. I heard before that the Zhong family only had Mr. Zhong. I didn't expect. Xiao Yan smiled and poured her tea. You two must be twins, right? After asking, Su Huicheng felt the question was rather redundant. He lowered his head to filter the tea leaves. Yes, that's great. You have a companion from birth. She took a gentle sip of tea, curiosity bubbling up inside her, and asked, was Mr. Zhong very mischievous before? Of course. Xiao Yan looked up, his eyes full of mirth, arrogant and reckless, just as always. Su Huicheng was taken aback by his comment. She wasn't sure if it was her own illusion, but she felt that those 4 words had a derogatory connotation. Although Zhong Ding's character wasn't particularly good, such remarks seemed odd between brothers. She thought of the Zhong family's environment. Perhaps they had fallen out over family inheritance? Or maybe Xiao Yan was just teasing. As their conversation unfolded, Su Huicheng's sense of distance towards Xiao Yan gradually deepened. Xiao Yan spoke of Zhong Ding in a tone laced with disdain. She felt uncomfortable listening. Xiao Yan recounted Zhong Ding's debauchery, how he had played with many respectable young women, and how he was morally corrupt, flirting with married women and discarding them after use. What was more shocking was that Zhong Ding had once killed someone. Xiao Yan spoke with a smile, his gaze fixed on Su Huicheng. She couldn't decipher the meaning behind his eyes. She only felt that the warm gentleman in front of her was quite different from the impression she had of him. When Xiao Yan asked her why she was working as a servant at Zhong Ding's place, she bit her lip and bravely said, Mr. Zhong isn't bad to me. She didn't want to pursue Zhong Ding's past actions. The time she spent living with him was the most secure period she had experienced in recent years. Zhong Ding didn't say nice things, but he treated her like an ordinary woman. She was no longer a tool for a man's release. She could do dirty and tiring work as long as she dressed properly. Qiao Yin smiled warmly, as he had a purpose. Mr. Qiao. Su Huicheng set down her hot tea, slightly raising her eyes. I haven't known Mr. Zhong for long, but I think he is quite childish. He likes candy, enjoys compliments. And if you don't cater to his whims, he gets unhappy. But if you coax him a bit, he'll calm down quickly. Qiao Yan's expression changed. He used to be very frightening. I almost got hurt by him several times. She felt her words were chaotic, unsure how to express the changes in her relationship with Zhong Ding. However, a lot had happened later, and now, she wasn't afraid of him anymore. Qiao Yin began to frown. I don't articulate well, Mr. Qiao. What I mean is, gathering her courage, she continued, that Mr. Zhong shouldn't be inherently bad. Qiao Yin closed his eyes, a pain radiating from his temples. He couldn't quite hear her words clearly, suddenly unsure of which space he was in and what his relationship with Zhong Ding was. The name Zhong Ding was familiar to him. It was rumored that Zhong Ding was a notorious troublemaker, possessing nothing but a golden shell while being utterly mediocre. Others feared him, yet simultaneously looked down on him. There were many rumors about him. For instance, he had an affair with a female teacher in middle school and cruelly filmed it, causing the teacher to lose face and have to leave. For example, in high school, he got a female classmate pregnant, and Zhong Ding didn't even give her the money for an abortion before going abroad for a leisurely trip. There were also rumors that if it were really Zhong Ding, he wouldn't just withhold the abortion money, but would personally kick the bastard out. Qiao Yan's thoughts drifted further away. At that moment, Su Huicheng noticed the sweat on Qiao Yan's forehead. Mr. Qiao? What's wrong? Her voice pulled him back to reality, and he stared blankly at her, as if he didn't recognize her. She asked with concern, Are you sick? No. Qiao Yan stood up, suddenly becoming cold. Whoever you are, leave. Su Huicheng looked up at him backlit. She couldn't see his expression clearly, but she could feel that his warmth had vanished. Leave my place, he reiterated. Being driven away like this made her too afraid to stay. Su Huicheng timidly apologized and then hurried back to Zhong Ding's home. Zhong Ding's place was bright and cheerful. She recalled the paintings at Qiao Yan's and shivered. The more she thought about it, the more those paintings etched themselves in her memory. She felt a wave of fear, so she called Zhong Ding, hoping to hear his voice. His phone still didn't connect. She texted him, but he didn't reply. Half an hour later, she tried calling him again, listening to the mechanical female voice on the other end. She whispered, Mr. Zhong, where have you gone? When Zhong Ding woke up, he was drenched in sweat. The room was pitch black and silent. His head throbbed painfully as he got up to turn on the light. The dim light cast his shadow against the wall. Stretching it long, he tugged at his collar, still feeling suffocated, and simply took off his shirt before heading to the bathroom. When the warm water flowed down, he felt like he was back in reality. He couldn't remember when he had come back. This state had lasted for a long time, often waking up confused. The color scheme of the room was too oppressive, and he didn't want to linger. After showering, he found a set of clothes and came out. Before leaving, he glanced around the dark room, then decisively shut the door behind him. Just as Zhong Ding opened the door, Su Huicheng rushed over. Mr. Zhong, you're back. Her tone was delightfully cheerful. He casually responded, Are you done with your work? She nodded vigorously. I've prepared dinner. Well done. His expression showed no change, and his tone lacked any sincerity. Su Huicheng was still grinning. She was happy about his return, but she didn't think too much about the specific reasons. During the meal, she remembered Qiao Yin sitting across from her and asked the man casually sitting at the table, Mr. Zhong, should we call Mr. Qiao over for dinner? Immediately, Zhong Ding shot her a cold glance. So enthusiastic about inviting him to dinner? Did you pay for the groceries? Su Huicheng was left speechless. At that moment, she confirmed her suspicion that the relationship between the two brothers wasn't very good. Because of this suspicion, she hesitated about whether to tell Zhong Ding that she had been to see Qiao Yin today. In the end, she decided not to say anything. However, she did bring up the issue of Zhong Ding's phone being unreachable. Zhong Ding took out his black phone, which was probably out of battery, and turned off. He restarted it and then tossed both of his phones onto the coffee table. After dinner, Zhong Ding's headache still hadn't subsided. and he asked Su Huicheng to help him with a massage. She knelt on the sofa, rubbing and pressing, while thinking about Xiao Yan's unusual appearance. She was worried that he might be sick. After a while, Zhong Ding went out to the balcony to take a call. Su Huicheng glanced at the time and mustered the courage to call Xiao Yan. Coincidentally, the white phone that Zhong Ding had left on the coffee table rang. She listened as the ringtone continued on the other end, and eventually, she hung up. The ringtone of the white phone also stopped. She typed a message and sent it to Xiao Yan. The white phone rang briefly. Su Huicheng stared at the phone, and after a few seconds, she suddenly felt suspicious. Her hand started to shake as she slowly dialed Xiao Yan's number again. Zhong Ding's phone began to ring again. Chapter 50. Su Huicheng knew that Zhong Ding had two mobile phones. He usually used the black one, while the white one had hardly ever rung. She thought that was a very, very private number. She gripped her own phone tightly, shocked as the ringtone echoed in the living room. Then she hung up. The ringing stopped. She felt she should confirm whether the number displayed on that phone was hers. However, she was already frozen, unable to move. At that moment, Su Huicheng's swirling thoughts turned to the theory of possession. She gazed at Zhong Ding's silhouette on the balcony from a distance, fear creeping in. In this building, it was just her and him. And now, was he, human or ghost? Those hanging pictures resurfaced in her mind. She curled up in fear. After Zhong Ding finished his call and turned back to the living room, he opened the door, and the woman inside had a ghostly expression. He closed the door, and she trembled even more. He tossed his phone onto the sofa and asked, "What are you doing?" Su Huicheng shrank back at the edge of the sofa. Nothing. He took a step forward. She pressed back even further. Zhong Ding's brow furrowed as he continued to approach her. She looked as if she was about to cry. He grabbed her wrist, pulling her up. "What's wrong with you?" She was terrified. "I didn't do anything wrong. Don't find me." "Are you possessed?" Zhong Ding's palm brushed her forehead. The warm touch startled her. She suddenly looked down and saw his shadow. In her confusion, she quietly asked, "Mr. Zhong, are you still alive?" He sensed something was off, pulled her down to sit, and calmly asked, "Are you cursing me?" Su Huicheng shook her head, then shook her head again. She stared blankly at his face. She had always been somewhat face-blind and hadn't differentiated between Zhong Ding and Xiao Yan's features. Now, his angles completely overlapped with her memory of Xiao Yan. However, the situation was too sudden for her to sort out her thoughts. Zhong Ding patted her face. "What's wrong?" Before he answered the call, she seemed fine, occasionally revealing a little canine tooth. "Mr. Zhong, do you have a brother?" Su Huicheng was confused about the relationship between Zhong Ding and Xiao Yan. She was very sure herself. Zhong Ding's expression froze. Seeing this, she retreated a little. "Little Camellia wants to inquire about my family matters," he said lightly. Su Huicheng was very familiar with his tone. He used to bully her like this, dark yet seemingly gentle, so she chose to remain silent. He held her chin, squeezed it. "If I feel like it, I might answer you." In other words, he didn't want to disclose anything right now. She understood that this question was a sensitive topic for Zhong Ding. Su Huicheng suddenly noticed that Zhong Ding had changed clothes. When he left in the morning, he wore a dark blue sweater and a black coat. But when he returned, he was in a black shirt and a dark red trench coat. He had changed inside and out. However, while this raised suspicions, it didn't explain much. Maybe he just went out for a stroll and changed. The clothes Xiao Yan wore in the afternoon were vastly different in material from Zhong Ding's attire. She couldn't understand what was going on. If Zhong Ding and Xiao Yan were the same person, how could their personalities and taste change so drastically? Just then, the white phone rang again, startling Su Huicheng. This time, Zhong Ding didn't avoid it. Upon seeing the name on the screen, he simply turned off the phone. Su Huicheng was even more confused. Could it be that the previous ringtone was just a coincidence? Was the other party merely synced with her timing? Since that night, Zhong Ding sensed the timidness of that silly flower. She often looked at him with a curious gaze, and when he caught her, she would hurriedly look away and then steal glances again, her demeanor a mix of anxiety and curiosity. If he returned her gaze coldly, she would look down. He later tossed that white phone aside and didn't turn it back on. However, Chun Shuqin actually called his other number again. On the 25th of the new year, Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng were in a wooden pavilion in the community, enjoying the beautiful scenery by the pond in a so-called close-to-nature moment. When Zhong Ding saw the incoming call, his expression darkened, and upon answering, he coldly said, "Chun Shuqin, I don't have to indulge you." Su Huicheng took a few steps aside, intentionally avoiding his call. In the past few days, she had carefully observed that Zhong Ding showed no unusual behavior. However, his white phone hadn't appeared again, and Xiao Yan's phone had remained off. While cleaning her room, she rummaged through Zhong Ding's wardrobe. It was filled with high-end clothing, completely lacking Xiao Yan's civilian style. After Zhong Ding left, she pressed the doorbell next door, but there was no response. Aside from the phone's oddity, everything else seemed normal. Su Huicheng wondered if she was overthinking things. Zhong Ding's phone call ended unpleasantly. After hanging up, he said, "I'm going out for a bit." She thought he would drive away directly, but he went upstairs instead. She was surprised. "Mr. Zhong, aren't you going out?" "I'm changing clothes." He indeed went back to change. Su Huicheng watched his departing figure, and a suspicion began to form in her mind. After he closed the door, she gently approached the door. The door had good sound insulation, so she couldn't hear much from the corridor. She opened a crack. Zhong Ding's figure flashed by, but he didn't head toward the elevator. Instead, he walked toward the neighboring apartment. She widened her eyes, clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. The surroundings fell silent, and she could only feel her heart racing. She stood there, unsure how to ease her stiff state, when another figure passed in the corridor. Su Huicheng closed the door and shut her eyes. She hadn't seen wrong. That was Xiao Yan's outfit in light colors. She leaned against the door panel, her body slowly sliding down. Su Huicheng had now moved past the theory of possession. Her thoughts revolved around two different personalities. The warm Xiao Yan, the bizarre Zhong Ding. One person. To say she was scared would be a lie, but she also felt another emotion lurking deep within her. Both Xiao Yan and Zhong Ding had helped her. They hadn't harmed her anymore. In her mind, one moment it was Xiao Yan, the next it was Zhong Ding. She was confused which one was real. Su Huicheng felt a sense of exhaustion. She clung to the cabinet to stand up, walked inside, and finally collapsed onto the sofa. After thinking carefully, she began to piece things together. Zhong Ding had been with her day in and day out, while Xiao Yan was just an occasional encounter. Xiao Yan's warmth was her beautiful dream, and now, indeed, it was illusory. She felt a bit lost, but remembering the lofty Zhong Ding, that sense of loss was replaced with relief. Thankfully, Zhong Ding was real. Zhong Ding didn't stay away for long. He returned at dusk. Su Huicheng had already tidied up her previous turmoil and was hiding in the kitchen chopping vegetables. When he entered, he didn't see the welcoming smile she usually had, and his already impatient mood became even more stifled. He walked outside the kitchen, and she didn't even turn back. In truth, Su Huicheng didn't know how to face him. She admired Xiao Yan. Now, Xiao Yan was him. Her feelings were quite complicated. Zhong Ding leaned against the wall, took out a cigarette box, and silently watched her back for a moment before sticking a cigarette in his mouth and lighting it. "Little camellia." "Ah." She pretended to be surprised and turned back. "Mr. Zhong, you're back." Her acting was quite poor. Didn't he expose her, blowing out a ring of smoke? "I'm not in the mood tonight." Su Huicheng paused for a moment, turned around. "Are you sick?" She recalled that Xiao Yan had also looked inexplicably unwell before. He was no longer facing her back. His frown eased a bit, but his head hurt a little. "Mr. Zhong, you should rest first." She wiped her hands on her apron. "Do you want me to make you some porridge?" "Whatever, I'll take a nap." He held the cigarette and went upstairs. Su Huicheng originally had fears about changes in her character, but now seeing Zhong Ding looking somewhat spiritless, she became worried. She cooked a pot of porridge for him and, after bringing it up, noticed his door was slightly ajar, so she peeked in. The bedside lamp was dimly lit, and he was hidden under the covers. From her angle, she could only see his black hair. She thought he must be asleep. Su Huicheng tiptoed over and gently placed the bowl of porridge on the table. The lower half of his face was also buried under the blanket, with only his eyes visible. Worried that he might have trouble breathing, she pulled the blanket down a bit, looking at his sleeping face in the dim yellow light. She felt a bit dazed and couldn't help but recall that morning they had slept together. Xiao Yan wasn't hers, and neither would Zhong Ding be. With a humble heart, she kept the unspoken feelings buried deep inside. She hoped he could be happy and well in the future. Zhong Ding wasn't deeply asleep and soon woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he met her flustered gaze. Su Huicheng quickly moved away from the bedside, awkwardly asking, "Mr. Zhong, does your head still hurt?" "Not much," he replied, pulling back the covers to sit up. "Have you eaten?" "I'm not hungry yet." She picked up the bowl of porridge and stirred it with a spoon. "Mr. Zhong, you should eat the porridge while it's hot." "Okay." He took the spoon, tasted a bite, finding it light and quite palatable. Zhong Ding ate most of the bowl, feeling warmth in his stomach before putting it down. As Su Huicheng cleaned up the bowl and spoon, preparing to leave, he called out, "Little Camellia." She stopped in her tracks. "Give me a massage." Understanding. She sat at the edge of the bed. Zhong Ding, initially resting against the pillow, somehow ended up with his head on her thigh. "Little Camellia, I've noticed that you're quite nice to me." Su Huicheng paused for a moment. "It's nothing." Her words felt insincere, fearing he might have picked up on something. "Have you ever been in love?" "Huh?" His question was sudden, catching her off guard. "No, not really." "Is that so?" Zhong Ding suddenly opened his eyes, looking directly at her above. "I haven't either." His gaze made her feel as if some intricate net was being cast toward her. She chuckled awkwardly to mask her fluster. "What a coincidence." "Yeah, what a coincidence." He smiled. "How about we give it a try?" In that moment, Su Huicheng felt like she had misheard. Chapter 51, the word love, was something Su Huicheng didn't dare to think about. She didn't deserve it. Whether it was Xiao Yin or Zhong Ding, in her heart, they were both extraordinary individuals. How could a woman like her, crawling in the mud, ever reach them? Even a kiss with Xiao Yin had felt like a miracle to her. "Mr. Zhong." She avoided his gaze. "Don't joke around." Zhong Ding propped himself up, pinched her face, preventing her from turning away. He wasn't experienced in love, so he wasn't entirely sure, but he was certain he had feelings for her. He believed his compassion hadn't reached such an extent, nor would he trick her into missing her flight. There was nothing grand or passionate about it. No sweet nothings. No romantic moonlit nights. Just sharing daily meals with her was good enough. Su Huicheng was forced to look at him. The man before her had a good appearance and a good family background. What was there about her that made him want to try? She proactively revealed her scars, saying, "I am very dirty." A woman like her was at most just suitable to be his bed partner. The state of being in love was too blissful. She felt unworthy. Zhong Ding half lowered his gaze, staring at her. "Are you sick?" "No." She shook her head. He didn't take it seriously. "Then it's fine." Really very dirty. She recalled her past, closed her eyes, and fought back tears. His thumb gently caressed her chin, saying nothing, and leaned down to kiss her. She was startled and leaned back, her hands pressed against his chest. Zhong Ding tasted her a few times before it turned into a fierce invasion. Su Huicheng couldn't resist and was pushed down onto the soft bed. She was passive, feeling flustered and chaotic under his entanglement. His lips moved to her ear, nibbling on her earlobe. "Where's the dirt? I'll clean you up." She looked up at the ceiling, her eyes misting over, and then her tears suddenly flowed freely, unstoppable. This was the first time a man held her and kissed her as if she were a pure person. Zhong Ding's kisses fell on her shoulders and chest. As he moved downward, her sweater and underwear were tossed aside. He occasionally returned to her lips, teasing and coaxing her. She wrapped her arms around his shoulder, testing her response to him under his skillful touch. Their kisses sparked. Su Huicheng genuinely hoped the man on her could find pleasure, but she didn't know how to do it. The more nervous she became, the more tense she felt. Her body had no reaction. Zhong Ding tore open his shirt, smiled lightly. "Little Camellia, you don't have to think about anything. Just follow me." That smile in the dim light was incredibly alluring. Follow? How do I follow? She didn't know. All she knew was that if it was rough, it would hurt a lot, and he wouldn't be comfortable either. She asked softly, "Do you have lubricant?" "No." He was too lazy to explain further, swiftly removing his clothes. When he pulled her legs apart, she cried again. If this was her first time, how wonderful it would be. She resisted, wanted to close her legs, but he forcefully pried them apart, kissing her face. "No pain, don't cry." Zhong Ding noticed during the teasing that Su Huicheng wasn't completely indifferent. It just took her a long time to get ready. His self-control in this regard was impressive. But during that time, it was still incredibly difficult. Once she began to respond, he lost control. His strength and her softness rolled together under the dark blue blanket. Su Huicheng was tossed back and forth, she finally understood how to follow him. The light of that unfamiliar world completely enveloped her. The brilliance she had never experienced bloomed in his embrace. Su Huicheng completely dispelled her doubts about Zhong Ding's capabilities. Or rather, before, he had controlled himself well. Once things progressed naturally, he could be quite relentless. But she was slow to warm up, so it took a long time. After it was over, at 8:15, Zhong Ding sat up and turned up the brightness of the lights. "Are you hungry?" "Not too bad." Su Huicheng hadn't eaten dinner and felt exhausted at that moment, but she didn't want to say it outright. She sat up, pulling the blanket to cover her chest. He turned to see her actions. "What are you covering up for?" She lowered her head. She didn't even understand how the previous scene had developed. She still wasn't sure if he was serious. Zhong Ding's hand slipped under the blanket, accurately pinching her waist, causing her to gasp. He smirked. "Though you've gained a bit of weight, your hands still feel nice." She shrank back, losing her balance and nearly falling to the side. He leaned in closer. "If you're not hungry, we can go again." Su Huicheng hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhong, I'm very hungry." Zhong Ding snorted, "Get up, let's go eat." She quickly dragged the blanket, picked up her clothes from the floor, and turned to glance at him. He leaned leisurely against the head of the bed, smiling slyly, clearly not wanting to miss the sight of her getting dressed. She hesitated, then finally turned her back to him and quickly fastened her underwear. Zhong Ding saw the faint scars on her back and asked, "Did you use the medicine I gave you?" Su Huicheng nodded. "I apply it every day." He lunged at her, planting a kiss on the deepest whip mark on her skin, then released her, saying, after a while, when the scars fade, "You'll be even fairer and plumper." She stiffened at his kiss, then asked the question that had been on her mind, "Mr. Zhong, why?" "Because I want to." Zhong Ding had grown accustomed to being casual. He had never imposed restrictions regarding women. Whether they were virgins, their education level, or background, he didn't care much. He knew about her past, yet he still developed feelings for her. Her past had nothing to do with him. What he was involved in was her present. She was one of the rare women in this world who had no ulterior motives or calculations towards him. After their encounter on the bed, Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng were considered together. Neither of them had said the word like. After dinner, Zhong Ding went up to the study. Su Huicheng finished cleaning the dishes and planned to go back to her room to rest. She was really tired. After entering the bathroom, she carefully checked the marks on her body. The imprint on her chest was particularly deep. She smiled, tears welling in her eyes. She remembered his whispers in her ear. "Little Camellia, I'm not paying. So it's not a transaction." After taking a shower, Su Huicheng turned off the lights and went to bed. Not long after, the door was pushed open. She was startled. Zhong Ding stood at the door, turning on the light, his expression not very relaxed. "Come to my room." Su Huicheng was taken aback, and after her mind processed it, she said softly, "I thought sleeping was still separate." She remembered he had mentioned before that he liked to sleep alone. They had done what they had done, yet he still wanted to separate. His tone grew colder. "You think there's too much room in here, right?" She quickly clarified, "No." "Then hurry up and come over." Zhong Ding slammed the door as he left. That night, Su Huicheng moved her daily necessities to Zhong Ding's room. Then they did it again. Before sleeping, her feet unconsciously brushed against his, murmuring, "Mr. Zhong, you're so warm." Zhong Ding held her hand. His temperature wasn't very high, but he pulled her closer. She pressed against his chest. In her daze, she felt a sense of happiness and security. She finally had a temporary harbor to rest in. Su Huicheng didn't have high hopes for the future. Zhong Ding had never mentioned anything about it either. She just cherished the present and spent time with him. Even if one day he left without saying goodbye, she would still sincerely wish him well. Regarding Xiaoyan, she thought about using Zhong Ding's words to probe, but didn't find the opportunity. On the 27th day of the new year, Chen Xingui hosted a banquet, and Zhong Ding took Su Huicheng along. As a result, it shocked a crowd of men and women. First was Su Huicheng's appearance. Zhong Ding had chosen clothes and accessories for her, and even took her to a styling studio for makeup. Her classical oval face stands out particularly among various mainstream beauties. Then there's Su Huicheng's identity. This is an elite banquet, where couples are from the upper class. Even if Zhong Ding has only brought Su Huicheng, he should be looking for a more suitable partner tonight. More importantly, Zhong Ding's fiancée, Yi, is also present. Thus, the external arrangement and the predetermined partner at home are in for a big clash. Chapter 52, The Banquet, is a self-service dance party. Su Huicheng was very cautious, fearing that she might embarrass herself, so she kept a low profile. Zhong Ding lazily leaned back on the sofa, playing with her fingers. Xiao Ling arrived later. As soon as he came over, he frowned and said, "Why did you bring her?" Zhong Ding held her hand up, asking, "Why can't I bring her?" Xiao Ling gave up reasoning with Zhong Ding and pretended not to see her. Then he thought of Shun Tsongyin and, with an air of amusement, deliberately glanced over at Su Huicheng a few times. Zhong Ding shifted his position to block her from view. Xiao Ling's lips twitched. If it weren't for a wealthy man intervening on Christmas Eve, he would have taken a photo of her. Zhong Ding turned his head to look at Su Huicheng beside him. Regretting not having acted sooner, Xiao Ling sighed inwardly. He shouldn't have saved that money. Zhong Ding did not look back at Xiao Ling again. That was her past. Whether he knew or not, it was the same. Hearing about it only made her feel more frustrated. The call from Yu Kai came unexpectedly, and Zhong Ding stood up to pat Su Huicheng's shoulder, saying, "I'll take a call." She nodded and watched him head to the small terrace. Before she came out, she had drunk a large cup of water, and now she felt the need to go to the bathroom. Taking the opportunity while he was away, she walked towards the restroom. Just as she turned the corner, she overheard a conversation between a man and a woman. Su Huicheng stopped in her tracks. She had actually prepared herself mentally before coming. She could not bring any glory to Zhong Ding. On the contrary, her former profession would tarnish his image. Her presence at the event today had already attracted strange glances from all around. She didn't know how long Zhong Ding would want to maintain this relationship. But in this short time, she felt deeply ashamed. The couple was discussing gossip animatedly, and their words clearly pointed out Su Huicheng's identity. The man, probably having heard someone mention her, particularly said, "That woman is very cheap. She charges $100 a night on the street." It seemed Zhong Ding was indeed poor to be involved with someone like her. The woman laughed upon hearing this. Su Huicheng stood still, her expression wooden. Suddenly, a voice from behind said, "Even I, the legitimate wife, can't stand this." Su Huicheng turned to look. The woman standing there wore a luxurious, bright purple European-style gown, with a skirt that had a diameter of about 1.5 meters, tightly cinched at the waist. She held a deep purple velvet fan, half of her face hidden under a butterfly mask. Su Huicheng immediately recognized who she was. Shun Tsongyin stepped directly past her and approached the couple, maintaining her noble posture. As the saying goes, profession knows no rank. There is demand and supply. If it weren't for the nightly revelries of men, how could there be services like companionship? The couple was clearly stunned by her extravagant appearance. Shun Tsongyin covered her red lips with the velvet fan, smiling slightly. "Don't be jealous that this girl found a good place." The man finally realized who she was and pointed at Su Huicheng, saying, "How funny. That's the one stealing your husband." Well said. Shun Tsongyin flicked her fan, her smile becoming even more pronounced. "She's stealing my husband, not yours. Why are you gossiping so idly?" The woman tugged at the man, muttering, "Don't talk to her. She's crazy." Shun Tsongyin's eyes flashed, as the ancient said, "A gentleman does not part with harsh words. You pride yourselves on being elite, but your true colors are quite pitiful." The couple's faces turned pale and then red. After thinking it over, they felt it was unwise to debate with Miss Shun, so they hurriedly left. Once the area cleared, Shun Tsongyin adjusted her dress and turned back with a smile. "Rival in love. Hello, we meet again." Su Huicheng felt that the person in front of her was the future Mrs. Zhong, so she couldn't speak loudly. "Thank you." "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Shun Tsongyin sighed with relief. The 500 glances in my past life finally led to this moment of passing by in this life. The fact that we can become rivals in love is also a fate from our previous lives. Su Huicheng was confused and greeted, "Hello, Miss Fiancé." Shun Tsongyin shook her head and corrected, "Please call me Miss Beautiful." "Hello, Miss Beautiful." Although the situation was confusing, it was better to go along with this fiancé role. Shun Tsongyin was satisfied and replied, "Rival in love, come look." She walked outside to gaze at the night sky. The moon was gone, and the flowers had wilted. She covered her face with the velvet fan again, exclaiming, "The term closing the moon and shaming flowers was simply created for me." At that moment, Su Huicheng felt that Zhong Ding and this fiancé were simply a match made in heaven. One was handsome enough to reach outer space, and the other was beautiful enough to explode the universe. Shun Songyan continued walking outside, turning back to wave at Su Huicheng, signaling her to follow. When they reached a small bridge, she added, "Rival in love, don't mind what they say. If they don't like you, they will criticize you and gossip about you. If you get angry, it won't be worth it." Su Huicheng smiled. "I don't mind." She was already like this. It didn't matter what they said. She just felt bad for Zhong Ding being implicated because of her. As the saying goes, people with different paths should not make plans together. Those spectators who have differing values should be treated like pumpkins. Shun Songyan seemed to be a kindred spirit. "At least my fiancé is on the same path as you." "Thank you, Miss Beautiful." "You're welcome." After Shun Songyan finished speaking, she paused, her expression suddenly surprised. She folded her fan and exclaimed, "I am actually comforting my rival in love. Oh my God, is there anyone in this world purer and kinder than me?" Su Huicheng took a step back. Kindness and beauty are truly hard to discard. Hard to discard. She indulged in self-admiration for a moment, then lifted her head. "Rival in love. My fiancé and I are scheduled to get married in June, but you know, with my beauty, if I really wait until June, the men pursuing me would line up all the way to the Pacific Ocean. So, we will get engaged next month." Su Huicheng's heart was pricked. "I wish you well." Saying that, Shun Songyan opened her fan. "How do you plan to disrupt our engagement party?" "I don't plan to disrupt." Shun Songyan was surprised. "If you have no means, how can you be a mistress?" She leaned closer to Su Huicheng with pity, then whispered a few words. Su Huicheng listened, her eyes wide open. After Shun Songyan finished, she revealed a smug smile. "It's not that I'm boasting when it comes to these tricks. I can handle it easily. My engagement party with him is at the end of February, as long as you follow my plan in advance. I can guarantee that your fiancé won't even care about the engagement." Su Huicheng was really confused. It seemed, this fiancé, he didn't want to marry Zhong Ding very much. The phone ringing interrupted her thoughts. It was probably Zhong Ding, who couldn't find her and was calling to hurry her back. "Sorry, I need to take this call." Sure enough, it was Zhong Ding. She replied, "I'll be back soon." After hanging up, just as Su Huicheng was about to say goodbye to Shun Songyan, Shun Songyan spoke first. She instantly transformed into a pitiful expression. "My fiancé actually didn't call me." Su Huicheng felt guilty for her own wrongdoing. "I am sorry." Shun Songyan's tears came suddenly. She lifted her skirt. "I'm so sad. I want to jump into the river." Then she stopped, smoothing the wrinkles on her dress. "But I can't bear to part with this outfit." She looked up at the night sky, continuing her sad emotion. "Rival in love, you should go back. Let me, this failed wife, dance alone under the moon until dawn." "Miss Beautiful." Su Huicheng was increasingly confused. She couldn't fathom Shun Songyan's thoughts. "Then I'll leave. Goodbye." "Wait." Shun Songyan remembered something, her melancholic demeanor dissipating. "Rival in love, have you and your fiancé been to Z City?" "Yes." "Oh dear." Shun Songyan hurried over upon hearing. "Did you get hurt on the cable car?" Su Huicheng was taken aback. "I'm really sorry. Things are a mess. There's a guy who's really annoying. I called him a supporting character, but he stubbornly refuses to believe it and wants to take the lead as the male protagonist." Shun Songyan was indignant. "He actually went to forge some cable car accident. Try to undermine my male lead." Su Huicheng understood now and could only comfort her. "It's okay. Both Mr. Zhong and I are fine. He's so annoying. But now he's promised me to behave and play the supporting role." As Shun Songyan spoke, she began to sob again. "I, such a kind and beautiful woman, have actually been involved in such murderous schemes. I truly feel sorry for the heavens. It's a good thing you're fine. Otherwise, I would really jump into the river." At that moment, Su Huicheng truly believed that this fiancé, he had no malicious intent towards her. She recalled the cable car incident, realizing that it was the turning point in her relationship with Zhong Ding. It was both a misfortune and a blessing. If there hadn't been an accident, would she and he still be like before? Rival in love. Mississippi Shun Songyan regained her spirits and said, "To make up for the male supporting character's mistakes, I'll reveal a piece of information to you. Please go ahead." Su Huicheng felt nervous, thinking about Zhong Ding and Xiaoyan. Shun Songyan lowered her voice. "Has your fiancé ever mentioned his past?" "No. In fact, neither had spoken about their pasts. She was afraid he would know hers." so she didn't dare to ask about his. Shen Songyan used a feather fan to cover her and Su Huicheng's profiles. I've heard that your fiancé once underwent a drastic change in temperament, changing again and again. Is that so? Su Huicheng was unsure how much Shen Songyan knew, so she could only feign surprise. Be careful. He might change again in the future. Shen Songyan's expression was filled with worry. Why did he change? It should be related to his brother. Su Huicheng maintained her surprised demeanor. Did he have a conflict with his brother? Even if there was a conflict, it couldn't be settled now. Shen Songyan put away the feather fan. His brother has long since passed away. Su Huicheng had already considered this possibility, so this news was unexpected yet not surprising. Chapter 53. Su Huicheng did not ask Shen Songyan about the reasons in detail. Zhong Ding probably thought she was too slow and had already come over. Su Huicheng looked up and saw him, involuntarily smiling. Zhong Ding ignored Shen Songyan beside him, his focus solely on Su Huicheng. He raised his usual cold tone and mumbled something. Shen Songyan, however, was unwilling to be overlooked. She straightened her chest, lifted her hips, and raised her head, wondering if her fiancé had missed her after such a long time apart. Zhong Ding glanced at her and asked, "Who are you?" Shen Songyan was taken aback, retreating repeatedly as if she couldn't bear the blow. In her panic, she grabbed Su Huicheng's hand, exclaiming, "What is this? Why hasn't the heavens struck this heartless man with lightning?" Su Huicheng was somewhat accustomed to Shen Songyan's dramatic reactions and steadied her swaying body. "Miss Rival." Shen Songyan was in a state of collapse. "I sincerely advise you to think carefully about your future. Is this kind of man worth your trust? He can be heartless to me today and will abandon you in the future. Little Camellia, come here." Zhong Ding's gaze was cold as he focused on the hand Shen Songyan was holding Su Huicheng with. Shen Songyan then released Su Huicheng and dramatically shook herself, saying, "How cruel and heartless. What a pity that I am as beautiful as a flower, yet cannot compete with my lover's cold heart." Su Huicheng pondered the current scene, feeling even more confused. She still couldn't understand Miss Too Beautiful's thoughts. However, Zhong Ding's attitude was clear. He had no interest in this fiancé. Su Huicheng felt delighted about this, though she knew it was a selfish feeling. "Come here." Zhong Ding was impatient and stepped forward to pull Su Huicheng. Su Huicheng was perceptive and walked over to him, gently holding his hand. Zhong Ding lifted her hand and rubbed it at the spot where Shen Songyan had held it before, saying, "Less interaction with neurotics. I am so unfortunate." Shen Songyan sobbed. "Even my fiancé is jealous of my beauty. Why must you be so beautiful?" Zhong Ding completely ignored Shen Songyan's presence, turning and leaving with Su Huicheng. Su Huicheng looked back and said goodbye to Shen Songyan. "Miss Too Beautiful, goodbye." "Okay." Shen Songyan waved her fan, her tears stopping abruptly as she smiled and said, "If fate allows, we shall meet again in the future." The so-called ball, of course, involved men and women dancing closely. When Su Huicheng returned to the venue, the atmosphere had turned sentimental. She took the initiative to confess, "Mr. Zhong, I can't dance." "Did I say I wanted to dance with you?" Zhong Ding recalled her strange dance in the cave, chuckled, and whispered to her, "You can show me your dance another day." She thought how terrible this man was, clearly knowing her poor dancing skills, but still wanting to see her make a fool of herself. She complained slightly, "I won't dance." "Stingy, what's wrong with dancing?" "I just want tea." He laughed and pinched her face, saying, "Little Camellia has quite the temper." Their flirtation in the corner caught the attention of others, who viewed it as unusual. Although they didn't dare to gossip in front of Zhong Ding, behind his back, they described this mismatched couple unfavorably. Of course, there were also rumors about Shen Songyan. However, the three parties involved, Zhong Ding and Shen Songyan, both acted according to their own preferences. Su Huicheng, though feeling inferior, pretended not to know, holding on to the mentality of cherishing what she once had. Xiao Ling and Zhong Ding had been friends for many years, but he did not quite understand Zhong Ding's intentions for tonight. He said to Chen Xingwei, "After tonight, who knows what will happen between the Zhong and Shen families?" "Who knows?" Chen Xingwei smiled. "Zhong Ding hiding a beauty is one thing, but bringing her here so openly is another." Xiao Ling shook his head. "Isn't that equivalent to ruining the Shen family's reputation?" "So what? Chen Xingue looked towards the corner where Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng were. Do you think Zhong Ding has been following the family's arrangements for no reason? Xiao Ling's expression darkened. Only because he found what he truly wants. Zhong Ding lacks nothing but love. Xiao Ling vaguely sensed something. Are you saying that woman is what he wants? Take my advice. Don't mention those two words again. Chen Xingue patted Xiao Ling's shoulder. Zhong Ding has already taken over that club. Is that so? Xiao Ling understood and suddenly laughed. If I had been willing to spend money back then, that woman might have belonged to me by now. Chen Xingue laughed as well. That wouldn't happen. Because Zhong Ding is different from you. Capturing Zhong Ding is actually quite simple. Just treat him sincerely and well. Unfortunately, a small number of women fled due to his eccentric personality, while most women only saw the surname Zhong. Zhong Ding left the ball early. After sending Su Huicheng downstairs and kissing her cheek, he said, I have something to take care of. You go back first. Su Huicheng worried that he might change his personality again and tentatively asked, Aren't you going to change clothes? I won't change. His smile turned a bit cold. This is fine. She thought for a moment and softly said, Then, come home early. He hugged her and said, Leave a light on for me. Su Huicheng naturally agreed. Zhong Ding watched her enter the elevator, his expression tightening. As he went out, he ran into Hayakawa Rihue nearby. Hayakawa Rihue, sitting in the back seat, could feel the sharp, killing intent emanating from Zhong Ding, the air becoming tense. Mr. Zhong, she broke the silence. Zhu Jiwang is already surrounded on all sides. Why are you still letting Yu Kai help him escape? Zhong Ding remained silent. She gritted her teeth and continued. There's no need to let such trash dirty your hands. Hayakawa Rihue. He stopped the car at a red light. You're very noisy. Sorry. She closed her mouth. Zhu Jiwang, wrapped up tightly in clothing, adjusted his hat and entered the elevator. This was one of his most private residences. Even the police hadn't found it. The incident at the club was sudden, but Zhu Jiwang knew very well who was behind it. The business at the club was illegal, and as long as the other party settled with the officials cooperating with Zhu Jiwang, the club would collapse entirely. Media exposure, police raids, and public condemnation, combined with Zhu Jiwang's escape, made for a dire situation. After being interrogated at the police station, Zhu Jiwang panicked. He had connections with the deputy director of the police station and attempted to use backdoor channels to reorganize the club, hoping to rise again after the storm passed. Who knew the deputy director's mistress would leak this information? Thus, one wave had not yet settled when another arose. Due to the topic of anti-corruption, many officials distanced themselves, with some even pushing Zhu Jiwang towards a dead end. As a result, Zhu Jiwang had been living quite difficultly lately. He arrived at his doorstep, cautiously observing his surroundings before quickly opening the door and slipping inside. The room was pitch black. Just as he was about to turn on the lights, a sudden sound rang out, and a flare of light ignited. Then, another sound, and the light extinguished, leaving only a faint glimmer. Zhu Jiwang's hand reaching for the switch stopped. He looked towards the faint light. Although he couldn't see anything, he instinctively knew that the man smoking was Zhong Ding. Boss Zhu, how have you been lately? Zhong Ding's voice was soft and ethereal. Zhu Jiwang chuckled hoarsely. I didn't expect it. She really has some skills. By clinging to a man, she has pushed me to this point. If she loses me as a man, then you're the one who killed her. Zhu Jiwang laughed loudly, but after laughing, he turned to anger. If she had listened, would I have forced her? This little BTCH only knows how to climb into men's beds. I'll let her climb enough. Zhong Ding's cigarette was extinguished. Zhu Jiwang's emotions fluctuated wildly. It's her fault. She is never satisfied. What are you? He turned on the light, his face twisted. She has been with hundreds, even thousands of men, and I would still accept her. She knows nothing. Zhong Ding loosened his collar. The desire for slaughter couldn't be suppressed. Every cell in his body was clamoring to act. Zhu Jiwu was still shouting. No one loves her more than I do. Zhong Ding suddenly flashed in front of Zhu Jiwu, grabbing his throat and violently slamming him against the nearby wine cabinet. You really know how to add fuel to the fire. Zhong Ding smiled faintly, his eyes deep like a cold pool. The glass of the wine cabinet shattered. Wine bottles fell to the ground, making a series of crisp sounds. Blood slowly trickled down the back of Zhu Jiwu's head. Some glass shards had pierced his back, but his eyes bulged out, and he smiled with a cracked mouth. Are you angry? I want her to be dirty. No man would want her, only I would. Zhong Ding stopped wasting words with Zhu Jiwu and kicked out sideways. Zhu Jiwu reacted this time and hurriedly dodged. He gasped for breath, trying to fend off Zhong Ding's attack. As he retreated again and again, Zhu Jiwu stumbled in front of the bedroom door. When Zhong Ding's legs swept over again, Zhu Jiwu crashed through the bedroom door. With the light from outside, Zhong Ding's gaze stopped on the wall. Sensing something was off, he immediately turned on the light. Once the light came on, the photos covering the wall were exposed. Zhong Ding's gaze froze. In front of him was a photo of Su Huicheng when she was very young, still with baby fat on her face. She sat on a stool next to a man, looking very unwilling. The man was a foot away from her, yet twisted his upper body to wrap his arm around her shoulder, a strange posture. Even stranger, the man's face was gone. It had been painted over. Taking advantage of Zhong Ding's pause, Zhu Jiwu found an opportunity and quickly threw a punch at him. Zhong Ding narrowly avoided it, but unconsciously looked toward the wall. This bedroom was plastered with pictures of Su Huicheng. The photos were enlarged. They ranged from when she was about 16 or 17, all the way to heavy makeup. Her expressions showed grievance, fear, and also hypocritical charm. Yet, there was not a single genuine smile. In one photo by the bed, Su Huicheng sat on the ground with her legs bent, her hands bound, her eyes looking at the camera, filled with tears. Zhong Ding's world turned completely red. Chapter 54. The reason why Zhong Ding doesn't often resort to violence is that if he really wanted to fight, he would strike hard, very hard. The men of the Zhong family all have professional combat training. It's not just flashy moves, they are all practical and efficient. Back in high school, when he encountered some punks looking for trouble, the result was that several of them were severely injured. From that day on, he concealed his strength. Now, he feels that everything he has learned in his life has been for this moment. The room is splattered with blood, and there is a large pool of drag marks on the floor. A foul odor permeates the air. Both men are covered in blood, but most of it is from Zhu Jiwu. Zhu Jiwu collapses beside the bed, coughing violently and spitting out blood. His skin is riddled with bleeding wounds, and every part of him hurts. Zhong Ding's eyes are dark and gloomy as he plays with the butterfly knife in his hand. Stepping on the piece of flesh he just cut off, he slowly approaches Zhu Jiwu. Zhu Jiwu glares at Zhong Ding with resentment, but deep down, he knows he has already lost. Zhong Ding walks the path of death. Zhu Jiwu is strong, but he still can't compete. Moreover, the more blood he loses, the weaker he becomes. Suddenly, he remembers something and turns to look at the photo on the wall, raising his bloody hand, wanting to touch Su Huicheng's face. A flash of a knife, and Zhong Ding strikes. A piece of Zhu Jiwu's tiger mouth is cut off, and he no longer has the strength to cover the wound, only gritting his teeth and enduring the sharp pain. He never thought that someone like Su Huicheng would still have a man wanting her. When Zhong Ding looks at the photo, a glimmer of light flashes in his eyes. His index finger gently touches the tears of Su Huicheng, as if he is helping her wipe them away. In the recent confrontation, he was also injured, but the pain from all his wounds combined is nothing compared to the heart-wrenching agony he feels. The treasure he wanted to hold has been shattered. Then, she picked up the pieces alone, piecing them together, appearing before him with a trembling demeanor. Zhong Ding kicks Zhu Jiwu's ribs, suppressing him, then presses the knife against his left chest, slowly stabbing inward. Zhu Jiwu gasps in pain and roars, "If you want to kill me, then do it quickly. Don't worry, I'll spare your life." Zhong Ding sneers, like a devil, avoiding Zhu Jiwu's heart and stabbing hard. Zhu Jiwu cries out in pain. Zhong Ding stares at the blood spraying from the knife, not blinking an eye, thinking of how long she will be happy, that is how long you will suffer. After leaving Zhu Jiwu's house, Zhong Ding slips into the next room. Hayakawa Rizhui is shocked to see him. Zhong Ding appears to have rolled in a pile of blood, a strong smell of blood emanating from him. He is dressed in black, and the blood is not very noticeable. She takes a step back to let him pass. "Mr. Zhong, the new clothes are ready." Zhong Ding nods and enters the bathroom. When he comes out, he is clean. Hayakawa Rizhui smiles. "Mr. Zhong, take your time, I'll go take care of things." Zhong Ding waves his hand and leaves. Hayakawa Rizhui opens the door to Zhu Jiwu's room and walks in, following the bloodstains. Zhu Jiwu is lying on the ground, hunched over, motionless. She coldly surveys the room. The photos are all stained with blood. She didn't expect Boss Zhu to have such a preference. Zhu Jiwu does not react. She walks over and steps on the spot where Zhu Jiwu's flesh is missing. Thinking that a man who only knows how to use violence to make women submit is truly a failure. Zhu Jiwu's hand twitches, turning his head to look at the photos on the wall. Because of the wounds on his face, his vision is blurry. However, the image of the person in the photo has long been imprinted in his mind. He still remembers the day he first met her. At that time, she was in her prime, stunningly beautiful. Su Huicheng was born in a relatively remote mountain village, where transportation was inconvenient and the village was quite closed off. She left early and returned late when she was studying. The school was far away, and she had to walk for a long time to reach it. After class, she also had to help with chores, always busy. Su's father and mother were both farmers in the village, and the family's finances were limited. After Su Qizhu was born, Su's mother entrusted relatives to find beating work outside. By the time Su Huicheng was almost done with middle school, Su's mother had eye problems and spent some time being treated in the county hospital due to medical expenses and the need to care for her mother. Su Huicheng gave up on going to high school and started taking over her mother's beating work. Su's father and mother felt very guilty about this. But at that time, the family truly had no other choice. Later, when Su's mother's eyes improved, she encouraged Su Huicheng to continue her studies. But Su Huicheng refused. Su Huicheng had her own plans. She had heard from a girl who had worked outside that there were many jobs and money in big cities. She thought that once Su Qizhu grew a little older, she would go out to work and send money home. One day, that girl went out to work again. Su Huicheng found out and quickly discussed it with her family. At that time, the younger generation in the village was gradually moving out, and Su's father and mother thought that if their children stayed in the small mountain village like they did, there would be no future for them. So they agreed. However, after Su Huicheng left, Su's father and mother did not see her for many years. The girl had a boyfriend in D City, and she felt that bringing Su Huicheng to the big city would be completing her task. She graduated from a technical school and found a clerical job in a company. With Su Huicheng's education level and lack of computer skills, she could only find jobs as a restaurant server. She saw a job advertisement from a decoration factory looking for low education workers. She went there but found it was a shabby stall. The stall owner said the factory was quite far away, so they only set up a recruitment booth in the city. Zhu Jiwu happened to be there too. When he saw her, he sized her up. Su Huicheng had worked for many years and her skin was quite dark, but her facial features were truly beautiful. She noticed his gaze and politely smiled. The stall owner introduced that Zhu Jiwu was from the factory and would take Su Huicheng to work. The people in Su Huicheng's village were simple and innocent, and she genuinely thought she had found a good job. At that time, she was cheerful and loved to smile, thanking Zhu Jiwu, "Big brother Zhu, thank you for your trouble." Zhu Jiwu glanced at her small tiger teeth and smiled back. "No need to be polite. How old are you?" She looked very young, and he suspected she was only 16. Her face was radiant. 18. Su Huicheng and Zhu Jiwu got into a small truck. As they drove further, the area became more remote, and she felt uneasy, asking, "Big brother Zhu, where's the factory? We'll be there soon." After asking several times, Zhu Jiwu always gave the same answer. She panicked, "I'm not going to work there anymore." Zhu Jiwu saw they were almost at their destination and stopped pretending, "I've already paid the money. You belong to me now." She didn't understand, but knew she had been deceived, and she started to struggle to open the car door. He pulled her back. "If you behave, everything will be fine." Of course, she wouldn't obey, waving her hands to resist. Zhu Jiwu noticed the truck driver looking over and, in a panic, slapped her. "If you keep making a fuss, you won't even get to eat." Su Huicheng couldn't withstand his strength. She was hit hard, stars dancing in her eyes, and half of her face went numb. She couldn't fight Zhu Jiwu and was forcibly dragged to his village. It wasn't until she entered the Zhu family's house that Su Huicheng understood what was happening. She had been sold. This village was somewhat more developed than Su Huicheng's. The eldest son of the Zhu family, Zhu Chongwen, has an intellectual disability and has never been able to find a wife. The Zhu family then let the second son spend money to buy one. That so-called stall was actually a black market for transactions. Su Huicheng certainly refused and begged the Zhu family to let her go. Zhu Jiwu stepped forward and grabbed her face, forcing her to be silent. The Zhu family tied Su Huicheng in Zhu Jiwu's room and starved her for 2 days. Zhu Jiwu would look at her before sleeping, check on her during the night, and gaze at her in the morning. He thought that she looked best when the morning sunlight shone on her face, as long as she wasn't frowning. After Su Huicheng felt weak from hunger, she finally got to eat a meal, but it was her and Zhu Chongwen's wedding feast. Zhu Chongwen didn't really know what marriage meant. He just grinned foolishly, holding her hand and rubbing it. He also didn't understand what a wedding night was, only knowing that he wanted to hold her at night. And then he would fall asleep, snoring loudly. A few days later, Zhu Jiwu discovered that his elder brother and sister-in-law hadn't completed the formalities. Zhu Jiwu explained the situation to Zhu Chongwen, who just smiled foolishly. That night, Zhu Jiwu stood outside the door listening to Su Huicheng's cries, pressing his hand against his chest. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Zhu Chongwen crying as well. So inside, both a man and a woman were crying. Zhu Jiwu gritted his teeth and knocked on the door, asking Big Brother, "What's wrong?" Zhu Chongwen sobbed, "Xiao Wu, coming quickly." Zhu Jiwu helplessly pushed the door open and was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Su Huicheng was curled up in the corner of the bed, disheveled, exposing large patches of white skin, trembling all over. Zhu Chongwen was holding his limb member, looking distressed. "Xiao Wu, where is it supposed to go?" At that moment, Zhu Jiwu wanted to turn around and leave, but recalling his parents' instructions, he steeled himself and went in. That night would become a shadow over Su Huicheng's future. Zhu Jiwu restrained her struggles and resistance at the head of the bed, teaching Zhu Chongwen step by step how to perform the wedding night ritual until it was completed. Zhu Chongwen lasted less than 10 seconds. Zhu Jiwu looked at the 2 soft mounds on Su Huicheng's chest, swallowing hard. Then he lowered his gaze to her vacant eyes, unconsciously loosening his grip on her. Su Huicheng had completely stopped moving, lying there numb like a corpse. Her eyes were wide open, but her focus was lost. After Zhu Chongwen stood up, he rubbed his eyes and wanted to sleep. Zhu Jiwu reached out to touch Su Huicheng's forehead, then helped her pull up the blanket, saying, "This will be your home from now on, so just settle down." When she heard the word home, her eyes blinked, then she fell into an even more desperate darkness. The next day, Su Huicheng jumped into a well. Fortunately, she was discovered in time, and Zhu Jiwu pulled her out, seeing her lifeless appearance. The Zhu family feared she might attempt to end her life again, so they tied her up and stuffed a cloth in her mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue. While feeding her, Zhu Jiwu said gruffly, "Give me a nephew. If my parents are happy, they will naturally treat you well." Su Huicheng lay in bed all day, drifting away, wanted to die, but unable to. Day by day, her will to live gradually diminished. Chapter 55. One day, while feeding Su Huicheng, Zhu Jiwu noticed her suddenly retching. Zhu's parents were surprised and thought she might be pregnant. They called in an experienced doctor to examine her, but the result was that she was not pregnant. Su Huicheng's condition was due to the torment she had endured for over 2 months, which had left her weak and exhausted. Perhaps because she was unwell, the Zhu family's attitude softened slightly. They stopped tying her up and gave her a small courtyard behind a room to move around in. After the impulse to commit suicide subsided, Su Huicheng began to think about escaping. She still had her parents and younger brother waiting for her. They must be missing her now. She couldn't just die like this. However, Zhu's mother kept a close watch, and Su Huicheng was caught after only a few steps of her escape attempt. Isolated from the outside world, her eyes had completely lost their light. Zhu Chongwen no longer needed Zhu Jiwu's help. Zhu Jiwu tied Su Huicheng up in advance, and then Zhu Chongwen came in to go through the motions. He had little interest in this matter. If it weren't for Zhu Jiwu's orders, he would have preferred to sleep. When Zhu Jiwu came in to tie Su Huicheng, she glared at him hatefully, kicking and biting him. But ultimately, she couldn't withstand his brutality. One day, Zhu Jiwu somehow found a camera and said it was for taking a couple's photo of his elder brother and sister-in-law. Su Huicheng's eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at the camera. Zhu Jiwu's face darkened as he grabbed her hair and shouted, "Smile." She spat at him. Furious, he tried to slam her head against the door. Zhu Chongwen was startled and rushed over, calling out, "Wife, be careful." At that moment, Su Huicheng contemplated ending it all again, but Zhu Jiwu stopped just in time. Zhu Chongwen hugged her, patting her chest and saying, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt." Zhu Jiwu glared at her in Zhu Chongwen's embrace, warning, "If you glare at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out." Su Huicheng avoided Zhu Jiwu's fierce gaze and buried her head against Zhu Chongwen. In the end, Zhu Chongwen scratched his head for a long time before managing to make Su Huicheng's expression soften a little, but she still looked very unwilling. Zhu Chongwen probably realized he had upset her, so he didn't dare get too close, but he bent down to hug her. Su Huicheng never saw that photo. After Zhu Jiwu took it, there was no further mention of it. Later, he frequently fiddled with the camera, and the Zhu family had no idea what he was actually photographing. Su Huicheng lived a year of imprisonment in that remote mountain village, and she still hadn't become pregnant. The following year, Zhu Jiwu went out to work with 2 or 3 strong men from another village. Before leaving, he tricked Zhu Chongwen into leaving the room. Su Huicheng felt very alert. She always thought Zhu Jiwu's gaze was terrifying, sending chills down her spine. She even wanted to call Zhu Chongwen back. Zhu Jiwu stood in the shadows, his wolf-like eyes scanning her from head to toe. She forced herself to stay calm and stepped outside. He lunged at her directly. Su Huicheng spent the past year practically fighting against him. Zhu Jiwu tore open her clothes and saw her chest rise and fall. He was breathing heavily. He bit down on her. She grabbed his hair and pulled hard, her nails digging into his ears. Zhu Jiwu couldn't learn to be gentle. He threw her aside. Her waist hit the edge of the table, and she didn't care about the pain as she frantically grabbed for something on the table, then seized a pair of scissors and lunged at him. He caught her wrist, dodged the attack, and tossed her onto the bed. At that moment, Zhu Chongwen's voice came from outside. "Wife, I have flowers for you." Zhu Jiwu's movements froze. Hearing Zhu Chongwen's footsteps approaching, he quickly straightened his clothes and left the bedside. Su Huicheng scrambled up and swung the scissors, hitting Zhu Jiwu right in the groin. Zhu Jiwu didn't talk much about the injury. He followed his original plan and went to City D with his friends. A year later, he became successful. However, when he returned home, he was met with the ruins of the Zhu family and the gossip about Su Huicheng. In that year, Su Huicheng was determined to escape. Zhu Jiwu had left, but Zhu's mother was harsh and bitter, seeing that Su Huicheng's belly showed no signs of pregnancy. Zhu's mother grew increasingly furious, feeling she had bought a hen that wouldn't lay eggs. So, she scolded and beat Su Huicheng, even teaming up with Zhu's father to chain her up. In the Zhu family, the only one who treated Su Huicheng decently was Zhu Chongwen. However, he was foolish. He would hold her and cry, saying, "Wife, don't be afraid," but he didn't know how to save her. Su Huicheng's spirit was worn down. She felt like a dog, submitting to Zhu's mother's ferocity. Sometimes, she thought she might already be dead. Otherwise, how could she be trapped in hell? She had been outside for so long that she had forgotten how long she had been there. She didn't even know if she would ever have the chance to see her parents and brother again in her lifetime. She often fell ill. At first, Zhu's mother didn't care, just giving her some medicine. Later, Su Huicheng developed a high fever. Zhu Chongwen cried beside her, anxious and restless, pressing his face against hers. Mumbling, "Wife, wife." She showed no response. He ran out crying for help, which happened to attract the attention of a male doctor visiting the Zhu family. Su Huicheng's life was saved, and then the rumors about her and the male doctor began. Zhu Jiwu heard that Su Huicheng had sacrificed her dignity to escape and seduced the male doctor into bed. Initially, the male doctor came to treat her occasionally, but later he began visiting frequently. Zhu's mother was unhappy and deliberately tried to drive him away. Unexpectedly, one night, the male doctor climbed over the Zhu family's wall and was caught on the spot. Zhu's mother was furious, yelling for Su Huicheng to come out and slapping her several times. The villagers finally saw the daughter-in-law that the Zhu family had bought. Su Huicheng's previously dark complexion had faded, leaving her with a sickly pallor. Some men who saw her couldn't help but be captivated, and upon hearing that she had an affair with the male doctor, they thought she had an alluring charm. The Zhu family became restless. Those men, either intentionally or unintentionally, came to visit the Zhu family. Moreover, some relatives of village officials, under the pretext of visiting the Zhu family's daughter-in-law, left the impression that they were her saviors. Zhu Jiwu also heard that those men one by one ended up in Su Huicheng's bed, and she welcomed them all. Eventually, Su Huicheng really did escape. Shortly after she left, a great fire broke out at the Zhu family home. Villagers described seeing Zhu's father and mother inside, unable to escape as the fire started at the courtyard gate. Outside, no one could get in, so they burned to death. Zhu Changwen, who had gone to pick flowers for his wife that morning, saw the fire upon returning and foolishly shouted, "Dad, Mom, wife," before running in. There was no saving him. Zhu Jiwu chased after her. This village was hard to access. Su Huicheng left on the male doctor's motorcycle. Zhu Jiwu recalled the motorcycle he had passed by when he returned, a man he didn't recognize and a woman wearing a helmet, so he hadn't paid attention. It must have been Su Huicheng. There was only one road leading to the county town. Zhu Jiwu's interception was expected. Su Huicheng hadn't seen him in over a year, and now she looked even paler with fright. The male doctor was easily taken down. Zhu Jiwu dragged Su Huicheng back to the village, saying, "You could have left, but why did you have to burn them alive?" Su Huicheng was shocked. She had no idea about the fire. Although she hated the Zhu family, she didn't have the courage to commit murder and arson. A village official stepped forward to accuse her of arson, and the villagers murmured against her. She couldn't defend herself. Clearly, she had been persecuted for 2 years. Yet in the end, she bore the blame for 3 lives. During the time Zhu Jiwu was handling the aftermath, she was detained at the village chief's house. Zhu Jiwu instructed the village chief not to move her yet, because he was now different from before, and the village officials treated him with respect. The village chief's nephew, who had long desired Su Huicheng but had not yet obtained her, thought this opportunity was rare and intended to take action at night. Unexpectedly, he was caught red-handed by Zhu Jiwu. Zhu Jiwu recalled the earlier rumors and felt a surge of anger, wishing he could strangle Su Huicheng. He took her back to D City, where he started a small business that was just right for her as a loose woman. Upon learning about the nature of that small business, Su Huicheng suddenly no longer cherished her life. She struggled hard to find an opportunity to escape, only to end up in an even more terrifying abyss. The villagers spread rumors that she was seducing the male doctor, but the truth was that the male doctor was merely helping her with her illness. Su Huicheng's condition worsened, and her high fever persisted. Zhu's mother had long lost interest and had told the male doctor to stop meddling. The male doctor knew that if Su Huicheng's condition continued to deteriorate, it could become life-threatening. He had no choice but to climb over the wall to enter her room. Meanwhile, the men who had intentions towards Su Huicheng had not succeeded. But the more they failed, the more they slandered her. Now, Zhu Jiwu would not listen to her explanations, firmly believing that where there is smoke, there is fire. He laughed boisterously, saying, "I don't care who you've been with. As long as you are in my shop, you're here to make money for me." At that moment, Su Huicheng truly wished to die. She saw no hope and felt exhausted. However, a sudden earthquake reignited her attachment to her family. She trembled as she begged Zhu Jiwu to help her find out about the earthquake. Zhu Jiwu agreed, but out of selfish motives, he needed leverage to control her. He could not let her die. He wanted her to live and then suffer with him for eternity. Throughout his life, Zhu Jiwu never confessed his feelings to the girl he fell in love with at first sight. He started off on the wrong foot due to his parents' decisions. And after that, he made one mistake after another. Countless nights, he wished to possess her, hoping that the man who held her down would be himself. But he could not have her. Her scissors destroyed his male pride. Zhu Jiwu's physical wounds were unbearable, and Hayakawa Rihu did not know where to take him. Yet he felt that ending his life this way would be fine. He remembered the first time he met Su Huicheng, smiling like a flower. At that time, he had never anticipated that his obsession with her would deepen to a point beyond his imagination. Zhu Jiwu closed his eyes. If only time could be rewound. If. He opened his eyes again. There were no ifs. She would never be his in this lifetime. He closed his eyes once more. Chapter 56. Yukai once asked Zhong Ding if he needed to investigate Su Huicheng's past. Zhong Ding refused at the time. However, after seeing the photos from Zhu Jiwu's room, Zhong Ding couldn't wait to learn about her past, no matter how painful those memories might be. He got into the car, sent a text message to Yukai, and then drove away. In fact, Zhong Ding knew why Su Huicheng had compromised with Zhu Jiwu. Recently, Chuan Rihui had received news that Zhu Jiwu was going to teach Su Huicheng's brother a lesson. She promptly informed Zhong Ding, and as a result, Zhu Jiwu's men were thwarted. Zhong Ding had lost such familial affection in his own family. He wondered if, by continuing with Su Huicheng, there would come a day when he would hold such a high position in her heart as well. Su Huicheng left the lamp on. She waited for Zhong Ding until she got sleepy and eventually fell asleep. She didn't sleep too deeply, so she woke up as soon as he entered the room. Rubbing her eyes and squinting, she said, "You're back." Zhong Ding turned off the lamp, lay down beside her, and buried his face in her shoulder. She opened her eyes and stared at the dark ceiling. Ever since they started sharing a bed, he didn't allow her to wear heavy pajamas, so she had to switch to low-cut thermal wear to satisfy his preference. Now, her bare shoulders felt slightly damp. Su Huicheng's hands first fumbled on the sheets, then slowly lifted to embrace him. This man was so powerful in her heart that she would rather he was like sand in her eyes than admit he was crying. He held her tighter. She turned her head and kissed his hair, gently stroking his back. After learning that Zhong Ding and Xiao Yan were the same person, Su Huicheng had thought that she should be afraid of being with a man with a dual personality. But she felt very calm. What did it matter if he was split? In the dark, dreary days of the past, who had treated her like Zhong Ding did? Zhong Ding held her, and his emotions gradually calmed down. After the fight with Zhu Jiwu, his mind was still drifting. He couldn't forget the photos in that room. He needed her to soothe his pain. He began to kiss her lightly on the shoulder. Su Huicheng was taken aback. They had only confirmed their relationship a couple of days ago, yet the intimacy felt excessive. In the past, her flirtation was all an act, and her moans were quite vulgar. Now, in Zhong Ding's arms, she still felt nervous. She wanted to be her most authentic self with him, but her body was unresponsive. Moreover, she couldn't bring herself to say those suggestive words now. She was afraid Zhong Ding would think she was dull and that she was rejecting him. Zhong Ding lifted his head and gently scraped her nose with his finger. "Relax, it's not our first time." She wanted to tell him that she wasn't unwilling to be with him, but she had shadows in her heart. However, the words stopped at her lips. He cupped her face and kissed her deeply. He knew that her coldness wasn't physical, but psychological. Su Huicheng didn't know if the intimate moments between men and women in love were always like this. Zhong Ding would be very patient at first. In bed, he wouldn't disdain her fullness, but would kiss her over and over again. His tender approach made her feel as if he had already bowed down before her. In the darkness, Su Huicheng couldn't see anything. All she felt was his warmth. Gradually, she rested her hand on his arm, and she could hardly tell whose body was warmer. She clung to him tighter and tighter, her soft breaths turning into low moans. Zhong Ding's tenderness was only limited to before she became emotionally involved. After he ran out of patience, his advances would become quite aggressive. After all, his essence was still that of a wolf. Su Huicheng cherished the morning time. Zhong Ding's body temperature was always higher than hers, and she woke up pressed against him. Cuddling beside him felt warm and beautiful, like a dream. If she could, she truly hoped this dream would last forever. Zhong Ding's fingers ran through her hair, and seeing her smiling eyes made him feel happy. "Do you feel lucky to have a handsome guy warming your bed?" Su Huicheng looked up at him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and smiled. "Handsome guy." Of course. It was a typical Zhong Ding response. She nestled into his chest, held him for a while, then looked up and said, "I need to get up and make breakfast." "No need to rush," he said, pinching the flesh at her waist. "Just let Aunt Wong prepare a bit." Su Huicheng was taken aback. Isn't Aunt Wong home for the new year? She couldn't get a ticket, so she came back. Without household chores to occupy her, Su Huicheng suddenly found herself with a lot of free time, making her feel a bit lost. Zhong Ding didn't let her feel lost for too long. After breakfast, he took her out on a date. Su Huicheng was no longer in heavy makeup. Her natural face made the difference in their appearances much smaller. In the past, she always sat in the back seat of his car, but today, surprisingly, Zhong Ding allowed her to sit in the front passenger seat. She thought he had planned their itinerary before leaving, but when they got out, he asked, "What do people usually do on a date?" "I don't know." "Then let's go shopping." In Zhong Ding's mind, this was probably the only pastime he shared with women that didn't involve anything sexual. Zhong Ding was a spender, while Su Huicheng had developed a habit of frugality. Previously, due to the debt owed to Zhu Jiwu, She had only thought about saving money. After leaving his store, she tugged at his sleeve and softly said, "Don't buy too much." Zhong Ding turned his head and replied, "It's the new year. You should wear new clothes." Then he intertwined his fingers with hers and asked, "Where do you want to go for the new year?" Su Huicheng hadn't thought about that question. She felt so isolated in this city for the past few years. Her new year had been about eating the dishes her mother used to prepare, reminiscing about the happiness she once had. There was nothing else. She asked, "Aren't you spending the new year with your parents?" "Just a casual meal with them," he said, brushing her bangs. "I'll be back after dinner." Su Huicheng knew she shouldn't show her joy so obviously, but she couldn't help it. The corners of her mouth kept curling up. She finally had a new year to look forward to. Su Huicheng's gathering with Kong Xin had been delayed due to various matters on Kong Xin's side. It wasn't until the club really collapsed that Kong Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She took the initiative to contact Su Huicheng and arrange to have a meal together. Kong Xin was already sitting in the restaurant early. She had lost some weight, but still looked beautiful. When Su Huicheng took her seat, Kong Xin exclaimed, "Shansha, you look more beautiful." Su Huicheng's features were still the same, but her eyes were noticeably brighter, and she had developed a hint of femininity. Really? Su Huicheng looked at herself every day and didn't feel much difference. It was Zhong Ding who teased her this morning, saying she was getting fatter. "You now." Kong Xin picked up her coffee and took a small sip. After hesitating, she continued, "Are you still with Zhong Ding?" Su Huicheng felt a bit shy and lowered her eyes, nodding. Kong Xin noticed the blush on Su Huicheng's cheeks and smiled. "Congratulations." "Thank you." Kong Xin didn't ask too much about Zhong Ding. She assumed it was just a sugar daddy situation. She changed the subject and reminded her, "While he still dotes on you, you should start preparing for your future." Kong Xin was worried that after Zhong Ding was done with her, Su Huicheng wouldn't have gained anything. Su Huicheng was taken aback by this and, after pondering, understood. She shook her head. "I already owe him too much." She is well aware of the identity gap between her and him. She does not expect him to give her a formal title. As long as he needs her, she will stay by his side until he gets tired of her. Kong Xin sighed. After all, she has been in this world for several years. "How can you still be so stubborn?" "Mr. Zhong is really good to me, very good." Su Huicheng's words were resolute. In her eyes, Zhong Ding is a very simple man. As long as you follow him and coax him, he will be easy to talk to. Moreover, he does not hold her past against her. Kong Xin was taken aback. She felt that Zhong Ding must be just playing around. A wealthy family like that is not a place Su Huicheng can step into. However, seeing Su Huicheng fall headlong into it, Kong Xin didn't know what to say. She changed the topic to the club. The closure of the club was very sudden. Just a while ago, it was thriving with great momentum. Those exotic girls were all moneymakers. Zhu Jiwu even boasted about opening a chain store. Who would have thought that overnight, everything changed? Kong Xin happened to be working that night and avoided the police search. The next day, she heard the news and didn't dare to return to her apartment, fleeing directly to a neighboring city. Later, she saw on TV that many of her sisters had been arrested. At that moment, Kong Xin's feelings were very complicated. She finally left, but she could never return. Now, as she recounts her life these days to Su Huicheng, she feels a lot of emotions. She candidly said, "Shan Cha, I told you before that I entered this line of work voluntarily." Su Huicheng note that. "Was it for money?" Kong Xin paused, her tone sinking. "I also look down on myself. My family has been fishermen for generations, living in poverty. Later, I came here to work, hearing that this job pays well. So I took the plunge. When I first started, I was almost tortured to death several times. I swore I would become a top performer. In the end, Kong Xin succeeded, but she could no longer fight. She choked up. "I regret it now." "Don't think about the past. It's useless to think about it." Kong Xin smiled bitterly. "Yes, I don't want to think about it." Later, when mentioning Zhu Jiwu's criminal downfall, Kong Xin said, "Shan Cha, I used to think you were very ungrateful." Su Huicheng was stunned. Kong Xin smiled. "If you were a little gentler with Brother Wu, he should care for you." Su Huicheng turned pale. "He has done so many terrible things. I only feel fear and hatred towards him." Kong Xin lamented, "You are really foolish." She had long seen that Zhu Jiwu was infatuated with Su Huicheng to the point of desperation. So whenever it came to Su Huicheng, he would go crazy. Su Huicheng trembled her lips. I hate him. Kong Xin exhaled. That's just being too foolish. After a simple meal, the two walked out of the restaurant. Su Huicheng inadvertently turned her head and saw Zhong Ding leaning against the car door not far away, with long arms and legs, very alluring. She was overjoyed and wanted to rush over to him, hurriedly saying goodbye to Kong Xin. Let's get together again when we have time. Okay. Kong Xin watched Su Huicheng jog into Zhong Ding's arms. Su Huicheng's smiling profile in the colorful street scene was particularly striking. That man, who seemed like a devil in Kong Xion's eyes, was actually smiling too. His gaze towards the woman in his arms was filled with an intimacy that seemed oblivious to the world. At that moment, Kong Xian wanted to take back her earlier words. Given Su Huicheng's personality, if it weren't for Zhu Jiwu hurting her too deeply, how could she give no chances at all? Su Huicheng is not too foolish. She just hasn't developed Stockholm Syndrome. Chapter 57. The Spring Festival is a big holiday. Therefore, Shen Songyin prepared to dress up splendidly to pay an early New Year's visit to her future in-laws. While selecting clothes in the wardrobe, she murmured, in modern society, where can you find a daughter-in-law like me who is well-read and sensible? This row of wardrobes is filled with extravagant and luxurious clothing, which is truly far from being well-read and sensible. After browsing through all the wardrobes, she walked out of the room, proudly saying, fortunately, this house has 3 dressing rooms. In another room, there are low-key and simple outfits. However, Shen Songyin stood outside the door, hesitating to step in, until a woman hurried over, raised the clapperboard in her hand, and shouted, the beautiful daughter-in-law of the Zhong family. Scene 22, action. Shen Songyin's expression changed suddenly, and she gracefully moved her steps, resembling a virtuous lady. She turned back to the woman and said, little maid, you are late today. The little maid cooperatively replied, please punish me, Mississippi. It won't happen again. Shen Songyin smiled. The news of Zhong Ding openly dating a mistress had already reached both the Zhong and Shen families. As far as the Zhong family is concerned, as long as the marriage between Zhong Ding and Shen Songyin does not have any issues, they will turn a blind eye to his indulgences outside. However, that banquet was somewhat out of line, especially after Zhong Mu heard that Shen Songyin was looking forward to attending with Zhong Ding. Zhong Mu's attitude towards Shen Songyin during the visit was very polite. Both sides had a sense of formality. My son has been mischievous since he was young. Some things, after being exaggerated, become further from the truth. Zhong Mu lightly stirred the tea in her cup and thought, when he comes back later, I will talk to him. Shen Songyin lowered her brows and smiled softly, man. Well, it's inevitable to have flings outside. Zhong Mu smiled even more kindly. Yinzi is so understanding, my son is really lucky. Shen Songyin shyly lowered her gaze. Her cheeks flushed. Zhong Mu secretly observed Shen Songyin. The Zhong family had seen Shen Songyin before, but not closely. The Zhong family cares about the genes of the next generation. Zhong Ding's appearance inherits the advantages of both parents, which also gives him the capital for narcissism. Shen Songyin's looks and figure were impeccable, and with the Shen surname background, the Zhong family naturally welcomed this marriage. These marriages, everyone knows, are just transactions. The parties involved had not even met before their lifetime commitments were set. However, Shen Songyin's current performance seemed to indicate that she had some feelings for Zhong Ding. Zhong Mu sipped her hot tea. She and Zhong Ding were not close. For Zhong Mu and Zhong Fu, this Zhong family was probably just a short-term rental hotel. They would come back for a few days during the holidays, and for the rest of the time, they would go their separate ways. Zhong Fu kept a mistress outside, and Zhong Mu's other accomplice was someone else. Sometimes, when Zhong Mu looked at Zhong Ding's distant demeanor, she would reminisce about her other son. That son was so outstanding that her scales completely tipped. She even felt that apart from Zhong Ding's appearance and family background, there were no other shining points. Appearance is given by parents. Background is too. In other words, Zhong Ding is nothing without the Zhong family. Zhong Mu believed that Shen Songyin was infatuated with Zhong Ding's looks. Once his true nature was revealed, Shen Songyin would suffer. After visiting Zhong Mu, Shen Songyin went to see Old Master Zhong. When Old Master Zhong saw Shen Songyin's dignified face, he gave a faint hum. Shen Songyan followed the etiquette and greeted both Grandpa Zhong and Grandma Zhong one by one. The elder's attitude was not very familiar. After chatting for a while, the conversation lost its topic. Finally, Grandma Zhong spoke up to invite Shen Songyan to stay for a meal, which would be a good opportunity to cultivate feelings with Zhong Ding. Shen Songyan shyly agreed and then retreated. As she came out, she glanced back at the luxurious building and whispered, "If I have to stay in such a stuffy place for a lifetime, that would be really pitiful." She wandered around the Zhong family, and from a distance in the corridor, she saw Zhong Ding's figure. She smiled sweetly, staring at him. Zhong Ding glanced at her from the corner of his eye and then turned his gaze away, intending to walk forward. Shen Songyan slowly approached, swaying gracefully. "Mr. Fiancé, we really are fated." Zhong Ding pretended not to see. "There are 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour. Why do we meet at this moment?" She intonated, "This is all Cupid's arrow, tying our hearts together." "Who are you?" He remained as cold as ever. "Mr. Fiancé actually forgot me." She gasped and said sadly, "I also know that a versatile beauty like me leaves unforgettable ripples in your heart with every image, so you only remember the last one." Zhong Ding ignored her and was about to brush past her. She stepped aside just in time to block his way. Finally, he looked directly at her. "Mr. Fiancé." Shen Songyan blinked and sent him a flirtatious look. "We're getting engaged next month. Didn't you say that during the new year we should cultivate our feelings?" Zhong Ding smirked sarcastically. "How does my fiancé you want to cultivate?" "Oh." She covered her cheek, feeling very shy. "I'm such a pure little fresh girl. I haven't thought of anything else. The best moments should be saved for the wedding day." "That is natural." His gaze wandered over her figure. Shen Songyan was slender and well-proportioned, more in line with contemporary aesthetics than the one at home. Shen Songyan's eyes sparkled with a smile. "Then, Mr. Fiancé, there's no time like the present. Let's start cultivating today." "No time." Zhong Ding withdrew his gaze and walked around her. Her expression turned sorrowful. "What could be more important than accompanying your fiancé?" Zhong Ding didn't look back. "I want to accompany my girlfriend." The atmosphere during the meal at the Zhong family was very dull. Occasionally, Grandma Zhong would chat a few words with Shen Songyan, reminding Zhong Ding to take good care of his future wife. Zhong Ding replied indifferently, but showed no signs of action. Shen Songyan's bashful expressions and occasional affectionate glances at Zhong Ding made Zhong Mu also glance over at Zhong Ding. The Zhong family did not find Zhong Ding particularly outstanding, because he had achieved nothing. He was originally doing well in college, but suddenly dropped out. According to the rules, he was supposed to inherit the Zhong family's business, but he had no business talent. In the end, Zhong Ding just held the title of a shareholder. The one really in charge was actually Zhong Fu's illegitimate son. Zhong Mu thought that Zhong Ding might be the most failed genetic product of the Zhong family. Shen Songyan did not linger long. After finishing the meal, she returned home. Zhong Ding, following Grandpa Zhong's orders, saw her off from the Zhong residence. At parting, Shen Songyan took out a handkerchief, sighed softly, "Mr. Fiancé, if you want to develop our relationship, please contact me. My phone is on for you 24 hours. Whatever." Zhong Ding thought his task of seeing her off was completed and turned to leave. Shen Songyan waved the handkerchief and called out, "Mr. Fiancé, don't miss me too much," until his figure turned into a side street. She slowly folded the handkerchief and walked towards the waiting car at the door. She opened the car door and elegantly got in. The little maid in the car held up the clapperboard, "The beautiful daughter-in-law of the Zhong family. Scene 22. Cut." Shen Songyan let out a long breath and said, "I've worked so hard without any appearance fee. I really have a laborious fate." The little maid's eye twitched. That rival lady is really impressive. She stole my Mr. Fiancé away." Shen Songyan shook her head and sighed. "In this day and age, the original partner is a vulnerable group. I think this future son-in-law is just playing around." The little maid handed her a bottle of water. Shen Songyan took a sip from the bottle. "Playing too much, his body must be weak. I'm really worried about him." The little maid couldn't help but roll her eyes. Su Huicheng had arranged the dinner location with Zhong Ding. During the time he returned to the Zhong family, she felt bored staying at home. So she decided to head out early to stroll around near the restaurant. Having lived in this city for 4 years, she still felt like a stranger. She had only been to the basic activity areas and hadn't explored other places. In this city, the population density drops sharply during the new year, and traffic becomes incredibly smooth. Kong Xin had already gone back to her hometown for the new year. Whether she would return here was still uncertain. Before leaving, Su Huicheng sincerely wished her, "I wish you all the best in your new life." "Thank you." Kong Xin smiled on the other end of the phone. She looked at the crowd in the waiting area, then turned to the gray-white sky outside. "If you have any difficulties in the future, remember to find me." After the thought of withdrawing crossed her mind, she began preparing financially. Therefore, she was still relatively well off in terms of money. Su Huicheng agreed. Perhaps the friendship between her and Kong Xin could be considered as friends. As she was browsing, Su Huicheng suddenly became attracted to the clothes in the window display. They seemed to be couple outfits. The style and colors were similar. The male was rugged, and the female was ethereal, yet they matched perfectly. The colors were warm-toned. Zhong Ding's clothing tended to be darker, while Xiao Yan's was more vibrant. However, the one she wanted to be a couple with was Zhong Ding. The unreachable feelings she had for Xiao Yan completely vanished after he overlapped with Zhong Ding. She was holding onto Zhong Ding, a man with a questionable past. Su Huicheng pushed open the shop door, and the sales assistant greeted her. "I'm sorry, but we only serve VIP members here." Su Huicheng was taken aback for a moment. Then she thought, forget it. After stepping back, she glanced again at the couple outfits. As an underground lover who couldn't be seen, she had no right to wear couple outfits with him. So, if she couldn't buy it, then so be it. After the shop, Su Huicheng lost the desire to continue browsing. She checked the time, estimating that Zhong Ding would arrive soon, so she went into the restaurant. After sitting down, she ordered a glass of juice and then texted Zhong Ding to report her whereabouts. She browsed through the text message history between her and Zhong Ding since the beginning and couldn't help but smile. A voice suddenly came from beside her. "Beautiful lady. Are you alone?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar. She looked up. The man opposite her was well-dressed and charming. It was Qiao Ling. Chapter 58. After Su Huicheng got together with Zhong Ding, she hadn't met any of his friends alone. In her perception, Chen Xingyue seemed to be the most normal among them. The others were all dressed-up beasts, especially Qiao Ling, from whom she had endured a slap. So she avoided him even more. Su Huicheng's smile became cautious. "I'm waiting for Mr. Zhong." Zhong Ding didn't like sitting in the lobby. Qiao Ling laughed. "Come on, let's wait in the private room." Her thoughts stalled for a moment. Then she maintained her politeness and said, "I told him I'm in the lobby." Qiao Ling snorted. "You sound quite confident." "Who gave you that confidence?" Zhong Ding. Su Huicheng was unclear about Qiao Ling's intentions, so she simply kept silent and looked down at her phone's dark screen. "Don't hang yourself there." Qiao Ling stared at her face. "He cares about you now, but who knows when he might kick you out." He frivolously reached out to touch her hair, and she hurriedly dodged, but was still caught by him. He squinted. "You haven't forgotten whose hair this is, have you?" "Mr. Qiao, I don't understand what you mean." "Whoever you sell yourself to, he can afford the price. And I can too." Su Huicheng caught on and looked up at Qiao Ling. "I don't do that anymore." Zhong Ding said, "We are in a relationship." "I'm not selling myself." Qiao Ling was taken aback by this response, and with a hint of disdain, he said, "Aren't you just doing that by being with him?" "No." She insisted firmly. Qiao Ling leaned back in his chair, mocking, "So what? The bed is for being his nanny." Su Huicheng stopped explaining, as no one would believe her. Even she thought that Zhong Ding must have been out of his mind to be in a romantic relationship with a woman like her. But if he wanted to be foolish, she would accompany him in his folly. "I used to think you were quite sensible. I hope you still are now." Qiao Ling stretched his posture, his gaze never leaving her. "Let me have some fun, and I'll give you double the price." Su Huicheng wanted to turn and leave, but reason made her hesitate. Zhong Ding and Qiao Ling had a deep friendship. She didn't want to offend Qiao Ling and could only emphasize, "I've left that line of work." Qiao Ling's anger surfaced subtly, but was carefully restrained. Suddenly, he leaned forward, grabbing her hair with slight force. He wondered what Zhong Ding's reaction would be if he pulled her scalp. Su Huicheng held her breath, having to lean closer to alleviate the pain of the tugging. Qiao Ling ultimately managed to control his temper, switching to caressing her cheek, feigning a smile. "Right, you used to serve many. Now you're just serving one. Your status has risen." She turned her face slightly to avoid his hand. "Don't think that just because you're with Zhong Ding, you can have the world." He looked at her with mockery, his face still smiling. as if a blackwood ear could blossom into a camellia. Su Huicheng's face turned pale. Her past could never be erased, especially in Zhong Ding's circle. Everyone knew what she had done. Following him, she had long prepared for such vicious words. She hid her hands under the table, tightly clenching her fists, desperately recalling the words Zhong Ding had said to her in bed. One by one, that was her support. He helped her regain the dignity she had lost for so long. Finally, she slapped Xiao Ling's hand away, controlled her breathing, and said, "I'm not selling myself. So please leave." Xiao Ling glanced towards the door, then stood up, revealing a suave smile, pulling Su Huicheng in and leaning down to kiss her. Su Huicheng was startled by his actions and couldn't dodge in time. Moreover, he pulled her roughly, causing her hands to hit the edge of the table. And for a moment, she couldn't retaliate. In her panic, she grabbed the edge of the tablecloth and suddenly yanked it. Warm tea splashed onto Xiao Ling's upper body, and the decorative vase rolled to the floor, clattering as knives and forks fell. He cursed under his breath, and after releasing her, shook off the tea that had dripped onto his hand. Amidst his embarrassment, he didn't forget to pretend to care, asking, "Did you get burned?" Zhong Ding stood not far away, quietly watching this scene. From his angle, all Su Huicheng left him was her back. The waiter had rushed over to Xiao Ling. It seemed Xiao Ling didn't notice Zhong Ding and was focused on wiping the stains off himself. Su Huicheng didn't want to confront Xiao Ling any longer. She grabbed her handbag and hurriedly turned to leave. Just as she turned, she saw Zhong Ding ahead. His expression was calm, and she didn't know how long he had been watching. She froze. At this moment, Su Huicheng suddenly had a thought. Between Xiao Ling and herself, Zhong Ding chose the former. Otherwise, why wouldn't he come over to help her? Zhong Ding secretly studied her. One side of her hair was slightly disheveled, and her cheeks had a hint of redness. He pondered what had caused that flush. Was it shyness or the indoor temperature? Due to the earlier commotion, several diners in the restaurant were looking over. Su Huicheng sensed those gazes and lowered her head to walk forward. She was getting closer to Zhong Ding. When they were 3 or 4 meters apart, she glanced at him and saw that his expression hadn't changed. So she looked down at the mosaic floor again. When she reached in front of him, she raised her hand to pull him. He remained indifferent to her movement. Summoning her courage, she held his hand. "Mr. Zhong." Zhong Ding let out a barely audible hum. "I didn't disturb you. You two were just unlucky, creating a scene while being affectionate." Su Huicheng choked for a moment, suddenly unable to discern whether his words were sincere or insincere. Seeing that she didn't respond, he smiled and said, "Did you not get the kiss? Not satisfying?" She was just about to speak when he pinched her chin, his eyes dark. "Isn't this a way to make it up to you?" The words fell on her lips. Su Huicheng's eyes widened. He was biting her, really biting, even drawing blood from her lips. His anger was clearly conveyed to her. She wanted to escape because it hurt. The jeering voices around them dissuaded her from that thought. Ultimately, she didn't want Zhong Ding to be embarrassed in public. When Su Huicheng, Zhong Ding, and Xiao Ling were sitting in the private room, there were still traces of blood on her lips. Both men looked rather displeased. Zhong Ding had one hand resting on Su Huicheng's waist, while the other played with his lighter. Xiao Ling looked at the man and woman across from him, their disguised smiles already gone. Among Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng's relationship, Chen Xingui's reaction was the calmest. The other sycophants, to varying degrees, held a contemptuous attitude towards Su Huicheng. However, out of respect for Zhong Ding, they didn't express it too overtly. They had all thought Zhong Ding was just playing around. If that were the case, finding a prostitute would be fine, easygoing and fun. But later, when Chen Xingui revealed that Zhong Ding was furious for a woman, Xiao Ling felt something was off. Over the years, Zhong Ding had lived quite indulgently. However, at the same time, the real power of the Zhong family was drifting further away from him. Xiao Ling could foresee that if things continued this way, Zhong Ding would eventually be finished. The current core of the Zhong family was Feng Yu. Feng Yu was said to be the child of Zhong Ding's father and the woman he deeply loved. Previously, due to his status as an illegitimate child, he remained obscure. Later, the Zhong family felt that Zhong Ding had accomplished nothing but squandered wealth. Then Feng Yu appeared. He lived up to expectations, bringing substantial profits to the company. Zhong Ding's father finally waited for an excellent opportunity to gradually elevate his beloved son to the top. Meanwhile, Zhong Ding, who was neither loved by his father nor close to his mother, merely held the title of the only son of the Zhong family due to blood ties. But how long could that title last? Once Feng Yu held significant power, Zhong Ding would still end up a loser. Xiaoling thought that Zhong Ding was already blessed by God to still have money to spend. Yet, Zhong Ding couldn't learn to be low-key, keeping a small mistress so openly. What Xiaoling wanted to resolve the most was that small mistress. He couldn't allow Zhong Ding to show any weaknesses. Zhong Ding's lighter clicked open and shut, making a very regular sound in the quiet room. Su Huicheng felt some resentment from the earlier kiss and turned her head to look out the window. Zhong Ding turned her head back, whispering in her ear, "Little camellia, you." He pointed at the wound on her lips, his eyes curving into a beautiful smile. He deliberately paused, then added, "I drew it." Chapter 59. Su Huicheng looked down at Zhong Ding's fingers, wanting to bite them, preferably hard enough to draw blood. Zhong Ding seemed to sense the crisis, withdrew his fingers, and said softly, "If you keep glaring, I'll continue to bite you when we get back." She glanced at him one last time before turning her head away, coincidentally meeting Xiaoling's gaze. The moment she locked eyes with Xiaoling, Zhong Ding's lighter suddenly snapped shut with a loud sound. Zhong Ding turned to Xiaoling and smiled gently. "Why aren't you ordering?" Xiaoling could feel Zhong Ding's hostility. He sensed a layer of gloom in Zhong Ding's eyes. Xiaoling knew that his previous behavior had led to Zhong Ding's misunderstanding. But this outcome only made Xiaoling more frustrated. Zhong Ding had never abandoned his brothers for a woman, especially not for someone like this. Xiaoling thought to himself while outwardly complying with Zhong Ding's question, pressing the service button. When the waiter came to take their orders, Xiaoling kindly asked, "What does Shan Chao want to eat?" Zhong Ding took Su Huicheng's hand and replied gently, "She likes to eat meat." He even pinched the area between her thumb and index finger. Su Huicheng looked at Zhong Ding in confusion, not saying a word. It was not her place to suggest what they should order, especially when Zhong Ding was in a bad mood. She wouldn't dare to provoke him. She didn't want to deal with him at all right now. During the meal, Su Huicheng stared at the exquisite dishes, feeling as if she were chewing on wax. Xiaoling, whether intentionally or not, brought up Zhong Ding and shunned Songyin's marriage several times. Zhong Ding's response was always, "Why refuse something that comes so easily?" Su Huicheng felt a wave of bitterness. She recalled hearing him say similar things before in Zalagu. But now, the nature of their relationship had completely changed. No matter how prepared she thought she was, she still couldn't be completely at ease. She didn't pay much attention to the conversation between the two men afterward, drifting in her own thoughts. However, she was still aware that Zhong Ding would occasionally pull her hand, pinching it as if he suddenly had ADHD. Whenever she shook him off, he would let go, but after a while, he would grab her again. Eventually, she just let him be. His engagement date was on the 25th of next month, which meant there was less than a month left. Su Huicheng thought that she had only been in a relationship for a short time. Once he was engaged, she would truly be a third party. She also didn't know how long Zhong Ding's novelty toward her would last. Thinking of this, she turned to look at Zhong Ding. He leaned slightly forward, smiling and asking, "Are you back to your senses?" His half-curved eyebrows and eyes were intentionally alluring, and the light in his gaze was brighter. Su Huicheng suddenly felt that she didn't want to care about any future. She just wanted to drown in that deep pool. She smiled back at him. Xiaoling found this meal rather tasteless. He sat across from the couple, watching their natural intimacy, feeling stifled. He had never seen Zhong Ding look so carefree. This woman must truly be a disaster. But aren't disasters usually stunning? How could she be worthy? If he bought Su Huicheng on Christmas Eve, she would probably be tortured to the point of losing half her life and wouldn't have the strength to climb up to his good buddy. Su Huicheng's temper gradually eased after being dazzled by Zhong Ding's good looks. Later, the pain on her lips brought her back to reality. On the way home, Zhong Ding tried to speak several times, but she responded absent-mindedly. Zhong Ding grew disinterested and said nothing more. When he got home, he tossed his car keys, went upstairs, and took a shower. Su Huicheng silently sat in the living room downstairs, watching TV. While drinking tea, she accidentally burned her wound and muttered, "Nervous disorder." After she said it, she realized he indeed had a nervous disorder. After Zhong Ding finished showering and didn't see Su Huicheng come upstairs. He leaned back on the sofa, fiddling with his phone, unlocking and locking it repeatedly. Then he tossed the phone aside and lit a cigarette. After inhaling some smoke, he looked toward the door, which was silent. Zhong Ding squinted his eyes, took a few more puffs of smoke, and finally took his phone again to make a call. Tian Xiuyun had not been in contact with Zhong Ding for a while. She was busy preparing for the spring festival. If he didn't reach out to her, she wouldn't bother to check on him. When she saw his call, she was a bit surprised. After greeting her mother, she walked into her room. Young Master Zhong. Tian Xiuyun's tone was consistently serious. Zhong Ding almost habitually smiled. Dr. Tian, your birthday is coming up. Aren't you happy? She pressed her lips together, avoiding his topic. It's late. Is there something you need, young Master Zhong? She heard him hum slightly on the other end, followed by a light cough, and then he spoke. I hurt my lips. Is there any ointment I can apply? Is it serious? Her first reaction was to think he must have forcibly kissed some decent woman and got bitten. Not serious. Zhong Ding was clear that he had controlled the force while biting. Otherwise, Su Huicheng's injury would have been worse. But thinking of the scene where she was close to Qiao Ling, Zhong Ding felt he should have bitten harder. Tian Xiuyun replied seriously. The third shelf of the medicine cabinet, yellow bottle. As expected, you're considerate. Zhong Ding's voice was deep and magnetic. You're truly my most caring family doctor. She replied earnestly, that's my job. Dr. Tian should also prepare some repair cream for herself. No need for young Master Zhong to worry. Tian Xiuyun remained unperturbed. If there is nothing else, I'll get back to my work. Zhong Ding chuckled, I'll hang up first. After Tian Xiuyun stared at the darkened screen for a moment, she left her room. She had worked for Zhong Ding for several years. It would be a lie to say she didn't care about him. He had deliberately created opportunities for her several times, and she was well aware, but she had never accepted them. In fact, every time Zhong Ding left an opening, she distanced herself from him even more. In Tian Xiuyun's eyes, Zhong Ding was just a spoiled rich kid who didn't work, played with women, and spent extravagantly. Therefore, even when he flirted with her from time to time, she maintained her rationality without any wavering. Tian Xiuyun couldn't see through Zhong Ding. His attitude was too ambiguous and too vague, so she didn't dare to take risks easily. She had also thought about whether she would muster the courage to take a step forward if Zhong Ding really cleared up that layer of fog. Zhong Ding found the ointment, but the woman downstairs still hadn't come up. He tore off his clothes and got into bed, texting, come back to sleep. Su Huicheng sat in the living room for a long time, long enough to finish an episode of a TV drama and a music program. When the text message sound rang, she glanced at the clock and continued humming along with the song on TV. Finally, she made her way upstairs because she was really tired. When Zhong Ding heard her open the door, he sat up and pulled out a cigarette. He got out of bed and walked into the living room, staring at the broken skin on her lips, murmuring, this painting isn't as good-looking as it was just now. Su Huicheng silently thought, childish. She lowered her head, not looking at him, and went directly into the bathroom. His expression darkened immediately. Zhong Ding had never coddled a woman. Of course, no woman dared to throw a tantrum in front of him. Su Huicheng was not sure if she was sulking, but she remained silent. After she finished showering, she still didn't say a word, quietly blow-drying her hair before getting into bed and pulling the blanket over most of her face. Zhong Ding's face grew colder. He casually turned off the light and immediately lunged at the woman who had turned her back to him. Su Huicheng was startled for a moment, and then her lips were covered by his palm. Her cries were muffled in his hand. Zhong Ding caressed her lips, gently licking her wound, and said in a low voice, it'd be best if it hurts you to death. His tone was fierce. She shrank back, casting him a resentful glance. Zhong Ding, while licking, deepened the kiss. One hand held her waist and hips, while the other tugged at her nightgown, his intentions becoming quite obvious. Su Huicheng sank into the pillow, slightly tilting her head to bear it. She knew he was angry. In previous encounters in bed, he would always start gently, but this time, he applied force and noticeably shortened the teasing time. He seemed unable to wait for her to react, but her body was slow and sluggish. If possible, she also hoped she could keep up with his pace at any time. When he lifted her left leg, she anxiously tightened up, still not ready. Zhong Ding coldly said, let me in first. Su Huicheng quickly wrapped her arms around his shoulder, pressing against his chest, it would hurt. Her voice was low and delicate, with a soft, pleading tone. His movements paused, feeling the pent-up frustration in his heart finally showing signs of dissipating. He pinched her hip and said in that tone, "Is it more comfortable when I kiss you, or is it your first kiss partner?" Hearing this, she stared blankly at him in the darkness. Zhong Ding seemed unaware of Qiao Yan's existence, and she didn't dare to easily reveal the truth to him. Zhong Ding, not receiving her timely response, felt a bit stiff and spoke. "You." Su Huicheng's words were light, yet powerful. Zhong Ding smiled. "So, whoever Mr. Qiao is, get lost." Zhong Ding held Su Huicheng's left breast and pecked at it, continuing, "Though your words are pleasant to hear, let me in first." Chapter 60 on New Year's Eve. Su Huicheng got up early to get busy. Zhong Ding originally asked Wang Sa to come over to help, but Su Huicheng declined, saying that Wang Sa also had to celebrate the new year at home and that she could manage on her own. He let her be. Su Huicheng made a menu and asked, "What do you like to eat?" "Anything," he replied, then added, "I want dessert." She paused her writing, raised her head, and asked, "Mr. Zhong, do you have a cavity?" Zhong Ding revealed his white teeth and said, "My teeth are good. I eat delicious food." She muttered, "You'll have a cavity sooner or later." He smiled. Su Huicheng was starting to change a bit. The docile personality she used to have was gradually shedding. Sometimes she would even quietly badmouth him. He was happy to indulge her, allowing this weathered flower to bloom differently in his world. Zhong Ding prepared to head back to the Zhong family in the evening. Just before stepping out, he turned back to Su Huicheng and said, "Wait for me to come back." She nodded with a smile, showing her little tiger teeth. He tucked this scene into his heart and then left. The New Year's Eve dinner at the Zhong family was grand and luxurious. In the Zhong family environment, the men were successful and suave, naturally surrounded by many admirers. Only a few acknowledged illegitimate children could dine with the family on New Year's Eve, and Feng Yu was naturally among them. Zhong's father once tried to change Feng Yu's surname to Zhong, but was opposed by Zhong's mother. Eventually, Zhong's father gave up. After all, power lay in Feng Yu's hands, and a mere surname was not worth competing with Zhong Ding over. Zhong's mother opposed it not out of pity for Zhong Ding, but simply for the shares under his name. She would rather protect an incompetent person than allow Feng Yu to dominate the Zhong family. When Zhong Ding drove into the Zhong family estate, he felt the air was stagnant. He loosened his collar and turned off the engine to get out. A parked SUV beside him still hadn't been registered. He glanced at it and walked toward the mansion. Once inside the banquet hall, he sat down in a corner and lit a cigarette. The Zhong family members all knew that Zhong Ding, the only young master, was just a nominal title. The ones they flattered were Feng Yu. Zhong Ding was happy to enjoy the peace and quiet. He watched Feng Yu, who was like a star surrounded by the moon, along with a bunch of nameless outsiders, squinting slightly as he exhaled swirling smoke. The truth was that these blood-related familial ties were not as valuable as his friendship with Chen Xingdui. From a distance, it seemed that Feng Yu's gaze turned toward this corner. Zhong Ding pinched the cigarette and lowered his eyes to play with his phone. Zhong Ding had timed his exit well. Soon, it was time to formally take their seats. At the long dining table, Zhong's mother sat with Zhong Ding, while Zhong's father and Feng Yu were on the other side. Feng Yu's mother, without a name or status, was not qualified to attend. Old Master Zhong gave a speech before the dishes were served. It was nothing more than a review of the past and a look toward the future. In his words, he expressed great expectations for Feng Yu, then glanced over Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding's face remained calm, showing no signs of sadness or joy. Old Master Zhong pondered, "Zhong Ding, don't let a yin down for the foundation she laid for you." Upon hearing this, Zhong's mother's eyes flashed with a glimmer. Her feelings for another son far surpassed those for Zhong Ding. She didn't even think of it as favoritism. Zhong Ding smiled, obediently adhering to his grandfather's teachings. Seeing Zhong Ding smile, Zhong's mother grew even more disgusted. A good son had left, leaving behind a mediocre one. If a yin were still here, Feng Yu's power wouldn't be as arrogant as it was now. Zhong Ding almost instantly sensed Zhong's mother's emotions. Across from him, Zhong's father only had eyes for Feng Yu. While Zhong's mother missed her deceased son, Zhong Ding stared at the daffodils in the vase on the table, wondering if the camellia at home was thinking of him even a little at this moment. After old Master Zhong finished speaking, the atmosphere became heavy. Delicate dishes were served. But Zhong Ding had no appetite. He had always looked down on this New Year's Eve dinner, and now he found it even more unappetizing. He yearned for the menu Su Huicheng had made earlier. She had also said she would reward him with dessert. She thought she was being mysterious, but it was actually quite silly. In contrast to Zhong Ding's disdain, Feng Yu praised the chef's skills. Old Master Zhong smiled kindly, his eyes glimmering as they shifted between Zhong Ding and Feng Yu. These grandsons, old Master Zhong couldn't say whether he loved them or not. The motto of the Zhong family was, "The victor is king." Old Master Zhong himself had climbed to the top of the pyramid, stepping on the blood of his brothers. He thought to himself that Zhong Ding would likely lose miserably. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the elders left the table. Zhong Ding picked up his car keys to leave. As he exited the mansion, Feng Yu called out from behind, "Brother." Zhong Ding didn't turn around and continued toward the parking lot, not believing that the call was directed at him. Feng Yu was persistent and called again, "Zhong Ding, brother." Zhong Ding treated it as if the wind had blown past his ears. Feng Yu's beautiful eyes turned cold, but then she smiled again and followed him, saying, "Zhong Ding, brother." Zhong Ding jumped into his car and started the engine. Feng Yu knocked on the car window, her innocent big eyes glistening with moisture. Zhong Ding glanced sideways out the window. Feng Yu knocked again. Zhong Ding rolled down the window and asked, "What?" "Brother, today is New Year's Eve." Feng Yu smiled, her face radiating youth. "It's a reunion night. Why don't you stay and chat with Mom and Dad?" "I'm not familiar with your parents," Zhong Ding replied coldly. And after finishing, he stepped on the gas and sped away. Feng Yu, clinging to the car window, was almost thrown off by the force of the car. After steadying herself, she put away her fake smile and got into the SUV. Sitting in the driver's seat, she didn't rush to start the engine, but first sniffed the air inside the car, as if she could smell something fragrant. Finally, she smiled and said, "Drive carefully." "Zhong Ding, brother." 2 kilometers after leaving the Zhong family, Zhong Ding parked the car. He rummaged through the trunk for some tools and punctured tire. On New Year's Eve, there were no taxis on the road. Zhong Ding stood in the night, calculating the possibility of walking back. He glanced at his watch. It was almost 9 o'clock. Silly Flower was waiting for him. Thus, Chen Xingui was called out to be his chauffeur that night. Zhong Ding only mentioned to Chen Xingui that his tire had burst. After getting into Chen Xingui's car, Zhong Ding asked, "Did the cable car manager not get found?" Chen Xingui's eyes darkened. Maybe he's been silenced. Zhong Ding snorted, as expected of the Zhong family bloodline. It was a sentence without a subject. "Aren't you too lucky?" Chen Xingui couldn't help but feel apprehensive at the thought of the cable car. "I think so too," Zhong Ding said, his eyes curving into a smile. "It's a blessing, not a curse." "How can you smile?" "Because calamities last 1,000 years." Zhong Ding lowered his eyes, concealing the coldness in them. Chen Xingui wanted to go to Zhong Ding's house for a meal, but Zhong Ding refused. "My family member is shy." "Your family member?" Chen Xingui frowned at that title. "You haven't forgotten that you're getting engaged next month, have you?" Zhong Ding laughed. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I really would have forgotten." Even with Chen Xingui's reminder, Zhong Ding couldn't recall the date of his engagement to Shun Songyan. He had never bothered to remember anything about that woman. After parting ways with Chen Xingui, Zhong Ding entered the elevator. Upon reaching the top floor, he suddenly stopped in the waiting area, looking toward the door of another unit. After a long moment, he walked over. He opened the door, stood at the entrance, scanned the darkness inside, and gently said, "Again, Happy New Year." The room was silent. Zhong Ding stood against the light, his face shrouded in darkness. The light from the public corridor cast shadows on the distorted wall paintings, making them look horrifying. "Mom and Dad miss you very much. So do Grandpa and Grandma, and Aunt, Chun Shuqin, and me. Happy New Year." The door was shut again. Just now, the mural skeleton that was clawing in the halo of light fell silent again. Su Huicheng heard the sound of the door opening and was overjoyed, Mr. Zhong. A big smile on her face almost dazzled Zhong Ding's eyes. He opened his arms. "I'm back." Su Huicheng was slightly surprised and immediately ran over. Perhaps because of the strong wind outside, the warmth in Zhong Ding's embrace was a bit low. She leaned against his chest. "I thought you would be back very late." He hugged her back and suddenly asked, "Did the little camellia miss me tonight?" She looked up at him, always. Ever since he left, she had been waiting for him to come back. Zhong Ding smiled, his eyes sparkling with a clear light. He pressed his forehead against hers. Looking at his reflection in her eyes, I was afraid you would miss me for too long, so I hurried back. She couldn't hide her joy. She liked the way he smiled, which made his features appear bright and refined. Su Huicheng usually preferred spicy food. But since she came to work as a cook for Zhong Ding, she had changed to a lighter diet because he couldn't eat spicy food. However, tonight she cooked a fragrant and spicy crispy meat dish. As she brought the dish out, she explained, "This is a dish we always eat at home during the New Year's Eve." It was also her spiritual solace. Zhong Ding glanced at the red chili peppers and had no intention of touching that dish. Just because she mentioned her family, he casually said, "I asked a friend to look for your parents." Su Huicheng was taken aback. There's still no news. The only clue he had was regarding her brother, whom Zhu Jiwu had sent people to surround last time. After she came to her senses, her eyes suddenly filled with tears, her voice trembling. "Mr. Zhou." No words could express her current surge of emotions. Zhong Ding pouted and covered her eyes with his palm. "You really cry ugly." Her tears soaked his palm. Thank you." He looked at the tears flowing from his hand. "Little Camellia, will you stay with me forever?" "I will. Why wouldn't I? Is that so?" Zhong Ding's eyes were like a new moon. "Once you promise, you must keep your word." Su Huicheng note that. "If one day you change your mind, just run away quickly." "Okay." She clearly didn't understand and was stunned. Zhong Ding released his hand, pulled her closer, and stroked her short hair. "Remember to run fast." He smiled kindly. He was afraid he would become addicted to this feeling of being cherished. If she ever had a change of heart, he wouldn't be able to control his malice. He would ruin her. Chapter 61, this year's Spring Festival. Su Huicheng would remember forever. All the past suffering and loneliness seemed to fade away in Zhong Ding's embrace. Zhong Ding only had a passionate reaction when he was in bed with her. He had a cold personality, a naturally sharp tongue, and never spoke sweet words, nor had he ever told her he liked her. But she knew he truly cared for her. His eyes would not lie to her. Su Huicheng adored his eyes, dark like ink when silent, and sparkling like stars when he smiled. She had previously thought her feelings for Qiao Yan were love, but now she understood that was merely a beautiful longing. True love resided with Zhong Ding. She felt confident and vibrant because of him. Even though she knew she wasn't worthy of him, she still wanted to wipe away the mud to get closer to him, to kiss him. During the spring festival, Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng traveled to a nearby city. There were no plans, just a casual drive. It was during this trip that Zhong Ding finally realized something important. He still didn't know his girlfriend's real name. While packing, Su Huicheng checked her ID to confirm its validity. Zhong Ding happened to catch this moment, suddenly snatching her ID, glancing at the photo, and thinking how silly she looked. Hearing this, she felt emotional. That photo had been taken because Zhu Jiwu had forced her to. This second-generation ID card, aside from a photo which she participated in, all the other procedures were handled by Zhu Jiwu. Zhong Ding's gaze moved to the name on the ID. So, his little camellia was named Su Huicheng. He then scrutinized her ID number, raising an eyebrow. "I thought you were at least 2 generations younger than me. But it turns out you're already at the age of Christmas trees." Su Huicheng couldn't tell whether it was a compliment or an insult, and she asked gloomily, "How old are you this year?" "Next year, I will be 30. He answered, then teased with a smirk, "Little camellia. Did your middle school teacher teach you what the age of standing is?" "They did." She snatched her ID back. Immature. A high schooler actually mocked a middle schooler. After Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng arrived at the hotel, the manager came out to greet them, his attitude respectful. "Mr. Zhong, hello." Zhong Ding responded dismissively, taking Su Huicheng's hand and walking towards the waiting area. The hotel arranged a top-floor suite overlooking the city, with neon lights visible in the night. Su Huicheng smiled and sighed. One can stand at the top and overlook the mountains. Zhong Ding casually leaned against the railing and replied, "It's cold at great heights." Her smile froze, and she turned to look at him. He half lowered his brows, gazing at the insignificant crowd below the tall buildings with a cold expression. Su Huicheng's intended rebuttal suddenly stopped. She thought someone as proud as Zhong Ding would enjoy the feeling of looking down on the world like an emperor. Zhong Ding's gaze shifted to her face, and he playfully flicked her nose, saying, "Look at how the handsome guy makes you drool." She almost raised her hand to wipe her lips, but just as she lifted her hand, she realized. She shot him an annoyed glare to express her dissatisfaction. He chuckled lightly, wrapping his hand around her head, and leaned in to kiss her. Zhong Ding's previous life, compared to Qiao Ling's, could hardly be considered indulgent. Sometimes he brought a companion not for intimacy, but for various games and gambling. He was naturally cold, and even in such matters, he had excellent self-control. In the past few days of being alone with Su Huicheng, he had never felt an urge to release. But now he enjoyed being close to her. He felt like he was becoming addicted. Watching a stiff woman slowly soften was incredibly fulfilling. Most importantly, he was sure that when she held him, she was thinking of him too. Su Huicheng was somewhat speechless. Clearly, just 2 hours ago, she and Zhong Ding were enjoying the scenery. How did it suddenly evolve into a bed scene? Afterwards, Zhong Ding got out of bed to take a shower. She lay there half-closed her eyes, not wanting to move. Suddenly, the ringtone of a phone startled her. She looked up towards the source of the sound. It was Zhong Ding's white phone. She stared at it directly. She still remembered that just a few days ago, she had met Xiao Yan. Since then, Zhong Ding had always been Zhong Ding. She didn't understand why he would fall into such a situation. In her heart, he was an unstoppable hero. How could he be overwhelmed? Zhong Ding came out with a towel around his head, and upon seeing Su Huicheng fixated on one point, he followed her gaze. Instantly, his expression turned cold. He went over to check the phone and then tossed it aside. Su Huicheng blinked, watching him come sit by the bed. She hesitated before speaking. "Your phone has been ringing for a long time. At least 4 missed calls." Zhong Ding pulled her close, his fingers habitually weaving through her hair. Seeing that he didn't respond to those calls, she fell silent. She snuggled against his waist, holding him tightly. A few drops of water from his hair fell on her face, cold and refreshing. Zhong Ding looked down at her resting on his waist and smiled. "Little camellia, do you want to do it again?" Su Huicheng instantly blushed, hurriedly pulling away from him, shaking her head. "No. Honestly, no." He pinched her nose. "Your nose has grown longer." "No, it hasn't. Don't deny it. You just want to do it again." Before she could argue back, he flipped over and pressed down on her. "As you wish." Just as Zhong Ding was getting into it, that white phone rang again. A gloomy look flashed in his eyes. The phone continued to ring, and after the two on the bed finished their round of cloud and rain, the call persisted. Finally, Zhong Ding answered the phone, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, his impatient expression suddenly shifted, softly calling, "Aunt." Su Huicheng lay there weakly, watching his profile, suddenly feeling a bit of loneliness in him at that moment. Zhong Ding put on a bathrobe and left the room. Her gaze followed his back. Even after he went to the outer room, she still stared at the door. She couldn't hear what he was saying on the phone, so she waited for him to return. She seemed to have just seen Xiao Yan. When Zhong Ding's figure re-entered her line of sight, Su Huicheng felt that perhaps the moment before was just her eyes playing tricks on her. He was still Zhong Ding. He came back and picked her up. Not knowing if he had gone out to the balcony to talk on the phone, his hands felt a bit cold. "Little camellia." Without needing many words, Su Huicheng could feel that he needed her. Zhong Ding's thoughts were in a daze, unable to distinguish who he really was. Sometimes he would fall into such a state where his memory was muddled, and inexplicably, he would find himself in another place. Just like on the morning of Christmas. He completely could not remember why he had woken up at Su Huicheng's house, or how she had welcomed him inside. A few years ago, this would happen occasionally. But later on, it slowly became a regular occurrence. Zhong Ding held the woman in his arms tightly, whispering in her ear, "Little camellia, who do you like?" After asking, he realized that if her answer didn't involve him, what should he do? "I like Mr. Zhong," she answered especially melodiously. He smiled and rewarded her with a kiss. The cable car incident was indeed a blessing, not a curse. He gained an unprecedented sincerity, and he was sinking into it, not wanting to come out. With her, he felt a sense of existence. He was not just Zhong Ding, the young master of the Zhong family, nor a substitute for anyone. He was just himself. In such high-end hotels, it was particularly easy to encounter people from the same social circle. After spending 2 days in S City, Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng planned to head to the next city. Before leaving, they were having a meal in the hotel restaurant when they unfortunately ran into some flies. Outside the revolving restaurant's window was a vast blue sky, and the adjacent compartment was semi-open. That group of flies passed by the compartment and peeked inside. The fly in front, upon recognizing Zhong Ding, stopped in his tracks. He clicked his tongue and said, "Oh, isn't this young Master Zhong?" Zhong Ding glanced over, too lazy to exchange pleasantries, and continued to pick his food. Flies are called flies because they naturally possess the trait of being clingy. The fly continued, "Young Master Zhong, why didn't you say hello when you came to play? If Feng Yu knows about this, he might blame me for neglecting his brother." This group of flies was all sent by Feng Yu, and the fly and Chun Xingde were sworn enemies. In other words, they were here to pick a fight. Zhong Ding put down his chopsticks, picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth, his movements elegant, exuding the aura of a wealthy young man. He smiled and said, "Say hello to you? I'm richer and more handsome than you. What if you get so self-conscious that you jump off a building? I would feel too sorry for my brother Feng Yu." The fly's face twisted. He was indeed ugly. Zhong Ding's words struck right at his sore spot. As he gritted his teeth, he suddenly caught sight of the woman sitting opposite Zhong Ding. The fly had heard Feng Yu mention something before. Zhong Ding had booked a low-end escort. How low-end? So low that she might not even get business standing on the street. The fly scrutinized Su Huicheng. Her appearance was quite clean, with delicate features and an indescribable charm. After Zhong Ding noticed the fly's gaze, a coldness seeped into his eyes. The fly shouted to the other fly behind him, "Hey, haven't we seen this woman somewhere?" The other fly understood and chimed in, "Yeah, she looks familiar." Su Huicheng was stunned. She didn't recognize these men at all. The fly revealed an extremely malicious smile. "Look at this little face. Wasn't she the one who played at our costume party last year? It really was her." The other fly drooled, "Damn, she had fun with several of our buddies. She's quite open-minded." Su Huicheng's face turned pale as she understood. The men behind her began to jeer. Unexpectedly, the fly looked proudly at Zhong Ding. "The girl we played with turned out to be picked up by young Master Zhong. How about it? Her skills are pretty good, right? All taught by our buddies. You should be paying us tuition." The group of flies laughed heartily. Zhong Ding curled his lips, but a frostiness was congealing in his eyes, dark and gloomy. His little tea flower skills were very inexperienced, and she called out softly. But everything about her was his. Only his. Chapter 62, the exaggerated laughter of the flies was like an axe, tearing open the wounds that Su Huicheng had just begun to heal, causing them to bleed once more. Her face was ashen and pale. In that moment, she found herself unable to utter any words of rebuttal. What they said was all lies. She knew that very well. However, she could not deny that indeed, there had been ugly men who had trampled her body. Even if she struggled to break free from her feelings of inferiority to embrace Zhong Ding, it did not mean that she had become strong enough to remain calm when others publicly mocked her and him. Zhong Ding flung something from his hand that struck Flies squarely in the neck. I let out a scream, clutching the painful spot. The others quickly moved forward, standing behind A. Seeing this, Zhong Ding's smile widened. He gently pulled Su Huicheng closer to him, brushing her bangs aside. "Don't be afraid, Zaikawa." Tears trembled in Su Huicheng's eyes, and she bit her lip, holding them back. His kiss left a mark at the corner of her eye, saying, "I'm here." She clutched his shirt tightly, still unable to say a word. His palm rested on her back, slowly patting her in a soothing manner. Fliza glanced at the dinner knife on the ground, and then at the blood on his hands, getting angrier. "Zhong Ding, do you know whose territory this is?" Zhong Ding turned his head, scanning the posture of the flies. "Yours?" "Perfect." Pressed his hand against the wound, feeling the blood flow more heavily, and growled. "You're asking for it." I had little contact with Zhong Ding, and most of what he knew came from Feng Yu's comments. His impression of Zhong Ding was that he was a coward. Moreover, he had 5 people on his side and assumed he had the upper hand. Seeing Zhong Ding approach with a strange smile, it was still somewhat relaxed. Therefore, when he leaned forward, arms flailing wildly yet grabbing nothing, he regretted it immensely. Zhong Ding stood by the window, his hair blowing in the cold wind. He pressed A's lower back and smiled at the other flies. "Aren't you going to come save him?" Flies B, C, D, and he exchanged glances, none daring to move. They hadn't anticipated Zhong Ding's speed. In the blink of an eye, before they could react, Zhong Ding had dragged A to the edge of the window, opened it, and pushed A out. "Let him go." Fliesby stammered, "Let's talk this out." Zhong Ding noticed A's wet pants and scoffed. How rude. A was entirely hanging out of the window, too scared to struggle, fearing that any movement would cause Zhong Ding to let go completely. Staring at the bustling traffic below, A felt tears and snot streaming down his face. "Help me." Zhong Ding looked at A's helplessness and sneered. "Don't think that even if one day I stop using the surname Zhong and change it to Su Ding or Xiao Ding, it'll all be up to you to judge me. I beg pathetically, it's my fault. It won't happen again. Didn't I hear you had something with my girlfriend?" Zhong Ding's casual tone made him nearly miss it. Catching the last part, I shouted, "No." Zhong Ding fell silent for a moment, then grabbed A's shirt and flung him aside. A crashed into a decorative vase and fell down the steps in a crawling position. His palm was cut by shards, but at that moment he still felt thankful. After all, the ground was safer. Flies B, C, D, and E finally moved, rushing over to help A up. "Listen carefully. Don't just play around with girls and say they're my girlfriend," Zhong Ding said coldly. "Or is it that you're too infatuated with my girlfriend, fantasizing wildly?" I shook his head like a rattle, smiling apologetically. I misjudged. Su Huicheng remained silent throughout. When Zhong Ding almost pushed A out the window, she hurriedly covered her mouth, stifling a gasp. She didn't know if following Zhong Ding had blurred her sense of right and wrong. She simply believed in him. Even if he went against the whole world, she would still choose to run into his arms. She watched him smile and reach out his hand to her, placing her left hand in his palm. His hand was warm. Both she and Zhong Ding intentionally avoided her past. She didn't speak, he didn't ask. But those were all facts. Moreover, his friends all knew. Su Huicheng suddenly spoke up once they got in the car. "I've never been to a costume party." "I know." Zhong Ding didn't rush to start the car, holding her hand. "It's okay, it's all in the past." Yukai had sent her information the day before. And after Su Huicheng fell asleep, Zhong Ding checked his email. He had already prepared himself mentally, but in the end, his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to inflict every conceivable torture on Zhu Jiwu. Afterward, he smoked for half an hour on the balcony. Yukai called suddenly, starting with a disjointed phrase. "It's all in the past." "Yeah," Zhong Ding replied, surrounded by smoke. "Good night," Yukai said before hanging up. Zhong Ding finally extinguished the cigarette. He had known all along that it was all in the past. Su Huicheng stared straight ahead, the wound that had been forcibly torn open still bleeding profusely. She was his burden. A person as proud as he was had to bear many strange looks because of her existence. He gazed at her profile, fingers entwining her hair. "Zayakawa." She began to choke up. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "I started messing around with relationships at 14, and it's been 15 years now. That is almost 4 times your age." After pausing, he asked, "Do you think I'm dirty?" Su Huicheng shook her head, tears falling. "Isn't that?" Zhong Ding pecked her earlobe and continued, "There are plenty of women who have one-night stands everywhere, and in the end, they still marry comfortably. Celebrities in the entertainment industry, after being used up, still have a bunch of fans chasing after them. Those dogs that bit you. Who remembers you?" He touched the area near her ribs. "Who has ever paid attention to your little mole? The only one who remembers your body is me, and the only one I remember is you. We are each other's firsts. Zayakawa, as long as you continue to treat me well like you do now, I will cherish you. Everything else doesn't matter. Just stay with me, okay?" Su Huicheng couldn't stop her tears. How could she not treat him well? She was utterly in love with him. Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng strolled until the 10th day of the new year before heading back. After returning to D-City, the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival had faded. The city resumed its busy pace. Of course, this had little to do with the 2 unemployed drifters. Occasionally, Su Huicheng saw an advertisement on TV about adult education. She felt a sense of yearning, but didn't know what she could study. A couple of days later, Zhong Ding took Su Huicheng to Yukai's model shop. Yukai still looked half asleep, rubbing his hands on his pants before extending one to her. "Hello, Yukai." "Hello." Su Huicheng politely shook hands. "I'm Su Huicheng." Yukai's gaze shifted between Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng. "Congratulations to you both." Su Huicheng was taken aback. She had prepared herself to face the disdainful looks from Zhong Ding's friends, just like Xiao Ling had. Yukai's words made her feel that he didn't know her past, which was why he was so calm. But whatever the reason, it made her happy. It turned out that she and Zhong Ding could also be blessed. Su Huicheng's joy was evident on her face. Zhong Ding saw it and smiled. That smile drew Yu Kai's attention. Yu Kai and Zhong Ding have known each other for over 10 years, and he has never looked at a woman with such loving eyes. Zhong Ding's emotional history is a blank slate. In middle school, there was a female teacher who took special care of him. At that time, he was in his rebellious teenage years. One night, after a tutoring session, the two ended up together. Once this kind of thing happened for the first time, there was bound to be a second time, and he naturally seized the opportunity. Later, when the video was exposed, Zhong Ding grew suspicious. He had no interest in filming, so this was the act of another party involved. However, no one would believe him. He became the target of public criticism. The Zhong family spent a considerable amount of money to send the female teacher away. Unexpectedly, due to some people's reckless exaggeration, the matter became very public. The Zhong family business faced various pressures as a result. Zhong Ding understood that it was just a peach-colored trap. He wasn't too disappointed at the time, probably because he hadn't developed feelings for the female teacher. However, because of this incident, he was grounded for 2 months. After that, he became very wary of beautiful women. Many women loved him, but until now, no woman was willing to understand him truly. Even Tian Xiuyan hesitated because of his superficial flamboyance. Fortunately, Zhong Ding met Shu Haifeng. Chapter 63. Zhong Ding's car, which was taken to the repair center on New Year's Eve, was left unattended since then. During his spring travels, the repair center called to say the car was ready and could be delivered any time. Zhong Ding replied that there was no rush. The day before Valentine's Day, the assistant of Old Master Zhong called to inform Zhong Ding that he was to go ring shopping with Shun Songyan the next day. Tomorrow? Zhong Ding's expression tightened. Yes. The assistant replied respectfully, per the old chairman's orders. Understood. Zhong Ding calmly hung up the phone. During dinner, Zhong Ding mentioned this to Su Huicheng, though he didn't go into details, just saying he had something to do tomorrow afternoon. Su Huicheng noted that their trip during the spring festival could be considered a date, so she didn't mind too much about Valentine's Day. Moreover, she was more concerned about his engagement. Su Huicheng was more invested in the engagement than Zhong Ding was. There was just over a week until his engagement banquet. Sometimes, when she thought about it, she felt uneasy, but there was nothing she could do. With his family background, he was destined to marry someone of equal status. Over a month ago, she even thought about giving him a congratulatory gift. Now, she didn't know what she could give him. Su Huicheng's disappointment didn't last long. She smiled again. She wasn't greedy. Being with Zhong Ding was already a stroke of luck for her. Since she couldn't give him an engagement gift, she could give him a Valentine's gift instead. Zhong Ding had the repair center return the car. When the technician delivered the car and signed off, he said, "Mr. Zhong, your tire was punctured by a nail, but it's actually a good thing. There was a problem with the fuel line. If you had driven another 5 or 6 kilometers, there might have been a risk of spontaneous combustion." Oh, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhong Ding's face. That was indeed turning misfortune into fortune. He drove the repaired car directly to the jewelry store as instructed by Old Master Zhong. The festive atmosphere on the street was vibrant, filled with pairs of gifts and ornaments. During his school days, on this day, girls would throw gifts at him in droves. He looked down on those. Later, as his bad reputation spread, the girls retreated. This year, however, he wanted to browse the shops with Su Huicheng. She probably hadn't enjoyed this holiday either. Shun Songyan was already waiting in the store. She had curled her hair and dyed most of it pink, pairing it with her extravagant makeup, making her look very striking. As soon as Zhong Ding entered, he saw her. She was looking at a design, flipping through it, seemingly dissatisfied. The staff respectfully greeted, "Welcome, Mr. Zhong." Shun Songyan looked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they locked onto Zhong Ding's. She closed the design book and gazed at his face, saying tenderly, "My fiancé, I've been waiting for you. You look as noble and cold as ever today. It's captivating." Zhong Ding's dark eyes gave nothing away. "Who are you?" She felt distressed, not expecting her new look to blind her fiancé. "New look?" He mocked with a smile. "Is it a mountain chicken or a turkey?" This was the so-called hit is love, scold is affection, a mix of overt mockery and hidden feelings. Shin Songyan giggled. "I'm very moved by every word of affection for my fiancé." Zhong Ding smiled faintly. "I think you'll be even more moved once we get married. Looking forward to it." She winked. Just imagining our happy married life makes me giddy. He scoffed. Aren't we here to pick out rings? I only have 20 minutes. She exclaimed, I'm so happy. My fiancé is such a busy and talented young man. Flattery, he replied. The staff led Zhong Ding and Shun Songyan to the VIP area. They passed a 10-meter-long display corridor with various new styles on both sides. Shun Songyan occasionally stopped to admire them closely. Zhong Ding kept his gaze straight ahead. As they were about to exit the corridor, she halted, looking at a limited edition couple's ring. Fiancé, come look at this. It's dazzling and completely designed for a handsome couple like us. Zhong Ding glanced over, but didn't he agree with Shun Songyan's taste? His attention was fixed on the next display. It was a simple, rugged style, low-key yet luxurious. At that moment, he unexpectedly thought of Su Huicheng's fingers, fair and slightly plump. Shin Songyan turned to look at him and then followed his gaze. She smiled. My fiancé wouldn't he be so simple, would he? Zhong Ding ignored her and withdrew his gaze, continuing forward. He had no freedom in marriage within the Zhong family, so he hadn't entertained thoughts of marrying Su Huicheng. Of course, he didn't believe that a piece of paper was that important. Marrying Shun Songyan was purely a formality, an arrangement by the family. Besides, as long as the Zhong and Shun families successfully allied, the Zhong family wouldn't cause trouble for Su Huicheng. Not long after Zhong Ding left, Su Huicheng also went out. She had made plans with him to have dinner at a restaurant that evening and wanted to choose a Valentine's gift for him first. In recent days, her living expenses had all been covered by him. She hadn't repaid a single cent of her previous debts. He even gave her a supplementary card, saying it was her pocket money. Since she was usually accompanied by him, she hadn't used that card at all. Su Huicheng wandered around the mall, but couldn't think of what to give him. Clothes? His wardrobe was full of custom-made items. As for jewelry, he never wore any. Watches? She often saw him change styles, so he probably wouldn't value a gift from her. Suddenly, she remembered that there was one thing Zhong Ding always carried with him, his lighter. Su Huicheng wandered aimlessly through various brand stores. She still had no idea what gift to buy. When she stepped into a store, she brushed past a man coming out. She continued walking inside. The man stopped. Fengyu had a good memory. He recognized her after just one glance at her photo. He turned back to look at her retreating figure, smiling happily. Isn't that Zhong Ding's little whore? Actually, Fengyu looked down on Zhong Ding. He admired Xiao Yan. Zhong Ding posed no threat to him, and Fengyu thought it was an unfair match. Not just Fengyu, but everyone in the Zhong family viewed Zhong Ding this way. Zhong Ding's father once told Fengyu that Zhong Ding was just a figurehead, with no achievements, merely tasked with carrying on the family line. Don't push him to the brink. See, Zhong Ding's only value is to provide sperm. However, Fengyu doubted whether such an incompetent gene could really produce excellent offspring for the Zhong family. Oh right, Shun Songyan could help raise the average level for Zhong Ding. After Zhong Ding's father had warned him, Fengyu had ceased to take action. He kept Zhong Ding alive, occasionally toying with him. However, that woman, Shun Songyan, was more likely to provoke Fengyu's killing intent. Hence, there was the cable car incident, and the car repairs followed. Zhong Ding was indeed lucky. His luck was quite irritating. Fengyu stared at Su Huicheng's figure, pondering how Zhong Ding would react if he found a group of thugs to shoot a video with Su Huicheng. However, that little whore had long been a wilted flower. Which would be fun anymore? Or maybe he could find a couple of dogs to accompany her in the video. Fengyu suddenly smiled brightly, like the morning sun. Su Huicheng finally knew what kind of gift she could give. There was a hollow camellia men's pendant in the store. Camellia. Zhong Ding's little camellia. Su Huicheng unkon silis mai. She swiped her bank card. This was her gift for Zhong Ding. She was a bit eager to see his expression when he received the gift, wondering if his eyes would sparkle with delight. Fengyu re-entered the store and watched as Su Huicheng had the staff wrap a pendant gift box. The staff smiled widely. Is this for your boyfriend? Su Huicheng slightly lowered her head and gently replied, Fengyu clearly saw a blush appear on her cheeks. Boyfriend. What a pure and innocent title, completely unrelated to Zhong Ding. Pure-hearted and wanting to extinguish the clock. Shun Songyan had been choosing rings for a long time, sometimes complaining that the diamond wasn't big enough, and at other times that the style wasn't fancy enough. Zhong Ding stood by, indifferent, offering no opinions. The clerk could sense that this engaged couple had an unusual atmosphere. She patiently introduced each ring according to Shun Tsongyen's requirements. Shun Tsongyen admired her middle finger on her left hand. Perfect. Her delicate fingers looked good with any ring. She glanced at Zhong Ding's fingers, which were long and well-defined. She was very satisfied. Her fiancé really matched her well. Zhong Ding checked his watch and reminded her, "There are 5 minutes left. If you can't choose in time, you'll have to pay for it yourself." She took a deep breath. "I didn't bring my wallet." For minutes, she was about to cry. How could the woman pay for the engagement ring? "You are so stingy. Pay for it yourself." Zhong Ding tossed out a sentence and turned to leave. Shun Tsongyen took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, then complained to the clerk, "My life is so hard, falling in love with such a stingy miser." The clerk's professional smile was about to crack. Heaven and earth! Shun Tsongyen slammed her hand on the counter. "He spends money lavishly on his mistress, but won't even give me living expenses. In modern marriages, who will uphold justice?" The clerk hurriedly tidied up the rings on the counter, fearing they would fall to the ground as Shun Tsongyen continued to slam her hand. Zhong Ding listened to Shun Tsongyen's voice fading further away, his expression cold. He walked through the hallway and glanced at the simple couple rings. After leaving the jewelry store, he walked toward the parking lot while calling Su Huicheng. He felt a bit flustered. The call connected, ringing for a long time without anyone answering. He continued dialing, but after 3 attempts, there was still no response. When Su Huicheng left, she sent him a text saying she was going for a walk near the restaurant. Their phones had couple location tracking, and he checked. It showed she was indeed at a certain mall. Somehow, his thoughts became increasingly chaotic. He sat in the driver's seat, wanted to send her a text, but his palms inexplicably felt cold and sweaty. At that moment, a call suddenly came in. Zhong Ding glanced at the screen, steadied himself, and answered, "Hello." Then, listening to the other person's words, his expression froze completely. Chapter 64. After finishing her melodrama at the jewelry store, Shun Tsongyen called her driver to pick her up. She folded her handkerchief neatly, turned around to bid farewell to the already petrified shop assistant, and then left. Once in the car, Shun Tsongyen began to touch up her makeup. The maid locked her phone and curiously asked, "Miss, Kwang said your male supporting character was just looking for dog." Shun Tsongyen was shaping her eyebrows and replied, "Dog?" "Yes." The maid showed her the text message. Kwang was about to come out to meet me, but he was called away. Sigh, it's probably because of loneliness. Shun Tsongyen put down her eyebrow pencil and started applying eyeliner. The male supporting character is exceptionally talented. Ordinary men and women can no longer satisfy him. So he began to seek kindred spirits in the animal kingdom. The maid was astonished. "Miss, do you mean this dog is being used by the male supporting character himself?" Of course. Shun Tsongyen's eyes lifted. Looking at the maid, "I see this male supporting character has red lips and white teeth, just like a bottom. I didn't expect him to be a zero. He's so lonely that he can only fall in love with a dog." So, Shun Tsongyen gazed at her reflection in the mirror, intoxicated. "Such a heavy-tasting man has fallen at my feet. Truly, I am too beautiful." As she was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh." The maid knew Shun Tsongyen was about to start her performance again. Sure enough, Shun Tsongyen's sorrow surged. "My fiancé won't even pay for a ring. How am I so unlucky?" She lightly tapped the corner of her eye with her finger. "I'm so sad and heartbroken. I want to seek warmth in the male supporting character's arms." The maid had to remind her, "Miss, your male supporting character is currently keeping warm with the dog." Upon hearing this, Shun Tsongyen smiled slyly. "Then I want to go to the scene to feel the intensity of the male supporting character's love." On February 14th, Xiao Ling refused to meet with his female companions. After all, the date was special. If the girls misunderstood that he was truly in love, it would be troublesome. Suddenly, he received a call from Chun Xingue while he was in a meeting. Xiao Ling frowned, pressed mute, and continued with the meeting. The phone kept ringing. He sighed internally, and after quietly instructing his assistant beside him, he left the conference room. "Xingue, did you forget I'm abstaining today?" Xiao Ling thought Chun Xingue was calling him a hangout. Chun Xingue's voice was low. "Zhong Ding is in trouble." Xiao Ling's expression changed. "What happened?" "Actually, it's that Shan Cha who is in trouble." Xiao Ling had a bad premonition. "What do you mean?" "Fengyu wants to insult her." Xiao Ling's heart sank. His greatest fear had finally come true. That woman had truly become Zhong Ding's weakness. Chun Xingwei continued speaking. Zhong Ding has threatened that if Shan Cha has any accidents, he will wipe out the Feng family. I've said before, Feng Yu is the kind of person who won't cry until she sees the coffin, Xiao Ling cursed. I'm not in the country today. Chun Xingwei paused. On Zhong Ding's side, help him a bit. He was worried Feng Yu wouldn't take Zhong Ding's threats seriously and would continue as usual. By then, even if Zhong Ding took revenge, the harm done to Su Huicheng would be irreversible. Understood. Xiao Ling closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a gloomy sharpness in his gaze. The Zhong family probably had never seen the real Zhong Ding. No matter how underestimated Zhong Ding was, he always appeared indifferent, indulging in pleasures and avoiding hard work. What lay beneath that playboy mask was something others did not know. Su Huicheng woke up in a sea of flowers in the greenhouse. After sitting up and regaining consciousness, she recalled her ordeal. She had fainted in the women's restroom at the mall. What happened afterward, she had no idea. You're awake. Su Huicheng looked towards the source of the voice in shock. Feng Yu's smile was youthful and bright, making him look exceptionally young. She looked at him warily and took a step back. Happy holidays. Feng Yu smiled wider. Did your boyfriend send you flowers? Before she could answer, he added, I don't think he's an interesting man, so I brought you here. What flowers do you like? I'll pick one for you. As Feng Yu spoke, he reached for the nearest flower. His gaze on Su Huicheng was filled with unusual tenderness. Su Huicheng immediately felt goosebumps rising. Her head was still a bit dizzy, and as she propped herself up to stand, she calmly said, Sir, thank you for your kindness, but I want to go home. I want to give you flowers, and you actually don't appreciate it. Feng Yu's smile faded, gradually revealing his true nature. You're being disobedient. It makes me unhappy. She sensed danger and tried to maintain distance from him while scanning her surroundings, hoping to find an escape route. Judging from this man's words, he seemed to know Zhong Ding and had a considerable amount of hostility. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Feng Yu felt pleased and immediately ordered his subordinates to bring the dog over. Su Huicheng didn't know Feng Yu and was unaware of his intentions. She was simply frightened and unsure how to get out. As two large wolfhounds entered, there was also a person. Half of his hair was dyed pink, very flamboyant. Feng Yu squinted, his gaze glancing over the two wolfhounds, focusing on Shun Songyan's face. How did you get here? Shun Songyan covered her mouth and smiled. I heard that your fiancé is about to come out. I couldn't wait to witness this historic moment. After saying the first half of her sentence, she stepped toward Su Huicheng. Su Huicheng recognized her after a long time, staring at Shun Songyan, who was only a meter away, so beautiful. Mississippi, the rival lady, actually remembered me. However, Shun Songyan pursed her lips, her smile radiant. Right now, I'm not that beautiful. Su Huicheng was stunned. Shun Songyan blinked, lowered her voice, and corrected her. Please call me the righteous little heroine. Chapter 65. The two large dogs were barking, struggling against their collars, and the dog trainer couldn't hold them back. Feng Yu picked a flower, tore off a few petals, and smiled, his eyes carrying a warning. I sincerely invite you to watch a good show. Come over here. I love a good show. Shun Songyan was delighted. Mr. Male's supporting role. You need to put in more effort. If you perform well, I will definitely recommend you to talent scouts. In today's turbulent economy, you never know when you might be unemployed. The more skills you have, the more options you have. He stepped on the petals underfoot. Sister Shun, come here. Otherwise, those two dogs will pounce on you. So cruel. Shun Songyan supported Su Huicheng, looking fragile and deeply affected. I'm only 45 days older than you. Just 45 days. How could you use such a cruel term? Shun Songyan took out a handkerchief and complained to Su Huicheng, with such a young and beautiful face. How could he call me sister? Miss Too Beautiful. You really are very young and beautiful. Su Huicheng was still confused about what was happening, but she chose to believe Shun Songyan. They had only met twice, and Shun Songyan had acted very strangely, speaking in a neurotic manner. Given her status, Shun Songyan had plenty of reasons to chase her away. However, Shun Songyan had not made things difficult for her. Upon hearing this, Shun Songyan broke into a smile through her tears. I knew it. Feng Yu, not far away, threw away the flower, locking his gaze on Shun Songyan's face. After a while, he signaled his subordinates to release the dogs. The two dogs were already in a state of readiness due to the trainer's command. Once the collars were loosened, they rushed forward. Shun Tsungyen screamed in panic, pushed Su Huicheng away, then threw her bag at the two dogs and immediately ran away. Su Huicheng was pushed back by the sudden force and fell into the flower bushes. As Shun Tsungyen ran, she suddenly remembered something, stopped, picked up a small flower pot beside her, and threw it at the two dogs. "Bad dogs! How dare you bully a beauty like me?" The two dogs were enraged and ran towards her. She lifted her skirt and continued to flee, shouting, "Ah, so scary." Su Huicheng climbed up from the flower mud and saw Shun Tsungyen running in circles around the garden with the two dogs. Amazingly, Shun Tsungyen managed to maintain a distance of 2 to 3 meters from the large dogs. Su Huicheng, still in shock, also ran over to help Shun Tsungyen. But Shun Tsungyen suddenly dashed up a large tree, her movement quick and agile. The two large dogs barked and jumped at the base of the tree. Fengyu, who had been watching, did not stop her. He sat down on a flower chair, crossed his legs, and enjoyed the show. It wasn't until Shun Tsungyen sat on a branch and cried out, "Oh my, this is so scary," that he signaled the trainer to redirect the dog's target to Su Huicheng. Seeing that Shun Tsungyen was safe, Su Huicheng began her escape. She didn't dare to relax for even a moment. She just kept running. However, her speed couldn't match that of the wolf dogs. Just as she was about to be caught by the dogs, a silver flash streaked through the air, and a chain struck the dog's back hard. Shun Tsungyen had come down from the tree at some point. She had a shiny silver long chain around her waist earlier, and now it was in her hands. She threw the entire chain at the large dogs. The dog jumped up to bite her. She shouted in panic, "So scary. Bad dogs are bullying a beauty." Then she casually picked up a nearby flower pot and threw it at the two dogs, as if practicing Tai Chi. Fengyu had initially been enjoying her performance, even sending the dog trainer away, so he could watch alone. But suddenly, a phone call made his heart sink. At the same time, the sound of a car engine came from a distance. Along with other chaotic noises, the car got closer and closer. The car broke through the garden's protective fence, speeding through obstacles, and with one sharp turn, it knocked one of the dogs flying. The car screeched to a halt beside Su Huicheng. The door opened, and Zhong Ding slowly stepped down. "I'm so exhausted." Shun Tsungyen smashed the last flower pot onto a dog's head, wiped her sweat, and exclaimed, "My fiancé's love for me is as clear as day. I knew you would come to save me." Su Huicheng fell to the side. During the earlier chaos, she had desperately suppressed her fear, and now, seeing this man, she could finally breathe. Zhong Ding did not look back at her. His eyes were devoid of any light, only filled with darkness. He stared directly at Fengyu. Fengyu revealed his signature youthful smile. "Brother Zhong Ding, you came too. Did Sister Shen notify you?" Shun Tsungyen interjected. "This is the telepathic connection of love." Su Huicheng remained silent, looking at Zhong Ding's back. He was the force that dispelled all her anxieties. "Little Camellia, turn around." Zhong Ding's voice was heavy. She could tell he was suppressing something. She remained silent, trying to stand up and turn around. But her legs, which had just been running hard, were now slightly cramping, so she slowly lifted her legs and shifted her hips to turn. Shun Tsungyen's gaze shifted between Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng. She noticed Zhong Ding's movements, but there was no time to express her opinion. Fengyu obviously sensed it too and moved aside. The bullet passed through his left arm. Because of his silencer, Su Huicheng quietly watched the flower sea in front of her. Zhong Ding curved a smile and continued to pull the trigger. If it weren't for the current situation, Shun Tsungyen would have applauded Zhong Ding's accuracy. The first shot hit the left arm, the second shot hit the left leg, and the third shot hit the left shoulder. She couldn't help but praise, as expected of my fiancé. Although Fengyu was a bastard, he had been specially trained in self-defense skills by the Zhong family since he was 14, due to Zhong's father's affection. He and Zhong Ding had the same master. So, there is something in this world called talent. Zhong Ding had grown up fighting in brawls, fighting swiftly and effectively. Later, he gradually restrained himself and played with gun models and other weapons. With other weapons, Zhong Ding was average, but with firearms, he had an exceptionally keen eye. Shun Tsungyen watched as more blood seeped from Fengyu's wound, feeling quite sympathetic. This must be the outcome of not knowing oneself and the enemy. Su Huicheng knew something must have happened between Zhong Ding and Feng Yu, but she didn't turn back. When Zhong Ding came over to hug her and told her to close her eyes, she obediently complied. He wouldn't let her open her eyes, so she kept them shut. She was already in the warmest paradise, so she feared nothing. Shen Songyan was surprisingly quiet as she watched Zhong Ding drive away. After a while, she sighed. What a hard life for me, the original wife. It was likely that the idle people in this villa had already been cleared out by Zhong Ding. She slowly walked towards Feng Yu. Feng Yu's blood continued to flow. He lay motionless on grass. She squatted down, meeting his dazed eyes. "Hi, Mr. Male Supporting Role. Are you still alive?" Her voice carried an innocent purity. Feng Yu's consciousness was battling against the pain. "Why are you so foolish?" She hugged her knees. "You harm my rival. That's digging your own grave. If you want to kill, the target should be my fiancé. If he dies, my rival can't take revenge. But if my fiancé is alive, he can retaliate at any moment. So, I have a 45-day advantage in eating white rice. My IQ advantage is evident. By the way, I also want to tell you." Shen Songyan pressed down on Feng Yu's wound on his left shoulder, watching him wince in pain, his face pale. She smiled. "If my fiancé isn't angry, your mother will be in great danger. But you already know, right?" So when Zhong Ding shot, Feng Yu didn't resist much. "Mr. Male Supporting Role, do you think I should save you?" Shen Songyan pondered. If one is not a saint, one cannot be the female lead. Feng Yu could hear her buzzing in his ear, but he had no energy to analyze her words at this critical moment. He didn't want to deal with the madness. February 14th is a sweet holiday. On this day, Mr. Zhong always spent time with Feng Yingying, his biological mother. But this year was particularly perilous. The villa that Mr. Zhong gave to Feng Yingying was located in a serene hillside community. According to Mr. Zhong, Feng Yingying was cultured and well-mannered, and only a picturesque paradise could match her. Mr. Zhong was over 50, but still full of vigor. In the afternoon, after Feng Yingying and he shared intimate moments, a sudden commotion broke out outside. Feng Yingying was puzzled. Mr. Zhong's anger was evident. Feng Yingying shook her head, urging him not to be angry. Hearing her concerned words, Mr. Zhong felt relieved. He then put on a robe and went downstairs, only to see a group of people in black lined up in the living room. Mr. Zhong was furious and questioned who they were and what they wanted. "Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you," Hayakawa Rizhui said with a slight smile, responding politely. "I am here waiting for the order to massacre the Feng family." Chapter 66. Mr. Zhong sneered coldly. Those who dared to speak the words bloodbath in front of him really did not know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. He made a phone call to his assistant. The assistant on the other end understood immediately and began to make arrangements. Rihue Hayakawa stood in the middle, listening to Mr. Zhong's conversation while maintaining her smile. Just as Mr. Zhong thought this group of mysterious men and women in black would be dealt with severely, they suddenly left, very gracefully. Rihue Hayakawa said, "Since they are done over there, let's go home and rest." After saying that, she turned and left. "Wait," Mr. Zhong called out to her, his tone chilling. She ignored him and led the large group away, disregarding the chaos she had caused outside. At this moment, Mr. Zhong still did not understand what she meant by over there. Later, Feng Yingying rushed into his arms, panicked and trembling like a sieve, her lips pale. "Our son. Our son." Who was the son in Mr. Zhong's heart? Naturally, it was Feng Yu. Mr. Zhong immediately inquired about Feng Yu's situation and was furious to learn that his fate was unknown. He and Feng Yingying hurried to Feng Yu's villa. The subordinates there were all heavily injured. The villa's main door was askew, as if it had been rammed. But that was not all. The courtyard fence inside was also destroyed, and there were heavy tire tracks on the ground. The garden was in disarray, with broken flower pots scattered everywhere. And in the distance lay the corpse of a wolf dog. On the grass was a large pool of blood. Feng Yu was nowhere to be found. Upon seeing the blood, Feng Yingying almost fainted. "Where's our son?" Mr. Zhong tightly embraced the crying Feng Yingying, softly comforting her. His heart was ablaze with rage, wishing he could tear the enemy's body into pieces. In the dead of night, the assistant returned with news. Upon hearing it, Mr. Zhong was even more shocked. Feng Yu was still missing. Compared to Mr. Zhong's insomnia and anxiety that night, the atmosphere with Zhong Ding was much calmer. When Su Huicheng opened her eyes, the car had already driven a considerable distance from the villa. Although the car was a crash-resistant SUV, Zhong Ding's reckless driving had caused significant damage. Xiaoling was waiting at the street corner. Zhong Ding abandoned his car, pulled Su Huicheng into Xiaoling's vehicle, and helped her brush off the dirt from her clothes as she kept her head down. Xiaoling glanced at the back seat, wondering if this woman could be considered a nemesis in Zhong Ding's life. Zhong Ding had no emotional ties to his family, but there wouldn't be major conflicts either. He had shed all his responsibilities since he was financially secure. He no longer cared how the elders of the Zhong family viewed him. For the past few years, Feng Yu had been secretly coveting Zhong Ding's shares. Zhong Ding smiled sarcastically when discussing this, saying that if he had the capability, he should come and take it. Xiaoling understood that the reason Zhong Ding cared about his shares in the Zhong family was that they were left by Zhong Yan. Zhong Yan's presence overshadowed Zhong Ding's brilliance. Firstly, Zhong Yan had an exceptional business mind that garnered respect from everyone in the Zhong family. Secondly, Zhong Ding was lazy. Although he seemed inferior in comparison, he valued this brother highly. In a family where interests reigned supreme, the bond between the two brothers was likely an anomaly. After Zhong Yan's death, Zhong Ding only cared about the shares he was entitled to. Everything else was irrelevant. Xiaoling thought there was nothing left to concern Zhong Ding. Unexpectedly, a woman appeared. Xiaoling didn't know if this was good or bad. He just hoped that Zhong Ding's relationship with his family wouldn't become too strained. Moreover, Zhong Ding was also bound by a marriage alliance with the Shun family. The invitation for the engagement banquet scheduled for next week had already been sent out. Zhong Ding's wrath over a woman also implicated the Shun family's reputation. Xiaoling worried that the Zhong and Shun families would join forces against Zhong Ding. However, it was clear that Zhong Ding himself had no such concerns. Zhong Ding pinched Su Huicheng's cheek and asked, "Are you still scared?" She looked up at him and shook her head. He pulled her into his arms and patted her shoulder. She leaned against his chest, closing her eyes in peace. The two were quiet. Xiaoling, seeing the pair, suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Their friendship was harmonious and understanding. Who knows the companions of the night? When Zhong Ding and Su Huicheng returned home, Aunt Wang began to prepare the meal. Aunt Wang was unaware of what had happened earlier and merely thought the couple wanted to celebrate the holiday at home. Su Huicheng was the first woman Zhong Ding brought home. In Aunt Wang's eyes, Tian Xiuyun's visit was business-related and thus insignificant. Aunt Wang knew nothing of Su Huicheng's past. She looked at the couple and felt they matched well. Most importantly, it was evident that Zhong Ding was relaxed. After she served the meal, she left. Su Huicheng did not speak much, occasionally picking up food for Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding only ate what she offered and did not touch the rest. One good thing about this girlfriend of his was that she did not meddle in his private affairs. Perhaps even if he married that Shin woman, she would still smile sweetly in front of him. However, because of him, she had suffered today, yet she did not ask about it. He could not discern the unfamiliar feelings surging within him. In this world, there was only this one silly girl who could completely entrust herself to him. She believed everything he said and never held a grudge against him for anything he did. The meal was filled with silence. Su Huicheng's heart was clear. The man who let the dog bite her had enmity with Zhong Ding. She had been through the world of dust and could guess this much. Zhong Ding was in a wealthy family, and conflicts were inevitable. Zhong Ding's behavior of spending money without taking responsibility was something others would naturally resent. Yet she did not blame him. It was that despicable man who unleashed the dog. After dinner, Aunt Wang came up to clean the table. Zhong Ding took Su Huicheng to the wine tasting room. He picked a few bottles from the wine rack, saying, "I didn't buy any gifts today, so let me show you some handsome guys instead. Consider it a gift." Su Huicheng finally smiled. In her eyes, he was handsome no matter what. The only regret was that her bag had fallen in the women's restroom at the mall, along with that camellia gift. Zhong Ding took a cigarette but did not light it. He took off his jacket, loosened 3 buttons on his shirt, and rolled up his sleeves. She knew he was doing it intentionally, trying to appear as handsome as possible. However, she always cooperated with him, especially when he wanted her compliments. She clapped her hands and laughed. "Mr. Zhong, you're so handsome." His movements paused when he saw her tiger teeth emerge, and a gentle smile appeared in his eyes as he resumed shaking the wine glass. Su Huicheng sat at the bar, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him. Meeting him was her greatest fortune. Perhaps one day, fate would take this luck away, and she could only pray that day wouldn't come too soon. Zhong Ding pushed a glass of wine toward her, saying, "You won't get drunk. Drink however you like." She took a sip. It was sweet. It was indeed Zhong Ding's flavor. She drank it down quickly. Because he said she wouldn't get drunk, she downed 3 glasses. Gradually, she began to feel a bit lightheaded. At some point, she recognized a familiar melody from the music playing indoors and began to hum along. After a line, the tune she was singing completely mismatched the music. She ignored it and continued singing her own version. When Zhong Ding saw her like this, he knew she was drunk. Her eyes were dazed. He had never heard her sing before. He only remembered her stiff dancing. He smiled and teased her, running his finger along her chin. "Little Camellia, what are you singing?" Su Huicheng giggled. "Apple, apple." "Huh? Sure, listen." She took his finger and placed it on her lips. "This song is called Apple." Zhong Ding truly did not know this French song had another name called Apple. Su Huicheng listened for a while, shook her head. "You're singing it wrong." He laughed, his fingers automatically caressing her lips. "Then you sing it." "He sung." She almost bit his finger, so she threw his hand away and continued singing. "Apple, apple. You've sung that line already." Su Huicheng held the wine glass with both hands and started to raise her voice. "Not leaving. Not abandoning. Little Camellia. More. Warmth. I said, light up fire, 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 fire." She finished singing and took a big sip of wine. He waited for a moment and, seeing that she was no longer singing, spoke up. "Little Camellia. Fire, 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 fire." Zhong Ding finally fell completely silent. "Hill, hill." Su Huicheng slammed the wine glass down. "Not leaving. Not abandoning." She repeated those 4 words, then remembered something, opened her arms to climb onto his shoulders. "Mr. Zhong." Zhong Ding thought she was going to sing in his ear, but instead she said, "You have to remember me. Remember." Her hands went around his shoulders, riding on his back in a messy way. He guessed at the first and third characters it should be not. Su Huicheng murmured, "Remember." Because of the bar counter, he could only support her shoulders. "I remember." "That's good." She sang softly, "Not leaving, not abandoning." Zhong Ding leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. "Little Camellia, I promise you. Not leaving, not abandoning." She opened her eyes, gazing at his enlarged features, unable to tell if it was reality or a dream. Then she cupped his face and kissed his lips. This was Su Huicheng's first initiative. Although it was just a touch of lips, there were no other movements. Zhong Ding deepened the kiss. In fact, when they were in S City, he had already promised her, not leaving, not abandoning. It was just that she had lost her confidence during the years of turmoil and had always been afraid to ask him, which is why she became more adorable when drunk. 2 days later, Zhong's father called Zhong Ding. The father and son started with some casual pleasantries. Later, Zhong's father, impatient with this aimless greeting, directly asked, "Have you seen Fengyu these days?" "No." Zhong Ding looked at the greenery on the terrace outside. The sunlight shining on the ground, it was really dazzling. "Where were you 2 days ago?" Zhong Ding watched Su Huicheng's back in the kitchen, squinted his eyes, and then replied, "On such a special holiday, I was following Grandpa's orders, serving Miss Shun." "And you didn't even pick out a ring?" "She chose one that was too expensive. I haven't received my income this month. A bit difficult." Zhong Ding's tone was very calm. Hearing this, Zhong's father almost hung up the phone. With the Zhong surname, he couldn't even afford an engagement ring. It was simply embarrassing. In this life, you'll just be gnawing on Ayang's relics. After coldly finishing his words, Zhong's father cut the line. Zhong Ding laughed sarcastically. He looked down on arguing with his father. He built walls of indifference outside and gave all his warmth to Su Huicheng. He would not leave, she would not abandon. After this phone call from Zhong's father, Zhong Ding's daily life continued as if the Valentine's incident had never happened. Fengyu was still missing. Feng Yingying fainted several times from crying, and she had lost interest in bed activities. Zhong's father had no choice but to stay by her side these days, caring for her attentively, advising her to be at ease. 3 days later, the apparent calm between Zhong's father and Zhong Ding was broken. It was not Zhong Ding who was approached, but Xiaoling, because that SUV that crashed into Fengyu's villa and caused a ruckus belonged to Xiaoling. Chapter 67. On the night when Xiaoling first met Su Huicheng, she lost the car. The car had not been transferred. after Zhong Ding won it. He left it in the garage. The only time it was driven was a few days ago. The glass film was a dark tea color. When Zhong Ding crashed into the villa, no one saw who was inside. Only Feng Yu and Shun Songyan were clear about the inside story. Right now, Feng Yu seemed to have evaporated, while Shun Songyan remained silent. After Zhong's father learned of Feng Yu's intention to insult Zhong Ding's little woman, he had already begun to suspect Zhong Ding. However, there was no evidence for the time being, so he decided to start with Xiaoling. After all, Xiaoling and Zhong Ding were in the same circle, and they were inseparable. Xiaoling was not surprised by Zhong's father's invitation. He agreed gracefully and readily. Upon meeting Zhong's father, Xiaoling addressed him as Uncle Zhong with a beaming smile. Zhong's father also smiled, appearing like a kind elder, and said, "Come, have a seat." He instructed the waiter to serve tea and pretended to ask about Xiaoling's recent situation. Xiaoling maintained his smile, waiting for Zhong's father to get to the point. After about 10 minutes of small talk, Zhong's father said, "A few days ago, something happened at Feng Yu's home." Finally, he got to the point. Xiaoling curiously asked, "What happened?" "Some not-so-good things." Zhong's father turned to look at Xiaoling, his gaze sharper than before. "And it has something to do with your car." "Car?" Xiaoling became even more curious. "Which car?" Zhong's father handed over a note with a series of license plate numbers. Xiaoling glanced at it, raised his eyebrows. "Oh, that car, I don't really know. It was lost several months ago. I went out to have fun, got drunk, and when I woke up, the car was already gone." "Such a coincidence." Zhong's father smiled mysteriously. "Why didn't you try to find it?" Xiaoling laughed a couple of times. "Maybe it was towed for illegal parking. It would be more troublesome to go to the traffic police." Zhong's father scoffed lightly. Xiaoling continued, "Besides, that car of mine needs maintenance every few days. Losing it is actually less trouble." His words aligned with his character. He had lost 3 cars in the past year. He often joked, out with the old, in with the new. In wealthy families like his, being wasteful had become a habit. Zhong's father had heard about Xiaoling losing cars before, but that didn't mean he believed Xiaoling's words now. Xiaoling's explanation only indicated that he was on Zhong Ding's side. Zhong's father smiled again, reminding him, "I heard you've been bidding for that piece of farmland in the south of the city recently." "Uncle Zhong, your news is really well informed," Xiaoling shrugged. "I'm just joining the fun. I don't have the ability like you all. I can't swallow it. Don't underestimate yourself. You can still give it a try." "I'm not going to try." Xiaoling grinned mischievously. "The bidding day happens to be my mother's birthday. She's more important than that farmland." Zhong's father sipped his tea slowly, laughing inwardly. In this world, what could be more important than making money? Even when comparing Feng Ying and power, he would choose the latter. Of course, having both would be perfect. Xiaoling's visit had already made his stance clear. He was protecting Zhong Ding. Zhong's father had basically confirmed that Zhong Ding was involved in the incident on February 14th. Xiaoling politely said goodbye and left the tea house. He had known for a long time that this matter couldn't be hidden, but he couldn't understand why Zhong Ding was opposing his father like this. Xiaoling had a guess in his heart, but was reluctant to believe it. He reported his meeting with Zhong's father to Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding replied flatly, "I know." After hanging up, he took Su Huicheng to the sunroom on the 2nd floor. It had been drizzling lightly since last night and showed no signs of stopping. The sunroom, lacking sunlight, was foggy all around. Su Huicheng didn't know why Zhong Ding came here, even if he wanted to enjoy the rain view. It shouldn't be at such a foggy time when nothing was clear. Zhong Ding gazed into the distance, where everything was gray and white, and the tree shadows were vague. "Little tea flower, do you like this house?" She nodded. "I like it." He rubbed her cold hand to warm her. "Then I'll transfer it to you." Su Huicheng looked at him in shock. "Transfer it to me? For what?" This was no longer just a matter of 6 million. This house had an excellent layout and view, built against a mountain with the freshness of nature. She suspected it was worth several tens of millions. "Fool!" Zhong Ding flicked her forehead. She was so startled that she froze. He smiled and hugged her. "Just take it." "For what? Do I deserve this?" "I'm happy." Su Huicheng looked up at him. Zhong Ding's gaze was still directed at the unknown distance, filled with a yearning she couldn't understand. She didn't know what it was. All she knew was that he was genuinely in a good mood at this moment. As he said, he was happy. In fact, what she meant by liking it was that he was here. This liking had nothing to do with the value of the house. It was solely because of his presence. Su Huicheng's heart was sinking deeper and deeper into him, to the point where there was no turning back. She no longer cared about his marriage. As long as she could stay by his side, she didn't mind anything else, just as he was indifferent to her past. The next morning, Zhong Ding received a call from the assistant of old Master Zhong, notifying him to return to the Zhong family. Zhong Ding understood but pretended to ask, "What did Grandpa say?" "You'll know when you come back, young master," the assistant replied respectfully. "I'm on my way." When he left, he smiled brightly, hugged Su Huicheng, and kissed her again. "Wait for me to come back." Su Huicheng felt the joy in his heart and smiled back. "I'll wait for you." Those two simple words filled his heart completely. As Zhong Ding walked along the path of the Zhong family, he looked around. This place held no beautiful memories in his recollection. Zhong Yin had once said that no parents did not love their children. Zhong Ding stopped believing that when he was 6 years old. Even though Zhong Yin later gave Zhong Ding a lot of brotherly love, it couldn't make up for the lack of parental love he had never experienced. Zhong Ding's emotions had always been missing a piece. Now, he had completely abandoned that piece. In the grand residence of old Master Zhong, both Zhong's father and Zhong's mother were present, and even the nameless Feng Yingying had come. Zhong Ding entered with eyes like a crescent moon. "Hello, Grandpa." "Hello, father and mother." Feng Yingying appeared very excited upon seeing Zhong Ding. She covered her chest and was on the verge of tears. Old Master Zhong glanced over. Zhong's father gently pulled her, signaling her to calm down. "It's about Feng Yu." Old Master Zhong spoke slowly. "I hope you can provide an explanation. Hasn't father found out anything after all these days?" Zhong Ding raised his eyebrows. Zhong's father looked cold as ice. What he knew was that Feng Yu had kidnapped Zhong Ding's little mistress, and in a fit of rage, Zhong Ding had stormed into Feng's house. But how Zhong Ding's influence had formed, and where those black-clad men and women who had come to Feng Yingying's villa were now, Zhong's father did not know. The more he couldn't find out, the more it proved that Zhong Ding was hiding deep. This point was damaging to Zhong's father's pride. The son he had always looked down upon was actually able to take down Feng Yu. Later, after thinking it over, Zhong's father realized that it was probably because both he and Feng Yu had underestimated Zhong Ding. After all, who would have thought that Zhong Ding, who seemed so idle, could also have his own power? Zhong's father firmly believed that if Zhong Ding had shown even the slightest hint before, Feng Yu would not have lost. Old Master Zhong detected the sarcasm in Zhong Ding's tone and coughed, continuing to say to Zhong Ding, "I want you to explain it clearly yourself." "I can't explain it clearly." Zhong Ding leisurely walked over to the nearby sofa and sat down. He draped one hand over the backrest, sitting in a relaxed posture that exuded an indescribable elegance. Zhong's mother couldn't stand Zhong Ding's lazy demeanor the most. She pouted and didn't intend to support him. "How can you not explain it?" Feng Yingying finally lost her temper. "Where have you hidden my son?" "Your son?" Zhong Ding smirked, with a chilling aura surrounding him. "What does your son have to do with me?" "Presumptuous." Zhong Fu took a step forward, protecting Feng Yingying. "That is your brother." Zhong Ding pulled out a lighter, playing with a cigarette case. "I only have one brother, and he is dead." Zhong Mu's face changed slightly. Zhong Laoyi narrowed his eyes. This kind of Zhong Ding seemed strange to him. Usually, in front of his parents, he was just indifferent and wouldn't argue much. "Father." Zhong Fu turned to Zhong Laoyi. "Feng Yu has acknowledged his ancestors and returned to the clan. He is a descendant of our Zhong family. Besides, the company is expanding now. We can't do without him." Zhong Laoyi nodded, still looking at Zhong Ding. "It has been noisy for a few days. Any anger should have subsided." Zhong Ding raised his eyes, staring directly at Zhong Laoyi with no anger. "Personally, I don't agree with making a big fuss over a woman." As Zhong Laoyi spoke, he glanced at Feng Yingying. The meaning was very clear. He did not think highly of Feng Yingying. Zhong Fu immediately released Feng Yingying's hand. Feng Yingying felt somewhat hurt and looked at Zhong Fu with sorrow. Seeing the scene, Zhong Mu was very disdainful. "I also don't agree." Zhong Ding lit the cigarette in his hand, took a puff, and added, "But I more strongly disagree with the phrase repaying virtue with resentment." "Grandfather, what do you think?" Zhong Laoyi fell silent. The Zhong family's consistent principle is to repay grievances with grievances. If he doesn't get taught a lesson, How will he learn to be obedient? A heavy resentment gradually surfaced in Zhong Ding's eyes. Zhong Laoyi looked at his grandson, feeling more and more unfamiliar. How could this imposing man before him be the mediocre Zhong Ding? Feng Yu. Zhong Fu just uttered 2 words before stopping. After observing Zhong Laoyi's expression, he continued, he is now the backbone of the company. A major project still requires his approval. Zhong Ding sarcastically said, is my father, in his prime, already unqualified to make decisions? Zhong Fu was angry. The company's matters are not for you to meddle in. Still, my father is indulging in the beauty's fragrance, neglecting important matters. Zhong Ding exhaled smoke, his smile growing deeper. Grandfather, how about I help you clean up the house? Chapter 68. Old Master Zhong almost agreed. No one had ever dared to say in front of him that they would help him clean house. This sentence was simply arrogant. In his youth, Zhong's father was ruthless and decisive, possessing the demeanor of a great general. After marrying Zhong's mother, he was also cold and indifferent. It was only after Feng Yingying appeared that Zhong's father began to show signs of regression. Therefore, Old Master Zhong held a strong prejudice against Feng Yingying. After Zhong Yan's death, Feng Yu appeared with an unstoppable momentum. Yet Old Master Zhong still treated Feng Yingying and Feng Yu differently with indifference. In Old Master Zhong's eyes, those beautiful women were all stumbling blocks. However, on Zhong Ding's side, women became the catalyst. Old Master Zhong's eyes were bright as he stared at his grandson, whom he had ignored for many years, and a surge of indescribable excitement rose in his chest. Zhong Yin was a very talented person. Under his management, the Zhong family's business reached an unprecedented scale. However, Zhong Yin had a relatively gentle personality. Old Master Zhong couldn't help but imagine that if Zhong Yin had the kind of arrogant momentum that Zhong Ding had at this moment back then, the Zhong family might have reached greater heights. Zhong father's face turned completely cold because of Zhong Ding's words. Outrageous. Zhong Ding smiled back at Old Master Zhong's scrutinizing gaze, thinking that in this family, patricide and fratricide should not be considered rare events. If I were still your age, I would fully agree with you. Old Master Zhong suppressed his overly exposed emotions and said lightly, but I am old and still need a descendant to see me off. Since Grandpa said so, that means you don't agree with my proposal. Zhong Ding smirked, lightly exhaling a puff of smoke. After all, I never intended to see you off. In other words, if Old Master Zhong wanted to enjoy the so-called farewell, he could only choose Zhong's father. Old Master Zhong closed his eyes. He thought carefully and realized that Feng Yu might not necessarily be filial to him either. Because under the influence of family, kinship is insignificant in the face of selfishness. Zhong Ding's words despised Old Master Zhong's authority, yet Old Master Zhong became increasingly excited, his blood running faster. He couldn't wait to tear off Zhong Ding's mask to see what kind of bloodthirsty cruelty was hidden inside. He anticipated that this long-sick cat would show its fierce and sharp claws. Compared to Old Master Zhong's abnormal excitement, Zhong father's reaction was more in line with natural laws. Zhong father sneered, "You probably won't live to see that day." At this moment, Zhong mother finally spoke up. "What are you talking about? Won't live to see the end?" Such ominous words, and you both say them so smoothly in front of Grandpa. Old Master Zhong suddenly laughed heartily. His loud voice showed that he was still quite strong. "Zhong Ding, what capital do you have to fight with your father? Do you really think you can occupy iron shares for a lifetime?" Zhong Ding leaned back on the sofa, leisurely smoking, in a relaxed posture. "I had dealings with my father when I didn't have iron shares." Zhong father's face darkened as he searched his mind for past dealings with Zhong Ding, but found nothing. In his impression, Zhong Ding had never appeared. Zhong Ding lowered his eyes to smoke. Zhong mother reevaluated her son. Zhong Ding took a couple of puffs and raised his head, asking back, "Why do you think I could go so far?" Both Zhong father and Zhong mother's expressions changed. Zhong Ding smiled. That smile seemed warm, but it actually hid endless loneliness. Back then, Zhong Yin focused on winning people over with virtue and completely avoided taking the wrong path. No matter how smart he was still vulnerable to hidden arrows. If it weren't for having an older brother, Zhong Yin would have long been thwarted in the treachery. Zhong Ding was the one who gave all the light to his younger brother while leaving himself in darkness. His younger brother was the first in everyone's eyes. while he was portrayed as mediocre. While Zhong Yin was still alive, Zhong father wanted to support Feng Yu, but he was always obstructed. Zhong father thought it was Zhong mother's pressure. After Zhong Yin died, Feng Yu's prospects became bright because that force had completely disappeared. Zhong father gritted his teeth. It was you. He had once secretly transferred half of his assets to Feng Yingying, but who would have thought that Feng Yingying was deceived, leading to a heavy loss for Zhong father. Zhong mother was shocked. She had always thought that the Zhong family coveted Zhong Yan's talent and did not lay a hand on him. She never expected that it was another son who paved an unseemly path for Zhong Yan. What kind of Zhong Ding had she missed all these years? Old Master Zhong pondered the meaning behind Zhong Ding's words, his gaze sharp as a knife. Why? Why is Zhong Ding willing? Because he is my brother. Zhong Ding explained flatly. Old Master Zhong began to panic. Your brother has long been dead. If you had said this earlier, the family's assets would all belong to you. Zhong Ding scoffed, I don't care. What assets? The company, that was Zhong Yan's dream. From the moment Zhong Yan died, Zhong Ding completely withdrew from the family's internal struggles. He just wanted to preserve the inheritance left by Zhong Yan. Eating, drinking, playing, traveling, living freely. How nice. His family's foolish flower had only seen such a small world. He wanted to accompany her to wander and see. You, Old Master Zhong felt increasingly unwilling. You could have entered the company properly. If you proved your true strength, I would balance things out with Feng Yu. Don't take yourself too seriously. Zhong Ding snapped the half-smoked cigarette in his hand, his bent eyes exactly like Zhong Yan's. Grandpa, in my eyes, you don't count for much. Old Master Zhong's beard bristled. If Feng Yu doesn't set his sights on my woman, I can turn a blind eye. Zhong Ding stood up from the sofa, no longer concealing his disdainful aura, but now, it's difficult. Zhong father took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Where did you hide Feng Yu? Zhong Ding ignored the question and continued. And you, father, this is the last time I will call you that. Zhong father nearly cursed this unfilial son. Zhong mother looked at this unfamiliar son. If you take control of the company, wouldn't that mean teaching Feng Yu a lesson? Feng Yingying, who had been listening nearby, shot a hostile glance at Zhong mother. I don't care. If there's nothing else, then I'm leaving. After speaking, Zhong Ding prepared to leave. Old Master Zhong felt a sense of regret for wasting talent and raised his voice. Zhong Ding, if you step out of this house today, I have plenty of ways to cut off your retreat. Understood, Zhong Ding replied, continuing toward the door. Zhong Ding, at that moment, Old Master Zhong suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. In this generation of the Zhong family, only Feng Yu and Zhong Yin stood out. With Zhong Yin gone, Feng Yu was indeed talented, but it would be even better with another Zhong Ding. Old Master Zhong wanted to exploit Zhong Ding's darkness for his own use. Zhong Ding stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Old Master Zhong. Have you ever called me with a grandfather's heart? Old Master Zhong was taken aback. No. Zhong Ding lowered his voice. If little Camellia knew how ugly you all are, she would despise me. Zhong father coldly took out his phone and instructed his assistant. Stop Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding laughed. You can try to see if you're tougher or if I am. His strange aura made Old Master Zhong fall under his spell. Old Master Zhong became somewhat unhinged. He felt that the current Zhong Ding was his good grandson. Zhong Ding took on all of Zhong Yan's negative energy, allowing Zhong Yan to stand at the top of the Zhong family's pyramid as a perfect gentleman. What Old Master Zhong pursued was precisely this kind of success that came at the cost of many lives. Old Master Zhong stopped Zhong father and then made a final plea to Zhong Ding. You go back first and think about what I said. Zhong Ding curled his lips, snorted dismissively, and then turned to leave. Zhong mother looked at Zhong Ding's back and thought of her second son again. She had never spoken to Mr. Zhong before their marriage, and they never shared a bed after getting married. The twins, Zhong Ding and Zhong Yin, were conceived through in vitro fertilization. Initially, she felt no affection for the two children. However, Zhong Yan's advantages soon became apparent. He was like a light that attracted everyone's attention. At that time, she felt that she had given birth to a likable son, but her maternal love could not be divided for Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding was too mischievous and disobedient, always climbing mountains and trees. Moreover, he was indifferent. Even toward the elders of the Zhong family, he always had the demeanor of someone who felt owed. When the twins were 6 years old, they secretly went on an adventure without telling the elders and had an accident due to falling rocks from the cliff. Zhong Yan's head got stuck in a crevice. Zhong Ding tried hard to lift the rocks, but they didn't budge. Zhong Yan was somewhat lucky. The rock didn't hit his head, and he remained optimistic, saying, "Brother, go call the adults." Zhong Ding looked at the rock, knowing he couldn't move it with his own strength. "Ian, wait for me to come back. I'll be quick." However, when Zhong Ding returned, Zhong Yan was gone. Zhong's mother was frantic and immediately sent people to search for him. 3 months later, there was still no news of Zhong Yan. Zhong's mother was so angry that she pointed at Zhong Ding and scolded him. "Give me back my Ian. Why didn't that rock hit you instead? Are you jealous of Ian? Did he cause his death? At such a young age, why are you going on adventures? Can Ian compete with you in climbing trees? Why is it Ian who is missing and not you?" Zhong Ding became increasingly indifferent. At first, Zhong's mother's scolding made him feel wronged, but later, his face lost all expression. After Zhong Yan's disappearance, Zhong Ding became the only remaining bloodline of the Zhong family. Considering both families, the old master of the Zhong family announced that Zhong Ding was the only young master of the Zhong family. He had the title, but there was no paternal affection or maternal love. Zhong Ding became even more unruly, getting into fights and causing trouble. The Zhong family dealt with everything with money. When Zhong Ding was 14, he got involved with a female teacher. The Zhong family business faced suppression due to this scandal. Zhong's mother regarded Zhong Ding as a thorn in her eye, and whenever she saw him, she would mock him with a sarcastic remark, "You are a jinx." Zhong Ding just laughed, appearing indifferent. It was after this incident that Zhong Yan reappeared. He had changed his surname to Qiao. The people who saved him after the accident were from the Qiao family. When Zhong's mother asked him why he hadn't contacted the family for so many years, Qiao Yan just smiled and lightly said that the Qiao family lived far away and he was too young to find them. Zhong Ding knew that this was not a valid reason, but Qiao Yan was unwilling to elaborate. After the Zhong family faced suppression for a year or two, Qiao Yan demonstrated exceptional economic talent. Subsequently, the Zhong family made a comeback and even became more prosperous, relying on the old master's favor. Qiao Yan did not change back to his original surname for a long time. However, the Zhong family still called him Zhong Yan. One night, Qiao Yan suddenly brought up the topic of his disappearance at 6 years old. "I thought that if I wasn't around, my mother would care for my brother." At that time, Zhong Ding was looking down, smoking. Upon hearing this, he didn't look up and kept smoking. After a long while, he chuckled lightly and said naive. But he liked this naive sentiment. One day, Qiao Yan passed by a store and picked out 2 lighters. He engraved his name and Zhong Ding's name on the bottom of the lighters and considered them each other's birthday gifts for their 18th. Qiao Yan's intention was to hope that they would have a bright future. He later learned that if a girl gave a lighter, it meant she would not marry anyone else. Zhong Ding never understood the true meaning of the lighter. He looked into those little girls' whimsical notions. To him, it was the first gift from a close relative. That meaning was already enough. Qiao Yan, due to his outstanding talent, attracted whispers of envy from other factions within the Zhong family. He had a gentle temperament and didn't like to get involved in open and secret struggles, preferring to avoid them. However, sometimes retreating only allows opponents to close in. It was then that Zhong Ding took action. He dropped out of college shortly after starting and joined forces with Yukai to start building his own power. Hayakawa Riko was an international online friend of Yukai. They had known each other for years through a hacker forum, but had never met. Hayakawa Riko had once held a significant position in a Japanese gang, was highly skilled, and had strong management abilities. Later, due to some disagreements, her old group disbanded, and she didn't want to join a new group, so she spent her days online. One day, feeling bored, she quickly packed her bags and bought a plane ticket to China. Before leaving, she left Yukai a message, "I'm coming to find you." Yukai thought she was joking. After Hayakawa Riko arrived at S-City Airport, she contacted him online. Yukai was stunned. He had no experience meeting online friends, especially since the other party was a female friend, which made him even more nervous. He dragged Zhong Ding into the situation, saying, "You go in my place, you're handsome. Use your looks to charm her back to Japan." If Zhong Ding would entertain such a matter, he wouldn't be Zhong Ding. Yukai had no choice but to pretend to be offline. He thought about it and figured that Hayakawa Riko was unfamiliar with the area, and if anything happened, it would be his fault. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to meet her. He didn't manage to charm Hayakawa Riko back to Japan. There was no way. His innate conditions were insufficient to use his looks to his advantage. When Hayakawa Riko later met Zhong Ding, she showed great interest. Standing next to Zhong Ding, a woman would choose Zhong Ding. However, Hayakawa Riko stated that it was about encountering a kindred spirit and had nothing to do with love. It wasn't easy to become a confidant with Zhong Ding. He was very guarded. She spent 2 years becoming his female friend. He entrusted many connections to her. Zhong Ding, Yukai, and Hayakawa Riko formed a kind of triangular relationship, secretly paving the way for Qiao Yan. Hayakawa Riko once told Yukai that if the Zhong family knew the truth, they would regret it. Now, that statement hit the nail on the head. The old master of the Zhong family and Zhong's mother both wanted to keep Zhong Ding. However, Zhong Ding's expectations for family affection had long been buried in the cold Zhong family mansion. Coincidentally, shortly after Zhong Ding left home, Su Huicheng received a phone call. The bag she had left in the mall had been found. She was both surprised and delighted. Just the day before, she had wanted to buy that pen again, but the store said it was out of stock. The mall asked for her address and said they would send someone over immediately. Remembering the incident with Feng Yu, she only left the name of her community, indicating that she could wait at the community entrance. The person who came was the deputy manager of the mall. After confirming identities upon meeting, Su Huicheng felt relieved. She had been worried that it might be a scam. She checked the bag, and nothing was missing. In fact, the mall had already panicked upon hearing the name of the community. It was a big deal. Now that they met the owner in person, the deputy manager apologized profusely. The bag had been picked up by a cleaning lady on Valentine's Day, but due to a rushed shift change, she placed it in the administrative office corner and forgot to report it. By the time it was discovered, several days had passed. Su Huicheng did not blame the deputy manager. She was already very happy to have it back. She went back and prepared a chocolate millefeuille cake for Zhong Ding, then waited with peace of mind. It wasn't too long before Zhong Ding arrived home. "Mr. Zhong, you're back." She beamed with a big smile. "MHM." She felt that he was in a particularly good mood today, his eyes hiding a smile. Su Huicheng was eager to give him the gift and was straightforward. Handing it over, "Happy Valentine's Day." After saying that, she added softly, "It's late." Zhong Ding quietly looked at the box, a smile breaking across his face. His eyes sparkling. He finally had more than just a lighter. Chapter 69. Zhong Ding held the gift box and took a while to unwrap the packaging paper. Su Huicheng, seeing that he didn't say anything, had to continue explaining, "I didn't know what to give. I've never given a gift before." After saying this, she glanced at him. He was still carefully unwrapping the box and hadn't looked at her once. She whispered, "I looked for a long time." Zhong Ding opened the box and saw the pendant inside, still without saying a word. Su Huicheng thought to herself that getting a thank you from him was probably hopeless. He picked up the pendant, turning it over in his hands, his fingers gently caressing the hollow flower design. "Camellia?" "Yes." She felt that the gift was quite clearly suggestive. Zhong Ding wrapped an arm around her, gently brushing aside the stray hair from her cheek, and smiled. "Little Camellia, you're thoughtful." "Do you?" Su Huicheng asked cautiously. "Like it?" She instantly broke into a smile. "I originally wanted to buy a chain too, but there wasn't enough time." She abruptly stopped, no longer mentioning that day's events. "This is just fine." Zhong Ding held the gift in his hand, feeling a warm sensation in his palm. "Very good." When Su Huicheng saw him place the pendant into the inner pocket of his shirt, she felt even happier. There lay his lighter. She already knew that the lighter was very precious to Zhong Ding. Now, her feelings were valued by him with equal importance. She felt satisfied. Su Huicheng didn't know how other people fell in love. She heard those emotional dramas, grand and tumultuous, full of ups and downs. In contrast, her relationship with Zhong Ding felt truly plain, especially since she was still in the position of a third party by his side. However, she did encounter a peculiar original wife. Since that incident, she hadn't seen Shun Songyan. While Zhong Ding was eating cake nearby, Su Huicheng asked him if Shun Songyan was safe now. Who knows? He savored the cake, indifferent to her. Su Huicheng was speechless. "Aren't you two getting engaged?" Zhong Ding set down his fork and wiped his mouth. Although old Master Zhong said to consider things, if the consideration took too long, the Zhong family would definitely start to act. The current delay was simply because Feng Yu hadn't been found yet. Who knows where Shunt Song Yin hid Feng Yu? The Zhong family had no clue at all. We're not getting engaged. Zhong Ding's casual statement left Su Huicheng stunned. The thought that flashed through her mind was, not getting engaged, but getting married directly. Right? I forgot to tell you. He pinched her face, and when she came to her senses, he calmly said, I have nothing to do with the Zhong family anymore. She was even more confused. What relationship? I mean, I don't have to go back anymore. Su Huicheng's eyes widened in shock. What? Because that's why. Zhong Ding replied dismissively. She was stunned. You and your parents, he didn't want to discuss his parents with her. So he was straightforward. I don't have the halo of young Master Zhong now. Or I might starve to death on the street one day. He paused, staring intently at her, his voice soft and gentle. Little Camellia, will you stay or not? Su Huicheng felt that if her answer didn't please him, he might tear her apart. Because the aura he was giving off at that moment told her just that. But why wouldn't she stay? His wealth or poverty had nothing to do with whether she wanted to be with him. He wasn't young Master Zhong anymore, so there was no engagement or marriage. He wasn't young Master Zhong, so there was no disparity in their backgrounds. He wasn't young Master Zhong, but he had always been her Mr. Zhong. Su Huicheng opened her arms and suddenly threw herself into his embrace, then clung tightly to his neck. He said he was down and out now, but she had endured the most painful years of her life, so what was there to fear? Why would he worry that she wouldn't stay? He was Zhong Ding. Even if he abandoned all his wealth and status, he still shone brightly in her heart. She even felt a thrill of joy that he was no longer the lofty young Master Zhong. She could always be by his side. Su Huicheng buried herself in Zhong Ding's shoulder, using her body language to answer everything. Zhong Ding had to admit that he had been a bit nervous just now. He knew she wasn't after his background, but he couldn't control his unease. He slowly wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her tighter in the same silent embrace. Su Huicheng didn't pry into what had happened between Zhong Ding and his family. His attitude was clear that he didn't want to talk much about it. After she moved in here, her days had been quite leisurely. Now that Zhong Ding had